Chapter 1 Starting anew. The disciples of the Supreme Sect are utterly foolish. Ye Wanwan's reflection before her demise. This sentiment persists into this life, unchanged. Kneeling at the Xuanbing Cliff for 2 days, Ye Wanwan finally accepted her existence, that I in the battles between the celestial and demonic realms. Her heart veins were sealed by her master and 6 senior brothers, ultimately culminating in her heart being pierced by the very sword of her most revered master. I in her final moments. Each of them expressed that their greatest regret in this life was knowing her. Ye Wanwan. She entered the sect at the age of 5, became a disciple at 6, commenced her chi cultivation at 8, established her foundation at 12, and formed her golden core by 15. Everyone acknowledged Ye Wanwan as the most gifted talent in the entire Supreme Sect, cherished like a precious gem by all at Xinyan Peak. However, everything changed with the arrival of the younger Yi Qian. She transformed from the beloved junior sister into the 7th senior sister. From that point onward, her cultivation stagnated, while Yi Qian ascended to become the Supreme Sect's foremost prodigy. Her talent eclipsed that of Ye Wanwan, and within a year of joining, she became the 2nd disciple to break through to the golden core stage at the age of 15. The affections of their master and the admiration of her senior brothers shifted entirely to Yi Qian. Meanwhile, Ye Wanwan, having lost their favor due to her halted progress, became embittered and twisted, ultimately shattering Yi Qian's golden core out of jealousy, leading to her expulsion from the sect, branded as a pariah, and eventually descending into the demonic realm. She was personally executed by her master and senior brothers, her body left unrecognizable. Upon awakening, she found herself in the present, having returned to the 3rd day after she deliberately shattered Yi Qian's golden core and was punished to kneel at Xuanbing Cliff. With her golden core extracted, the frigid winds of the cliff pierced her body. This, in her previous life, had utterly destroyed her foundation. Ultimately, she was forced to tread the path of talisman cultivation. Throughout her life, she had few who treated her sincerely, and the scant, genuine feelings she possessed were squandered within the realm of cultivation, within the camaraderie of. From now on, there would be no debts to carry. Quick! Save her! The cries of the crowd fell on deaf ears for Ye Wanwan. She extended her hand, embracing the ice and snow. She was finally free. Ye Wanwan had gone mad. The supremely recognized prodigy of the sect shattered the golden core of her junior sister and subsequently renounced all her cultivation, rendering herself a mere shell of her former self. She had lost her sanity. I in the bamboo cottage at the foot of the mountain. Her elder brother, Ji Chonghui, erupted in anger. Why are you acting so impulsively? I have already informed you that I would plead with our master to release you in 3 months. What are you doing now? Are you trying to make us feel guilty? Everyone is saying that Xinyan Peak has treated you harshly, claiming that your junior sister has brought you harm. Is this what you wanted? Happiness? Indeed, she felt a sense of joy. When 3 months have passed and she is released, she would be utterly finished without even having to self-destruct. Ye Wanwan scoffed coldly. Ji Chonghui demanded, "What are you laughing at?" Ye Wanwan opened her eyes. "I laugh at your foolishness." The refined face before her belonged to her elder brother, whom she had revered deeply in her past life. Yet, she did not overlook the indifference in his eyes. He was not concerned for her, merely resentful of the trouble she had caused him, which had also tarnished Yi Qian's reputation. Ye Wanwan would never forget the moment she shattered Yi Qian's golden core, desperately explaining to him that it was not her fault, while Ji Chonghui had never once believed her, coldly pushing her away. "I am deeply disappointed in you." Their next encounter ended with him piercing his own heart with a sword. Such a brother was better left behind. Ji Chonghui furrowed his brows. "What kind of look is that? As you perceive me, so shall I perceive you. Therefore, you may define my gaze as you wish," Ye Wanwan replied, unwaveringly meeting his eyes. A sudden chill gripped Ji Shanghuai's heart as he considered the rumors that Ye Wanwan had lost her mind. With her now indifferent gaze, he pondered, could it truly be madness? His expression grew colder, and he summoned a force, gripping Ye Wanwan by the throat, his voice frigid. "Regardless of who you are, get away from my junior sister. Release her." Ye Wanwan remained unfazed. Ji Chonghui's gaze shifted, and without further ado, he placed his palm atop her crown, commanding Divine Search. The Divine Search technique, a domineering spell that disregards the will of the target to forcibly probe into their primordial spirit, if performed poorly, could irreparably A wave of invasive force and the sensation of being torn apart surged within her mind. It felt as though her head might explode. She yearned to scream, yet no sound emerged, her body and spirit seemingly suffering catastrophic blows. She opened her mouth, and blood poured forth in torrents. After what felt like an eternity, Ji Changhuai stood there, stunned, the primordial spirit. Surely it is indeed. It was truly his junior sister. Not in usurpation. Ye Wanwan, bloodied at her lips and corners of her mouth, yet still smiling, said, "It is I, dear brother. I am Ye Wanwan, and I have never changed." The self-destruction of her cultivation was far from a trivial ordeal, and Ji Shanghuai's strike had nearly shattered her last breath. Yet, she gritted her teeth, determined not to collapse before him. Little did she realize how fragile she truly was in that moment. Observing the nearly broken figure before him, Ji Changhuai began to panic. "I will transfer spiritual energy to you, junior sister. Do not be afraid." He hurriedly attempted to channel his energy into Ye Wanwan. Ye Wanwan could only utter a soundless whisper. "What did you say?" Ji Changhuai asked anxiously. With a hint of sarcasm, Ye Wanwan replied, "I am not your junior sister. Your junior sister is outside." Ji Changhuai sensed something amiss and turned to the doorway, where a girl in blue stood, her eyes brimming with tears. Ji Changhuai froze. Junior sister. Chapter 2. The Supreme 5 Spiritual Roots. Ji Changhuai felt a surge of panic in his moment of urgency. He had mistakenly called out. He quickly rose. "Junior sister, why are you here?" This time, he disregarded the seriously injured Ye Wanwan entirely. Ye Wanwan lay on the bed, feeling as though she were about to shatter, her soul threatening to split apart and her body in agony. The pain compelled her to curl inward. She wished to expel the two of them from her presence, but her body was unresponsive. Why wouldn't these two shameless individuals just leave? Upon hearing Ji Changhuai's voice, Yi Qian forced a smile that resembled more of a bitter grimace. Holding a vial of medicine, she timidly spoke, "Senior brother, I heard that junior sister Qi has come down the mountain. So, I came to see." Ji Changhuai gently reproached her. "You're not well yourself. Why did you come such a long way?" "Your sister has us." Yi Qian bit her lip and glanced nervously at Ye Wanwan. "I'm afraid my sister is still angry with me." "She won't be," Ji Changhuai reassured, taking the medicine from her hands. "You are such a good girl. How could she be upset with you?" Yi Qian cautiously looked towards Ye Wanwan. "Then why doesn't she want to see me now?" Ji Changhuai followed her gaze to the bed, where Ye Wanwan had turned her back, curled up under the covers, clearly showing her disdain for Yi Qian. Tears brimmed in Yi Qian's eyes as she bit her lip and cried, "Sister is still angry with me. I know. It's all my fault." Yi Qian wept profusely, "But I truly didn't understand the matter regarding the golden core. I never intended to take sister's golden core. I only learned about my father coming up the mountain after waking up. Had I known earlier, I would have certainly opposed him. I am willing to return the golden core to sister. Please do not blame me." Ji Changhuai could not bear to see Yi Qian in tears and hurriedly tried to console the young girl. "You must know it's not your fault. The matter of the golden core has already been decided by Master, so there's no need to dwell on it. Junior sister Qi does not blame you. She would never." The two of them, one weeping and the other comforting, continued in this manner for a long while without respite, until the sudden sound of a blade unsheathing echoed in the room. Both individuals were taken aback, turning to gaze at the beat. Ye Wanwan's face resembled that of deathly pallor, yet she still drew a dagger, extending it towards Yi Qian. "Here." Yi Qian was momentarily stunned. "What?" Ye Wanwan uttered a single word. "Dig." Ji Changhuai's sluggish mind finally resumed its function in his fury. He knocked the dagger away, causing Ye Wanwan's hand to strike heavily against the bed. Crack, clang. The weapon clattered to the floor. Ye Wanwan's complexion grew even more ashen. Ji Changhuai recognized the dagger as one he had gifted to Ye Wanwan. Furious, Ji Changhuai exclaimed, "Have you truly lost your mind? To dare compel Xiao Ba to unearth the golden core before my very eyes? What other treachery have you committed behind our backs? The artifact I bestowed upon you was not meant for such use." Ji Changhuai kicked the dagger away, glaring at Ye Wanwan while hurling insults. Ye Wanwan remained unfazed, quietly listening. "Leave." Her voice was faint, yet she repeatedly echoed a single word. "Leave. Get away from me." Her eyes, tinged with a burgeoning fury, Ye Wanwan clenched her left hand tightly, her fingers slowly and laboriously inscribing a killing rune. Eliminate them. Eradicate them all. They must perish. Yet at that moment, Yi Qian suddenly obstructed Ji Chonghuai. Weeping, "Senior sister, please do not argue with senior brother. I know this is all my fault. I shall descend the mountain now and depart from the Wushang sect. Do not quarrel." Xiaoba. Before Ji Chonghuai could finish his words, Yi Qian burst through the door in tears, and from a distance, one could still hear someone inquiring, "Little junior sister, what has happened?" "Third senior brother, I am leaving the Wushang sect this very moment." "Wait. Why are you crying? Has someone bullied you?" "I understand. It must be Ye Wanwan. I shall go and teach her a lesson." Both heard the commotion at the entrance. Before long, Dou Ming returned, dragging Yi Qian back. Upon seeing Ye Wanwan, he wore an expression of hostility, pulling her down from the bed. The incantation was interrupted, but Ye Wanwan burst into laughter, a sound both resounding and desolate, startling everyone in the room. The girl, having been dragged from the bed, continuously coughed up blood. The crimson liquid flowed forth in increasing amounts, threatening to stain the entire room. Yet her laughter persisted unabated, as if mocking the absurdity of her existence. How could this be so ludicrous? How could she have only just recognized these people? The faces of the three turned pale. Yi Qian wept. Is senior sister going to die? Blood continued to spill forth, causing Dou Ming to release his grip in fear. In the tense atmosphere that enveloped the room, Elder Yu Chunchong of Yumu Hall examined the girl's pulse, bellowing, "Did I not instruct you to allow her to cultivate in peace? Before I departed? What chaos is this? Do you wish for her demise? After all, we are fellow disciples, Dou Ming. Your actions are so vicious. Do you intend to kill her?" Dou Ming muttered, "How was I to know her meridians were truly severed? I thought she was merely feigning it." "You." Elder Yu Chun chuckled in exasperation. "I shall not interfere with your matters, but she is now my patient. If anything were to happen to her, none of you shall ever set foot in Yumu Hall again. I shall not visit your Qingyun Peak again either." Ji Chonghuai and Dou Ming, startled by the exchange, hurriedly offered their apologies. The young junior sister was frail, and it was Elder Yu Chun who had been assisting with her treatment. If Elder Yu Chun refused to visit Qingyun Peak, what would become of the young sister? Both of them hastily expressed their regrets and offered kind words, striving to placate the elder. "Your assistance is crucial for the recovery of our junior sister. You cannot abandon her." Upon hearing this, Elder Yu Chun cast a conflicted glance at the girl resting on the couch. In the past, this young sister they spoke of was none other than her. Yet now, the tides of fate had shifted. Elder Yu Chun prescribed several precious medicinal herbs, sternly admonishing Ji Chonghuai and Dou Ming. He repeatedly urged Ye Wanwan to rest quietly. Feeling a profound sense of alarm himself given her grave injuries, it was remarkable that Ye Wanwan was still clinging to life. Her will to survive was undeniably strong. So strong that it was impossible to overlook. Unbeknownst to her, had she been aware of his thoughts, she would surely assert that she must live after all. It was a rare second chance she had been granted. She could not simply perish. Absolutely not. By Elder Yu's decree, Ye Wanwan was spared the punishment of Xuanbing Cliff, instead facing a year of confinement, with only Elder Yu permitted to see her. This also granted Ye Wanwan the time needed for her recovery. A month later, the young woman's condition began to stabilize, prompting Elder Yu to exclaim, "You truly are the most resilient patient I have ever encountered to recover to this extent in just a month is remarkable. However, my dear, your meridians are severed, and your golden core has been extracted henceforward. You may." He left the remainder of his thoughts unspoken. Yet, he understood that Ye Wanwan comprehended. The path of cultivation was no longer hers to tread. Seeing her gaze lowered in silence, Elder Yu comforted, "Take heart, child, it is enough that you live." Elder Yu left several prescriptions for her recovery, and Ye Wanwan gradually stood up, beginning to walk within the confines of her room. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed, until the young woman regained her mobility and finally settled into a meditative posture. Her cultivation had dissipated entirely. She was left with nothing. Yet Ye Wanwan felt no panic. Her spiritual roots and meridians were extraordinary, possessing the rare celestial quality of 5 elemental roots. The hierarchy of spiritual roots is classified into inferior, medium, superior, exceptional, and the most elusive celestial grade. The rank of a spiritual root determines the speed at which its owner absorbs the essence of heaven and earth. Ye Wanwan's roots belong to the pinnacle of the exceptional category, a celestial rarity indeed. Yet, she bore 5 elemental roots. Her cultivation speed was exceedingly slow. Thus, before she entered the sect, her father sealed her other 4 attributes, allowing her to retain only the fire element. Consequently, upon joining the Supreme Sect, she surged forward, breaking through to the Golden Core stage by the age of 15. However, after this breakthrough, she found herself at a standstill. In her previous life, Ye Wanwan was perplexed, unable to comprehend why she could not cultivate further after reaching the Golden Core stage. Many years later, she finally comprehended the reason behind all. Her spiritual roots should not have been sealed. Each element is indispensable. Why Ye Wanwan gathered her spiritual power, gradually cleansing her meridians with each movement. It felt as though her very being was being torn apart, causing her to tremble in agony. Yet, she persevered, little by little, completing her task. A month later, she broke through the precarious seal within her body, hearing the sound of confinement unraveling. She spread her palm, gazing at the 5 streams of spiritual light dancing between her fingers. These were her innate 5 spiritual roots. Slowly, she closed her hand around them. It was accomplished. On her pale visage, her eyes shone with fervor and brilliance. Chapter 3. Becoming the best in the world. 3 days later, Ye Wanwan successfully entered the first layer of the Qi refining stage. Although this progress was somewhat slow, it was still a form of cultivation. Little did she know that for one with 5 spiritual roots, the time taken to unseal and break through to the first layer of Qi refining in merely 3 days was indeed astonishing. Such speed was truly remarkable. Yet, Ye Wanwan was not content with this efficiency. After all, the cultivation of 5 spiritual roots was inherently sluggish. To catch up with her peers on Qingyun Peak, she needed to exert even greater effort. In addition to her daily meditation, she assigned herself a new task to attune herself to the 5 elements of heaven and earth each day, thereby laying a solid foundation for her cultivation. As for the technique, Ye Wanwan chose not to use the one from Qingyun Peak, but instead relied on a basic breathing technique she had purchased previously. It could be acquired for the price of a single spirit stone. She had resolved to completely sever ties with this place. Thus, she would not utilize their techniques. After a day of training, her gaze fell upon the desolate and dilapidated herb garden, recalling Elder Yu Chun's words. She had received a manual on spiritual plants along with some seeds of mysterious spiritual herbs, though she was unable to cultivate at the moment. If she could re-enter the Qi refining stage, she could still become a spiritual plant master, which would provide her with a means of survival. "Child, do not give up," the elder had said, placing the items in her hands with hope and encouragement. Holding the manual and seeds, Ye Wanwan rose and walked towards the herb garden. After sowing the seeds, she employed the spirit rain technique from her spiritual planting arts. This technique was among the gentlest and simplest of all arts, yet it contained the foundational principles of cloud summoning and rain invocation. Ye Wanwan practiced it several times, gradually discovering the knack for it. Before long, the seeds in the herb garden, nourished by the rain, took root, sprouted, and broke through the soil. In less than half a day, they exhibited remarkable growth. Subsequently, Ye Wanwan fashioned a scarecrow and affixed a puppet talisman to it, allowing the scarecrow to guard the herb garden against birds that might attempt to steal her plants. She then sat cross-legged in the courtyard to continue her cultivation. Surrounding the courtyard were talismans, the gathering spirit talismans, which enriched the aura within and around the bamboo house, making it more conducive for Ye Wanwan's practice. Another month passed. Ye Wanwan's fire spiritual root ascended from the first layer of Qi refining to the 12th layer, while her other 4 roots progressed as follows: wood spiritual root, 6th layer; water spiritual root, 5th layer; earth spiritual root, 5th layer; metal spiritual root, 3rd layer. Had she not consciously controlled her pace, her fire spiritual root would have already surpassed the foundation establishment stage. Indeed, the further one advanced, the slower the progress became, and the greater the disparity grew. Ye Wanwan muttered softly to herself, but Clenching her fists, she reassured herself that it was still acceptable. Although it was slightly slower than before, there was at least some improvement. To her surprise, the daily practice of the spiritual planting technique not only enhanced her with spiritual root, but also surprisingly benefited her earth and water roots, which was a positive development. From the depths of the herb garden, a creature peeked out, observing her. Achieving the 12th layer in a month was indeed satisfactory. It chewed the grass in its mouth vigorously. The rustling sound caught Ye Wanwan's attention, and she turned to see a black, hard-shelled creature. Puzzled, she wondered, where did this turtle come from? The mysterious turtle turned its head and took another bite. Ye Wanwan remarked, "How could there be a shortage of spiritual plants in the medicinal field? It seems you have been indulging yourself." The rustling sound echoed, revealing her realization that this creature knew nothing but consumption. With a gentle shake of her head, she chose to disregard it. Sunlight cascaded upon her, and Ye Wanwan gazed upward towards the sky, softly murmuring to herself. There remained an abundance of tasks awaiting her attention. Each day, Ye Wanwan arose, dedicating an hour to meditation, practicing the Qi refinement technique. At the hour of the rabbit, she commenced her spiritual plant cultivation, nurturing her wood, earth, and water spiritual roots. By the hour of the dragon, she retreated to the back room to cultivate the power of the earth, subsequently journeying to the chaotic sword forest to comprehend the essence of metal. At noon, she took a break for sustenance. During the hour of the pig, she honed her physical skills and sword techniques. As evening approached, she revisited talisman drawing and array formation. Before retiring for the night, she analyzed the day as progress, adjusting her cultivation methods, and prepared to improve the next day. This cycle continued without a hint of negligence. The powers of the 5 elements were meticulously separated and cultivated one by one. Yet, often, the cultivation of one spiritual root would inadvertently enhance the others. After her previous life as foundation had been utterly destroyed, the methods she had pondered were now employed in this life. 3 months later, her fire spiritual root reached the pinnacle of the 13th layer, while her wood, water, earth, and metal roots settled at the 12th layer. When the 4 primary spiritual roots stagnated at the Qi refinement stage for 3 days without progress, Ye Wanwan chose to pause her attempts at further advancement. Carrying a bucket of water, she tended to the spiritual plants, not even considering the use of the spiritual rain technique. Was it possible that her methods were flawed? The rustling continued. Could it be that cultivating the 5 spiritual roots was truly impossible? The persistent sounds echoed in her mind, prompting Ye Wanwan to toss the ladle aside, which clanged as if striking metal. The mystical tortoise, struck by the ladle, didn't forget to take a few more bites. In merely 3 months, its shell had grown increasingly lustrous, as though polished by skilled hands. Ye Wanwan furrowed her brow. Something was amiss. She could not seal her roots away. She must retain the 5 spiritual roots, or she would never progress in this lifetime. But what should she do? She gazed at her hands. In her previous life, after years of wandering, she had sought methods for cultivating 5 spiritual roots, yet every endeavor had faltered during the Yuan-ing breakthrough. For thousands of years across Kyushu, no one had succeeded, yet Ye Wanwan remained undeterred. She aspired to be the very first. The mystical tortoise finally lifted its head to glance at her, its chewing of the spiritual plants slowing slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in its small eyes. Lacking a method, she resolved to compensate with diligence, repeating the cultivation routine of the past 3 months without a single day of idleness. A month later, Ye Wanwan sensed a loosening of the Qi refinement stage's bottleneck. The Qi refinement stage consisted of 13 layers. Only upon reaching the 13th layer could she advance to the foundation establishment stage. Within her body, 5 small streams of Qi remained in a disordered state. Only when these currents fully solidified could she claim success in establishing her foundation. Presently, within Ye Wanwan, 5 streams of Qi existed, uniform in size and stable in condition. Ye Wanwan concentrated her mind and spirit, attuning herself to the energies of heaven and earth. As the mystical tortoise sat beside her, its small eyes sparkling with renewed brightness, the energies of the world coalesced and dispersed. swirling around the young girl in a dance of gathering and scattering. As her consciousness began to delve into her dantian, the flow of chi stabilized. 5 streams of energy birthed swirling vortices, marking the successful establishment of her foundation. She smoothly transitioned into the early stage of foundation building. Ye Wanwan opened her eyes, and the surrounding spiritual energy dispersed. Her gaze fell upon the medicinal field, and with a mere gesture, the technique of spiritual cultivation was set into motion, causing the spiritual plants within the field to flourish instantaneously, a most delightful sight. Ye Wanwan murmured, "The speed has increased threefold, quite satisfactory." The mysterious turtle observed the exquisite spiritual plants before him, noting that the cultivated by the young girl was unlike any other. The turtle took a bite, sensing the abundant vitality, and became engrossed, unwilling to rise. "Grant me more time, and I shall surely return to the golden core," Ye Wanwan whispered with conviction. Time swiftly passed, leading to a year after Ye Wanwan's confinement. On this day, Ji Chonghuai arrived, accompanied by Doming. Chapter 4. Acknowledgement of Mistakes. Upon hearing a commotion, Ye Wanwan gathered all the talismans and incinerated them completely. The flickering flames illuminated the girl's eyes, serene yet indifferent. As soon as he entered the room, Ji Chonghuai gently set a small brocade box down, cautiously stating, "7 junior sister, this is for you." Ye Wanwan remained unmoved. Doming, standing at the doorway, spoke with a hint of sarcasm. "This is the solidifying essence pill that senior brother exchanged with the people of Danxia Peak using his magical artifact. There is only this one, which can assist you in reconstructing your meridians and resuming your cultivation. Although the speed of your cultivation may not match your previous pace, at least it won't be completely futile." The solidifying essence pill was something Ji Chonghuai had also procured for her in her previous life, but within half a day, he had reclaimed it for Yi Qian. Ye Wanwan had not utilized it. In her eagerness for the sect's grand competition a year later, Yi Qian had made a grave mistake, resulting in the reversal of her meridians and damaging her essence. Moreover, her golden core belonged to Ye Wanwan. Thus, Ji Chonghuai had taken back the solidifying essence pill. In her possession, that item had not lasted even an hour. Ye Wanwan's eyes glinted with mockery as she replied, "I truly appreciate senior brother, but there is no need for it. I do not require it." Ji Chonghuai's complexion suddenly turned pale. Over the past year, he had sent her various items, all of which she had declined. Initially, he had thought it was merely a tantrum from a young girl, but now it seemed that her obstinacy had persisted for far too long. Doming also noticed and raised his brow, angrily exclaiming, "Ye Wanwan, words are you putting on? Do you realize how much we have done over the past year to make amends for the calamity you caused? Especially senior brother. If he hadn't been taking care of you, do you think the Yi family would have let you off so easily? What right do you have to treat us with such disdain?" Ji Chonghuai remained silent, casting a sorrowful and reproachful glance at Ye Wanwan, as if to imply that she was being unreasonable. Ye Wanwan mocked herself. "So, it seems I am the one who fails to appreciate the situation? Otherwise, are we the ones lacking in gratitude? The master has long since stated that if you remain unrepentant, you shall be confined here until death." Ye Wanwan's fingers curled slightly. "So, the year of confinement was merely the beginning?" Doming coldly remarked, "Now you're scared? If you're afraid now, you shouldn't have engaged in such actions in the first place. Fortunately, our junior sister is magnanimous. She has already informed the master that as long as you bow your head and admit your mistake, the master will still allow you to leave." Ye Wanwan did not respond. She caressed the teacup, gazing at Ji Chonghuai. "Senior brother, if I accept this pill, will you retrieve it for me later?" Doming was incensed by her seemingly indifferent demeanor. "Ye Wanwan, I'm speaking to you." Ji Chonghuai, too, was puzzled, since it had been sought for her benefit. Why would he take it back? Very well. Ye Wanwan accepted the pill and stood up, making her way towards the door. Doming and Ji Chonghuai stood motionless. Ye Wanwan turned back. "Aren't you supposed to apologize?" Doming was taken aback. "You agreed? Surely, you're not plotting something?" He found it hard to believe that Ye Wanwan would ever concede. The #1 genius of Qinyan Peak. How could she possibly admit her mistakes so easily? They came today merely to test their luck. Ye Wanyuan's gaze was laced with sarcasm, since the third senior brother had said as much. She had no choice but to admit her fault rather than languish in despair. Ming scoffed, revealing that their motivation was, indeed, the pursuit of freedom. Ye Wanwan cast her eyes upon the bamboo grove cottage, acknowledging that while freedom is indeed precious, dignity holds an even higher value. It was time to leave. Accompanied by Ji Chonghuai and Ming, she exited the bamboo grove, the trio making their way to Yi Qian's residence, attracting quite a bit of attention along the way. Whispers and pointed fingers followed them. Isn't that the seventh junior sister? I heard she severely injured the junior sister's golden core, leaving her to recuperate for an entire year. Such a malicious intent, shattering someone's golden core, is akin to murder. They marveled at how she remained unscathed, questioning why Yinding Daozuan had not expelled her from the sect. The gossip reached their ears, and Ji Chonghuai expressed his concern, saying, Yuan, they're merely speaking nonsense. Do not let it trouble you. Senior brother, I believe they're not entirely wrong, Ye Wanwan replied. Ming, unimpressed, shot her a sidelong glance, questioning whether it was false that she had shattered the junior sister's golden core. Regardless of the chatter surrounding them, Ye Wanwan remained unfazed. After a year of self-reflection and cultivation, she had come to a clear understanding. This was not her place, and there was no need to be vexed by a group of fools. Yi Qian's residence was located by Myo Lake, a place rich in spiritual energy. It had once been Ye Wenyuan's dwelling, but a year prior, upon her admission to the sect, due to her exceptional water spiritual root and frail constitution, Yi Qian had taken over her quarters. At that time, Ye Wanwan, being of the fire element, had willingly conceded. However, in hindsight, she realized she had been excessively accommodating. Senior brother, clad in a flowing gown, Yi Qian approached like a delicate white flower dancing in the breeze. I heard your voices from the heart of the lake. Ji Chonghuai, whose brow had been furrowed in worry, relaxed upon seeing Yi Qian. Junior sister, how is your health improving? Ming, refusing to be overshadowed, chimed in. Junior sister, did you only hear the words of senior brother? What about mine? Did you not hear anything from the third senior brother? With sparkling eyes, Yi Qian replied. Of course I heard everything. I heard both senior brothers and third senior brother's words, loud and clear. She took their arms and led them toward the lakeside cottage. What delightful gifts have you brought for me this time? Nothing at all. We came empty-handed. Empty-handed? Surely, the third senior brother brought a piece of concern with him. Laughter erupted among the three, carried far by the lake breeze. After a while, they suddenly realized they had forgotten someone. Seventh junior sister. Ji Chonghuai turned back abruptly. Ye Wanwan did not look at them. She stood by the lake's edge, her gaze fixed on the cottage. A gentle breeze rippled across the water, and another figure stood at the heart of the lake. Master. The group gasped and knelt in reverence. Others around them followed suit, yet Ye Wanwan remained standing, her eyes meeting Yinding's for a long moment. Under the weight of his presence, she clasped her hands in greeting, acknowledging that she had met the Daozuan, not the master. The others looked at Ye Wanwan in astonishment, while Yinding's expression darkened. Inside the cottage, Ye nervositivistit had fingers, awkwardly glancing at the two senior figures in the room. In truth, there was no need for an apology. This incident was not entirely the fault of senior sister Qi. Yi Qian's father, Yi Kanjing, slammed the table in anger, exclaiming how there was indeed a need for an apology. How long does it take to attain a golden core? Moreover, my daughter possesses an exceptional water spiritual root. Even with a golden core, to compensate, it has required the use of a transformation pill. Can we truly fathom the consequences that lie ahead? If Qian'er's cultivation is affected as a result, how will the Supreme Sect justify this to my daughter? The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Ji Chonghuai wore a worried expression, and even the usually audacious Ming remained silent. The sect master of the Supreme Sect reassured. There's no need for such anger, Ye Daoist. Since this incident occurred under our auspices, we shall naturally take responsibility for Yi Qian's future cultivation. As he spoke, he glanced at Yinding, signaling him to take a stance. Yinding commanded, kneel. Though he refrained from specifying who should kneel, the oppressive aura descended, causing Ye Wanwan to be the only one to drop to her knees with a thud. Yi Kanjing let out a cold laugh. Yinding ordered, acknowledge your mistake. Ye Wanwan's expression remained indifferent as she looked at Yi Qian. I came as arranged to spar with junior sister Yi Qian. Everything was according to procedure. I know not where I erred. Seeing the gazes of the crowd, Yi Qian grew anxious. Master, this matter truly has nothing to do with senior sister Qi. The spar was an agreement between the two of us. Senior sister Qi shattered my golden core because of my own inadequacy, which led to this incident. Yi Kanjing slammed the table. With a crack, a teacup flew from Yin Ding's direction, striking Ye Wanwan on the forehead. Blood dripped down, obscuring her right eye. This time it is your forehead. Where will it be next time? Yin Ding sneered. Ye Wanwan did not wipe away the blood from her forehead. With her gaze lowered, she spoke softly. I did nothing wrong. It was Yi Qian who invited me to the duel. My response was both reasonable and justified. Her golden core shattered due to her own instability in forming it, and it has nothing to do with me. Ye Yanyan Simudkit. Do not attempt to shift the blame onto me. Yi Qian's face turned pale. How could she know? Everyone in the room took a deep breath. The heavy atmosphere and the increasingly grim expression of the master caused Ji Chuanghuai to step forward abruptly. Junior sister, Ye Wanwan raised her head. Slap. The sound of a slap echoed as Ji Chuanghuai struck Ye Wanwan's face. She had no time to evade. Stunned, she froze. Ji Chuanghuai enunciated each word carefully. Junior sister, that is not what you said earlier in this room. You clearly stated that you were here to acknowledge your mistake. Chapter 5. Death denied. You claimed it was a moment of jealousy towards the junior sister that led you astray, resulting in this scheme. However, your intention was merely to teach her a lesson by having her lie in bed for a while, never anticipating the dire consequences that would ensue. It was merely an accident, was it not? Ji Changhuai gritted his teeth. The pain on his cheek spread, but Ye Wanwan's gaze remained unwavering as she coldly retorted, No, I have come to acknowledge my fault, but not this particular one. My error lies in failing to discern your true natures and facades all these years. Yi Qian's failure to form her golden core was unjustly attributed to me, and you all, fully aware of the truth, chose to condone this tyranny, digging into my golden core and punishing me at Xuanbing Cliff to admit fault, simply because I stand alone. Ye Wanwan raised her eyes to scan all present at Wushang Sect. Yi Qian is backed by the prominent Yi family, sharing the same surname, while I am but an orphan bereft of parents. You turn a blind eye as the Yi family shifts the blame onto me, solely because I am perceived as an easy target. Yi Qian is not alone in this. You are all complicit. With a cold gaze, Ye Wanwan directed her ire towards Yin Ding and the sect master, denouncing them as a congregation of hypocrites. Ji Changhuai's complexion turned pale. Silence. He barked. And you, she snapped, fixing her steely gaze upon Ji Changhuai. Stop pretending to be the fair and considerate senior brother. Are you truly oblivious to your own biases? Whenever Yi Qian sheds a tear, I am the one at fault. If she reddens her eyes, it is I who has bullied her. Is she not a sound mind? How can she be so easily victimized? Is she not the so-called prodigy you all exalt, possessing talents surpassing mine? Why, then, am I always the scapegoat whenever trouble arises? Ye Wanwan exclaimed vehemently. Furious, Ji Changhuai raised his hand to strike her. Yet, Ye Wanwan seized his wrist and retaliated with 2 resounding slaps. The sharp sounds echoed in the air. Ji Changhuai stood in disbelief as Ye Wanwan pushed him back. Go consider this repayment of interest. Ye Wanwan's gaze bore into the leaders seated above. Yin Ding Daozuan, I refuse to believe you are blind to Yi Qian's issues with her golden core. You recognized them, but chose to ignore my duel with her. I sought your counsel regarding our contest, and you consented. How absurd would it be for a practitioner at the initial stage of golden core to shatter another at the same level? You all know the truth, and yet you wish to coerce me into admitting fault, demanding I yield to the eldest daughter of the Yi family. That is simply inconceivable, Ye Wanwan declared, her voice ringing with conviction. Despite the oppressive weight of Yin Ding Daozuan's presence, the pressure upon her shoulders intensified, yet she stood tall, refusing to bow. Yi Kanjing's face turned ashen, and with a derisive smile, she addressed the sect master and Yin Ding Daozuan. Is this the kind of disciple you have nurtured? With a clang, a jade token, representing a direct disciple, was produced by the young woman. Holding it aloft, she released her grip, and the token clattered to the ground. Ye Wanwan smirked derisively. Not anymore. It is not I who has been expelled from the sect, but rather this sect itself is too tainted for my taste. I refuse to remain. The sect master's expression remained indifferent. Are you aware of the consequences of betraying the Supreme Sect? Ye Wanwan turned back, clarifying. It is not betrayal, but a self-imposed separation. I have severed ties with my sect, relinquished my cultivation and meridians, and shall never set foot in the Supreme Sect again. Ye Wanwan chuckled. Yet my cultivation has already been abandoned. Everything I learned from the Supreme Sect has been returned to you. I owe you nothing. Outrage. The oppressive force surged forth. Ye Wanwan was thrust out of the small dwelling, while Ji Chonghuai, Do Ming, and Yi Qian were left in stunned disbelief, particularly Yi Qian, who trembled uncontrollably. Ye Wanwan fell onto the corridor. She rose again, declaring, even if you wish to kill me to silence me, I must assert, I did not shatter Yi Qian's golden core. It was Yi Qian's failure to form her core that she has unjustly attributed to me. The actions of the Yi family are aimed at seizing my golden core. The Supreme Sect, complicit in this tyranny, blind and foolish. Yin Ding, you have betrayed your disciple, unworthy to be called my master. Her words echoed across the lake. All disciples remained silent, too frightened to speak. Ye Wanwan lifted her gaze. Should I, Ye Wanwan, ever vanish, know that it is Yi Qian and the Yi family who conspired against me, with the Supreme Sect as their accomplice. Yin Ding's expression was inscrutable. Do you not acknowledge your fault? Ye Wanwan's voice was frigid. I shall never concede, even in death. What would acknowledgement change? Enduring disgrace, struggling to survive, only to be ultimately expelled from the Supreme Sect. Better to deny it, even unto death. Very well. Confine her in the Blackwater prison. Within the Supreme Sect, there are two places that disciples dread the most: the Blackwater prison and the mysterious ice cliff. Both are reserved for the gravest of offenses, and the Blackwater prison is deemed far more terrifying. An abyss of darkness and confinement that can drive a person to madness. Ye Danyan, chuck it softly. Yin Ding, I am no longer your disciple. You have no authority over me. Drag her away, Yin Ding commanded coldly. Ye Wanwan was pulled away without resistance, merely being escorted by two disciples. She cast a glance at Yi Kanjing, seeing the murderous intent in his eyes. She whispered, trash. Yi Kanjing's gaze turned more menacing. Master, Ji Chonghuai knelt, weeping, please spare junior sister 7. Doming glanced at the bloodied Ye Wanwan, confusion etched on her face. Has she gone mad? Yet turning to the trembling Yi Qian, Do Ming hesitated. Could it be Ye Wanwan is indeed misunderstood? The room was enveloped in silence, none daring to utter a word. However, within half an hour, the two disciples who had taken Ye Wanwan away rushed back. Master, Yi junior sister has escaped. She has fled. The crowd gasped in shock. How could she escape? Wasn't her cultivation abolished? Could you two not restrain her? One disciple hesitated, producing a half-destroyed talisman, stating, it's a spell. The crowd was taken aback. Ji Chonghuai was even more astonished. A talisman practitioner? When did she learn that? Our Supreme Sect has no talisman practitioners. No one knows how Ye Wanwan acquired her knowledge. However, she is undeniably guilty of secretly mastering the abilities of the external sect, prompting the entire Supreme Sect to seal its gates and commence a manhunt for her whereabouts. Yin Ding gazed at the half-tattered talisman in his hand, his expression shrouded in ambiguity. Elder Yu Chun, who had heard of the incident, sighed softly, recognizing the Supreme Sect's grievous error. The Supreme Sect does not practice talisman crafting. Yet, the library contains tomes on the subject bequeathed by their ancestors. A few years prior, Yu Chun had inadvertently encountered Ye Wanwan in the library, where she was engrossed in reading and sketching talismans. That image remains vivid in his memory. A disciple of such formidable talent was unjustly cast out by the Supreme Sect. While the entire sect was in uproar, searching for her, Ye Wanwan ventured alone to the ice abyss. When Ji Chonghuai and Do Ming arrived upon hearing the news, Ye Wanwan was already standing in the wind, seemingly smiling at the disciples pursuing her. Yet, Ji Chonghuai and Do Ming's hearts trembled with apprehension, urging her to return. Ye Wanwan curled her lips, her gaze icy, as she reiterated emphatically, I did not shatter Yi Qian's golden core. Yi Qian has wronged me, stealing my golden core and forcing me to confess. I shall not concede, even unto death. She looked at them, her eyes deep and resolute, enunciating each word. I shall not concede, even unto death. As she spoke, amidst the incredulous stares of the crowd, she began to retreat step by step. I shall not concede, even unto death. With that, Ye Wanwan leaped into the abyss, her voice echoing in the frigid wind. All disciples were left in shock. Ji Chonghuai lunged forward, shouting, Come back! Yet, Ye Wanwan could not return. The depths of the ice abyss were known to be a place of despair. Everyone understood that before Ye Wanwan could touch the ground, she would be shredded by the fierce winds of the abyss, leaving no trace behind. Ji Chonghuai's outstretched hand could not reach her shadow. All he saw were her mocking eyes. In that moment, Ji Chonghuai's heart shattered, as if something of great importance had broken within him. Junior, sister. Chapter 6. With sheer strength, a tavern was leveled. 3 months later, in Anding City, a young girl clad in a plain robe blended into the bustling crowd as she entered the city. Upon arrival, she initially sold a portion of her Xianling grass at a pharmacy, exchanging the acquired spirit stones for talisman paper, leaving only broken spirit stones for her journey. She then settled in a noodle stall and ordered a bowl of noodles, savoring the warmth that began to rekindle her connection to the mortal world. With a gentle sigh of relief, she even took the time to feed the river turtle she had brought along. This girl was none other than Ye Wanwan, who had leaped into the depths of the Xuanbing Cliff 3 months prior. Although the Xuanbing Cliff was a place of death, there remained a glimmer of hope at its bottom. In her previous life, she had escaped from the Xuanbing Cliff, and this time, Ye Wanwan took a gamble. Before mistakenly confronting Ji Chonghuai, she had stored her possessions from the bamboo cottage and the Xianling grass from her medicinal garden into her Qiankuan bag. With that leap, she was wagering on her survival. Fortuitously, she once again secured a thread of life. Moreover, having emerged from the brink of death, she shattered the bottleneck of the foundation building stage the moment she plunged into the Xuanbing Cliff, successfully advancing to the golden core stage. However, unlike others, she possessed 5 golden cores. She had returned to the golden core stage, yet Ye Wanwan found herself perplexed. For beyond the golden cores, there existed 5 tiny streams of energy. She had reverted to the Qi refinement stage, not merely regressing to the early golden core stage, but falling back to Qi refinement. Nevertheless, she discovered that she could still harness the power of those 5 golden cores. This meant she currently wielded the strength of a golden core cultivator. Yet her realm was that of Qi refinement. It was incomprehensible. If she could condense these 5 new energies into cores, would she not possess 10 golden cores? Ye Wanwan pondered. This was truly unprecedented. The author mused, Fear not, there will be more revelations to come. Unable to comprehend the matter further, Ye Wanwan decided to let it go. After finishing her noodles, she donned her conical hat and departed. Anding City still lay within the territory of the Supreme Sect, and she could not linger for too long. Not long after she left, the pharmacy's manager, who had just returned, was astonished to see the pile of Xianling grass beside the counter and inquired of the assistant, Where did you acquire this? It was brought by a young Taoist priest. And where is he? He has left. The manager hurriedly rushed to the door, but Ye Wanwan's figure had already vanished from sight. Anxiously, he asked the assistant, Why did you not call for me? But manager, isn't this just ordinary Xianling grass? You always say we can decide on such matters ourselves. Ordinary? Have you ever seen ordinary Xianling grass that remains so fresh after being picked? This is top-grade Xianling grass. Only cultivators of the highest caliber can cultivate it. And it is priceless. The assistant scratched his head, but that Taoist priest seemed merely a Qi refinement disciple. The manager froze. Qi refinement? How is that possible? A master of top-grade spirit plants must at least be at the nascent soul stage. Upon exiting the city, Ye Wanwan headed towards the direction of Changshan, distancing herself from the realm of the Supreme Sect. Contemplating the peculiarities of her dantian, she ultimately resolved to seek someone for clarification. After her untimely demise, she was reborn into this body. From the moment she ascended Qingyun Peak at the age of 5, Ye Wanwan had not descended the mountain. which meant her experiences in this world were rather limited. However, in her previous life, she had wandered extensively and retained some impressions of the renowned mountains across the 9 provinces. Following the path etched in her memory, she traversed a distance, then soared through the air, attracting the attention of many onlookers. Astonishingly, a disciple in the Qi refining stage could actually fly. Wasn't flying with magical tools reserved for those in the foundation establishment stage? When had the Qi refining stage acquired such a capability? Disregarding the inquiries around her, Ye Wanwan arrived at Changshan and entered Jinshi town. Greetings, esteemed elder. Might there be a person named Li Wanji residing in this town? After inquiring at 7 or 8 establishments, no one was aware of him. Yet, she remained unhurried. Patience was her virtue. In her past life, she had encountered Li Wanji a century later, during which he had mentioned a period of misfortune in Changshan before establishing the Baiji sect, which became the most enigmatic sect in the realm. Concealed in shadows, it wielded influence over all cultivators in the 9 provinces. Even the royal families and great clans could not elude their gaze, with intelligence networks spread across the world. However, as for his current state, well, he should still be in a plight. Ye Wanwan spent the afternoon questioning, and as darkness descended, she entered an inn. After taking a seat, she ordered a meal of rice and a dish. Having reverted to the Qi refining stage, her present body still required sustenance. As night fell, the ominous entities were poised to emerge. Everyone quickly shut the doors. With a loud clap, as Ye Wanwan lifted her chopsticks, the inn and surrounding shops promptly closed their doors and windows, plunging into an eerie silence. Ye Wanwan remarked. The innkeeper reassured her, "Please eat. It will not affect you." So, she continued her meal in quietude. However, the creaking sounds sent shivers down the spines of several patrons within the inn. After a prolonged moment, the innkeeper cautiously inquired, "Perhaps, esteemed Taoist, you might consider not eating?" Ye Wanwan replied, "It is not me." The 3 individuals turned and discovered that the source of the noise came from another table near the door, which was piled high with empty bowls, arranged in 2 or 3 rows. The highest row was stacked with over 10 bowls, effectively obscuring the woman's face, while the man covered his face, seemingly reluctant to be seen. "Sister, they are looking at you." "Oh." The woman in green turned to glance at them, then slurped her noodles audibly. The sound melodious, yet remarkably provocative, not the origin of the creaking noise. Ye Wanwan focused her gaze and discerned that the peculiar creaking sound originated from the adjacent table, where something was bound with ropes at the corner. The small creature, bearing a human face and a sheep's body, was straining to break free. Yet, the woman in green kicked it back, sending it tumbling. Ye Wanwan's eyes widened in realization. A small Taotai, one of the 4 fierce beasts, a descendant of the Taotai bloodline. Though its mixed heritage diminished its strength compared to a true Taotai, it was not to be underestimated. This creature had an insatiable appetite for gold and jade, thriving solely on such lavish sustenance, which was quite costly. If its demands were unmet, it would exhibit a highly volatile temperament. The young man and woman before her appeared to be no older than 20, yet they had captured a small Taotai beast. Ye Wanwan scrutinized their attire, reminiscent of some sect, yet the name eluded her. She had never encountered them before. However, individuals capable of capturing a small glutton at such a tender age would undoubtedly not be obscure among the prominent sections. As Ye Wanwan assessed them, Bai Jian and Fang Hian were equally observing the young girl. Bai Jian remarked, "Such a meager appetite. One can tell she is no fighter." Fang Hian added, "The Xianling grass in her sleeve appears to be of decent quality. Is she a spirit plant master?" The 3 exchanged glances before averting their eyes. The commotion within the room diminished, while the noise outside intensified. A piercing gust rushed towards the inn, crashing against the doors and windows, as well as the 2 individuals in the corner. "Return my precious golden jade." A thunderous shout echoed, reverberating through the air. With the shattering of the doors and windows, a white figure tumbled in, heading straight for the long table. Without hesitation, Fang Hian bolted, leaving the woman to confront the enemy head-on. The innkeeper and the attendant, along with Ye Wanwan, displayed looks of bewilderment. Fang Hian, with an expression of knowing, said, "This is the legacy of our sect." The man retreats, the woman advances. The two behind had already exchanged blows, swiftly succumbing to the white figure's ambush, as the woman delivered a single punch that sent her adversary flying. The white figure stood by the window, stomping in frustration and cursing. "From Tianyi sect, I bear you no grievance. Why do you seize my treasures?" Ye Wanwan paused. Tianyi sect? It was, after all, one of the former top 3 sections. It was said that this sect was filled with prodigies, refusing to accept anyone who was not a genius. This had drawn considerable criticism from other sects, yet their standings in the grand competitions had plummeted over the decades, slipping from 1st to 3rd, then to 7th, 10th, and ultimately falling out of the top 20. Subsequently, there were rumors that they had vanished entirely. In later generations, no news of them had surfaced. Ye Wanwan pondered, could it be that this sect had indeed disappeared? The man in white, unable to prevail, vented his anger outside, cursing more harshly as he stomped his feet. Bai Jian, with a nonchalant gesture, wiped the corner of her mouth and stood up. Fang Hian, sensing impending trouble, widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Senior sister? No, we cannot afford to." Before he could finish, Bai Jian had already shattered the long table with a single strike, charging towards the doors and windows. Although her stature was modest, her movements carried the force of a tempest, shaking the entire inn as a row of doors and windows collapsed with a thunderous crash. The young man by the window stood amidst the wreckage, visibly stunned as he faced the oncoming gale of fists. "Wait!" Fang Hian's last word fell, and Bai Jian paused, turning to gaze at the half-demolished inn, her mouth agape, having forgotten. Yet Ye Wanwan observed with clarity. She had not used spiritual energy. She had simply relied on sheer strength to level an entire inn. Chapter 7. A tragic death in the past life. Apologies were offered in unison as the 3 individuals bowed deeply at 90 degrees to both the innkeeper and Ye Wanwan. Ye Wanwan observed silently. The young man clad in white struggled against the weight of Bai Jian, attempting to rise. "What does the destruction of your inn have to do with me? Why must I apologize as well?" With a swift motion, Bai Jian struck down, sending the young man crashing into the ground, where he remained, unable to rise from the pit he had fallen into. The innkeeper trembled, nearly on the verge of tears. "Do not be afraid, do not be afraid," Fang Hian reassured. "A second senior sister does not strike." Yet upon turning back, he found Bai Jian crouched beside the young man, digging a pit. Fang Hian quietly reiterated, "She truly does not strike." The innkeeper fell to his knees, arms raised in supplication. "Esteemed ones, please spare us. We are but a small business. Whatever you desire, we shall provide." Fang Hian remarked, "They genuinely are not robbers." Surveying the wreckage, he reluctantly extracted the spirit stones from his possession, finding only 2 remaining. Embarrassed, he turned to his senior sister and asked, "Do you have any left?" Bai Jian approached the young man in white, asserting no, but he does. Without hesitation, she reached into the young man's pocket and retrieved a pouch. "Those are my spirit stones." The young man cried out in despair. "Now, they belong to me," Bai Jian stated matter-of-factly. Ye Wanwan's gaze lingered on the young man, her eyes narrowing as if trying to discern his identity. After a prolonged moment, she uncertainly inquired, "Li Wanji?" "Ah." The 3 individuals turned in unison to Ye Wanwan. "You know him?" she asked, surveying the trio. So, they were all acquainted with one another? Fang Hian and Bai Jian had already stripped themselves of their spirit stones. Yet it was insufficient to compensate the innkeeper, and Li Wanji stubbornly refused to part with his own money. "Can't you lend some?" Fang Hian pressed. "Can you repay me?" Li Wanji retorted, leading to another imminent conflict. Ye Wanwan stepped to the shattered doorframe, murmuring softly, "There's no need for such trouble." She produced a piece of talisman paper from her robes and swiftly inscribed a rune with vermilion. The talisman radiated with a brilliant light. In an instant, an unseen force gathered the shattered remnants of the doors and windows, restoring them to their original positions. Fang Hian and the innkeeper gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. Even Bai Jian's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Remarkable," she exclaimed. Yet, scarcely had she spoken when 2 windows abruptly fell, crashing down with a resounding thud. The street grew eerily silent as Ye Wanwan contemplated the inferior quality of the talisman paper. That's enough, Fang Hian urged. He and Li Wanji set about repairing the remaining windows, the clanging of their efforts echoing through the night. Bai Jian attempted to assist, but was deterred by Fang Hian's gesture. Second sister, this is a trivial matter for us. Li Wanji, drenched in sweat, agreed. If Bai Jian were to help, this entire street would be at risk. Thus, Bai Jian remained at the entrance, holding the small creature, while Ye Wanwan observed alongside her. Bai Jian's long limbs and slender yet toned physique stood in striking contrast to Ye Wanwan, making her appear not only healthy but also towering over Ye Wanwan by half a head. Thus, as Bai Jian observed Ye Wanwan's gaze, a hint of sympathy arose within her. She retrieved a steamed bun from her bosom and extended it towards Ye Wanwan, who momentarily froze, recognizing that it was clean and had been hidden away before their meal. Ye Wanwan noted Bai Jian's awareness of her untouched plate, a stark reminder of the inn's recent destruction. She reached out to accept the bun, murmuring her gratitude. Bai Jian smiled broadly, dismissing the need for formality. The warmth of her smile illuminated her eyes, prompting a sudden influx of memories in Ye Wanwan's mind. Bai Jian, the 101st direct disciple of the Tianyi sect, endowed with innate strength and a heavenly grade earth spiritual root, betrayed by her beloved. Her spiritual root and heart ripped away, leaving her lifeless and dismembered. This fleeting recollection also included the haunting visage of Bai Jian in death. Ye Wanwan's complexion turned ashen, the bun slipping from her grasp. Before it could reach the ground, it was caught by someone. Bai Jian held it, glanced at Ye Wanwan, and gently placed the bun back in her hand. The warmth of her skin and her soothing tone contrasting sharply with the horrific images in Ye Wanwan's mind, sending shivers down her spine. Your countenance is alarming. Has he tormented you? Allow me to teach him a lesson, Bai Jian offered, gesturing towards Li Wanji, who appeared ready to protest vehemently. However, he was restrained by Fang Hian. How could you bully a young lady? Me? Li Wanji exclaimed incredulously, pointing at himself. Are you accusing me? What have I done? I don't even know her. Fang Hian's expression conveyed disbelief. Do you really expect me to take your word for it? She has traveled a great distance to find you. Surely you must have done something to warrant her arrival. In frustration, Li Wanji discarded his tools, seething with indignation. Yet, mindful of Ye Wanwan's femininity and his own reputation, he grumbled, I merely declined to join your Tianyi sect. You needn't ruin my reputation over it. Fang Hian remarked, Look, she's on the verge of tears. Li Wanji maintained his defiance. That has nothing to do with me. Yet, as Ye Wanwan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, he faltered. I truly do not know her. His tone grew increasingly uncertain, and as Bai Jian's spiritual energy surged forth in irritation, he leapt back in alarm. Realizing Ye Wanwan was genuinely distressed, he rushed to her side, exclaiming, Wait, I could not have wronged you. This is our first meeting. If I recall correctly, my only offense was touching the Tianyi sect's belongings, not yours. Li Wanji floundered, his demeanor a flurry of panic. Even Fang Hian stood by the doorway, caught off guard. Ye Wanwan raised her hand to her face, only then noticing the tears that had fallen. She felt somewhat bemused and said, The wind is too strong. It has blurred my vision. Li Wanji felt as though he might collapse. If he remains silent, my reputation will be lost here forever. After a night of turmoil, they finally repaired the doors and windows, and the four companions wasted no time in departing Jinshi town under the cover of darkness. Li Wanji kept as far from Ye Wanwan as possible, yet Fang Hian unceremoniously shoved him forward. Return my little golden jade. Confiscated, he replied. Two individuals whispered softly, and Li Wanji felt the intense gaze of Ye Wanwan upon him, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. Yet, he simply could not recall any connection he might have with such a stunning young lady. One would certainly remember a beauty like her. Ye Wanwan, however, remained unfazed. We knew each other in our past life. Bai Jian and Fang Hian exchanged knowing glances, seemingly amused by the situation. Libenzi Raturta. How could you possibly remember something from past life? I do remember, Ye Wanwan replied, her gaze unwavering. I remember everything you did after the age of 3. Everything you said. Li Wanji was momentarily taken aback, stammering, I don't believe you. In a hushed tone, Ye Wanwan continued. You also said that if I ever encountered any trouble, I could come to you, and you would surely protect me. She looked at him, inquiring if those words still held any weight. The girl tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Words of denial failed to escape Li Wanji's lips. He scratched his head, increasingly perplexed, pondering how he could boast such claims, yet he genuinely had no recollection of uttering them. Fang Hian observed the two and inquired, "Senior sister, what should we do? The sect leader has instructed us to bring along Li Wanji. Should we also include another?" Bai Jian decisively stated, "Let's take them all." Chapter 8. The unwitting little junior sister. The Tianyi sect lies to the south, while the Wushang sect is positioned to the north. Separated by great distances, Bai Jian, traveling alone on his sword alongside 3 companions and a beast, soared for 3 days and nights before finally traversing the Qinling mountain range and arriving at the territory of the Tianyi sect. Upon reaching his own domain, Bai Jian and Fang Hian visibly relaxed. The group rested in the trees for an entire night to restore Bai Jian's spiritual energy, during which Fang Hian produced 100 cakes for sustenance. "Senior sister, eat," he urged. In half an hour, Bai Jian finished them all. As dawn broke the following day, Bai Jian led his 3 companions through the mountain barrier of the Tianyi sect, racing toward its gates. The endless mountains loomed before them, a magnificent sight, contrasting sharply with the delicate peaks of the Wushang sect. The Tianyi mountains were grand and imposing, their snow-capped summits stark against the season's lack of greenery, predominantly gray and white, yet their towering, perilous forms remained undiminished. However, before they could reach the main peak, a furious roar echoed through the air. "Who has stolen my herbs? Who?" Upon hearing this, Fang Hian felt a sinking feeling. It was troublesome. In his haste to leave, he had plundered the herb garden of his master, the hidden elder, for provisions, and he had forgotten to mention it. Bai Jian glanced at him, a look that said, "You're finished." Fang Hian sped away on his sword, exclaiming, "Master, it's me." Amidst the chaos atop the peak, the sounds of commotion filtered down through the wind. Ye Wanwan looked down from her sword and saw the endless mountains, where spiritual energy flowed and earthly essence permeated. Yet the peaks were a striking red, not the vibrant hue of flames, but rather the starkness of poverty. Li Wanji felt a heavy blow. If they were caught, his life would be ruined. Ye Wanwan regarded him, her eyes questioning, "What do you mean?" Realizing she was unaware, Li Wanji explained, "You don't know about the Tianyi sect?" "I do," she replied. "Then do you know what they are renowned for?" "Talents." "No, they are known for their poverty." Ye Wanwan fell silent. Li Wanji pressed his hand to his heart, lamenting, "In all my life, I have never encountered such a destitute sect, so poor that even eating becomes a challenge. How can one survive in such a place?" He whispered to Ye Wanwan, "When the opportunity arises, we must flee. Do not linger." Ye Wanwan remained silent. She had no intention of staying. Yet, could someone like Li Wanji truly understand how to cultivate a 5-element root? She had her doubts. Had she arrived too early? Bai Jian flew ahead, and in a fleeting moment, the sword gleamed like flowing light, landing them at the main peak. Having flown too swiftly, Li Wanji spun several times upon landing, retching for a quarter of an hour, while Ye Wanwan maintained her composure. Ye Wanwan's thoughts deepened in skepticism. They were both in the qi refinement stage, yet how could he be so feeble despite having a higher cultivation level than her? Bai Jian spoke in a casual tone. It cut Li Wanji deeply. Gritting his teeth, Li Wanji asked, "What level of qi refinement are you at?" "First layer," Ye Wanwan replied. Li Wanji was taken aback. How can a first-layer qi refinement practitioner use a restoration talisman? Yet, Ye Wanwan remained unfazed, as if she had not perceived his skepticism. What the first level of qi refinement? Even at this stage, one can utilize talismans. Bai Jian appeared to receive some sudden communication. Tilting her ear to listen for a moment before addressing the 2 individuals. "Follow me. The sect leader wishes to see you." Ye Wanwan hesitated, questioning whether she should decline. "You cannot," Bai Jian replied. Thus, Ye Wanwan had no choice but to accompany Bai Jian, while Li Wanji was unceremoniously dragged away by her. Initially, Ye Wanwan had anticipated entering the Grand Hall. However, Bai Jian took a different route, leading toward the secluded residence on the side peak. As the aroma of food wafted through the air, Ye Wanwan deduced the kitchen. Bai Jian replied with candor. Indeed, this is the dining area for disciples. Those below the core formation stage have yet to undergo fasting, hence Tianyi sect maintained the cafeteria. Ye Wanwan understood. However, the appearance of the sect leader in the cafeteria seemed rather peculiar. At this hour, breakfast was being served, and it was the turn of the eldest senior brother to oversee. Upon entering the room, a voice emerged. Li Yin is out. I am filling in today. A cold visage appeared from the kitchen, carrying a basin of white rice. No dishes accompanied it. Bai Jian, upon seeing him, greeted him without surprise. Uncle Yin, greetings. Although Li Wanji was rather arrogant, he straightened up and respectfully returned the greeting in the presence of this stoic man. Uncle, Master, Ye Wanwan, not being a disciple of Tianyi sect, nevertheless followed Bai Jian's lead, performing a gesture of respect for her senior. I, Ye Wanwan, have come to pay my respects to the esteemed elder. Yanju fixed his gaze on Ye Wanwan, his eyes suddenly glinting. This little girl, newly accepted? Bai Jian affirmed yes. Ye Wanwan inquired, what? Yanju's gaze intensified, probing. Has she been recognized yet? Not yet, just brought back, Bai Jian replied. Oh, not yet. Yanju set down the bowl of rice and began scrutinizing Ye Wanwan. Ye Wanwan felt the intensity of his stare, as if he could penetrate her very essence. She frowned and returned his gaze. Yet, Bai Jian positioned herself before Ye Wanwan, shielding her from Yanju's scrutiny. Uncle, you startled her, she remarked. Yanju huffed, but withdrew his gaze slightly, taking a seat. The three settled down. Li Wanji, resigned to his fate, took a bowl and began serving himself rice, even offering Ye Wanwan a bowl. Eat up. If you don't, there won't be any left. Ye Wanwan regarded the rice. Lacking appetite, Bai Jian also served herself a bowl, placing it aside, and with a clang, she took the entire basin away. Noticing Ye Wanwan's gaze upon her, Bai Jian inquired, would you like some more? With good intentions, she scooped a spoonful, pressing it into Ye Wanwan's bowl, causing rice to overflow significantly. It was packed tightly. Subsequently, she placed a basin in front of herself, as if guarding her possessions. Ye Wanwan remained silent. Yanju and Li Wanji were already accustomed to such behavior. With not all guests present, none of the three began to eat. The bowl Bai Jian had served was evidently set aside for Fang Hian, while the purpose of Yanju's bowl remained unclear. Laughter echoed from the kitchen. Xiao Bai, you're back. Bai Jian nodded in acknowledgement. Master. The esteemed leader of the Tianyi sect, Li Mingda, entered the room bearing 2 large platters of meat and vegetables, placing them before Bai Jian and the others. Upon seeing Li Wanji, he smiled warmly and remarked, you have accomplished your task admirably. Li Wanji hung his head, dejected. The leader, still cheerful, encouraged, do not be disheartened, young one. Staying in the Tianyi sect will not lead you astray or cause you to suffer. Li Wanji couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. After a month in the sect, he had endured countless misfortunes. Li Mingda's gaze shifted from Li Wanji to Ye Wanwan, revealing a hint of surprise. This is, Bai Jian interjected, my junior sister. The four at the table fell silent, while Yanju continued to observe Ye Wanwan pensively, neither confirming nor denying the statement. Bai Jian added, I brought her back. My junior sister. Ye Wanwan could not contain herself, and spoke up, senior sister I merely came to understand the meaning of that omen. Yet, how had she come to be labeled as a junior sister? Bai Jian tilted her head, inquiring, do you not like me? Ye Wanwan replied, not at all. Bai Jian pressed further, do you dislike the Tianyi sect? Ye Wanwan hesitated, not really. Bai Jian then declared, well then, master, she has agreed to stay. The four at the table exchanged glances, the simplicity of the dialogue causing Li Mingda to chuckle. Very well, let her remain. Ye Wanwan exclaimed, wait, did you even ask me? However, the conversation between the master and disciple had already sealed her fate, leaving no opportunity for her to voice her thoughts. At that moment, Fang Hian rushed in, anxious. I haven't missed mealtime, have I? Master Sun Yin has tasked me with replanting the herbs, and I shall be busy starting tomorrow. Upon seeing the two figures at the table, Fang Hian's demeanor shifted abruptly. Master, Uncle Yanju, I request permission to assist Master with the herb planting daily. Li Mingda chuckled. Shaoan, come meet my junior sister. Fang Hian, bewildered, turned his gaze from Li Wanji to Ye Wanwan. Junior sister? When did this happen? Bai Jian and Yin Ju replied in unison. Just now. Fang Hian, perplexed, pondered. What transpired during my absence? Chapter 9. The treatment of girls is different. Ye Wanwan surveyed the group at the table and recognized that this matter was settled beyond dispute. No matter what she said, they merely urged her to eat more. The long-lost concern enveloped her, causing her to hesitate in expressing her desire to leave. Observing the master, Li Mingda, with a cheerful demeanor as he watched everyone dine, particularly the pride in his gaze directed at Bai Jian, she felt a sense of paternal pride and joy, a sentiment she could never perceive from Yinding. Pride. Joy. Ye Wanwan found herself at a loss for words, simply bowing her head to partake in a meal. Perhaps she should wait a little longer. After all, she would depart eventually. Bai Jian, finishing her bowl of rice, left not a morsel behind, even using her rice to soak up the vegetable soup without wasting a drop. Yet, it was curious how little her stomach seemed to expand. Upon rising, she lightly patted Ye Wanwan and urged her to follow. Ye Wanwan glanced back at Li Mingda and the others, but the elder smiled amiably, saying, "Go on, child. She will show you around." Ye Wanwan bowed in acknowledgement and was hurriedly led away by Bai Jian, as though fearing she might flee. Once they exited the dining hall, Bai Jian guided Ye Wanwan to the classrooms and training grounds of the disciples, as well as the library, alchemy room, artifact forging room, and the disciples' quarters. Bai Jian even expressed her intention to show Ye Wanwan the peaks where several masters resided. Why? Ye Wanwan inquired. Taken aback by the question, Bai Jian turned to her, the confusion evident in the young girl's eyes. I never mentioned wanting to stay. Bai Jian gazed deeply in her eyes, asserting, you have nowhere else to go. Ye Wanwan paused, momentarily taken aback. Bai Jian pointed to her heart, saying, this place speaks of your lack of a destination. Ye Wanwan felt a pang in her chest. Bai Jian smiled gently, offering comfort. This place is wonderful. You should stay. Ye Wanwan regarded Bai Jian, who appeared 2 or 3 years her senior. Yet there was an innocence about her that belied her age. Bai Jian seemed less like a 20-year-old and more like an 11 or 12-year-old girl, well protected and sheltered. Ye Wanwan settled into the disciples' quarters. As she had yet to formally apprentice, she resided temporarily on the main peak, intending to move to another peak once she had taken a master. After listening attentively, she began to grasp the situation. It turned out that the entire Tianyi sect had no more than 20 individuals in total. Bai Jian mentioned that she alone occupied a peak dedicated to training. However, I rarely visit my own peak. I prefer to stay here, she explained. Ye Wanwan pondered this. This sect did not appear to lack resources. Even in the sparsely populated Qinyan peak, they could not afford for each disciple to have their own peak. We may not have much here, but we have abundant land. If you wish to plant anything, you may do so freely, Bai Jian informed her. Ye Wanwan nodded in agreement. I have a matter to attend to. I'll report to my master first. You should rest, and in the afternoon, I will take you to a special place, Bai Jian said. Alrit, Ye Yanyan ripiet. Ye Wanwan sat alone in her room, gazing out through the open window. The sun cast its gentle rays upon a snow plum tree in the distance, its dark branches adorned with white blossoms, glimmering like scattered golden light. It felt as if a beam of light had leaped into her eyes. Ye Wanwan pondered, could she remain here? Bai Jian was right. She truly had no home, not in a modern world, nor here. A self-deprecating smile played on her lips. She settled into a cross-legged position, commencing her day's cultivation, completing both the small and large circulations. Ye Wanwan's realm had stabilized at the first level of qi refinement, merely a step away from the second level. Resolutely, she drew talismans and affixed them around the room, gathering her energy to break through to the second level. 2 hours passed. As a small current of air expanded outward, she smoothly entered the second level of qi refinement. Success. Ye Wanwan turned her attention inward to her dantian, where 5 golden elixirs circulated in a particular rhythm, alongside 5 small currents of air, with the red and blue ones being slightly larger. The other 3 were comparable. Fire root, peak of the second level. Water root, mid-second level. Metal, wood, and earth, early second level. Ye Wanwan nodded to herself, satisfied. Upon awakening, she realized it was already the hour of shun. The time agreed upon with Bai Jian had long passed. After a moment's contemplation, she stepped out of the courtyard. As she opened the door, she noticed the presence of others outside. Li Wanji and Fong Hian were squatting in the yard, their duration of waiting unknown. Fong Hian remarked, "Having been at Tianyi Sect for so many years, you are the most diligent person I have encountered, aside from the senior brother." Li Wanji looked utterly perplexed. "So, you really practiced all this time? Brother, is your life truly this mundane?" Ye Wanwan rotated her wrist, idly contemplating. The two chimed in unison. "When you're idle, you get least sleep." Ye Wanwan remained silent. Fong Hian shook his head. "Had I known, I would have taken you to help the hidden master with herb planting, since you're doing nothing anyway." Li Wanji jumped over the railing and into the courtyard, exclaiming, "You aren't actually planning to stay here, are you?" Fong Hian observed him. "Are you planning to flee again?" The sect master has stated, "You are a member of Tianyi Sect in life and a spirit of Tianyi Sect in death. There is no escaping." Li Wanji leaped up, shouting back, "I've already said, you don't need to refund my tuition. Why are you still pursuing me? The payment wasn't made by me, but by my father. If you want someone, go after him." Fong Hian, with a serious expression, replied, "Once we accept the payment, we must fulfill our duties. That is the principle of our sect. As your senior brother, we have made our decision." Li Wanji was about to unleash a string of curses when Fong Hian disregarded him entirely. With a snap of his fingers, he tossed a pill into Li Wanji's mouth. In an instant, silence enveloped the world. Li Wanji, unable to utter a sound, flailed his arms in frustration towards Fong Hian. Fong Hian chuckled and explained to Ye Wanwan, "It's just a failed pill. It's remarkably effective for silencing someone. Junior sister, the second senior sister, has requested me to take you to the marrow washing pool." Ye Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. "The marrow washing pool? Can I truly go? That is a sacred place of the sect. Even within the Supreme Sect, only those who place among the top 3 in their realm as competitions are deemed worthy of entry." Ye Wanwan, in her second year as a disciple, consistently achieved this accolade. However, as her senior brothers had never ventured there, she graciously relinquished this opportunity, believing she would eventually have her turn. It was only after Yi Qian's arrival that her chances vanished entirely. Of course, Fong Hian remarked with a smile, "Every disciple entering must partake in this rite." He gestured, indicating even the junior disciple was included. Upon hearing this, Li Wanji trembled, cold sweat immediately cascading down his brow, gripped by fear. The cleansing pool was situated on the main peak, accessible without the need for flight. Fong Hian led them into a grove of purple bamboo. Beyond the thickets lay a series of ascending steps, wide enough for 2 to walk side by side. They ascended to the 377th step, pausing briefly, then proceeded along the mountain path for over 100 paces until they arrived before a chilling pond. "Here we are," he announced, before circling to Li Wanji's rear and, without warning, delivering a swift kick that sent him plummeting into the depths. With his hands tucked into his sleeves, Fong Hian gently reassured Ye Wanwan, "Do not worry. Junior sister, the treatment for girls is quite different." Ye Wanwan could only watch in disbelief as Li Wanji sank, mouth agape, seemingly screaming in anguish. Yet his throat emitted no sound, only silent howls. The frosty mist enveloping him revealed the intense nature of this place as trials, as he appeared to be shrouded in smoke. Chapter 10. If no disciples are taken, there will be no one left. A thick mist enveloped Li Wanji, submerging him entirely. He sputtered a stream of bubbles as he sank, and Fong Hian counted the moments before rescuing him. He fared better this time, managing to last 60 breaths, a full 20 more than before. Li Wanji lay on the ground, his eyes rolled back, silent and unresponsive. Observing him in such a state, Ye Wanwan completely abandoned her intention of inquiring about the 5 spiritual roots cultivation method. It was painfully evident that the current Li Wanji had yet to attain the prowess of his future self, although she had mentally prepared for this. The stark contrast was still difficult for her to accept. Nevertheless, curiosity gnawed at her. What had Li Wanji experienced to become the person he was in the future? Cold, silent, and meticulously calculating? At present, he was merely a miser, Would he truly ascend to the status of an intelligence master a century hence? Ye Wanwan mused that his name would undoubtedly be among those of prominence at the village's entrance. Junior sister, come here, Fang Hian said with a gentle smile. However, having witnessed his earlier kick to Li Wanji, Ye Wanwan was cautious not to underestimate him. This senior possessed remarkable precision in his strikes. This is the cleansing pool, Fang Hian continued amiably, where one can purge their channels and refine their essence. However, each individual's constitution reacts differently to the pool. Since this is your first visit, you need not stay long. Simply enter and feel its effects. If you find it unpleasant, do let me know, and I shall assist you. As he spoke, he handed her a set of clean garments and a purple hairband, denoting her as a disciple of the Tianyi sect. As a young lady, I shall wait for you at the stone steps below. Call out if you need anything. I will hear you. With that, he hoisted Li Wanji by the collar and departed, without even changing his clothes. At least you are at the 5th level of qi refinement. You should have learned to use your techniques to dry your attire, she thought, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Why the silence? Have you turned into a fool? Ye Wanwan pondered, contemplating whether she should remind him of the medicine he had just ingested, which seemed to have slipped his mind entirely. The two descended the stone steps, gradually disappearing from her sight. She placed the clean clothes on the ground, but shortly thereafter, a stone platform rose to support them. Surrounding her was a veil of light fabric that obscured the scenery, softening even the chill of the cleansing pool. Ye Wanwan's expression shifted. Was this an array? Her treatment contrasted starkly with Li Wanji's. The young woman shed her outer garments, donned her inner wear, and stepped barefoot into the pool. As the cold mist penetrated her skin, she had anticipated a bone-chilling sensation, yet it was not so. Instead, a wave of warmth enveloped her, wrapping around her ankles and cascading upwards. She felt no discomfort. Rather, it was soothing. After testing the waters, finding them agreeable, she leapt fully into the pool. Warmth. This was Ye Wanwan's immediate impression. The comforting heat radiating from the cleansing pool dispelled the early winter chill and the sense of being cast out from her sect, allowing her body and spirit to relax completely. She even suspected that Fang Hian was jesting with her, asserting that this was not a cleansing pool but a hot spring. Yet, the delicate strands of energy penetrated her meridians, mending the injuries wrought by her own self-inflicted damage. They repaired the fine fissures, rendering her meridians as expansive as rivers, allowing spiritual energy to gallop freely within, ultimately surging into her dantian, thereby invigorating the 5 swirling clouds within. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yanju and Li Mingde were engaged in a discussion concerning a certain child. This child, I want him, Yanju declared. Li Mingde, typically cheerful, uncharacteristically displayed a trace of discomfort. Junior brother, it is not that I refuse you, but your first request for a disciple from your elder brother is something I would normally fulfill. However, this child you cannot teach him. Yanju immediately raised his sword-like eyebrows. Cannot teach? It is not a matter of inability to provide, but rather an inability to teach. This was even more provocative. Li Mingde replied, indeed cannot teach. Yanju crossed his arms, displeased. Elder brother, if you wish to brush me off with other excuses, so be it. But with this one, I am curious to know, what do you mean by cannot teach? Li Mingde stroked his chin thoughtfully. Have you not noticed that this child's spiritual root is quite extraordinary? A heavenly grade spiritual root, he explained. Yanju crossed his arms, acknowledging, I see that now. That is why he wished to join us. Such a remarkable talent is exceedingly rare. Moreover, the child's innate constitution and resilience are even more exceptional. The very thought that such an extraordinary prospect had gone unnoticed by the outside sects left Yanju astonished. Yet, since this child had fallen into their Tianyi sect's hands, they could not allow him to blend into the masses. It is a heavenly grade spiritual root. Li Mingde's tone bore significance, but is also 5 spiritual roots. Yanju was momentarily taken aback. To possess even one heavenly grade spiritual root is a rarity, yet this girl has 5. Yanju fell silent for a time, staring at Li Mingde in astonishment, fully aware that his elder brother would not err in judgment. But 5 heavenly grade spiritual roots. I truly cannot teach him. Yanju was not disheartened. He merely inquired with curiosity, "But elder brother, how did you agree to let Xiao Bai keep her? A heavenly grade spiritual root is indeed an exceptional one. However, 5 heavenly grade spiritual roots are different. They're referred to as waste spiritual roots, no matter how one cultivates. They can never transcend the nascent soul stage, remaining perpetually at the core formation stage, unless one were to destroy the other 4 roots, retaining only one. Yet, such an act is strictly forbidden within the immortal sects, for no one knows whether the remaining root can still cultivate or if it can maintain its original grade. This approach has never been attempted, nor does anyone dare to take the risk, and their Tianyi sect would never resort to such measures, for it would obliterate her innate talent, violating the natural order of the Tao. Li Mingde chuckled. While neither of us can teach him, there is someone who can. Upon hearing this, Yanju instantly comprehended whom Li Mingde was referencing. He regarded his elder brother with a knowing expression. Elder brother, you should abandon that notion. He has declared that he will never take a disciple in this lifetime. Li Mingde laughed heartily. Perhaps there could be an exception. Yanju raised an eyebrow. Crossing his arms, a wager, then? Very well. Li Mingde appeared to ponder for a moment before saying, if you lose, you must accept Li Wanji. Yanju replied, what a cruel wager. Li Mingde smiled and asked, have you conceded, junior brother Yanju? I wager against you because I do not believe he will accept. Yanju rose and left the great hall, taking a few steps before quietly stating, I shall descend the mountain for a few days and return. I trust you to oversee matters here. Li Mingde inquired, what troubles you? Yanju responded, the provisions in the kitchen will last only 3 more days. I must go down the mountain to earn some money. Thank you for your hard work, junior brother. Yanju coldly replied. Senior brother should inquire with Sun Yin about when we might cultivate crops. If we do not plant soon, we shall be unable to afford them. Li Mingde felt a pang of shame. Having practiced fasting for many years, they had long forgotten how to cultivate grains. And Sun Yin had been striving for over a decade. I will also make an effort, he said. Without looking back, Yanju departed. Raising a group of young ones is indeed no simple task. This group of brothers and sisters, all first-time mentors, suddenly realized that if they did not take on disciples, the Tianyi sect would truly face extinction. The 101st generation of disciples would have no successors. Who could have anticipated that the elders of the Tianyi sect would be compelled to emerge from their seclusion for such a reason? Chapter 11. Spiritual cleansing and enlightenment. The Tianyi sect is in dire need of talents. Despite their relentless efforts over the past few decades to scout promising individuals, the chosen few remain scarce. Therefore, how could they possibly let slip a prodigious talent like Li Wanji, who had presented himself at their doorstep? Li Mingde stroked his beard, recognizing the exceptional potential and determined to find a way to retain him. Meanwhile, at the spiritual cleansing pool, Fang Hian anxiously squatted on the stone steps, having waited for an eternity without a sign of Ye Wanwan emerging. How long has she been inside? He queried, his heart racing. Li Wanji responded uneasily, 15 minutes. Fang Hian sprang to his feet. 15 minutes? That is quite a while. Indeed it is, Li Wanji admitted, recalling how he had longed to escape the moment he entered. The young girl was astonishingly enduring. Fang Hian paced restlessly, recalling that the longest anyone from their generation had spent in the cleansing pool was second senior sister, who had only lasted a quarter of an hour. Ye Wanwan was nearing that mark. This was concerning. I must check on her. If she faints in there, it would be disastrous. With urgency, Fang Hian dashed to the edge of the pool, preparing to call out. Suddenly, sounds emerged from within, rustling as if someone was dressing. Instantly, Fang Hian turned around. What is happening? Is she unconscious? Should we call for help? Li Wanji inquired, following closely. Fang Hian pressed his hand against his head, urging him to look the other way. No need for alarm. She is coming out. Indeed, Ye Wanwan emerged, now clad in the attire of the Tianyi sect, eliciting approving nod from both Fang Hian and Li Wanji. She appeared far more vibrant than before. Previously, Ye Wanwan resembled a stray cat, unique in her aura but forlorn and homeless. In her new attire, however, she exuded a sense of belonging, as if the robes were tailor-made for her. Li Wanji circled around her, a golden jade abacus appearing in his hands. He mused aloud. If you were to sell this outfit, you would certainly reap a handsome fortune. Fang Hian shoved him aside. Silence, you money-obsessed fool. The robe is not for sale. Ye Wanwan clasped her hands in gratitude. Thank you, Brother Fang. I am quite well now. It was merely my curiosity that kept me in the pool longer than intended. Fang Hian understood, recalling his own experience of testing the waters before daring to plunge in. Li Wanji had taken an hour to muster the courage for his first attempt, and thus he had kicked him in. The more Fang Hian observed his junior sister, the more he appreciated her. In the hierarchy of the Tianyi sect, I rank third. If you don't mind, you may call me third senior brother. Bai Shiji is second, and we have an elder brother who is currently away, but he will introduce himself to you upon his return. As for Li Shidi, he is fourth, making you the sixth, little six. He pointed at Li Wanji, designating him as fourth. Ye Wanwan pondered silently. What the fifth? Li Wanji articulated her innermost thoughts, wondering how they had bypassed the fifth step. The fifth junior disciple had been earmarked by the master, yet he had not yet been brought back, and it seemed they would have to wait a while longer to meet him. Fang Hian, having finished speaking, began to lead the two of them downward, preparing to move to the next location. The terms earmarked and not brought echoed ominously in Li Wanji's ears. She inhaled sharply. Could it be that he was also taken by force? Fang Hian shot her a sidelong glance, clarifying that the situation was different. The fifth junior disciple had a rather stubborn nature, and the master had advised that they should persuade him thoroughly, at least making 3 visits to his abode to coax him, to bring him back. But you're different. Fang Hian smiled broadly, stating that she was sent by her father. Li Wanji felt as though Fang Hian's words implied that she had willingly walked into a den of peril. Fang Hian led Ye Wanwan and Li Wanji away from the cleansing pool and entered a building. From the outside, it appeared to be merely 2 or 3 stories high. Upon entering, however, they discovered it to be a single expansive floor that soared to a domed ceiling over 8 zhang high. Standing within, one felt remarkably insignificant. We have arrived, Fang Hian announced. Upon reaching this place, Li Wanji did not resist. Rather, she found a comfortable spot to recline. She remarked to Ye Wanwan that this was far more enjoyable than the cleansing pool. Ye Wanwan surveyed her surroundings, finding nothing particularly special. Fang Hian halted at the entrance and cheerfully urged them to savor the experience. As Ye Wanwan stepped onto the platform, light cascaded from the high dome. Countless streams of spiritual energy surged across the platform, coalescing through the formation and flowing into their bodies, cleansing and infusing spiritual energy. Ye Wanwan éclatait in astonishment. After cleansing, the meridians would expand, and during this phase, if a powerful infusion formation were employed to gather the essence of heaven and earth, the disciples would be able to swiftly absorb and reinforce their meridians. Some might even break through the mortal confines and enter the qi refinement stage during their first infusion, creating a miracle. Though both Ye Wanwan and Li Wanji were no longer novices, the effects of this formation were immensely beneficial to them. The combined effects of cleansing and infusing spiritual energy surpassed mere addition. While cleansing pools were already rare, infusion formations were exceedingly precious, often exorbitantly priced. Even with the immense resources of the Supreme Sect, they could only afford to construct a modest gathering formation near the cleansing pool, allowing freshly cleansed disciples to experience the absorption of refined spiritual power for comparative purposes. However, the Tianyi sect was remarkably generous, so lavish that Ye Wanwan felt an overwhelming sense of wealth. It was indeed opulent. They were not utilizing a gathering formation, but rather a colossal infusion formation, uniquely erected using ancient architecture. This formation had absorbed the essence of the sun and moon along with the power of the mountains over countless years, releasing it when needed to infuse the disciples. As Ye Wanwan reveled in the abundance of spiritual energy, she softly remarked, "The Tianyi sect possesses profound depth. It is far from what it outwardly appears." Li Wanji muttered in response, "They are merely living off their past glories. Once you linger here longer, you will realize how impoverished they truly are. Even in poverty, their generosity towards new disciples is evident, as they have sent me into the cleansing pool and the spirit infusion array today. This opportunity is rarely afforded to disciples who have practiced for 10 years in other sections. Take Ye Wanwan, for instance, who has spent many years in the Supreme Sect, yet has never entered the cleansing pool. Li Wanji, surprisingly, refrained from retorting. Ye Wanwan was unaware of how long the spirit infusion array would remain open. She seized the moment to cultivate, absorbing the energy while the 5 spheres of qi within her spun rapidly. Under the dual enhancement of cleansing and infusion, her fire spiritual root had already broken through to the 3rd layer in the pool, and now, with the infusion, it was on the verge of advancing to the 4th layer. Li Wanji was not lagging behind either. His aura, at the 5th level of qi refinement, had become more refined and showed faint signs of a breakthrough. However, seemingly oblivious to this warm spiritual energy, he had fallen into a deep slumber, lacking the inclination even to meditate or pretend. Ye Wanwan thought to herself, how blissful yet unaware of one's own fortune. After an hour, Fang Hian arrived cheerfully to escort them. The bits of grass and debris clinging to him indicated that he had not been idly waiting. Time's up, let us head out. At this moment, the sun was setting in the west. Fang Hian took them to the dining hall for a meal before returning them to their quarters. By now, the sun had completely dipped below the horizon. Today marks the first day of our little junior sister's entrance. After a long day of travel yesterday, you should rest well tonight. Tomorrow, I will take you both to the morning class. At this point, Fang Hian smiled and welcomed Ye Wanwan, saying, welcome to Tianyi Sect. Little junior sister, you will surely find the days ahead filled with anticipation. Li Wanji pressed his eyelids, feeling a twitch in his right eye, a sign of misfortune. Fang Hian promptly dragged him away, saying, come, junior brother, your room is next to mine. After our long separation, let me help you catch up on what you've missed. In the now tranquil courtyard, only Ye Wanwan remained. Habitually, she entered her room alone. Something stirred within her Chinkoan bag, and she suddenly remembered, having almost forgotten about it. She released the mysterious turtle and, finding a basket, made do for the time being, promising to find a proper nest for it the next day. The turtle surveyed Ye Wanwan before leisurely climbing into the basket, content without complaint, especially since she had thoughtfully provided a handful of spirit grass. Ye Wanwan settled into meditation, peacefully passing her first day at Tianyi Sect. The following morning, Bai Jian came to knock on her door. Chapter 12. The tragic demise of Fang Hian upon hearing a sound. Ye Wanyan promptly opened the door. Second senior sister. Bai Jian paused her knocking, having risen early. She tilted her head to assess Ye Wanyan, noting her already clad in Taoist robes, brimming with vitality, and nodded in satisfaction. Come, I shall take you to the morning class. Ye Wanyan had prepared herself to absorb the teachings of the day. However, the morning sessions at Tianyi Sect differed significantly from those at Wushang Sect. Rather than listening to lectures or engaging in meditation, they were sparring amongst peers. Indeed, quite unique. Fang Hian remarked, junior sister, you are mistaken. This is a friendly exchange, a sparring session among comrades. Li Wanji had already been dragged into the training arena, commencing the second round of his ordeal. His eyes, filled with desperation and a plea for help, fell upon Ye Wanyan as he reached out towards her, only to have his hand pressed back down by Fang Hian. Each joint being forced back, merely Wanji's extinguished will to seek rescue. I am merely an alchemist, not a physical cultivator. If you cannot endure my punches, how shall you progress in your training? Junior brotherly? You ought to practice more. Livansi wimper din distress. Ye Wanyan's gaze lingered for a moment before she observed Fang Hian engaging in combat with Li Wanji, who hastily attempted to evade. He was struck on the cheek after a couple of exchanges. After 3 or 4 exchanges, he was utterly defeated, revealing a complete lack of foundation. He will not perish. Bai Jian's voice interjected from the side. Ye Wanyan snapped back to attention to find Bai Jian had changed into training attire. Let me test your skills first. Ye Wanyan nodded in agreement. Very well, senior sister, please show mercy. The two positioned themselves, facing each other. The early winter morning still bore a hint of chill. Yet, as their gazes met, sparks of determination ignited, warming the training ground. This was not smoke from battle, but rather a manifestation of their fighting spirit towards each other. With swift motions, the two commenced their duel. Their fists clashed with a resounding thud. The force transmitted from their knuckles to wrists and arms allowed Ye Wanwan to acutely feel the strength possessed by Bai Jian. In that fleeting moment, she nearly faltered, retreating a half-step before regaining her stance. "Impressive," Ye Wanwan remarked, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Bai Jian, equally eager, prepared for the next exchange. After testing each other's abilities with a punch, they initiated their second round of combat. The winds from their fists howled past, narrowly brushing against one another. In her continuous evasion, Ye Wanwan managed to intercept Bai Jian's sudden attacks, which, though simple, were characterized by unpredictable trajectories. In this manner, they exchanged blows 3, 4, 5. Their figures accelerated, the sound of their striking bodies resonating, causing Fang Hian and Li Wanji to pause entirely in their own endeavors. This is the first time I have witnessed someone withstand over 10 exchanges with a formidable one without being sent flying. Li Wanji sat on the ground, his eyes glazed over, reflecting only the fleeting shadows of the two combatants. Fang Hian was equally astonished. The strength of Bai Jian was formidable. Among their peers, only the eldest senior brother could rival her, though he had mentioned that within the same realm, without the protection of spiritual energy, he was inferior to the second senior sister. Yet now, there was an additional junior sister, a prodigy indeed. Truly, she was worthy of being a disciple of Tianyi sect. As the match between Ye Wanwan and Bai Jian progressed to the 18th exchange, Ye Wanwan conceded, exclaiming, "Stop." Bai Jian's fist halted just an inch from Ye Wanwan, her eyes still sparkling with energy, yet she exhibited a hint of confusion at Ye Wanwan's actions. Why did she not continue? Ye Wanwan smiled, her lips curling upwards. "I concede, second senior sister." Bai Jian tilted her head, inquiring why. Ye Wanwan extended her fists, revealing that they trembled. "My hands hurt." Fang Hian approached, hissing in shock. "Her bones are fractured." Bai Jian's expression shifted. Ye Wanwan chuckled. "It's nothing. A little rest will suffice." Li Wanji interjected with a scoff. "You think a fracture is just a matter of resting? You're not a deity, my friend. You're still in the qi refinement stage. This injury will take at least 2 weeks to heal." After speaking, Li Wanji fell into contemplation. Goodness, this individual is clever. By exploiting her fractured bones, she would be exempt from morning classes for the next fortnight. Why hadn't he thought of that? Had he known, he would have pretended to be gravely injured as well. Fang Hian ominously interrupted his musings. "Stop dreaming, Li Shidi. Your constitution is different. You could survive anything." Li Benzi. Ye Wanwan. Survive even death? Is it impossible to be killed? Bai Jian took Ye Wanwan to apply medicine, while Fang Hian dragged the sobbing Li Wanji to continue with the morning class. "I didn't control my strength well." Ye Wanwan noticed the regret in Bai Jian's eyes and comforted her. "It's all right, second senior sister. It will heal soon." Bai Jian glanced at Ye Wanwan and cautiously asked, "So, once you're better, will you still spar with me?" "Ah, so that was the concern." Ye Wanwan replied with a smile, "Of course." Bai Jian sighed with relief. The only person who could spar with her was Li Yan. However, without him present, she had no worthy opponent, making her morning classes rather dismal. Injured, Ye Wanwan rested nearby, observing as Bai Jian practiced with Fang Hian against Li Wanji. Upon closer inspection, she noted that Li Wanji indeed possessed a peculiar constitution. No matter how much Bai Jian and Fang Hian struck him, his injuries healed rapidly, and his vitality remained robust. He recovered quickly from each blow, rising with remarkable speed. His rate of improvement was also evident. From initially being able to withstand only 3 strikes from Fang Hian, he progressed to 4, then 5. Each increment, although subtle, was a testament to his growth. Ye Wanwan began to contemplate. It seemed that in her previous life, she had not comprehended Li Wanji sufficiently. After an hour of morning class, which consisted primarily of one-sided sparring, Bai Jian led everyone to the dining hall, but Yanju was absent, leaving the hall cold and uninviting. Fang Hian remarked, "It seems that my master has gone down the mountain to work. The steamed buns we made earlier are still available. I will steam them." Bai Jian also entered the kitchen to lend a hand. Ye Wanwan wished to assist, yet both of them declined her offer due to her injury. Li Wanji lay sprawled on the table, motionless, weakly murmuring, "Food, food." Fang Hian stacked 5 tiers of buns on the stove and said to Bai Jian, "Sister, The 4 tiers below are yours, and the one above is ours. Bai Jian nodded and squatted down to start the fire. Ye Wanwan gazed at Bai Jian, recalling a fleeting image that had crossed her mind that day. Yet, given Bai Jian's capabilities, how could she have met such a tragic fate? With her disposition, whom could she have offended? The woman before her was 2 or 3 years her senior, yet her thoughts seemed to linger at the maturity of an 11 or 12-year-old. Why had Bai Jian ended up with such a dreadful demise? Did the others of Tianyi's sect remain indifferent? Ye Wanwan turned her gaze toward Fang Hian. Little junior sister, you must be hungry. Please have this to tide you over. Fang Hian offered Ye Wanwan a piece of flatbread, which she accepted. However, at the moment of acceptance, a new image emerged. Fang Hian, slain by a flurry of blades. Chapter 13. The Black Book. The night was shrouded in darkness, with torrential rain pouring down. Fang Hian stood beneath the curtain of rain, his body riddled with wounds, each cut washed by the rainwater, leaving a pool of crimson at his feet. His eyes were wide open, seemingly gazing in the direction of Ye Wanwan, with a hint of solace in his expression. As long as you are safe, that is enough. Ye Wanwan's pupilles constricted. She watched as his breath gradually faded, yet he continued to gaze at her with tenderness. A chill crept up from her feet, enveloping her entire being. Though she had never witnessed such a scene before, for some inexplicable reason, the heart-wrenching pain and despair that seized her at that moment filled her with dread. Fang Hian appeared momentarily stunned, having merely accepted a pastry. Yet his face turned pale as if struck by a sudden chill. Junior sister, are you all right? Bai Jian and Li Wanji exchanged curious glances. Seeing Ye Wanwan's face pale, as if she had been dealt a heavy blow, Li Wanji's mind was filled with questions. Fang Hian, did you poison the food again? Fang Hian, irritated, retorted, I did not. His confidence waned. My medicine pouch is prohibited in the kitchen. How could I poison anything? Besides, this pastry was left over from senior sister. She didn't fall ill from it, so how could she? Fang Hian was even more perplexed that Ye Wanwan hadn't eaten it yet. Even if it were poisoned, one must consume it for the effects to manifest. Ye Wanwan steadied herself against the table, taking a long moment to regain her composure. She stared at the pastry Fang Hian had given her, recalling the 2 instances of foreboding that occurred after they had offered her something. But what was it? Why had she seen their deaths? Was that a glimpse into the future? Fang Hian decisively snatched the piece of pastry back, discarding it. Don't eat that. Junior sister, wait a moment. Have some warm porridge instead. He promptly resumed washing rice and preparing the porridge, instructing Bai Jian to take Ye Wanwan outside to enjoy some hot tea while they waited. Once the porridge and buns were ready, Fang Hian ascended with 5 bamboo steamers of buns, a sight Li Wanji had grown accustomed to. The group ate in silence, with Bai Jian finishing swiftly. After their meal, they were assigned various small tasks by Fang Hian. Ye Wanwan was responsible for organizing the ancient texts. Li Wanji accompanied Fang Hian to cultivate spiritual plants, while Bai Jian went to reinforce the protective mountain array, a routine task that helped him train and enhance the array. After distributing the tasks, Fang Hian scrutinized Ye Wanwan's complexion. Junior sister, are you feeling better? If not, you should return to your room to rest. You need not undertake any tasks today. Ye Wanwan had already regained her composure. I'm fine now, but brother, is it truly acceptable for me to be entrusted with such an important matter as organizing the ancient texts? Even she, an outsider, recognized the immense significance of the ancient texts, having been brought back without undergoing any formal rites or apprenticeship. Was it truly appropriate for her to be responsible for their organization? Was Tianyi's sect truly this capricious? Certainly, this is a task assigned by the master, and I shall execute it with ease. Once you have entered our Tianyi sect, there is no escaping. We harbor no concerns. Fang Hian appeared utterly unconcerned, with Li Wanji beside him serving as a prime example. Those who dare to flee will invariably be apprehended. Ye Wanwan considered this. Indeed, upon exiting, Fang Hian gestured in a specific direction, and Ye Wanwan proceeded on foot. The library, known as is situated at the pinnacle of the main peak. Ye Wanwan ascended the mountain on foot, taking over half an hour to reach the library, only to find it deserted, with ancient tomes strewn haphazardly across the floor. It was evident that it had not been organized for a considerable time. She began to examine, categorize, and arrange the volumes, yet her mind lingered on the earlier scene. Why was she able to perceive their fates? If this was indeed the destiny of Fang Hian and Bai Jian from a past life, how could she witness it? They should have had no intersection in their paths. It was only in this lifetime, due to Li Wanji, that she had been brought to the Tianyi sect, and thus became acquainted with them. Was it fate, or was there some other catalyst? Ye Wanwan tapped the books in her hands, noting that both instances involved gifts. Perhaps she ought to pay closer attention next time. Setting this matter aside, Ye Wanwan swiftly organized an entire cabinet, yet the sheer volume and disarray of the books meant that even after half a day, she had only managed to arrange a small portion. Ye Danyan Sitrichit Herdims. Suddenly, an unnamed tome wedged between the shelves caught her eye, distinguished by its black cover. From this angle, it seemed to shimmer with a golden light. Approaching, she extracted the book from the crevice, opening the front page to reveal diagrams of formations and talismans, yet lacking detailed explanations. However, one tattered page captivated her attention, the Eye of Rebirth. Ye Wanwan's gaze sharpened. She quickly turned to the second page, only to find it torn and empty. Ye Wanwan felt perplexed. She flipped through the entire book, yet still failed to discover the remaining tattered pages. Was it inherently incomplete? She returned her gaze to the preceding page, which bore only those 4 characters and a half-torn formation diagram, nothing more. Suddenly, an eerie sensation washed over her. She abruptly looked up, locking eyes with a pair of piercing orbs observing her from the beam above. Ye Wanwan's expression hardened. Those eyes were as dark as an abyss, seemingly scrutinizing her every move. Reacting swiftly, she gathered fire magic in her palm, but had yet to unleash it when the entity took flight. It swiftly darted past the window and disappeared. Ye Wanwan's expression turned icy. A bird? What business does a bird have in the library? She fixed her gaze on the direction from which the dark bird had fled, noticing that a window had been pushed halfway open, left ajar. It must have entered through there. She reached out, pushing the window open wider, allowing sunlight to cascade onto the page bearing the Eye of Rebirth. Ye Wanwan's expression was inscrutable. The following day, Ye Wanwan attended the morning class, as usual. This time, during the sparring session, Bai Jian was notably more cautious. However, Ye Wanwan felt unfulfilled. Second senior sister, please don't hold back. Bai Jian hesitated. Your hand. Has it healed? Ye Wanwan threw a punch forward, and the wind from her fist sliced through the air, her hand intact. Yesterday, third senior brother brought me some medicine. It works wonders. Good. Seeing this, Bai Jian felt reassured and let herself go. Bai Jian was a formidable physical cultivator, and both her defensive and offensive techniques could significantly enhance a person's physique. Since her golden core had been extracted, Ye Wanwan had been eager to strengthen her own body. While she did not aspire to match Bai Jian's prowess, she at least wished to hold her own in a few exchanges when spiritual energy was unavailable, ensuring her escape should she be discovered by the Supreme Sect after her death evasion. Notably, Bai Jian had never employed spiritual energy during their sparring. In the mornings, they practiced boxing and footwork. In the afternoons, they organized books. And in the evenings, Ye Wanwan delved into quiet meditation. After a month of residing at Tianyi Sect, she had acclimated to the rhythm of life there, until 1 month later, Fang Hian seemed hesitant to speak. Junior sister. Ye Wanwan put down her bowl and chopsticks. What is it? Third senior brother. Fang Hian's words danced on the tip of his tongue, but he struggled to articulate them. Even Bai Jian and Li Wanji turned their attention to him. Finally, Fang Hian steeled himself and said, "The sect master has requested your presence at Sword Mountain." As his words fell, Bai Jian and Li Wanji fell silent, and even the sounds of eating diminished. Chapter 14. The Heart of Darkness or the Conscience, Sword Mountain. The forbidden ground of Tianyi Sect, also a site for disciple assessments. Generally speaking, only disciples who have been initiated for over 6 months are eligible for the Sword Mountain evaluation. Her early participation can only signify one thing. Ye Wanwan possesses exceptional talent. Indeed, Ye Wanwan is willing to accept this. In her previous life, she was often criticized for her ruthless methods, jealousy, and cold-heartedness, abandoning her ancestral teachings. Yet no one ever condemned her for lacking talent. Even when her golden core was extracted and she shifted her focus to talisman crafting, she never faltered. Her talent was renowned. Observing the furtive expressions of her companions, Ye Wanwan remarked, "All right, I shall go immediately. No need to rush. Finish your meal first," Fang Hian responded, offering her food with an air of sympathy. "Regardless, once you arrive, just hand over the items to Master Pei and be cautious." Ye Yanyan replied. Understood. After finishing her meal, she departed. Li Wanji, incredulous, pressed on her. "Sword Mountain? Are you certain? Although I have never been there myself. My elder has mentioned that only disciples who have been within the sect for a year may enter. I have no desire to go. Yet the junior sister has only been here for a month. A month? Can she truly pass the Sword Mountain trials?" Fang Hian retorted sharply. "Do you think I sent her? It is the command of the sect leader, and I am merely following orders." "How cruel, Fang Hian!" Li Wanji exclaimed. "If you were in her position, would you abandon the life of a privileged young master to endure this arduous training? However, should she descend the mountain, it must be understood that the treasures must be returned to me. That creature, a hybrid beast inheriting the bloodline of a ferocious beast, is not something you can simply take away." "Dream on," Li Wanji grumbled. Fang Hian stood firm. "She will succeed." A voice suddenly rang out from Bai Jian. Both Li Wanji and Fang Hian turned in astonishment to Bai Jian, who remained composed, declaring, "Junior sister Yi will pass." Sword Mountain, also known as Sword Tomb, is one of the forbidden grounds of Tianyi sect. Without permission, one must not venture deep within. It is the resting place for the spiritual swords of past sect leaders, elders, and disciples. Regardless of how they met their end, once deceased, their swords returned to Sword Mountain, becoming part of this collection of thousands of blades, forming a majestic peak that serves as a scenic landmark for Tianyi sect and a trial ground for new disciples. With a brocade box in hand, Ye Wanwan stepped into the sword tomb. Upon entering, she immediately sensed the resonant sword intent. The essence of the swords whirled like the wind, rushing past her side in swift gusts. The blade winds grazed her, severing a few strands of her hair. As she watched the fallen locks, her gaze dimmed slightly. Maintaining a calm demeanor, she advanced steadily through the sword tomb, feeling the potent sword intent coiling around her. Each of her steps was deliberate and unwavering, solid as a rock. The resonant clang echoed in her ears, while countless shouts converged from all directions. Yet, Ye Wanwan did not falter. Holding the talisman tightly in her grasp, her expression remained unyielding. As the scene shifted, she found herself amidst the yellow sands, witnessing a fearsome beast charging towards her, and a solitary figure with a sword standing before the city gate. He stood firm, his gaze indifferent as he faced the oncoming tide of 100,000 demonic soldiers. With a raised sword, he struck down upon them. Amidst the yellow sands, blood, and the cacophony of cries, the man clad in a Taoist robe remained resolute at the city gate, refusing to yield, steadfast in his defense. Yet, the scene transformed once more. The encircling demonic soldiers and their weapons were replaced by the trembling and fearful townsfolk. "Do not blame us, Taoists," they pleaded. "If we kill you, we will be spared. Spared for the sake of our entire city. We act only to survive. Taoist, you are an immortal. You cannot die. Just let us stab you once. Only your death will grant us freedom. You have lived for so long. Grant us this mercy." The sound of a crude knife scraping against flesh and bone sent chills through the onlookers. In mere moments, the young Taoist was left bloodied and mangled. Some wept as they struck him, while others cried out for forgiveness, yet still thrust their blades forward. Even as he knelt, the relentless assault of swords and knives continued unabated. Some even opened the city gates, shouting, "We have killed him. Spare us." In that frenzied uproar, it seemed no one remembered that this man had stood guard at the city gate for 7 days and nights, safeguarding their peace. Ye Wanwan stood before the Taoist, who appeared to be in his early 20s, handsome yet now barely recognizable, his visage obscured by a haze of blood and gore. "Have I erred?" His murmured question seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul. Ye Wanwan, hearing his confusion, stepped closer. Have I erred?" His voice echoed in her ears, as if he sought to question himself. Ye Wanwan knelt beside him, gazing at the blood-soaked ground. "Act according to your heart, and do not question right or wrong. If this is your desire, then it cannot be deemed a mistake. Defending the city is your path. Killing you is theirs. His voice was low. Is my path wrong? Is it wrong? He roared in anguish. Ye Wanwan replied, I do not know. With those words, the blood upon the ground transformed into a swirling mass of demonic energy, rising towards the heavens and engulfing the city. It obscured the sky and sun. The demonic energy surged, and the townsfolk cried out. In that moment, both inside and outside the city were filled with malevolence. The once pure sanctuary now defiled by their own hands. The cries grew incessant, yet the demonic energy did not relent. It assailed everyone, including Ye Wanwan. Within this dark force resided his resentment, his hatred, his confusion, his entire negativity. Thus was born a heart demon, and within this heart demon, Ye Wanwan beheld that figure. Morphing into herself, she furrowed her brow. Was this an illusion? You are lying. This is your true response. The voice was sinister, laced with a hint of satisfaction. To repay kindness with enmity, how does one repay virtue? Your heart is consumed with murderous intent. The voice erupted into wild laughter, as if mocking Ye Wanwan's hypocrisy. This is the essence of Ye Wanwan's dark heart. Despite her unyielding facade, she grasped at the flesh of her foe and buried it in a pit. As if preserving a semblance of morality, fulfilling the duties expected of her role. Burying the dead, erecting a monument. A sinister shadow loomed around her. You are filled with hatred, resentment for those who have betrayed you. Suddenly, the common folk transformed into Ji Chonghuai, Do Ming, and Yi Qian, each thrusting their blades deep, piercing your heart. Pain and suffocation surged within. Ye Wanwan's complexion turned pale, yet her hand did not falter in erecting the monument. Clearly, you were the most intelligent among the Qinyan Peak, undoubtedly the most gifted, and indeed the one who excelled within the sect, yet no one acknowledged your brilliance. Everyone favored the more mediocre Yi Qian. You are superfluous. Ye Wanwan's gaze turned frigid, silencing the accusations. The golden core you forged through 10 years of arduous training. They wish to seize. The title of genius that you earned, they wish to bestow at their whim. What have you gained? You have received their 7 blades, piercing your heart. You should harbor even greater hatred than I. What pretense do you maintain? Ye Wanwan's eyes grew icy and gradually blood-red. She dipped her fingers in the blood on the ground and inscribed a name upon the wood. It was not the name of any individual. Rather, it was conscience. Chapter 15. The Sword of Conscience. The shadow paused momentarily. Ye Wanwan's expression remained indifferent as she declared, I have buried my conscience. Henceforth, I shall be reborn. The shadow failed to comprehend her meaning. But observe as the young girl retrieved the sword that had fallen to the ground. She lifted it and, step by step, approached the phantoms before her. They were common folk, as well as figures from her sect. With the sword in hand, she swung it downwards. Kill! The tumultuous demonic energy surged, and the piercing cries could not deter the girl who emerged from the blood mist. Defending the city is your path. To kill and become a demon is their path. Yet to slay demons and uphold righteousness is my path. Standing amidst the rain of blood, Ye Wanwan spoke calmly. Turning to the shadow, I will not guide you, nor do I understand the methods of guiding hearts. However, I know one truth. Justice in this world does not reside with the greater number. She gestured towards the common folk ahead, a soft laugh escaping her lips, but I see them as demons. The shadow fell silent for a long moment, seemingly calming. Yet his eyes gradually reddened. Kill! Ye Wanwan's lips moved slightly. The path of killing is also a path. She raised her left hand, her fingers gesturing, and the talismans manifested. A tremendous force descended from the heavens, swiftly claiming the lives of nearly 100 people, among whom was the phantom of Ji Chonghuai. The girl remained unfazed, swinging her sword with precision. One after another, people fell before her. She tread upon the mountain of corpses and crossed the sea of blood, advancing towards the open city gates, assaulting this checkpoint of disciples. As she approached the gates, the entire sword mountain erupted with fervor. Within the peaks of the swords, countless spiritual blades trembled violently, the surging demonic energy nearly breaking free from its sealed confines, threatening to engulf the power of the mountains. Bai Jian, who had been practicing her punches, halted her movements. Li Wanji and Fang Hian, who were digging and planting, stood stunned. The mountains trembled, and the entire protective formation silently activated. Yet this force of attack did not emanate from the outside, but from within. Something was amiss at Sword Mountain. Bai Jian was the first to react. Without hesitation, she dashed towards the mountain. Li Wanji and Fang Hian, anxious, abandoned their tasks in haste. "Wait for me. I can't fly." Li Wanji fretted. Though he sensed Ye Wanwan was burdened with heavy thoughts, she was still their junior sister, and he did not wish to see her come to harm. Fang Hian summoned his magical artifact, pulling Li Wanji along as they soared towards Sword Mountain. Noticing Li Wanji's prolonged gaze at his artifact, Fang Hian frowned. "What are you doing? Have you never seen such a unique artifact before?" Li Wanji muttered, "I haven't tea." Upon their arrival, Bai Jian had already reached the mountain. She was attempting to break through the constraints of Sword Mountain to enter. However, at that moment, the grand formation had fully activated. The myriad swords trembled, and the earth quaked, as if confronted by some exceedingly perilous event. Bai Jian could not approach. Yanju had also arrived, her brow furrowed tightly. "Junior Martial Uncle, you must take a look." Upon encountering him, Fang Hian felt as though he had found a savior. Hastily pulling Yanju over to ascertain the situation, Yanju gazed at the surging demonic energy enveloping the mountains, questioning who had ventured into it. "The junior sister," Bai Jian replied swiftly. Fang Hian promptly relayed the matter of the sect leader permitting Ye Wanwan to enter Sword Mountain, leaving Yanju perplexed. It had only been a brief time since she joined Tianyi's sect. How could they allow her to enter Sword Mountain? "Is it forbidden?" Fang Hian inquired anxiously. "Not forbidden." Yanju's eyes flickered. "Sword Mountain houses the blades of our esteemed ancestors, each imbued with unique Taoist power. Those who enter may be chosen by the swords, thus becoming inheritors, a tremendous opportunity." Then, Fang Hian observed the unfolding spectacle. "Is the junior sister being chosen by the swords?" After a moment of contemplation, Yanju replied, "She is being targeted by all the swords." The three were left speechless. What did that mean? Bai Jian, already confused, was further bewildered by Fang Hian's astonishment. He too had entered Sword Mountain, but had never encountered such a commotion. He had merely selected a personal artifact and departed. Yet Ye Wanwan's circumstances were evidently different. Targeted by all the swords, would the junior sister emerge unscathed? Each blade within the mountain contained profound insights into the Tao. If they united in an assault, Fang Hian could hardly bear to imagine the outcome. He understood that the sword chi array within could overwhelm even those at the nascent soul stage, let alone a mere chi refining practitioner. Yanju, too, felt a sense of curiosity. "I too wish to know what she has done to provoke such a disturbance." The anomalies of Sword Mountain drew the attention of peak masters from various summits, halting their tasks to witness the unfolding events. It had been many years since such excitement filled the air. Evidently, the new recruit within the sect possessed remarkable qualities. "This cursed, demonic energy has withered my seedlings. Whose fault is it for bringing back a demon cultivator? Compensate me for my seedlings. I say, third senior brother, as a sorcerer, you should refrain from dabbling in agriculture. Leave this to those adept in the field." As if I wanted to, a barrage of expletives was silenced. The crowd watched as the blood clouds above Sword Mountain were suppressed, yet continued to surge upward, undeterred, rising and falling despite being quelled by the protective array. This child bears a heavy demonic heart. She may not surpass the heart-questioning array. Surpassing it is one matter. I ponder whether she can emerge safely. If she were to be vanquished by the heart-questioning, not even her soul would remain. All eyes were on Sword Mountain, filled with confusion, astonishment, and murmurs. Yet none believed Ye Wanwan could pass this trial. Only Li Mingda, in a secluded chamber, whispered, "This child, should she overcome this challenge, will soar to great heights." Another voice interjected, "And if she fails, her soul shall scatter." The sword in Ye Wanwan's hand had become drenched in blood, shadows lurking beside her as she ruthlessly dispatched each assailant, leaving none alive. The malevolent aura surrounding him began to dissipate. It should suffice. Ye Wanwan tilted her head to observe him. Was it truly sufficient? Since the deed was already set in motion, why not proceed decisively? She cast her gaze towards the 100,000 demonic soldiers outside the city, intending to deal with them all at once. The shadow spoke. Wait a moment. Am I the one consumed by darkness, or are you? Ye Wanwan chuckled softly, inquiring what difference there was between them. She looked towards the billowing clouds of darkness, asserting that in this realm, you are me, and I am you. Moreover, this is not merely succumbing to darkness, but rather the reformation of our hearts and minds. To advance is to embrace boundless horizons, while to retreat is to spiral into frustration. Ye Wanwan flicked her sword tassel and declared that it would be best to strike decisively, with clarity of thought and a heart unburdened by guilt. This is my path. Her eyes shone with clarity, devoid of any taint of darkness. She demonstrated through her resolve that her acts of killing were aligned with righteousness, not malevolence, and that her targets were not innocents but demons. The shadow had reverted to the form of the young Taoist, now floating beside Ye Wanwan, whispering softly, "Thus, I am justified in taking lives." Ye Wanwan met his gaze, affirming, "The sword in my hand never strikes the innocent." This declaration lingered in the air near the city gates. As she looked back at the gates, the blood mist dissipated, revealing that all fallen figures were those stained with the blood of others, while the innocent citizens cowered behind the city walls, untouched and pure. The young girl stood resolutely before the city gates, with light at her back and darkness ahead. She occupied the space between righteousness and wickedness, yet steadfastly upheld her own convictions. This was her path, both righteous and wicked. The Taoist in green suddenly erupted in laughter, the sound echoing as a green longsword broke free from the depths of the sword mountain, shattering the sword grave. Under the onslaught of countless sword energies, it single-handedly crushed all sword spirits, manifesting with a thunderous presence. The members of Tianyi's sect were taken aback. The heart-questioning sword. Yanju was momentarily stunned. She had actually awakened the heart-questioning sword. Chapter 16. The Acknowledgement of the Divine Weapon. The Heart-Seeking Sword. The Heart-Seeking Sword. A treasure blade of the second-generation disciple of the Tianyi sect, belonged to the revered Master Wenxin. This individual, hailed as an unparalleled genius of the sect over the past millennium, was on the brink of ascending to a higher realm when, during a trial, his heart was shattered, leading to his demise and the obliteration of his soul. The reasons for this calamity remain shrouded in mystery. However, his sword has endured through time, albeit stained with blood and imbued with a heavy aura of death, resulting in its confinement deep within the sword mountain. Yet at this moment, the divine weapon astonishingly broke free from its seal and soared into the air. This unexpected event not only bewildered Yanju, but also left by Jian and Feng Hian at a loss. Could it be that the junior sister has awakened the divine weapon? Yanju gazed at the heart-seeking sword, which now radiated a brilliant light, its demonic energy overwhelming all other spiritual swords, seemingly prepared to challenge a multitude of blades in order to protect those within the formation. What actions did she undertake within the heart-seeking array? This question piqued the curiosity of not only Yanju, but also all the elders observing the scene. Atop the snowy peak, a man with white hair and black eyes opened his gaze towards Sword Mountain. A fleeting glimmer in his eyes, reminiscent of the crimson clouds rising into the sky. He murmured softly, "It has returned." The whisper was carried away by the wind. The heart-seeking sword stood resolute within the array, in the realm of illusion. The sandy cityscapes surrounding Ye Wanwan vanished without a trace as the young Taoist, suspended in midair, proclaimed, "The path of my heart is the righteous path." Ye Wanwan turned her head to regard him, responding without hesitation, "Indeed, what I believe in is the Tao." The young Taoist gazed at her, asking, "Child, do you wish to choose the path of freedom?" Ye Wanwan shook her head. "No, I cannot transcend worldly matters. I have a love for wealth. Even if I do not covet it, I harbor resentment, jealousy, and desires. These negative emotions are part of me, and I do not deny them, nor will I sever them. The freedom of the heart is indeed freedom, yet it is not merely that. To this day, I am uncertain of its true nature, but I wish to follow my heart and pursue my own path. Whether it is righteous or wicked, I alone shall decide." My path shall not be defined by anyone else. With a calm expression, Ye Wanwan fixed her gaze ahead, undeterred by the swirling sands or the fleeting shadows that threatened to dissipate. Her resolve remained steadfast. "Excellent," exclaimed the young Taoist, his eyes brightening as he looked at Ye Wanwan. "Then I shall accompany you on this journey to explore the path of life together." The sands ahead parted, and a long sword sliced through the air, landing before Ye Wanwan. This was not the sword she had casually picked up earlier. It was an ancient blade, entirely azure in hue, devoid of any embellishments, merely an unremarkable sword. Yet it exuded formidable demonic energy. Ye Wanwan turned to the Taoist, who raised an eyebrow in playful mockery. "Are you afraid? Such a lowly provocation is hardly commendable. Yet I must admit, it is quite effective. You claim that your path should not be defined, and thus it should not matter whether it is a demonic sword or a celestial sword. It solely depends on the wielder. The heart-seeking sword does not inquire about the path, but rather seeks the heart." With that, Ye Wanwan extended her hand and grasped the sword firmly. The azure sword trembled violently, as if it were about to slip from her grasp. Yet, Ye Wanwan did not relent. If one hand was insufficient, she employed both. Within her, 5 golden elixirs whirled frantically, releasing 5 streams of spiritual energy that entwined with the Wuxin sword and Ye Wanwan, facilitating the union of both sword and wielder. The young Taoist observed intently, his expression earnest yet tinged with admiration. Each elder present gazed upon the scene, witnessing the demonic energy on the Wuxin sword dissipate gradually, as the power of the 5 elements coalesced into a brilliant white light that illuminated the entire sword mountain. Li Mingda and Sun Yin, alongside Yanju, suddenly stood upright. Celestial light swirled, revealing the character for Immortal. It was Immortal. Fang Hian stared blankly at the character hovering in the sky, realizing the implications of such celestial aptitude. Li Wanji, perplexed, inquired, "What does that signify?" Mortal, spiritual, immortal. This was the celestial assessment bestowed by the Wuxin sword array. Generally, those of mortal grade were ordinary beings, unfit for cultivation. For cultivators like us, the assessment typically results in spiritual grade, which is further divided into 4 tiers: Earth Spirit, Heaven Spirit, and above these, the Immortal grade. I am of the Earth Spirit. My senior sister is of the Heaven Spirit, and above the Heaven Spirit lies the Immortal. However, over these many years, the Tianyi sect has seen only one instance of such a grade: our ascended ancestor. Li Wanji concealed his face with a fan, pondering whether this meant that junior sister Yi was indeed exceptional. Fang Hian murmured, "Exceptional does not begin to describe it. Even the path she has chosen is truly remarkable. Otherwise, she would not have garnered the Wuxin sword's recognition." Moreover, there's another character, Bai Jian suddenly reminded them. It was then that everyone discerned a faint yet unmistakable character behind the word for immortal. It was demonic. Fang Hian rubbed his nose, hesitant to speak further, astonished that the most obedient and docile junior sister harbored potential for demonic transformation. The commotion in the skies above the Sword Mountain subsided, and when the great array was unraveled, Bai Jian seized the opportunity to dash forth, the first to enter, closely followed by Yanju. Amidst the chaotic blades, Ye Wanwan stood alone, clutching a long azure sword in one hand and a brocade box in the other. Yanju halted abruptly. "Junior sister." Fang Hian's call roused Ye Wanwan from her trance. She turned to face Yanju, offering a respectful bow. "Senior." Even after a month on the mountain, Ye Wanwan had not altered her form of address. Yanju noted this, realizing that she had not fully embraced the Tianyi sect. Is this truly a divine weapon? Why does it seem so unremarkable? Can it be sold? Li Wanji, having acted before Fang Hian, reached out to touch the Wuxin sword. "Do not touch recklessly," Fang Hian admonished. The sword's aura immediately repelled Li Wanji, sending him sprawling backward, his vision awash with stars. The others recoiled in shock, instinctively distancing themselves from Ye Wanwan. Furrowing her brow slightly, Ye Wanwan subtly quelled the azure sword, and its oppressive aura dissipated entirely. At that moment, Yanju's expression grew increasingly complex. This Wuxin sword truly recognized her. Within her consciousness, the voice of her third senior brother echoed. Yin Ju remarked. Not only does it recognize her, but it also protects its master. The second senior brother urged, return. Yin Ju, if you're capable, then you should step forward. Are you truly unable to best a mere Qi refinement stage disciple? Junior brother, your swordsmanship appears to be growing increasingly timid. Yin Ju remained unfazed. It is not that the disciple lacks the strength, but rather that the sword itself eludes me. As I approached, it locked onto my aura. When it struck Li Wanji, it was merely a demonstration for my benefit. Is this not against the rules? After all, this is the sword of our ancestors. Well, a newly initiated disciple wielding a sword of greater seniority than ourselves. Should we not refer to her as our grandmaster if this is a legacy of the Heart Query sword? Old 5, be silent. Enough. Old 5, when will you return? I can no longer tend to your Qing Song Mountain. No witties. As long as third senior brother doesn't incinerate it. That should suffice. Noticing that the conversation had strayed, Yin Ju reminded them of the pressing matter at hand. How to accommodate this new disciple. The Heart Query sword is protective of her, yet according to protocol, once she traverses the Heart Query array, she must formally accept a master. If we do not accept her, she will have to descend the mountain. And the Heart Query sword must be reclaimed. However, at present, reclaiming the Heart Query sword is not feasible, so we must accept her. Yin Ju pondered. If none of the senior brothers wish to take on a disciple, I shall reluctantly. Before the words could escape her lips, a light cough interrupted her. Third senior brother Sun Yin interjected. Why not entrust her to me? I specialize in mechanisms and currently lack a successor. Old 5, Lu Qingxian chimed in. I could take her as well. Old 5, be quiet. You do not even have time to mentor the little Anzi you brought back. Eldest brother Gu Kanglin succinctly stated. Give her to me. Eldest brother, you have not been seen for 20 years. Are you certain you have the time to mentor a child? Second brother Luo Qingfeng mused. Eldest brother is too busy, but I am available. Yin Ju, did you not just say that this child is a demonic cultivator? Chapter 17. The recognition of the sect. Yin Ju chuckled coldly. Esteemed brothers, currently there are but 3 children of our generation in Tianyi sect. Aside from a master and myself, have you fulfilled your responsibilities as uncles and elders? Taking on disciples is not merely a matter of bearing the title of a master and then neglecting them. It requires genuine teaching. The talent of Ye Wanwan, who has garnered the approval of the heart-searching sword, is exceptional and cannot be nurtured with mere casual instruction. The others fell into contemplation upon hearing her words. This matter indeed warranted careful consideration. Let her ascend the snow mountain. Suddenly, a voice rang out, sharp and crystalline, akin to ice shattering, resonating with a coolness that hushed all present within the spirit communication array. 7th, Junior brother? The assembly was taken aback. The usually uninvolved Shao Qi had unexpectedly appeared. Yin Ju's expression shifted. Brother, you have emerged from your seclusion? Indeed. Li Mingde finally spoke up, smiling. Do you wish for this child? Pei Xian's tone was indifferent. Isn't the item that the master brother desires for her intended for me? As he spoke, a surge of spiritual power swept towards Ye Wanwan, revealing a disciple-esque token from the brocade box in her hands. Ye Wanwan quickly discerned the unfolding situation, particularly as Yin Ju regarded her with a thoughtful expression. As the token-esque spiritual resonance swelled, Ye Wanwan, fully aware of what was to come, declared, I apologize, but I cannot join Tianyi sect. The crowd gasped in disbelief. The 7th junior brother had been rejected. Ears perked up, awaiting her reasoning. The chilling voice echoed, reverberating in the air, striking each person's ears. Ye Wanwan continued to gaze forward, her countenance serene. I wish to remain, but dare not. For I am a traitor cast out by the Supreme Sect. The term traitor dripped with derision as she uttered it. Within the spirit communication array, Yin Ju and the others remained silent. Ye Wanwan pressed on. In a contest with my junior sister, I gravely injured her, shattering her golden core, and thus was expelled from the Supreme Sect. A person of my tarnished reputation would find no one willing to accept me as a disciple during the Grand Assembly of Cultivators. For none would dare offend the Supreme Sect. Her tone was calm as she spoke these truths. Some matters must be laid bare, even if unspoken. They would eventually be recognized, leading to greater complications. To spare everyone from potential trouble, I cannot join Tianyi sect. Ye Wanwan returned the disciple token to Fang Hian. But Pei Xian replied coolly, and what of that? Ye Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. Her expression peculiar. I have severely injured a fellow disciple and betrayed my sect. Pei Xian's voice remained tranquil. In competitions, injuries are commonplace. To depart from a path one does not endorse is nothing unusual. Yet, if you can shatter a fellow cultivator's golden core at your level, it speaks volumes of your excellence. Ye Wanwan. No, how can the thought process of the people from Tianyi sect be like this? Pei Xian asked softly. Do you want me to praise you? No. After Pei Xian spoke, he added, then let it be as it is. Ye Wanwan was perplexed. She inquired further, what if one day, because of the Wushang sect, I bring great trouble to your sect? Laughter erupted within the spiritual formation. How great could the trouble be? What if I killed Yin Ding or the leader of the Wushang sect? A brief silence enveloped the formation. Ye Wanwan thought as expected. However, Pei Xian spoke in a calm tone. This little girl has considerable ambition. If she wishes to become my disciple, the condition is to kill Yin Ding. Then I can set off right now. Ye Wanwan was taken aback. You want to scold me? The 8 elders shook their heads, and Li Mingda reassured her. Child, we had anticipated your situation when you ascended the mountain. Your dantian has been shattered. Ye Wanwan's body stiffened slightly, her eyes reddening involuntarily. At that moment, a hand gently grasped hers. It was Bai Jian. Bai Jian looked at her with concern. We are not entirely aware of what has transpired with you. But Bai Girl never misjudges a person. You are a good child. Stay with us. The concerns you harbor will not come to pass. They want to drive me away. They want to extract my golden core. Want to imprison me in the Blackwater prison. Want to punish me to kneel at the Xuanbing Cliff. And certainly want to pierce my heart with a sword to kill me. Right? Ye Wanwan asked. The people within the spiritual formation were taken aback. Is this how a disciple is treated? Yin Ju was also stunned. After Li Wanji ascended the mountain, he had acted so recklessly, yet they never punished him to kneel. What had the young Ye Wanwan, merely in her teens, endured? Even Li Wanji, who lay on the ground, stared blankly at Ye Wanwan. Ye Wanwan did not cry. She simply gazed ahead, her focus unfixed, unsure where to rest her eyes, but she yearned for an answer. She could not rely on anyone. The space tore open, and a silver light gracefully emerged from the void. A man, resembling an ethereal being amidst the snow, walked barefoot, his long silver hair cascading around him, as snowflakes danced around him. Standing in the light, his deep black eyes fixed upon Ye Wanwan. No, Ye Wanwan looked at him, seeing seriousness reflected in those beautiful eyes. After pondering for a moment, she said, All right, but I have a condition. If after 3 years I still cannot accept my identity, I wish to leave. Hoping that at that time, Tianyi sect, and you will grant me my freedom. Pei Xian's lips curled slightly, agreed. The others thought, it may not be that simple. Ye Wanwan officially became a disciple of Tianyi sect, the 101st generation disciple, ranked 6th, taking Pei Xian as her master. And once she received her disciple token, she was officially a member of Tianyi sect. By Jian and Fang, he joyfully embraced Ye Wanwan. Junior sister, junior sister. Ye Wanwan looked at the number denoting her rank, 6. She reached out to grasp it. This time, can you stay? 3 days later, come find me on the snow mountain. Pei Xian's voice resonated. All right. After Ye Yuan and her companions departed, within the newly opened spirit communication array of the Tianyi sect, Yin Ju was engaged in conversation. The cultivation technique she practiced was not the direct transmission of the Supreme Sect. If I am not mistaken, she was cultivating a fundamental, low-tier disciples technique, specifically the Qi refinement method designated for outer disciples. However, given her innate talent, this should not be the case. The fact that she has managed to progress this far using the most rudimentary Qi refinement method speaks volumes about Ye Yuan's formidable aptitude. The current leader of the Supreme Sect is Chengwen, correct? Yes, but I have encountered Chengwen before, and he does not strike me as the type to be intolerant of his disciples. The sect leader, Li Mingda, stroked his beard, still pondering the matter. The others were similarly perplexed. Regardless of her past identity, she is now my disciple. declared Pei Xian coldly. Everyone nodded in agreement, no matter her previous status. She was now a member of the Tianyi sect, which is notoriously protective of its own. Meanwhile, Ye Wanwan lay in bed, toying with her token. The Tianyi sect's token differed from that of the Supreme Sect, as it was exclusively for direct disciples. However, the Tianyi sect's token possessed additional functions of spirit communication and location tracking, allowing for telepathic contact with disciples and the ability to send their location in times of peril. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Wanwan stowed the token away, closed her eyes, and began to meditate. Having gained the acknowledgement of the heart-seeking sword, her spiritual realm experienced significant enhancement. Although her cultivation level remained at the Qi refinement stage, her spirit seemed to transcend even the golden core stage. This was merely a result of being constrained by her cultivation, rendering her temporarily unable to break through. Ye Wanwan murmured, "I will find an opportunity." The heart-seeking sword, resting beside her, lay quietly. The following day, adhering to her routine, Ye Wanwan prepared to take her sword to the training grounds at the hour of the rabbit. She wished to further test the heart-seeking sword. However, upon opening the door, she found Fang Hian, Li Wanji, and Bai Jian dressed in casual attire, waiting outside the courtyard and waving at her. Ye Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. "Our master has granted us a day off to take you down the mountain for a day of leisure." Chapter 18. A spirit stone and a herb. As Bai Jian descended the mountain, he wielded his sword alone, guiding them while also informing Ye Wanwan that the purpose of this outing, as directed by their master, was to familiarize her with the surrounding mountains and the affairs of the Tianyi sect. After a lengthy period of cultivation, it was also time for them to enjoy a reprieve. As they soared through the skies, Fang Hian engaged in lively conversation, which Ye Wanwan attentively absorbed. Although Fang Hian had attained the golden core stage, he still relied on Bai Jian's sword for flight. Ye Wanwan inquired, "Senior brother Fang, with your abilities, you must be able to fly on your own by now." Fang Hian sheepishly replied, "I could, but I have yet to acquire my own spirit sword. So for the time being, I am unable to fly independently." Bai Jian and Li Wanji exchanged glances at this revelation. Fang Hian shot back at them, asserting, "I am not mistaken. It was indeed not a sword." Although the Tianyi sect did not primarily focus on swordsmanship, their traditions dictated that all disciples must select their own spirit swords from Sword Mountain upon entering the sect, nurturing the sword with their own essence and spiritual resonance. This practice not only preserved the sect's heritage, but also fulfilled the aspirations of their ancestors. The teachings of the Tianyi sect were passed down through generations, encompassing both will and sword spirit. Ye Wanwan asked, "Is this requirement applicable to all disciples?" Indeed, Fang Hian confirmed, regardless of whether they practice talismans or alchemy. Once junior brother Li passes the initiation, he too will select a sword that belongs to him. Li Banzi Pundarat. I must consider whom I will seek as my master when the time comes. Fang Hian interjected, "Do not overthink it. Being sought after is already a commendable feat." Li Wanji retorted. Fang Hian further advised, "I suggest you focus on refining your body. While our uncles and masters are present in the sect, when it comes time for you to seek their guidance, it would be advantageous if they took an interest in you. Otherwise, if they are absent, you may find yourself without a mentor." "Is that truly the case?" Li Wanji asked. "Indeed," Fang Hian replied, "for our masters are often preoccupied, and some might remain in seclusion for over a decade." "Do you think they would even notice you?" Li Wanji muttered, "If they do not take me in, I would want to stay anyway." The others paid him no mind, recognizing his indecisiveness as mere fickleness. Bai Jian guided them to land a mile outside the city. The sect upheld certain regulations. When passing through mortal towns, unless absolutely necessary, disciples were prohibited from flying on their swords so as not to disturb the populace. Fang Hian remarked, "Thus, junior sister, we must walk into the city." "Very well," she replied. The four of them proceeded on foot. Before entering the city, everyone began to borrow money from Li Wanji. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Did the sect leader not provide you with spirit stones for escorting junior sister down the mountain?" "No," came the reply. "What about the monthly stipend?" Fang Hian candidly stated, "Master said this year's stipend will not be distributed until the end of the year, so we currently have none." Although Fang Hian suspected the truth was that they had run out of spirit stones, He concluded that such stones were rarely needed outside of their descent from the mountain. He felt indifferent about their request, as all necessary items for daily cultivation were readily available on the mountain. Nothing was truly lacking. It's just a temporary loan. It's not as though we won tea return it. Are you not aware of the adage to borrow is to return? I'm not. Even though Li Wanji was reluctant. Once they descended the mountain and entered the city, he was the only one among the four who possessed spirit stones. Thus it was naturally his responsibility to lead. Ye Wanwan gently touched the Xianling grass in her Chinquan bag. Over the past month, she had cultivated some Xianling grass in her courtyard and had gathered a few before descending the mountain, intending to sell them for spirit stones. Noticing her silence, Li Wanji asked, "Little junior sister, do you not need them?" Ye Wanwan smiled, "Not for now." However, Bai Jian and Fang Hian, upon hearing this, insisted on giving her the spirit stones they had taken from Li Wanji, urging her to keep them for expenses. Ye Wanwan replied, "I truly do not need them," as she already possessed spirit stones. Yet, unable to refuse their kind offer, she became the wealthiest among the four. Li Wanji, having lost his share, muttered, "What am I now?" Fang Hian led Bai Jian and Ye Wanwan into the city, introducing them to several nearby towns under the protection of Tianyi sect. We pay spirit stones to the city lord's mansion, which in turn offers them to the sect, while we are responsible for solving problems they cannot handle. Sometimes, I accompany my senior sister to assist. Ye Wanwan remarked, "This is generally the duty of external disciples." Fang Hian purchased 2 bags of chestnuts, handing one to Bai Jian and one to Ye Wanwan, stating, "Our sect is small, so there is no distinction between external and internal disciples. When there are matters to attend to, even the elders will come down." Just as he finished speaking, Ye Wanwan and Li Wanji spotted a familiar figure, Yanju, who was carrying a sword and 10 bags of grain as he walked past. Fang Hian greeted, "Uncle Master." Yanju remained unfazed, asking, "Have you all been down the mountain for leisure?" "Yes, we brought the little junior sister down to get acquainted." "Oh, have fun," he replied. Then, as if recalling something, he pulled out a pouch of spirit stones from his robe and handed it to Ye Wanwan, advising, as a young lady, "Buy a few more outfits. Do not dress like a Taoist priest." After speaking, he turned to Bai Jian and instructed, "You should buy some as well." With that, he departed, leaving Ye Wanwan holding a pouch containing 100 spirit stones, while Yanju continued with his labor. "Does he usually do such work?" Ye Wanwan inquired. Fang Hian responded, "Not entirely. He also handles any nearby ferocious beasts if they appear. However, a few years ago, to support our second senior sister, he worked exceptionally hard, clearing the nearby area of unruly beasts. For the past 3 years, no beast has dared to intrude upon the territory of Tianyi sect. With no hunting to occupy his time, he has taken on menial labor." "But doesn't the city lord's mansion provide spirit stones?" she asked. "Yes, but those are insufficient for the sect's expenditures," Fang Hian clarified. Ye Wanwan recalled the cleansing pools that required frequent use and understood where the sect's finances were allocated. The pools alone were not something that could merely be purchased with spirit stones. Furthermore, the healing medicines that Bai Jian and Fang Hian provided for her were of exceptional quality and not commonly found in the market. In other words, as long as she sold the medicine, she could convert into money. Yet, Fang Hian and the others seemed oblivious to this concept, sitting atop a treasure mountain without realizing it. However, one person was acutely aware of the situation. Ye Wanwan turned her gaze towards Li Wanji, who felt a shiver run down his spine under her scrutiny. "What is it?" Ye Wanwan inquired. "Li Shixiao, do you still possess the healing ointment that Fang Shixiao gifted you?" Li Wanji, having sustained the gravest injuries, had made ample use of the medicine. Upon hearing this, he instinctively clutched his chest. "Yes, but what do you intend to do with it? Could it be exchanged for spirit stones?" Li Wanji chuckled awkwardly. "It can, but it is unnecessary." Ye Wanwan understood that it would be a great pity to barter such rare healing ointment for spirit stones. Yet she considered the Xianling grass to be a different matter. She cast a glance at the nearby apothecary. "I shall pay a visit there." Bai Jian and Fang Hian expressed their desire to accompany her, but Ye Wanwan waved them off, suggesting they explore on their own, as there was no need for so many. Curiously, Li Wanji decided to follow her. Upon entering the apothecary, Ye Wanwan adeptly inquired about the price of Xianling grass. Learning that 10 stalks could be exchanged for a single spirit stone, she promptly produced 1,000 stalks. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback. Ye Wanwan had already counted them and urged him to verify. "Miss, you cannot exchange 10 stalks for a spirit stone," the shopkeeper insisted. Ye Wanwan frowned. "Why not? This price is quite reasonable." Having sold it before, she was familiar with its value. If he claimed it was unacceptable, she could only conclude that the shopkeeper was unwilling to conduct business with her. Hearing this, Li Wanji rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Ye Wanwan. "What is this? Are you attempting to bully our junior sister?" Ye Wanwan had yet to speak when Li Wanji quietly reassured her. "Do not worry. I am several realms above you, and I will ensure your safety." Ye Wanwan responded, "It's not as if we are facing a life-or-death situation." The shopkeeper hastily interjected, No, you have misunderstood, esteemed guests. The price of this Xianling grass is not merely 10 stalks for a spirit stone, for such premium quality. The price is tenfold higher, 1 spirit stone per stalk." Chapter 19, Free, Continuation. Ye Yuan stared into Li Wanji's eyes. 1 spiritual stone for a single Xianling herb? Are they not attempting to negotiate down? Instead, they propose an increase? In the market for Xianling herbs, those of inferior quality typically fetch 100 herbs for a single spiritual stone, while those of average quality range between 30 to 40. Previously, the shopkeeper had quoted Ye Yuan a price of 10 herbs for 1 spiritual stone. This price, neither exorbitant nor trivial, stood at a moderate level. Perhaps recognizing the refined demeanor of both Ye Yuan and Li Wanji, the shopkeeper offered this rate before even inspecting the goods. However, 1 spiritual stone per herb was indeed a lofty price, exceptionally so. Even the finest Xianling herbs would not command such exorbitance. Ye Yuan, momentarily perplexed by the shopkeeper's intentions, noted that even Li Wanji, a seasoned businessman, appeared bewildered. Is he truly willing to incur losses in this transaction? Observing their silence, the shopkeeper cautiously ventured. Might you find the offered price unsatisfactory? Perhaps 2 spiritual stones. As the two continued to regard him in silence, the shopkeeper gritted his teeth and asserted, 3 stones at most. I cannot go higher. Li Wanji had encountered 3 spiritual stones before, yet he remained somewhat disoriented. Is there something particularly special about these Xianling herbs? Ye Yuan pondered for a moment before the shopkeeper, with evident difficulty, stated, "This is already the highest offer, young lady." Ye Yuan finally relented, agreeing to the sale. The shopkeeper's expression brightened immediately as he proceeded to finalize the transaction. Both parties hurriedly counted their gains, anxious to avoid any last-minute changes of heart. With a beaming smile, the shopkeeper inquired, "Should you require more in the future, might you consider our establishment?" Ye Yuan contemplated briefly and replied, "If I were to choose your shop, what assurances could you provide? Should you purchase from any of our Wanbao Lu locations in the future, you shall receive discounts," the shopkeeper replied, presenting Ye Yuan with a wooden token inscribed with runes. Recognizing it as an identification marker, albeit of modest quality, Ye Yuan acknowledged, "Very well." Upon leaving the apothecary, Li Wanji fell into deep thought regarding Ye Yuan's 3,000 spiritual stones. If memory serves, Brother Fong mentioned that our young master earns merely 50 spiritual stones a day moving cargo at the docks. Indeed, Ye Yuan confirmed. Thus, she earns 3,000 in one day. Li Wanji marveled. "So, the wealthy lady is none other than you." Ye Yuan raised an eyebrow, indeed. "So you must hold on tightly." As Li Wanji admired the young lady's radiant smile, he mused, "Just look at how lovely she appears when she smiles. All blame rests on that wretched Wushang sect." Ye Yuan ventured further, changing streets and visiting another apothecary to inquire about prices, which were similar to the shopkeeper's initial offer, 10 herbs for 1 spiritual stone. However, upon seeing the Xianling herbs in Ye Yuan's possession, they quickly revised their offers, proposing a higher price. Ye Yuan examined the Xianling herbs in her hands. Is there something different about them? Li Wanji, equally intrigued, noted their freshness. They were just picked this morning, so naturally they are fresh. Ye Yuan thoughtfully placed one in her mouth, savoring its crisp taste. Just then, Fong Hian and others approached. Curious, what is happening? Why are you seated here? Although the question was posed in jest, Fang Hian, along with Bai Jian, settled down as well. The four of them sat on the steps, with Ye Wanwan and Li Wanji offering grass to Fang Hian and Bai Jian. Come eat some grass. Fang Hian was momentarily taken aback, while Bai Jian, without hesitation, began chewing alongside Ye Wanwan. Suddenly, Fang Hian exclaimed, "Is this a grade 1 Xianling grass? Little junior sister, where did you procure this?" Ye Wanwan and Li Wanji glanced at him in surprise. Grade 1? Does Xianling grass even have grades? Their innocent expressions sparked Fang Hian's eagerness to enlighten them. Of course it does, but it's exceedingly rare. Typically, Xianling grass doesn't possess grades. Even the finest variants are merely considered the best among ordinary spiritual herbs. However, when it reaches a grade, it signifies something extraordinary. My master once informed me that some innate holy body spirit plant masters, due to their unique spiritual powers, cultivate herbs that surpass the abilities of ordinary herbalists, resulting in a more potent spiritual resonance. This can potentially elevate the herbs beyond their inherent levels, leading to breakthroughs and mutations. This is the reason for the existence of grade 1 Xianling grass. It's incredibly scarce. Where did you acquire it? I must procure 2 specimens to take back. Fang Hian was visibly excited. The purity of the elixirs crafted from such Xianling grass would undoubtedly be superior. Noticing that Ye Wanwan and Li Wanji remained silent, Fang Hian inquired, "Where did you buy it?" Ye Wanwan chuckled, "Senior brother, if you desire it, you need not purchase it. I shall gift you some." No. How could I accept such generosity without compensation? You pay for it as well. There is no need for payment. Ye Wanwan pressed 5 sprigs into his hands, leaving only the lesser quality ones. If you wish for more, I can harvest some for you when we return to the sect. It took Fang Hian a moment to absorb this revelation. You cultivated this? Ye Wanwan nodded. I just sold some. I now possess spirit stones. How about we indulge in a grand feast? Fang Hian was jolted back to reality when Ye Wanwan pulled him to the delicacy pavilion. Yet, before he could fully digest the shock of encountering grade 1 Xianling grass, the menu before him sent chills down his spine. Within the hall, Fang Hian gasped. What do you mean a simple noodle dish costs 20 spirit stones? My master could work half a day for that. Li Wanji pressed down on his head. Senior brother, please maintain a low profile. Ye Wanwan reassured him with a smile. It's fine, senior brother. Feel free to eat. I have spirit stones. As she set down her Chinquan bag, it produced a resounding clang. Fang Hian clutched his chest. What a fortune. Little junior sister, you carry such a vast sum. Aren't you afraid of being robbed? Bai Jian inquired. Can we order freely? Ye Wanwan replied with a smile, indeed. After perusing the menu, Bai Jian and Fang Hian pointed simultaneously at the noodle dish. Ye Wanwan contemplated. Senior sister, you need not skimp on my behalf. Bai Jian responded. This one offers free refills on noodles. Ye Wanwan was taken aback, and Li Wanji also noticed the small print that confirmed it. Realizing Bai Jian's intention, she chuckled softly. All right. The young girl ordered 5 dishes, followed by a bowl of vegetarian noodles for each person. The waiter at the Jinxiu Pavilion displayed an amiable demeanor, his face beaming with warmth. Yet the seasoned Fang Hian remarked that soon enough the smile would fade. With that, he began to regret not purchasing masks for each of them. Ye Wanwan, resting her chin on her hand, smiled and replied, since they are in the business of hospitality and even offer complimentary noodle refills, they are certainly capable of accommodating us. There is no need for concern, senior brother. Fang Hian sighed. Junior sister, you will soon learn the perils of this world. As Bai Jian's bowl of vegetarian noodles reached the 58th refill, silence enveloped the Jinxiu Pavilion, with only the searing gazes lingering in the hall. Ye Wanwan recalled her first encounter with Fang Hian, who appeared timid and withdrawn. It seemed he truly had experience. However, when Bai Jian finished her 58th bowl, Ye Wanwan still requested another. The waiter approached with a forced smile. Esteemed guest. Ye Wanwan calmly interjected. Your bowls are too small. Please bring larger ones. Fang Hian and Li Wanji exchanged approving glances, acknowledging her clever deflection of responsibility. Truly commendable, the little junior sister. Chapter 20. The tracker, the patrons of the Zhengziyuguan, had never witnessed anyone consume 100 bowls of noodles in a lifetime, until today. Fang Hian covered his face, exclaiming, "Senior sister, I believe this is quite enough." Bai Jian, having finished her soup, appeared somewhat unsatisfied, yet she felt content nonetheless. "The broth here is truly delightful." Ye Wanwan, gazing affectionately, remarked, "If you enjoy it, we shall return next time." The young waiter nearly faltered, almost kneeling, and promptly removed the offer for free refills. Once Bai Jian finished her meal, Ye Wanwan settled the bill, totaling 120 spirit stones. Bai Jian softly suggested, "We should have indulged in 20 more bowls." It dawned on Fang Hian that senior sister intended to make up for the little junior sister's expenses. Ye Wanwan also grasped this. She paused briefly, turning to Bai Jian, and kindly stated, "There is no need for that. Spirit stones are something I can earn any time. I will ensure you're never left hungry." Not to mention the Xianling grass. Her mastery of talismans alone enables her to accumulate spirit stones. Ye Wanwan held little concern for wealth, for she was never in want. She possessed the ability to earn spirit stones. However, noticing Bai Jian's distressed expression, Ye Wanwan simply patted her hair, assuring her, "As long as I have enough to eat, you shall too." After settling the bill, they began to depart. Yet, a group obstructed Ye Wanwan's path. Who might this be? It turned out to be the gluttons of the Bai family. Upon hearing chatter on the street about someone devouring 100 bowls of free noodles at the Zhengziyuguan, I suspected it had to be you. The arrogant voice was utterly grating. As they approached, one could see their ostentatious attire, radiating a decadent aura. Their pallor was unnaturally yellow, with wandering gazes that suggested a life spent in indulgence. "Is that not the son of the Yi family?" Ye Wanwan raised her head, scrutinizing the individual before her. Yet she recognized that this person did not represent the stable Yi family. However, the jade tokens they bore revealed their affiliation with Lingxi. Ye Wanwan understood. They belonged to a branch of the Yi family. The Yi family, where Yi Qian resided, was a prestigious clan rivaling the power of sects and, in recent years, had developed alliances with the Supreme Sect, subtly overshadowing other sections. As the sects waned, the aristocracy rose, and the Yi family was increasingly poised to lead among the noble families. Consequently, Yi Kanjing wielded considerable influence within the Supreme Sect, enhancing Yi Qian's prominence as well. Yet, both Yi Qian and Yi Kanjing were figures of the main family. This small Lingxi branch dared to act so brazenly, which spoke volumes of the Yi family's current strength, allowing even a minor offshoot to behave with such arrogance. Yi Ran sensed Ye Wanyuan's unfriendly gaze and coldly asked, "What are you staring at?" "At your ugliness." Ye Wanwan replied coolly, casting a challenging glance down at him, which infuriated Yi Ran. He raised his hand to summon his spirit technique. Wind Spirit. Bai Jian immediately moved to intervene, but Ye Wanwan grasped her hand, and with her free hand, she reached into the eye of the wind. The crowd erupted in laughter. "What a fool, responding in such a manner. Clearly, they have no understanding of cultivation." The young girl spoke softly to her. With a light sound, she effortlessly ripped the wind before her into two halves. The wind scattered beside them, tousling the long hair of the two maidens and revealing to all the stunning beauty they possessed. Li Wanji, filled with frustration, felt the urge to leap in anger. Yet he was acutely aware that he could not contend with the foundation establishing Yi Ran. However, noticing that Fang Hian remained inactive, Li Wanji's irritation grew. "Brother, are you still a man?" he exclaimed. "Is that even a question?" Fang Hian shot him a glance. "Do you want to give it a try?" "So you just watch?" "Who says I'm merely watching? I'm sitting here observing, contemplating whether we could afford the consequences if a fight broke out." Fang Hian was overthinking it. Yet, witnessing Ye Wanwan tear apart Yi Ran's wind technique left him astonished. The little junior sister's physical prowess had progressed remarkably. Engaging in daily sparring with Bai Jian, Ye Wanyuan's physical strength had surprisingly escalated to a level where she could contend with first-level spiritual techniques. Albeit this Yi Ran did not appear particularly formidable. Nevertheless, it was still a first-level spiritual maneuver. Receiving blows with bare hands, what a skillful approach. Such humiliation. Ye Ran realized, momentarily stunned. You didn't employ spiritual energy? Ye Wanwan lifted her gaze, regarding him with a detached expression. For you, is it necessary? Ye Ran leaned forward, unleashing a second-level spiritual technique. In the center of the hall, wind blades surged forth. Ye Wanwan scoffed, raising her hand to block them. With each palm strike, she closed in on Ye Ran. Slap! She delivered a resounding blow. Reversing her hand, she struck again. Slap, slap, slap. More than a dozen slaps rained down upon him, forcing Ye Ran to retreat, still engulfed in a mix of fury and disbelief that Ye Wanwan had not even resorted to using spiritual techniques. You humiliate me. Does humiliating you require a specific date? Ye Wanwan swept her gaze over Ye Ran. Next time you see us, keep your mouth clean. Consuming so much rice has proven to be of little use. Having said that, Ye Wanwan prepared to leave. Yet, Ye Ran trembled with rage. Bai Jian, you are the fiancé the Bai family sold to me. Do you dare to leave just like that? At this, all four turned back in unison. Even Li Wanji fixating his gaze on Ye Ran. Fiancé? Li Wanji erupted into laughter. You think you are deserving of that title? Ye Ran, seething with indignation, retorted. What are you laughing at? Who doesn't know that the Bai family promised their daughter to me, Ye Ran? We were betrothed at 6 years old. Bai Jian is my fiancé. Bai Jian interjected, I don't know you. Fang Hian spat. Did you hear that? My senior sister does not recognize you. But I do know you. Ye Ran fixed his gaze on Bai Jian, his eyes deep with a certain intense yearning. Ye Wanwan sensed something familiar in that look. It mirrored the gaze Yi Qian had cast upon her before she had even refined her golden core, suppressed, restrained, yet unable to conceal a hint of longing. It was not attachment, but rather a desire for something inherent within them. Yi Wenyuan's palm curled inward, sensing something amiss. Bai Jian furrowed her brow. I've never seen you before. Ye Wanwan fixed her gaze upon Ye Ran, peering into his eyes as if seeking to uncover some hidden truth within. The intensity of her stare even caused Ye Ran's heart to tremble slightly. You. Ye Wanwan grasped his chin, maintaining her unwavering gaze. What lies within you? Ye Ran, startled, exclaimed, What are you doing? Why are you touching me? In response, Ye Wanwan raised her hand and covered his eyes. These eyes, she mused if extracted, would undoubtedly warrant extensive study. Ye Ran was genuinely taken aback. He forcefully pushed Ye Wanwan away, exclaiming, You lunatic! Yet, she remained undeterred, observing every fleeting change in his expression. The peculiar moment had vanished, prompting Ye Wanwan to glance back at Bai Jian, who appeared equally perplexed. A flicker of doubt crossed Ye Wanwan's mind, but before she could ponder further, Ye Ran's companions rushed in to shield him. She cast him one last penetrating look before a sly smile graced her lips. I truly admire your eyes. Should you ever wish to part with them, do name your price. A chill ran through Ye Ran and his companions, who began to curse at her, yet Ye Wanwan paid them no heed. With a meaningful smile directed at Ye Ran, she took Bai Jian's hand and departed, leaving behind a pale-faced Ye Ran, who remained rooted to the spot. Had she indeed uncovered his secret? As the four of them walked away, Li Wanji remarked, Someone is following us. Chapter 21. The Spirit City. Ye Wanwan remained composed as Fang Hian and Li Wanji regarded her intently. Lost in thought, she wondered, Why do you all gaze at me so? Junior sister, you just harbored thoughts of murder, Fang Hian remarked. With a gentle sigh, Ye Wanwan replied, Brother, we are law-abiding citizens. What does that entail? She inquired. In the city, dueling and murder are strictly prohibited, Ye Wanwan stated. Li Wanji clapped his hands. Then let us take it outside the city. Bai Jian nodded in agreement with Fang Hian. Ye Wanwan retorted, Why do you all seem more like demonic cultivators than I? Fang Hian chuckled. Junior sister, do not be upset. That fellow surnamed Yi is merely a reckless brawler. After being frightened by senior brother last time, he has returned for more. When senior brother is back, I shall inform him. Ye Wanwan's expression faltered. Is this not the first time? Indeed not, Fang Hian replied. Having procured 4 apples, 1 for each of them. This marks the 3rd encounter. Each time we descend the mountain, we cross paths with him. But senior sister does not recognize him. Bai Jian interjected innocently. Li Wanji added, He mentioned the Bai family just now. Fang Hian waved his hand dismissively. That makes it even less likely. Senior sister has no ties to the Bai family. She is an abandoned infant brought back by senior brother, without any family. Bai Jian nodded in agreement. Li Wanji, perplexed, remarked, "Why does it seem that each of you has a tragic backstory, making you appear like protagonists?" Fang Hian retorted, "Are you seeking death?" The four of them successfully evaded their pursuers and proceeded to the dock to find Yanju, preparing to return to Tianyi Sect. Upon hearing that someone had bullied Bai Jian, Yanju set down what he was holding and coldly inquired, "Where are they?" His aura exuded a chilling intent to kill. Fang Hian and Bai Jian were accustomed to this demeanor, while Ye Wanwan pondered if this was customary behavior. Fang Hian said, "Uncle Master, Junior sister has already dealt with them." Yanju frowned. "Next time such an incident occurs, inform me." "Understood," they replied. As night fell, Yanju stated, "Wait for me a moment. I shall return with you." Ye Wanwan and the others did not refuse. Yanju treated each of them to a bowl of tofu pudding while he completed his final laborious task before departing with Ye Wanwan and the others. Ye Wanwan occasionally found herself curious. With Yanju's capabilities, he need not engage in such menial labor. He certainly had the skill to earn greater spirit stones. Uncle Master does this to look after us. These tasks are close to the sect and offer flexible hours. He can choose to refrain from work, unlike the elders who take on missions outside, leaving no room to attend to us. Moreover, do not underestimate Uncle Master. His tasks exceed just this one. He is incredibly adept, save for his inability to cook. Yanju, guiding the four of them on swords, returned to Tianyi Sect. Bai Jian accompanied Fang Hian, while Ye Wanwan and Li Wanji were fortunate enough to ride with Yanju. This time, Li Wanji profoundly expressed his gratitude to Yanju, for his steadiness on the sword had prevented him from feeling nauseous. Yanju regarded the four children. "Next time you descend the mountain, inform the adults within the sect. Should you encounter an insurmountable problem, signal for assistance." "Fang Hian, have you brought the signal?" "Yes, I believe I have." Yanju raised her gaze to him, questioning, "I have indeed," Fang Hian replied, lifting his chin with a sense of assurance. Only then did Yanju depart. However, the glance she cast back at Fang Hian instilled a sense of unease within him. What was that look from my junior disciple? It felt like a gaze that could pierce through. Just as Li Wanji finished speaking, he received a punch from Fang Hian. "What a pity. If it weren't for that situation, we could have gone shopping for clothes," Fang Hian lamented. Li Wanji shook his head. "What is there to regret? We can always shop in the spirit market." "The spirit market is expensive, you little rascal. You and T understand the value of household expenses," Fang Hian retorted. Yet, Ye Wanfang appeared momentarily stunned. "Is the spirit market already in existence?" Fang Hian affirmed, "Indeed, but few have access to it. One needs a special password to enter. And this lad is the one guiding us in." Li Wanji modestly acknowledged, "You flatter me." Ye Wanfang scrutinized Li Wanji, surprised that the spirit market had emerged so early. On that very day, Li Wanji instructed Ye Wanfang on how to utilize the Jade token to enter the spirit market. He also cast a glance at her disciple token, noting that the Tianyi Sect's token was more effective, possessing stronger spiritual resonance and a more stable communication array. However, it had the drawback of easily revealing one's identity. Ye Wanfang pondered, "Is it possible to lock onto the aura?" She inquired, "Have we entered?" "We have. Use your divine sense to perceive," Li Wanji replied. Immediately, Ye Wanfang found herself within an expansive network of spiritual consciousness. Before her lay a pristine landscape, but as her thoughts shifted, the scene transformed into an ancient, charming street. Alongside the street were various stalls, populated by figures whose appearances were indistinct, each appearing the same, making it impossible to discern one from another, resembling NPCs from a game. Simply copied and pasted. Li Wanji explained to Ye Wanfang, "This is the spirit market, where various items and techniques are traded. Here, you can both buy and sell. As long as both parties are satisfied, a transaction can be concluded." Ye Wanfang exited her spiritual perception and asked Li Wanji, "Did you create this spirit market?" Li Wanji looked taken aback, lightly clearing his throat. "Junior sister, I know you hold your senior brother in high regard, but truly, I lack such capabilities. This market has existed for several years, only recently becoming known to the public, though I have contributed a small part to its promotion." Li Wanji chuckled. Ye Wanfang understood now. He had been promoting it. Li Wanji instructed her on how to enter, buy, and sell. Small items could be directly transported to one's hands via the formation, while larger or more valuable items would utilize Wantong delivery, ensuring safe arrival. Understood, Ye Wanwan replied. That's about it for the functions. Don't linger too long inside. It could be taxing on your divine sense. Ye Wanwan nodded, all right. Once Li Wanji departed, she stepped into the spirit market. She scanned the array of dazzling items lining the street, where everything was for sale, yet some wares hung unattended. Ye Wanwan pondered. In her previous life, she had only learned of the spirit market after meeting Li Wanji. Who would have imagined that these items had existed long before? After some contemplation, Ye Wanwan decided to hang her crafted mystic spirit pills. She also added a few strands of mystic spirit grass. Subsequently, she displayed 2 peace talismans. The stall appeared rather vacant, yet Ye Wanwan felt a profound sense of contentment. Pei Xian had granted her 2 days. On the following day, she turned over the land in the front yard and replanted the mystic spirit grass. During this time, Fang Hian visited to learn the cultivation techniques. Ye Wanwan generously imparted had connoted. Ultimately, it became evident that her spiritual energy was unique. Although Fang Hian attempted the same methods, he could not replicate the results she achieved. Resigned, Fang Hian agreed to assist in seeking hidden spirit plants and spiritual food, but earnestly offered to help Ye Wanwan with weeding, provided she would share some mystic spirit grass with him in return. Ye Wanwan smiled and acquiesced. As night fell, she entered the spirit market once more, only to find that no one was purchasing anything. Just as she was about to leave after her stroll, she heard someone inquire about the price of the peace talisman. Chapter 22. Amulet of Peace. How much is the Amulet of Peace being sold for? In the bustling marketplace, the voices and tones could shift, making it easier for sellers and buyers to conceal their identities. Yet, upon hearing that languid tone, Ye Wanwan's eyelids fluttered slightly. It was a voice so decadent that it conjured an image of a dandy reclining on a chaise longue, being fed grapes by a maid, barely lifting an eyelid. This familiarity stirred an inexplicable warmth within her. She sensed that today might just yield a transaction. Ye Wanwan set her price at 10,000 spirit stones. The languorous voice inquired, "Oh, what makes your Amulet of Peace so special?" A typical offensive talisman costs merely 1,000 spirit stones, which is already considered a high price among talismans. How do you justify the sale of your amulet for 10,000? In a market where similar amulets were sold for 5 or 10 stones, merely serving as a psychological comfort, her asking price was nothing short of exorbitant, verging on outrageous. The question dripped with sarcasm. Unfazed, Ye Wanwan asserted that a high price is warranted. This amulet could deflect harm once. Ha! Came a mocking laughter from the other end. I could purchase a defensive talisman for less, and it would serve the purpose just as well. Ye Wanwan responded with calm assurance. It can guard against both magical and physical attacks. Physical? To put it simply, it can withstand damage from blades and swords. Even against magical harm, be it exorcism, soul snatching, malicious attacks, accidents, or illness, it can protect you once. In short, it offers comprehensive safety. A true amulet of peace. On the other end, are you exaggerating? Ye Wanwan replied. Refund, if ineffective. Silence ensued on the other side. Ye Wanwan remained unhurried. She was merely testing the waters. These 2 amulets were, after all, the fruits of her labor over the past month. Having glimpsed the fates of Fang Hian and Bai Jian, coupled with the foresight from the Eye of Rebirth in the library, Ye Wanwan was 90% certain that these were events from their previous lives. However, in her past life, Ye Wanwan was still languishing as an outer disciple of the Wushang sect at this moment, unaware of their existence, and thus ignorant of the events that transpired. Verification was impossible. Yet, one thing was clear to her. Fate had shifted. In this life, she not only retained her cultivation, but had also become a disciple of the Tianyi sect. Thus, Ye Wanwan wished to experiment. If this was indeed the fate that Bai Jian and the others were meant to follow, then in this life, she intended to alter it. The amulet was the culmination of a month's worth of effort, and with her still weak cultivation, it took her that long to create just these 2 amulets. But the efficacy was genuine. It could withstand any harm. The tone from the other side now held a note of caution. What level of damage can it truly withstand? Ye Wanwan replied, below the golden core level, it is 90% effective. Above that, it may weaken somewhat. Essentially, you will need to test it yourself to know for sure. Considering that Ye Wanwan herself currently possessed only golden core cultivation, she had tested it against her most formidable strike, and it held firm. Very well. As her words fell, Ye Wanwan heard the distinct sound of coins filling her purse, followed by a cheerful notification resonating in her mind. Congratulations to the stall owner, the customer, who is not short of money, has purchased your talisman, successfully depositing 7,000 spirit stones. Ye Wanwan, they actually took a 30% cut. What a cunning merchant. Why can I only buy one? I cannot purchase the other. Oh, it's a limit on purchases. Ye Wanwan remarked. A talisman can only ward off one instance of harm. One is sufficient. Why do you need so many? Oh, because it's not quite enough for me. Ye Wanwan, then come back to buy after you've used it. Fine. The individual responded somewhat unhappily. And just as they finished speaking, Ye Wanwan heard a special sound effect. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations to the stall owner for completing the second transaction. The customer, who said, I am just taking a look, has purchased your talisman, successfully depositing another 7,000 spirit stones. Please keep up the good work. Ye Wanwan heard this sound, and the customer who is not short of money noticed it too. The talismans that were initially on display suddenly vanished. Where did they go? Ye Wanwan, sold out. Oh, is there really another little white mouse like me? Their hands are quite swift. I was still thinking of finding someone to buy. Ye Wanwan fell silent upon hearing this. With the items sold out, she began to pack up her stall, and the customer's apparition vanished from her sight, moving on to other stalls. Ye Wanwan gathered her belongings and glanced around. Time to go home. With a thought, she disappeared from the street and reappeared in an empty, sandy area. Ye Wanwan clicked her tongue. How impoverished it was. There wasn't even a home in the spirit market. Sometimes, she pondered how much the spirit market resembled a game concocted by a programmer who had died from overwork while burning the midnight oil and traversed into the realm of cultivation. The game features trading and housing. Aside from the combat system, which has yet to be developed, all the essential functions of a trading market are present. It merely requires converting the code into runes and teleportation arrays of the cultivation realm. Thus, this programmer must at least be a master of array techniques in the combined stage. Only someone of that level would possess the capability to construct such a vast void realm, encompassing half of the 9 provinces and countless experts. After measuring for a long while, Ye Wanwan discovered that building a house was no easy feat, for she realized that not only the land cost money, but the house itself did too. Ye Wanwan opened her personal account, 14,000 spirit stones. These assets are stored in the treasury of the spirit market and can be accessed at any time as long as she needs them. Ye Wanwan clicked on the cave dwelling page, where the cheapest house appeared, 15,000 spirit stones. And it was merely a thatched hut. Truly, I cannot afford a house anywhere. Ye Wanwan transferred 1,000 from the 3,000 spirit stones she had from the previous day's Xianling grass, bringing her total to exactly 15,000, and purchased a thatched hut that measured only 2 square meters. If Li Wanji were here, she would surely scold Ye Wanwan for her extravagant spending. That is 15,000 spirit stones. However, having had exposure to the spirit market and understanding its secrets, Ye Wanwan knew that this expenditure was worthwhile, even if it was only a 2 square meter thatched hut. Upon entering her own cave dwelling, she found it empty and devoid of any furnishings. However, Ye Wanwan remained unfazed. Her desire was not for mere accommodation, but for the additional capabilities offered by this cave dwelling. She settled cross-legged upon the ground, entering a meditative state. The chi refinement technique circulated around her, performing one cycle after another, until she completed in a single day what would ordinarily take her an entire day to achieve. After exiting the spirit market, she noted that only 6 hours had passed in the outside world. Clutching the jade stone tightly, she calculated that while a day outside equated to 2 days within the cave, she had effectively doubled her time. Re-entering the spirit market, she gazed upon the thatched cottage before her. Though it was the most economical of dwellings, its effects sufficed for her needs. She resolved to earn more and eventually upgrade her cave dwelling, at which point the time dilation would compound further. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. The emergence of the spirit market bestowed upon Ye Wanwan a significant advantage in terms of time, particularly as she prepared for next year's sect competition. She was determined not to miss the upcoming festivities. Immersed in her cultivation, Ye Wanwan had intended to remain in the spirit market for the full 2 days. Yet a surge of regulatory force ejected her from the realm. Gritting her teeth, she cursed under her breath. Was there truly a mode to prevent excessive indulgence? After merely 13 hours within, the spirit market had expelled her, indicating that its rules dictated a limit of 1 day in the external world. After a full day, she would need to re-enter. This was one of the drawbacks of the spirit market as a cultivation cave. Oh well, it was time to ascend the mountain. Ye Wanwan turned her gaze towards the peak of the snow-capped mountain, her eyes reflecting a hint of contemplation. It was indeed time to meet her new master. Chapter 23. An acquaintance once bitten by a snake. One is wary of ropes for a decade. The profound ties within the Supreme Sect have deeply wounded Ye Wanwan, leaving her with little hope regarding the notion of apprenticeship. Yet, if she must take a master, she does not resist. However, whether she truly submits in her heart is a truth only she knows. The snowy mountain, a place of unparalleled chill, situated at the northern reaches of the Tiani sect. In the depths of winter, the mountain summit is cloaked in pristine white, crowned by ancient, unmelting ice and snow that has persisted through the ages. Merely approaching, one can feel the frigid air seeping into one's lungs, causing discomfort that compels the use of spiritual energy for protection. As Ye Wanwan ascended from the base of the mountain, she soon realized that her spiritual energy was depleting at an alarming rate, leading her to question whether any living soul could endure such conditions. As she continued her journey, by the time she reached the mountainside, 5 golden cores were already swiftly circulating, igniting their power. Ye Wanwan grew increasingly cautious. This was no place for those merely in the chi refining stage. Since entering the sect, she had never revealed her possession of 5 additional golden cores, presenting herself solely as a practitioner at the chi refining stage in the eyes of others. Yet now, her gaze, fixed upon the mountain peak, deepened in intensity. Surrounded by the protective force of her golden cores, the biting cold began to alleviate somewhat. Yet as she drew nearer to the summit, the rapid consumption of her spiritual energy surpassed all her expectations. Upon reaching the peak, she beheld Pei Xian, who appeared to have melded with the swirling snow and wind upon a stone platform. Ye Wanwan's first thought was whether he was still alive. Snow blanketed his shoulders, suggesting he had not moved for quite some time, nearly buried within the drift. If not for her keen eyesight, he might have been entirely invisible. From him, she sensed not a trace of life. Reflecting on their prior encounter, he had emerged from the void, exuding an aura akin to that of a lifeless ice sculpture. Yet, he did not seem dead. Suddenly, a voice resonated atop the mountain, and Ye Wanwan's gaze fixed upon him as he stirred slightly, his eyelashes fluttering open to calmly regard her. Indeed, it had taken her 4 hours to ascend, placing her third among the Tiani sect's ranks. Ye Wanwan fell silent. Meanwhile, Li Mingda and Sun Yin exchanged glances. "Junior brother, must you feign so? Who was first?" Pei Xian replied, lightly brushing the snow from his left shoulder. "I was. And the second?" He continued, shaking off the snow on his right side. "Still me." Ye Wanwan grinned. "You certainly have a knack for jest." "I'm not jesting." Pei Xian's dark eyes bore into her, a subtle smile playing at his lips, one that seemed more mocking than jovial. "In my realm, I ascended the mountain in 2 hours the first time and 1.5 the second." Ye Wanwan stared at Pei Xian, her smile gradually fading. His words pertained to those of his caliber, not her humble chi refining stage. He was acutely aware of his own abilities. Today's lesson concludes here. Should you manage to ascend within 2 hours, I shall teach you further. With that, Pei Xian resumed his previous posture, this time not even shaking off the snow, simply closing his eyes once more in silent meditation. Atop the mountain, it felt as though Ye Wanwan stood alone, the world around her fading into silence. From the man emanated a palpable air of mockery. Ye Wanyan gritted her teeth, refraining from uttering a word, and turned to descend the mountain. Upon returning to her chamber, she neglected to eat, opting instead to retire for the night. The following morning, Ye Wanyan resumed her ascent. It took her 3.5 hours to reach the summit. This time, Pei Xian did not even open his eyes, remaining in a state of deep meditation. Ye Wanwan understood that unless she met his expectations, he would no longer pay her any attention. The young woman inscribed a mark on another stone platform before beginning her descent. For 10 consecutive days, Ye Wanwan tirelessly traversed the mountain path, gradually reducing her time from 4 hours to just over 2. However, she still fell short of the 2 hours stipulated by Pei Xian. Even Li Wanji could no longer bear to watch. Aren't you going to run away? What are you waiting for with a master who makes you climb mountains so foolishly? The youth sat beside Ye Wanwan with a bowl of food. She remained silent, merely observing him. Li Wanji's expression turned serious. My initial desire to escape has not waned. Ye Wanwan replied with a simple, "Oh," and furtively glanced at Feng Hian. When Li Wanji turned to look, he found Feng Hian watching them. Feng Hian chuckled. "Li Shidi, you still haven't given up? Come, let us finish eating and go to third master." Li Wanji's face fell. "Do we have to?" "Yes, we do." Ye Wanwan paid no heed to their banter, finishing her meal before retreating to her room to meditate. Despite the apparent toil of her daily climbs, the results were remarkably beneficial. She could feel her spiritual energy condensing and her physical constitution improving. After having her golden core extracted, her constitution had been somewhat weakened, making her sensitive to the winter chill, yet she had managed to go unnoticed due to her righteous aura. Over these past 10 days, Ye Wanwan discovered that she had developed a certain immunity. After all, the ordinary cold paled in comparison to the frigid air of the snow-capped mountains. She gradually became accustomed to the cold. Ye Wanwan adjusted her breath to reach an optimal state. Noticing that time was still on her side, she began to draw talismans. During these 10 days, her sole purpose for venturing into the spiritual market was to cultivate. However, utilizing the accelerated time flow, there required the expenditure of spiritual stones. Despite having previously earned 14,000 spiritual stones from selling talismans, she had since exchanged that for a new residence, leaving her with merely 2,000 spiritual stones, which dwindled as she sold various mystical herbs and elixirs at her stall. If she intended to set up a gathering array in her home within the spiritual market, these stones would not last long. It was time to earn more spiritual stones. Ye Wanwan concentrated, then picked up her brush. In a mere moment, she completed 3 talismans, shaking her hands in satisfaction. Her speed had indeed improved since the last time. After finishing the talismans, she also carved 2 defensive array stones, selling one while keeping the other for herself. Naturally, the price would not be trivial. Yet, before Ye Wanwan could retreat to her room to continue her cultivation, a figure appeared at her stall. These talismans are different from the last ones. Hearing that familiar, arrogant tone, Ye Wanwan explained, "This time, it's a disaster-repelling talisman. It ensures peace and averts calamity." "Is there truly a difference?" Ye Wanwan's voice was unremarkable. For those without ailments, wearing the talisman provided peace, while those afflicted with pain or internal injuries would find relief from half their suffering by donning it. Half a relief? If I purchased 2, would I not be completely healed? This notion lingered in her mind. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Wanwan added, "However, one may utilize only a single talisman. The effectiveness of a second would be negligible." "This talisman seems rather ineffective," she remarked, just as she was about to roll up her sleeves to engage in a dispute. The sound of coins clinking in a pouch caught her attention. She thought to herself, "Never mind, the customer is always right." "What is this array stone?" she inquired. "It offers protection." "Oh, then I have no need for it." As the crowd dispersed, Ye Wanwan turned back to her spiritual chamber to continue her cultivation. Meanwhile, the 2 array stones before her were sold to another. "Protection array stones, just what my junior sister could utilize," Do Ming mused as he departed from the spirit market, leaving behind the lively atmosphere. In stark contrast, the Supreme Sect Qinyun Peak felt somewhat lifeless at that moment. Chapter 24. Breath of the Body at the Base of the Xuanbing Cliff. Ji Chonghuai, with reddened eyes, was dragged out, having sat at the mouth of the valley for 2 days, still unwilling to leave. "I refuse to believe she is dead, as long as her body remains unfound. I will not yield to despair." The other disciples, maintaining their composure, remarked, "Senior brother, The base of the Xuanbing Cliff is an eye of the hurricane. Once a person falls, not even their bones can be preserved. What do you mean by that? Ji Chonghuai's eyes burned with emotion. Are we not going to save her? It's not that we won't save her, but that we cannot. The group exchanged glances with Ji Chonghuai, who had insisted they remain there for 2 months. Originally, there were dozens of them, but now only 7 or 8 remained. Yet 2 months had passed. The remaining disciples, who had once followed Ji Chonghuai, were reluctant to continue this futile endeavor. The fierce and biting winds at the cliff's base posed a grave danger to any disciple below the foundation establishment stage. They did not believe it worth sacrificing their lives for a rebellious Ye Wanwan. Ji Chonghuai, still with red-rimmed eyes, thought of his junior sister. Senior brother, I will help you search. We won't return until we find senior sister. A determined voice spoke from beside him, pulling Ji Chonghuai from his thoughts. Turning to see the pale-faced Yi Qian, Ji Chonghuai's lips quivered. Junior sister. Yet, it was precisely because of her that 7th junior sister had chosen this desperate path. Ji Chonghuai was momentarily at a loss on how to address Yi Qian. With red eyes, Yi Qian proclaimed, I will find 7th senior sister and explain everything. I never intended to take her golden core. With that, she resolutely leaped towards the cliff's edge. Startled, Ji Chonghuai quickly pulled her back. Yi Qian, tears streaming down her face, insisted. I truly did not mean to harm senior sister. I believe you. I trust you. Ji Chonghuai felt an overwhelming sorrow that made it difficult to breathe. Observing the heavy atmosphere around them, he trembled as he urged, let us all leave this place. But senior sister, Yi Qian hesitated, wanting to speak further. We are not searching any longer. A month later, after Ji Chonghuai had taken Yi Qian back from the Xuanbing Cliff to recuperate, Dou Ming emerged from Ling City, having moved on long before Ji Chonghuai. Now, witnessing his senior brother's newfound clarity, he remarked, I believe that girl is merely playing a clever ruse, escaping like a cicada shedding its shell. Perhaps she is somewhere, reveling in our plight while we remain ensnared by her tricks. Ji Chonghuai's expression darkened. What if we have wronged 7th junior sister? Recalling the determination in Ye Wanwan's eyes when she jumped, Dou Ming felt a pang in his heart. But he quickly brushed it aside, laughing, what a joke, senior brother. She shattered junior sister's golden core in front of so many witnesses. Could we truly be mistaken? Ji Chonghuai suddenly lifted his gaze. Who witnessed it firsthand? Of course. Dou Ming opened his mouth, only to find himself at a loss for names. The two exchanged glances, both realizing something significant. This incident had been the subject of much gossip, yet when pressed to name an eyewitness, no one seemed willing to step forward. Dou Ming chuckled awkwardly. You can't truly suspect junior sister, can you? She is far too innocent. Ji Chonghuai averted his gaze. No, but I'm pondering whether someone is deliberately sowing discord among his brothers. Dou Ming lowered his eyes. When did he begin to harbor animosity towards Ye Wanwan? It seemed he could hardly recall. After all, there was a time when he held great affection for this junior sister. Dou Ming gazed at the array spirit stone in his hands, a rare moment of hesitation before he decided not to part with it immediately. Standing at the doorway, Yi Qian held a bowl of medicinal broth that had begun to cool, yet she found herself unable to push the door open. After a prolonged moment of composure, she gently knocked. Elder brother, I have come to deliver your medicine. Meanwhile, Ye Wanwan had emerged from her secluded meditation in the spirit chamber. Observing the array spirit stone, now dulled from use, she counted the remaining stones on her person, just over 1,000. Glancing at her stall page, she discovered that her second talisman had also sold, and the name of the second customer seemed vaguely familiar. I'm merely taking a look, Ye Wanwan thought, retrieving the previous sales record, and indeed found it was the same individual. What a coincidence! She placed the last defensive array stone alongside several Xianling herbs, then purchased some seeds from the spirit market before exiting. Upon leaving the spirit market, Ye Wanwan closed her eyes to rest. Though cultivators could sustain their spirits without sleep, she believed even immortals required repose. Thus, she shut her eyes and covered herself with a blanket. The following day, before dawn, Ye Wanwan scattered the seeds in the courtyard and made her way towards the snowy mountain, resuming her ascent. 2 weeks later, she found herself standing before Pei Xian. extending 2 fingers. 2 hours minus a quarter. To be precise, 1 hour and 45 minutes. Tilting her head with a carefree smile, she declared, I am now ranked second. Pei Xian, resembling a snow-white spirit, responded with a calm demeanor. That sounds like a commendable achievement. Ye Wanwan brushed off her sleeves. Not quite. I have yet to reach first place. She looked at Pei Xian. Once I break through within an hour and a half, I shall seek you again. But you have already met my requirements. Pei Xian shifted his posture, the snow cascading from his form. Then I shall teach you a heart technique first. Ye Wanwan frowned, reluctant to learn at this moment. Pei Xian said leisurely, just remember it. It will suffice. That made sense. Ye Wanwan sat cross-legged, attentive. Pei Xian raised a hand and pointed, transforming memory into a glimmer of spirit light that landed on Ye Wanwan's forehead, imparting a new breathing technique into her mind. This method was unlike that of the Supreme Sect and distinct from what Bai Jian and the others practiced. Is this a breath-holding technique? The tortoise breathing method? Noticing her curiosity, Pei Xian clarified, it is not quite the same. This technique still involves breathing, but through the body. Breathing through the body? Ye Wanwan meticulously examined the incantation, yet the meaning eluded her. Pei Xian explained, when your body harmonizes with the essence of nature and all things, you will grasp the profound meaning of this phrase. This is also one of the heart techniques for those with multiple spirit roots. Ye Wanwan was taken aback, raising her gaze to Pei Xian, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. It was evident that he was aware of her multiple spiritual roots. But had he truly sought this technique specifically for her? This is my unique mental cultivation method, Pei Xian remarked dismissively, yet his words were astonishing. I also possess multiple spiritual roots. Ye Wanwan's heart raced. Pei Xian was indeed a master of the transformation stage. Thus, the nightmare of multiple spiritual roots in the Golden Core realm could indeed be transcended. Could it not? Ye Wanwan found her breath quickening uncontrollably. Pei Xian coldly stated, it is premature to say. To break through, it depends on your opportunities and innate talent. Otherwise, you may remain stagnant for a lifetime. After a pause, he added, I am an exception. Very well, you are an exception. In the future, I shall also be an exception, Ye Wanwan replied. Shall I begin memorizing it now? Pei Xian smirked subtly. The incantations are already ingrained in your mind. Can you truly forget them? Ye Wanwan understood. Pei Xian understood as well. They were merely feigning ignorance together, one reluctant to take on a disciple, the other in no rush to become a disciple. Thus, they tacitly agreed to leave it unspoken. Ye Wanwan felt quite content with this unvoiced understanding. On this day, she did not hasten to descend the mountain, instead mastering the mental cultivation method entrusted by Pei Xian at the summit. The first step of this technique was to learn breath control, followed by what Pei Xian referred to as body breathing. However, the act of holding her breath nearly cost Ye Wanwan half her life. It was clear that transforming internal energy into external movement was no simple feat. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, what was ever truly simple? Ye Wanwan relished the challenge of the complicated. Chapter 25. The Divine Refinement Technique Atop the Snowy Peaks. A white silhouette blended seamlessly with the melting snow, prompting Pei Xian to open his eyes and take a glance. Ye Wanwan sat motionless in place, as if petrified. Her breath remained, albeit faint. The aura surrounding her gradually shifted, yet the falling snowflakes settled upon her shoulders like a slowly descending weight. Observing this, Pei Xian waved away the snowflakes surrounding her, conjuring a small barrier that shielded her from the raging storm. With commendable effort, the whispers of her murmurs were scattered by the wind. Immersed in profound meditation, Ye Wanwan remained oblivious to the external world, wholly absorbed in this new cultivation method. At first glance, Pei Xian's technique appeared to revolve around breath retention. Yet a closer examination revealed that breath retention was merely a consequence, not the process itself. The crux lay in transforming internal respiration into external respiration, allowing the breath to transition from the lungs and internal organs into the external realm, merging with the universe and nature. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, be it standing, sitting, or even sleeping, she was perpetually in a state of cultivation. This method was ideally suited for those with multiple spiritual roots and offered the quickest advancement. However, the challenge resided in the transformation, how to convert internal energy into external energy, subsequently establishing a new circulatory cycle. Ye Wanwan concentrated her thoughts on the energy circulating within her dantian, observing a wisp of spiritual energy entering her body and traversing through her meridians, completing a circuit before returning to the dantian. She noted its gradual expulsion through her skin, leaving only a mere fraction behind. This cyclical process formed the foundational energy cultivation method for all novice disciples. Yet, she pondered the possibility of creating a new cycle externally, harmonizing with her internal meridians to form a complete inner circulation. Although she was uncertain of the method, she resolved to attempt it. Drawing upon her spirit, she inscribed spiritual patterns in the air around her, crafting a new path of circulation through the gathered spiritual energy. Under Ye Wanwan's manipulation, this resonance with her internal meridians transformed into a new cycle. The effect of these spiritual patterns resembled a gathering formation. However, unlike the traditional formations that relied on stones as focal points, she had become the core of this one. As spiritual energy coalesced from the cosmos and surged into her meridians, it was expelled through the formation. Ye Wanwan sensed that she had completed a full circuit with the spiritual patterns, albeit with considerable effort. The influx of spiritual energy was overwhelming, straining her meridians and making even the completion of a small cycle arduous, a stark contrast to her usual ability to accomplish 3 large cycles with ease. The resulting pain was indescribable. With gritted teeth, Ye Wanwan persevered to complete the small cycle. When the spiritual energy returned to her dantian, she realized that the energy retained within her was more than tenfold compared to her previous cycles. Naturally, the accompanying pain was exponentially greater. Yet, the results were exceedingly promising. Exhaling deeply, Ye Wanwan felt a resurgence of awareness. Evidently, such a method could not be employed frequently. Although effective, it relied on external forces, and she needed to comprehend how to draw spiritual energy from the universe herself. Only then could she achieve twice the result with half the effort. She clenched her fists, noticing that Pei Xian remained in slumber, and thus continued her endeavor. Before possessing a certain level of strength, utilizing advantages was of little consequence. As she entered a state of meditation, Pei Xian opened his eyes, lost in contemplation. How long had it taken him to cultivate his physique using the divine refinement technique for the first time? It seemed about a month. This girl, however, required not even a single day. With the aid of spiritual patterns, Ye Wanwan swiftly absorbed the ethereal energy of the heavens and earth, simultaneously diminishing the influence of the spiritual patterns, allowing her primordial spirit to sense the shifts of the cosmos. Gradually, she replaced the function of the spiritual patterns, achieving a true internal and external circulation, successfully upgrading the Qi refinement technique to the divine refinement technique. This name he had informed her of after a month. It was a rather imposing title. At this moment, Ye Wanwan had successfully surpassed Pei Xian's record, breaking through within an hour and a half. Yet by this time, both she and Pei Xian had ceased to concern themselves with such matters. However, in pursuit of a more immersive cultivation experience, Ye Wanwan decided to relocate from the Disciple Peak to the summit of the Snow Mountain. Spiritual herbs could be cultivated on a parcel of land purchased in the spiritual market for future access, but one could not perpetually hide within the confines of the market. Rubbing her chin, Ye Wanwan resolved to construct a dwelling atop the mountain. Before she could gather all the materials, a languid voice echoed. "Did you not consider that your master possesses a cave dwelling of his own?" Ye Wanwan turned, astonished. "Master, I assumed your cave dwelling was the very stone beneath you." Pei Xian was rendered speechless. Upon unsealing the constraints, Ye Wanwan finally beheld a frigid cave dwelling not far from them, revealed after the illusion was dispelled. Observing the entirely azure cave, she remarked with a smile, "Truly befitting of my master, it appears scarcely better than sleeping on the ground." It was a residence that, while not resembling an ice palace, bore an uncanny resemblance to one. Yet it must be said, it was remarkably spacious, so much so that Ye Wanwan could change rooms every hour. Choose any room you desire, Pei Xian calmly stated, unusually rising from the stone platform to lead Ye Wanwan into the abode. As the door swung open, there was no frigid atmosphere as one might expect. Instead, a gentle warmth permeated the air, with the entire cave adorned in shades of blue interwoven with white. The overall appearance was reminiscent of a rare mineral. Ye Wanwan's heartbeat quickened. Could this be the Azure Sea Spirit Stone? Pei Xian glanced back, noting her keen perception. Is the entire cave composed of it? She inquired, her voice tinged with tension. This mineral was exceedingly rare beneath the deep sea. Once, a craftsman had spent a fortune merely to acquire a small fragment. Yet here, an entire dwelling was constructed. Well, I supplemented it with some blue crystal, Pei Xian replied nonchalantly. A single gram of blue crystal was more precious than an ounce of Azure Sea Spirit Stone, and he casually used it as a patch? Master, you must be quite wealthy. She remarked. It's manageable, he replied. Then, might I borrow 100,000? Pei Xian turned to glance at his little disciple, his smirk carrying a hint of mockery, while his indifferent eyes exuded a sense of derision towards the mundane world, as if nothing could truly capture his interest. Yet, the sight of one extending a hand for money carries an unusual charm. Pei Xian waved his hand dismissively, and a small box of brocade landed gently between Ye Wanwan's hands, leaving her momentarily stunned. This is for you, he remarked, turning to retreat. If it's not enough, just let me know. As Ye Wanwan opened the brocade box, her pupils dilated in astonishment. It was filled to the brim with spirit crystals, 12 in total. Each crystal could be exchanged for 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Master, you truly are wealthy. Pei Xian continued, there are many empty rooms in the cave dwelling, which I seldom utilize. Feel free to choose any room you like. Glancing around, Ye Wanwan playfully proposed, may I establish my own cave dwelling next door? Pei Xian turned to look at her. In the face of Ye Wanwan's hopeful yet uncertain gaze, he replied, yes. Ye Wanwan's heart tightened. He actually agreed. Chapter 26. The Purple Spirit Cave. Though she had known Pei Xian for only a brief period, it was evident that individuals of such elevated realms often possessed elusive temperaments. Take Yin Ding, for instance. A mere glance from him rendered his disciples hesitant to act recklessly. Even Ji Changhuai, who enjoyed Yin Ding's utmost trust, refrained from displaying any small whims in his presence, adhering to decorum and avoiding offense. This was the profound aura of a transcendent being that Yin Ding instilled in them. Yet, during this recent exchange with Pei Xian, she had articulated two conditions, each more preposterous than the last. Remarkably, Pei Xian acquiesced to them. He was unlike Yin Ding, possessing greater cultivation, yet seemingly more affable. Fang He interjected, no, junior sister, you are mistaken. Ye Wanfang's desire for personal space is not a jest. She genuinely yearns for an independent sanctuary. While Pei Xian's cave abode is splendid, with the Bai Hai Ning nourishing her primordial spirit, it ultimately belongs to another. Thus, it is inconvenient for her to pursue her own endeavors. She intends to seek materials in the spirit market to construct her own cave dwelling. It need not be grand. A modest one will suffice. However, this conundrum cannot be resolved in haste. Ye Wanfang must bide her time, as the availability of spirit stones remains a pressing concern. While contemplating the need to inscribe more spiritual talismans or to explore a hidden mineral realm, Pei Xian produced a delicate spiritual artifact from his sleeve. Ye Wanfang's gaze fixated upon it. Pei Xian explained, this was a failed refinement from my earlier endeavors, a semi-finished product. Since you wish to procure materials for your own crafting, which may take time, you might as well make use of this for now. As he spoke, the artifact gently landed in Ye Wanfang's palm. She tightened her grip, a playful smile adorning her face. You truly bestow this upon me? Master, is it so peculiar for a mentor to present a gift to their disciple? Not at all, Ye Wanfang replied cheerfully, but it is my first time receiving such a gesture. Pei Xian's voice remained calm. Would you like me to accompany you in testing it? Certainly. Ye Wanfang exited the Bai Hai Ning, studying the small abode resting in her palm. Pei Xian exhibited patience. Just a drop of blood will suffice. Ye Wanfang complied. allowing a drop of blood to fall. The artifact recognized its master, illuminating with a soft glow in her hand. With a mere thought, the cave materialized before her eyes. The petite spiritual dwelling stood adjacent to the opulent by Hai Ning Pe, its entire form adorned in a regal purple hue, exquisitely understated. In stark contrast to the grandeur of its neighboring residence, this cave exuded a sense of subtlety and grace, yet retained the essence of its owner. It was cool, but the light lavender hue softened its chill. Ye Wanwan glanced at Pei Xian, who discerned the inquiry in her gaze, responding softly, "Since it belongs to you, do you truly require my approval to enter?" A smile broke across Ye Wanfang's face. "Master, let us explore it together." Pei Xian remained silent, asserting, "I am well aware of what I have crafted. You should venture forth on your own." As Ye Wanfang observed him transform into a streak of light and return to the stone platform, she pondered for a moment before stepping into the cave. Upon pushing open the door, she was greeted by a spacious courtyard. Enclosed by a protective barrier, the courtyard was shielded from the frigid winds of the snow-capped mountains, creating its own realm. Surrounding the courtyard were two side rooms, one suitable for alchemical practices and the other for artifact refinement. The dwelling is spacious, capable of extending and transforming at will. Beyond the front courtyard, traversing through the central courtyard, lies yet another yard, where two wings of four houses continue to stand side by side. As Ye Wanwan strolls further back, she realizes that beyond the second entrance, there are no more houses. However, a water curtain barrier appears behind her. Remembering that Pei Xian had mentioned this was a half-finished product, she comprehends the situation. Returning to the front courtyard, Ye Wanwan discovers her fondness for the yard remains. This yard occupies half of the cave dwelling, effectively shielding her from the snow and wind atop the mountain. Within the barrier, the scenery and climate of all four seasons thrive, perfectly suiting Ye Wanwan's desire to cultivate some mystical herbs. Coupled with her talismans, it is entirely sufficient. Observing that the cave dwelling is now equipped, she moves her belongings from Disciple Peak, leaving only Li Wanji as the sole newcomer there. Li Wanji harbors considerable resentment, lamenting, "Even you have abandoned me." Yet, Ye Wanwan replies, "I never asked for you." After collecting her items, she departs without a hint of nostalgia, leaving Li Wanji fuming for quite some time. Once you have a master, you no longer need a senior brother. Ye Wanwan reflects on how Do Ming had once expressed similar sentiments, only to forget about Shao Qi when he acquired a junior sister. She shrugs, self-deprecatingly pondering why she concerns herself with such individuals, a mere collection of trash. Residing atop the snow-covered mountain, Ye Wanwan saves time on her daily descent and ascent, engaging in 2 hours of meditation with Pei Xian each day, practicing her spiritual refinement techniques. She dedicates 2 hours to swordplay and another 2 hours to refining her physique in the cold spring. Consequently, her speed in conjuring talismans improves considerably, yet achieving the same market value as before proved challenging. Ye Wanwan soon realizes that there are few who are aware of the spiritual market, likely requiring a gradual introduction to gain recognition. For this reason, she devotes most of her focus to cultivation, apart from completing her daily tasks to avoid forgetting her skills. Having smoothly broken through to the 13th layer of the Qi refining stage, she enters the second round of foundation building. Ye Wanwan does not forget her determination to enter closed-door training, aiming to make a breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. Half a year later, a thunderous roar reverberates atop the snow-capped mountain, drawing the attention of all. Thunder. The sect leader, Li Mingde, chuckles while stroking his beard, remarking on the swift progress of the children. Meanwhile, Sun Yin, who had been toiling in the fields, looks up and mutters to himself, "This spiritual food has yet to be developed, and they might not even need it. What a waste of my half-year efforts." Fang Hian removes his hat, bewildered by the thunder. Sun Yin gives him a sharp slap, rebuking, "You little rascal, your new junior sister has already surpassed you in forming the core. When will you show some progress?" Fang Hian stumbles, exclaiming, "Uncle Master, I formed the core long ago." "Oh, I forgot." This makes him furious. "If you've already formed the core, how can you still rely on your senior sister's sword?" Sun Yin is incensed. Fang Hian, feeling dejected, thinks, "Why must that thing still be in the sword tomb? How can I face anyone?" He grumbles under his breath, but ultimately refrains from arguing loudly. Instead, he watches the thunderstorm atop the snow-covered mountain, listening to the claps of thunder. The speed at which the junior sister cultivates is indeed remarkable. Yet she possesses 5 elemental roots, does she not? Gazing at the solitary white blossom blooming upon the spiritual herb, one cannot help but acknowledge its quintessence, a manifestation of the 5 elemental roots. Thunderous clouds swirled ominously in the sky. Beneath this tempestuous canopy stood Ye Wanwan, her demeanor serene, yet tinged with a hint of bewilderment. After all, the last time she achieved the golden core, such a commotion had not ensued. Within her dantian, the 5 golden cores quivered subtly, seemingly influenced by the celestial thunder. Ye Wanwan lowered her gaze momentarily. Could it be that beneath the Xuanbing Cliff lies an array that conceals the heavenly secrets? Nevertheless, such speculations were futile. The tribulation of thunder must be faced. With unwavering determination, she fixed her gaze upon the stormy heavens, her resolve unshaken. Kulme. Chapter 27. Thunder Tribulation. A resounding roar echoed as the thunderclouds tore apart, illuminating the night sky with a brilliant flash of lightning, a most astonishing sight. In her previous life, Ye Wanwan had traversed the path of talismans, evading the orthodox way. Thus, she was not required to undergo tribulation. Yet, Ye Wanwan was unafraid. The girl's gaze bore no trace of trepidation. She embraced the light as the thunder engulfed her. Below on the stone platform, Pei Xian sat in tranquil composure, but a closer inspection would reveal the tightening grip of his palm. After all, he was the foremost disciple and the heir to the Sword of Conscience. Pei Xian could not remain indifferent. Yet, the girl's eyes blazed with fervor as she basked in the lightning's glow, allowing the heavenly thunder to strike her. A powerful sensation of acidity and numbness coursed through her skin, ultimately sapping her strength. The hand that clutched her weapon lost a significant portion of its force, and Ye Wanwan found herself half kneeling on the ground. It was no wonder that others feared tribulation, for this force first shattered one's defenses and resolve, penetrating through the meridians to reach the most vulnerable point, the dantian. Ye Wanwan summoned the spiritual energy from her dantian, and the 5 golden cores within were pierced by the heavenly thunder, as if fissures were being forced open, intertwining with the lightning. The golden cores appeared on the verge of shattering, while the other 5 nascent cores spun and twisted beneath the thunder, seemingly unable to merge successfully. The last time she faced the thunderstorm at the base of the Xuanbing Cliff, it had returned all at once this time. Yet, this was only the first wave. Fong, he was puzzled. The scene unfolding before him seemed rather extraordinary for his junior disciple. Sun Yin stroked his beard, recognizing the unusual nature of the event. However, the magnitude of the thunder tribulation was determined by the talents of the tribulation bearer. The ferocity of the heavenly thunder only indicated Ye Wanwan's extraordinary gifts. The thunder roared through the high mountains, casting the peaks of Tianyi Sect in a silvery hue. Ye Wanwan could scarcely remain upright, and Pei Xian furrowed his brow, preparing to rise. Yet the girl gradually straightened her back, summoning sheer willpower to withstand the first strike of heavenly thunder. Bring it on. The lightning enveloped her like a shimmering spider's web, and before it dissipated, the second strike descended. The 2 forces combined, yet Ye Wanwan did not resist. Pei Xian discerned the truth of the matter. Onlookers marveled at the girl's audacity, daring to temper her body with heavenly thunder. Pei Xian did not turn to acknowledge them. He already knew who it was. My disciple could never be weak. Li Mingde chuckled. Indeed, she bears some resemblance to you. Ye Wanwan refrained from resistance, for she was challenging her own limits, seeking to refine her battered body through the power of the heavenly thunder. She had fully prostrated herself on the ground, yet she persevered, achieving a seated posture that grounded her against the earth, channeling the thunder into the ground. Though she was indeed challenging herself, Ye Wanwan understood her limits. The human body could not withstand such immense lightning. Without harnessing the earth's power to absorb the thunderous force, her frail frame would not endure. Fortunately, she could still hold her ground. The first, second, third, wave after wave of thunder was endured by Ye Wanwan. By the time the 7th strike arrived, the 5 golden cores had been successfully refined, and the other 5 nascent cores had taken shape. though Ye Wanwan's body had become a pitiful sight. At this moment, the force of the heavenly thunder arrived unexpectedly. With a thunderous roar, both Pei Xian and Li Mingde sensed the peculiarity of the seventh strike. Just as they were about to set up a barrier, they witnessed the girl forming hand seals. 5 elements formation, commence. As her voice fell, several spiritual symbols materialized around her, their ethereal light intertwining and swiftly coalescing into a defensive array. The immense thunderbolts descended from the heavens, only to be diffused into 5 strands by the formation, absorbed by the symbols before crashing harmlessly into the earth. The girl stood within the array, unharmed. A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Mingde's eyes. This young girl was evidently well prepared. Even Pei Xian's brow gradually relaxed. In the brief interval before the 8th strike, Ye Wanwan quickly harnessed the formation to restore her mobility, simultaneously pouring a concoction down her throat. This was the Xianling liquid she had meticulously prepared, crafted from Xianling grass. She sipped it calmly, her gaze unwavering as she looked up at the looming thunder. After consuming half a flask, the girl regained about 70% of her strength. She stowed the gourd away and wiped the moisture from her lips, and, as the lightning flashed high above, she drew her sword, the Wenxin sword, and ascended once more to challenge the thunder. This time it was the 8th strike. Li Mingde fell into contemplation. At such a tender age, her ability to confront the heavenly thunder with such composure indicated a mind unlike any other. She possessed both valor and cunning, her resolve unyielding. The Supreme Sect must surely regret having let go of such a promising child. Ye Wanwan raised her sword to meet the thunder, the lightning coursing through the Wenxin sword. The azure blade, shimmering with silver, tore through the mottled bronze under the light of the thunder, revealing a pure, radiant glow along with an ancient oppressive force. It seemed that all present felt the awakening of an ancient spirit from within the blade. Pei Xian and Li Mingde exchanged a glance, their expressions taut. Yet, in the next moment, this formidable pressure seemed to dissipate. The spectacle of heavenly thunder captivated everyone's attention. The lightning completely engulfed Ye Wanwan and the Wenxin sword. Yet the girl continued to form seals with her left hand, the 5 elements symbols revolving around her with astonishing speed, swiftly dismantling the thunder's power. The Wenxin sword shone brilliantly, absorbing the final remnants of the thunder's force. At this juncture, Ye Wanwan was already bracing herself for the 9th strike. Fang Hian and the others were taken aback. Wasn't the interval between the 8th and 9th strikes exceedingly brief? Indeed, it was alarmingly short, with hardly a pause. Fang Hian abandoned his search for concealment, exclaiming, "I must check on my junior sister." However, compared to the thunder, Li Mingde was more concerned about the fleeting pressure from earlier, too ephemeral for them to comprehend before the 9th strike arrived. Li Mingde glanced at Pei Xian, only to find him fixated on the final thunderbolt, the strongest of them all. Nevertheless, although the last strike bore immense pressure, Ye Wanwan had prepared herself. As the first set of 5 elements symbols shattered, the second array surged forth, its ethereal light igniting. The radiance of the formation enveloped Ye Wanwan, absorbing the majority of the thunder's power. The remainder, however, she bore alone, as the towering thunderclouds dissipated and the torrential rain poured down. The refreshing downpour following the thunder nourished Ye Wanwan's body, revitalizing her essence. With her limbs sprawled out, she lay on the ground, unable to suppress her laughter. It was accomplished. She had successfully formed her elixir. Others around her joined in joyous exclamations. "Little junior sister! Little junior sister!" Ye Wanwan tilted her head and caught sight of Bai Jian and Li Wanji standing not far away, the latter waving 2 small flags in celebration of her achievement. Meanwhile, Fang Hian was also rushing towards her from the mountainside. Amidst their jubilant chatter, Ye Wanwan noticed a steady footfall approaching her and turned her gaze toward the sound. Chapter 28. The second path. Pei Xian murmured, "You have done exceptionally well." Ye Wanwan's lips curled into an uncontainable smile as she nodded vigorously, declaring, "I will strive to excel even further. For this place is not the Supreme Sect, but rather the Tianyi Sect." Following the tribulation, Ye Wanwan took 7 days to recuperate before she fully regained her strength. However, upon reuniting with the girl, Bai Jian and Fang Hian fell into a contemplative silence as they observed her cultivation level. Why has our junior sister regressed back to the qi refinement stage? Li Wanji exclaimed, pointing at his own eyes. Had I not witnessed you endure the lightning tribulation with my own eyes, I would have thought that day was merely a dream. Ye Wanwan touched her nose, recalling that she had discovered this predicament the day after her tribulation. Pei Xian had forewarned her about this situation before she faced the tribulation. Thus she remained unperturbed. In this tribulation, she faced two choices. One was to shatter her original 5 golden cores, recondense them, establish her foundation, and follow the conventional path of cultivation once more. Yet, this would be arduous for her, as she would encounter a standstill in her progress, needing to overcome it. Failing to do so would mean she would remain there for the rest of her life. The second option was to continue condensing her cores, not to look back, surpass the maximum number of golden cores, amass core energy, and transcend to the nascent soul stage, taking the unconventional path using the divine refinement technique I taught you. Do you dare to try? After Pei Xian discussed this with her, Ye Wanwan contemplated for 3 days, reflecting on the fragments of her past life. Yinding must have been aware of her difficulties in breaking through to the nascent soul stage due to her multiple spiritual roots. Thus, regardless of how exceptional she had previously appeared, she would never gain prominence in the Supreme Sect. For a genius who could never transcend to the nascent soul stage was not regarded as a true genius and would remain overlooked. Her father, in his desire to secure her future by sealing her spiritual roots, never considered that Yinding, upon realizing this, would only feel anger and subsequently direct it towards her. After coming to a clear understanding, Ye Wanwan chose the second path. Pei Xian then asked, "Have you made your decision? This path is one we shall embark on together for the first time. My advice may not necessarily be right, and if wrong, you may remain at the golden core stage for your entire life. Even if I remain a golden core for this lifetime, I accept that. The outcomes of both choices are quite similar, so I shall choose the second method. At worst, I can still pursue the path of talismanic cultivation." Their gazes met, and together they chose this untraveled path. "I will assist you," Pei Xian assured her. Hence, this led to Li Wanji and the others witnessing the qi refinement stage of Ye Wanwan. With a smile, Ye Wanwan remarked, "Indeed, I have begun my cultivation anew." "Something feels amiss, very amiss." Li Wanji circled around her, scrutinizing her closely. "Have you been possessed?" Ye Wanwan chuckled lightly, raising her hand to form a seal, unleashing the essence of her golden core cultivation. Li Wanji's eyes brightened. "This is the golden core stage." Ye Wanwan concealed her golden core aura, shrouding her true cultivation level. "My spiritual root is rather unique. Thus my methods differ from others. Senior brother need not fret. The golden core is me, and the qi refinement stage is also me. I still possess the means to protect myself." Fang Hian inquired, "Has the 7th master uncle spoken to you about the secret realm?" Ye Wanwan had descended the mountain this time specifically for the matter concerning the secret realm a month hence. "Indeed," she nodded. "I shall accompany you all. Before the grand competition of the sect, we must first venture into the secret realm to gather treasures, thereby increasing our chances of victory." Fang Hian replied, "Very well. It shall be the 3 of us setting forth." "What about me?" Li Wanji interjected eagerly from aside. Fang Hian pushed his head aside, stating, "You have yet to reach the core formation stage. Be off." Li Wanji struggled, extending his hand. "I'm just 1 step away. We depart in half a month. Should you achieve core formation within that time, you may join us," Fang Hian said, and indeed, Li Wanji appeared disheartened. However, it would be erroneous to claim that Li Wanji lacked talent. He had entered the sect alongside Ye Wanwan, and although he could not compare to her, he had successfully reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage within the year, mere steps away from forming his core. Ye Wanwan's swiftness could only be attributed to her prodigious nature. Ye Wanwan mused that were it not for the time flow within the spiritual market, her progress would not be so rapid, for cultivating with 5 spiritual roots necessitated 5 times the effort compared to others. Even with her exceptional talent, genuine time investment was essential in cultivation. "Let me go. I'm certain I can break through," Li Wanji persisted stubbornly. Imagine if you encounter tribulations on the way. We would have to protect you. You ought to remain obedient at the sect, Fong Hian retorted, dragging him away. The two senior brothers promptly engaged in sparring. And over the past year, Li Wanji's intentions to flee had been seldom heard. Once they departed, Bai Jian presented Ye Wanwan with a pouch of spiritual stones. Upon opening it, she discovered it contained a staggering 10,000 spiritual stones. "Sister," Ye Wanwan exclaimed in astonishment. Bai Jian's eyes sparkled, a congratulatory gift. Ye Wanwan tightened her grip on the pouch. Bai Jian affectionately ruffled Ye Wanwan's hair, encouraging her, "Keep it up." After the four gathered and agreed upon the items to bring on their journey, Ye Wanwan returned to the snow mountain. The stone platform was devoid of Pei Xian, who was presumably in his cave dwelling. The doors of the Bai Haining mansion were firmly closed. Ye Wanwan entered her own cave and soon dashed into the spiritual market. The dwelling within the market remained that modest thatched cottage, barely spacious enough to accommodate a bed. With spiritual stones in hand, Ye Wanwan accessed the spiritual city interface. To obtain a more advanced residence and accelerate the time flow, she needed to spend spiritual stones for an upgrade. The previous thatched cottage had cost 15,000. This time, the bamboo house was priced at 30,000. After calculating her earnings from selling talismans, along with the gift from Bai Jian and her recently received monthly allowance as a disciple, she found her total just sufficient to afford the bamboo house. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Wanwan expended all her spiritual stones. In an instant, the humble thatched cottage transformed into a quaint bamboo house, and upon testing the time flow, she discovered it to be thrice as fast. Outside, a day passes while within, 3 days unfold. This time, it was not merely a day that expelled Ye Wanwan from the realm. Her sojourn in the spiritual market has been extended. As she caresses the dilapidated bamboo hut, she ponders the temporal flow at the highest levels and the immense spiritual stones it would require. Even in her previous life, she had not ventured to the pinnacle. Her curiosity regarding the enigmatic master behind the spiritual market has deepened. Yet, at this moment, her sole focus must be on diligently accumulating spiritual stones. Relying solely on this tripling of time would not suffice. Ye Wanwan settled into a meditative posture, intent on hastening her cultivation. According to Pei Xian, her pace of advancement would inevitably slow as she progressed. A significant portion of the absorbed spiritual energy was claimed by the golden elixirs, making the consolidation of qi and foundation a formidable challenge. However, this is hardly surprising, for not every Dantian can accommodate such an abundance of golden elixirs, and her bottleneck likely resides at the 11th golden elixir or perhaps at the forthcoming foundation establishment phase. But that was a concern for another day. For 3 days, Ye Wanwan devoted herself to the divine refinement technique, harnessing the celestial energies from a 10-mile radius. The remarkable efficacy of this technique compensated for her slower cultivation, creating a balance. After 3 days, her progress revealed water and fire roots at the second layer of qi refinement, and gold, wood, and earth stabilized at the first layer. With calm introspection, she continued her practice. Half a month later, as time elapsed in the spiritual market, Ye Wanwan found herself expelled once more. In the market, 15 days had passed, while only 5 days had elapsed outside. She calculated the timing. It appeared she would need to remain outside for another day before re-entering. After fulfilling the day's requirement, she hastened back inside. During these days, good news arrived from Disciple Peak. Li Wanji had successfully condensed his elixir. Chapter 29. Illusion. Perhaps Fong Hian had issued a stern warning, forbidding any departure until the formation of the golden core. Li Wanji realized that his opportunity was fleeting, and thus for the past half-month, he had exerted extraordinary effort, finally achieving his golden core just 4 days before the impending journey. Suddenly, a thunderstorm of tribulation materialized on the Disciple Peak, catching both Sun Yin and the elders, including Li Mingda, by surprise. Another had formed their golden core. How splendid! This group of children is indeed commendable. However, in contrast to Ye Wanshan, who had the guidance of Master Pei Xian, Li Wanji, as a makeshift disciple, found himself struggling immensely amidst the tribulation. Under the onslaught of celestial lightning, he emitted cries of distress, dodging the strikes. Several bolts not only demolished several structures on the Disciple Peak, but also wreak havoc on the spiritual herbs in the courtyard. By the time Yin Ju and Fang Hian arrived, Li Wanji barely managed to withstand the fifth strike with the aid of his magical artifact. Later, Yin Ju summoned the third elder, an expert in formations, who assisted Li Wanji in enduring the subsequent strikes. Rumor has it that Yin Ju was exceedingly furious. Ye Wanwan inquired, "Why?" The reason was that our junior brother had made no preparations whatsoever and faced the tribulation head-on. Had it not been for the keen intuition of his little uncle, who sensed something amiss and went to investigate, he might have become the first disciple of Tianyi sect to fall victim to the Ninth Thunder Tribulation. Even Bai Jian raised his thumb, exclaiming how audacious he was. Li Wanji straightened up in bed, protesting. It was due to inexperience. How was I to know that the heavenly thunder would strike without warning? I had no inkling. Fang Hian promptly stuffed a segment of orange into his mouth, urging, "Eat this. Next time, you will have experience." Due to Li Wanji's recovery, they lingered for 3 additional days, departing Tianyi sect 3 days prior to the opening of the secret realm. Among the 4, except for Fang Hian, Ye Wanwan, and Bai Jian, Li Wanji managed his own flight with his sword, while Fang Hian relied on Li Wanji this time. Li Wanji, with pride, declared, "See, senior brother, you still depend on me." Fang Hian, with a pale complexion, placed his hands on Li Wanji's shoulders and implored, "Listen to your senior brother. You should descend, and I will take control of the sword. Senior brother, this is my sword, and you cannot wield it. Trust me, I shall certainly lead you to Dream Lake Mountain." Li Wanji asserted with confidence. "No, I fear that I might perish before we even arrive," Fang Hian retorted. Li Wanji's spiritual sword was only acquired from the sword tomb just before their departure, and he was still unaccustomed to it. The experience of flying on a sword was akin to a life-and-death trial for Fang Hian. When the 3 descended from Sword Mountain and entered the nearest town to Dream Lake Mountain, Fang Hian leaned against a tree, retching more dramatically than Li Wanji did on his first attempt. Li Wanji, wearing a discontented expression, patted his back, questioning, "Is it really that terrible? I did not even vomit." Fang Hian, trembling, pointed at Li Wanji, accusing, "You are doing this on purpose, to take revenge on me." Li Wanji immediately denied it, declaring with righteous indignation, "Nonsense. How could I do such a thing? I am your dear little junior brother." Fang Hian insisted, "It is undoubtedly intentional." Ye Wanwan lifted her gaze toward the gate before them, Dream Lake City. As Fang Hian gradually regained his composure, Ye Wanwan and her companions entered the city. However, upon their arrival, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them. Even Fang Hian, who had been hiccuping and gagging, suddenly fell silent, his discomfort seemingly alleviated. The 4 of them exchanged no words, their gazes fixed upon the desolate streets before them. Despite the sparse foot traffic Dream City, a rare metropolis boasting a population of over 100,000, should have had at least dozens, if not hundreds, of pedestrians. Yet, the expressions of those present were strikingly numb and indifferent. The air surrounding them bore a sense of despair, a dullness that exuded a lifelessness, an aura devoid of vitality. "There's a deathly stillness here," Ye Wanwan suddenly voiced. Li Wanji, momentarily stripped of his playful demeanor, gravitated towards Fang Hian, aware of the gravity of Ye Wanwan's observation, yet hesitant to misinterpret her words. "Junior sister, what did you just say? A deathly stillness?" Even Bai Jian turned his gaze toward Ye Wanwan, seeking clarification. Her eyes lingered on the pedestrians, and she refrained from uttering any further frightful remarks. Instead, she addressed Fang Hian, "Senior brother, where's the designated meeting point agreed upon by the various sects?" This expedition into the secret realm was not solely a trial for the Tianyi sect. It was an invitation extended by the Xuanbing sect. Before their departure, Li Mingda had specifically instructed Fang Hian that he would lead the team, with Fang Hian responsible for coordination. Fang Hian replied, "East City, 7th Street, at the Uli Inn." Ye Wanwan nodded in acknowledgement. "Let us proceed." Taking charge, Ye Wanwan led the way, flanked by Bai Jian, while Fang Hian and Li Wanji followed closely behind the 2 young women. Li Wanji contemplated suggesting they should advance ahead. Yet upon reflecting on the capabilities of Ye Wanwan and Bai Jian, he decided against it. adhering to the traditions of their sect. The junior sisters were meant to forge ahead in battle, while they merely needed to avoid hindering their progress. As they navigated through one street after another, they observed numerous citizens along the way, yet each individual exhibited a strikingly vacant expression, as if they were invisible to the outside world. Even when they occasionally lifted their heads to converse with those beside them, their expressions remained rigid. Li Wanji, emboldened by curiosity, wished to inquire about the situation from a few seemingly normal individuals. However, each time he attempted to speak, the lifeless stares aimed in his direction quelled his words before they could escape his lips. After several encounters with those who bore an eerie, almost corpse-like gaze, Li Wanji refrained from speaking further. Upon reaching the East City and locating the Uli Inn, a sense of relief unconsciously washed over the four of them. This invitation to the secret realm seems rather peculiar. We must all exercise caution, Fong Hian remarked. Ye Wanwan remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the entrance of the inn. Is it customary for an inn to be closed during daylight? Li Wanji queried. The moment he spoke, Fong Hian felt an intensified unease settle within him. As Bai Jian and Ye Wanwan prepared to approach, Fong Hian interjected, "Allow me to handle this." Ye Wanwan regarded him, but did not object. Bai Jian was about to inquire, "What do you intend to do?" However, seeing Ye Wanwan step back, he too fell silent, awaiting Fong Hian's actions. With a resolute demeanor, Fong Hian rapped on the door. Knock, knock. Though it was undeniably daytime, Fong Hian felt as though he were enveloped in a night darker than the deepest abyss. The streets on either side were bustling with figures, and the air was filled with the sounds of conversation. Yet, in this fleeting moment, Fong Hian experienced an overwhelming sensation of solitude, as if he were the sole inhabitant of the world. Before him, the grand door loomed like the gaping maw of a colossal beast, threatening to consume them should it open. The intensity of this feeling surged within him, causing beads of cold sweat to form. Yet in that critical instant, Fong Hian summoned his courage and forcefully pushed the door open. "Is the proprietor here? We're seeking someone." His voice rang out, echoing through the inn. As the door swung open, the occupants within turned their gazes toward him. With the opening of the door, the eerie atmosphere of the street dissipated, replaced by the lively sounds of chatter and the vibrancy of life. Fong Hian was taken aback, while Bai Jian and Li Wanji exchanged puzzled glances, sensing something amiss. Meanwhile, Ye Wanwan remained unfazed, listening to the laughter of a man inside, who exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, yet another one ensnared by my illusion." Chapter 30, It's a Dead Man, Fool, ha ha. As this hearty laughter echoed, the other patrons of the inn burst into merriment as well. Once again, which sect had fallen for Brother Chi's trickery? Yet, one could hardly blame them. It could only be said that Brother Chi's illusionary arts had reached a level of mastery that blurred the line between reality and deception, leaving us all oblivious to the oddities. Indeed, their garments appeared unfamiliar, hardly seen before. They were strangers, their sect unknown. "Let us check their disciple tokens," someone suggested. However, these tokens were not for public inspection, as Fong Hian and the others had not displayed theirs. Consequently, some began to scrutinize them, their gazes laced with mockery and derision, clearly looking down upon them. Particularly, upon noticing one disciple from a Chi refining stage, their disdain intensified. Although this trial permitted those below the core formation stage to participate, it seemed audacious for a mere Chi refining disciple to seek their doom. Ye Wanwan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Are they speaking of her? Meanwhile, Chi Minglu, the one receiving accolades, provocatively gazed at them, as if to inquire about their feelings. Li Wanji, feeling irked, was about to step forward. These arrogant brats, what right had a core formation disciple to act so haughty? They had 4 of them. Although Fong Hian shared his displeasure, he restrained himself, recognizing the ambiguity of the situation. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary conflict. Li Wanji could only suppress his frustration upon hearing Fong Hian's words. Scanning the room, Fong Hian spotted an unoccupied table in a corner of the hall and led Li Wanji and Ye Wanwan over. As the 4 settled in, Fong Hian exchanged glances with Bai Jian and Ye Wanwan, affirming that this was no illusion. Ye Wanwan lowered her gaze and chuckled softly, Truly impressive, Brother Fong. You discerned it. Fong Hian replied, though I am unfamiliar with that Chi's illusionary skills, his cultivation level cannot possibly command the illusions of an entire city. A core formation cultivator has no capacity to govern such a vast expanse. This city harbors peculiarities, he pondered, yet he could not pinpoint the crux of the matter. Bai Jian was not the most contemplative, and Li Wanji was impulsive. While they claimed to deliberate as a quartet, Fong Hian's attention was directed towards Ye Wanwan. Prior to their departure, their master had instructed that if any uncertainties arose, they could consult the junior sister. Fong Hian, though perplexed by his master's directive, observed the innocent-eyed Bai Jian and the vexed Li Wanji, who was intent on confronting Qiming Lu. And he concluded, his master was indeed wise. Ye Wanwan inquired, who is the liaison for the Xuanbing Sect? Not spotting any, Fong Hian surveyed the surroundings once more. This secret realm trial had been arranged by the Xuanbing Sect 3 months prior, sending out invitations to various sections. The invitation had stated that this was a trial for disciples of the core formation stage and below. Their master had deemed it fitting for them, after years of seclusion, to venture forth and experience the world. However, having scanned the area, he found no members of the Xuanbing Sect present. Naturally, the leading figure should navigate among the disciples. Yet now, with no clear leader, confusion reigned, and it was evident that the orchestrator had not arrived. Instead, it allowed that Qiming Lu to establish his dominion. However, junior sister, even if someone from the Xuanbing Sect has arrived, their highest cultivation level will not surpass the nascent soul stage. For such a minor trial, having an elder accompany them is already quite sufficient. Otherwise, their master would not have allowed the 4 of them to venture out so freely. They initially thought there was nothing to worry about, but it appears that the situation is more complex than Fong Hian had anticipated. At least the circumstances upon entering the city seemed decidedly unusual. Ye Wanwan pondered for a moment and inquired, how much do you know about this secret realm? Fong Hian recounted the facts truthfully, explaining that this secret realm is called the Illusory Dream Star Marsh, its existence dating back to an untraceable time. It is said to have existed before the emergence of Dream Marsh City, with some speculating that it is a spatial realm left behind following the failed ascension of a powerful cultivator in the ascendant stage. After the failure, the space gradually diminished and ultimately adhered to Dream Marsh Mountain, potentially existing for thousands of years, albeit remaining undiscovered until 500 years ago. At that time, a god transformation expert accidentally stumbled upon it and discovered it contained celestial herbs, treasures, and heavenly-grade spiritual artifacts. This revelation brought the place to light, but over the centuries, the treasures within have been nearly plundered clean, leaving only common spiritual herbs and ores, which hold little value for those above the nascent soul stage. However, due to the presence of ancient restrictions and insights into cultivation methods, it still offers some utility to those of us who have yet to break through the nascent soul stage. After a pause, Fong Hian continued, the Xuanbing Sect seized control of Dream Marsh City 300 years ago and gained access to this illusory dream realm. At that time, their sect was not particularly powerful, fearing that others might seize their possessions, so they proactively proposed to open the secret realm every 50 years, inviting disciples from various sects to come for training. To date, this secret realm has been opened 5 times under the Xuanbing Sect's management, with this year marking the 6th occasion. Fong Hian added that there had been no incidents in previous instances. Ye Wanwan no dit in acknowledged. At this moment, Li Wanji also grasped the topic of their conversation, sensing that junior sister was suspicious of the Xuanbing Sect. Uncertain, he decided to observe further. Li Wanji also resolved to keep a watchful eye, silently vowing to gather more information. Fong Hian rolled his eyes, asking, where will you gather information? Li Wanji chose not to respond. Yet, Ye Wanwan was aware that Li Wanji possessed certain abilities, so she refrained from questioning him and patiently awaited news. Fong Hian whispered, by now, the people from the Xuanbing Sect should be making their appearance. Ye Wanwan softly remarked, it is reassuring that someone is coming. I fear it would be worse if no one arrives at all. Just as Fong Hian was about to inquire about her meaning, they heard a frantic knocking at the inn's door. Unlike any ordinary knock, this sound was rapid and urgent. It came like a tempest, showing no signs of abating. The urgency of the situation was palpable, and the group turned their attention to the source of the commotion. In the hall, 2 or 3 dozen cultivators paused in astonishment at the sound. Everyone instinctively looked towards Qi Minglu, asking, "Brother Qi, what kind of illusion have you cast this time?" Qi Minglu's expression shifted repeatedly. Faced with the inquiries of the crowd, he could only force a smile, though anxiety churned within him. He had not cast any illusions. Could it be the influence of the previous illusion? As the knocking grew more frantic, someone called out, "Brother Qi, perhaps you should stop joking and resolve this. The sound seems quite peculiar." Others echoed the sentiment. Such an uproar would not arise unless it were a matter of life and death. The door was suddenly flung open with a resounding crash, and the tempestuous wind and rain surged into the room, instantly lifting the hair of those present, causing some to involuntarily stumble back several steps. Such formidable spiritual force. Ye Wanwan discreetly ignited a talisman, erecting a protective formation around them. The quartet remained unscathed. Meanwhile, at the threshold of the inn, amidst the storm, stood 2 young cultivators, pale and wounded. As they entered, they cried out for help, exclaiming, "Save us! We are from the Xuanbing Sect." Recognizing the sect's attire, the crowd sprang to their feet, casting their gazes towards the entrance, where their adversaries advanced step by step. To their horror, it was a figure shrouded entirely in black robes, a corpse. Chapter 31. Shun Nanzhou. The reason one might refer to the individual before them as a corpse lies in the aura that enveloped him, saturated with the essence of death. It bore a striking resemblance to the sensations they experienced upon entering the city. However, the figure cloaked in black exuded a far more potent energy, indicating that he was likely a high-ranking practitioner in life. Fang Hian gripped his teacup tightly, his anxiety palpable. The others soon noticed, their expressions shifting as they directed their gazes towards the entrance. Yet, those gathered here were all exceptional talents, and though initial panic ensued, they quickly regained their composure. 2 fleeing disciples from the Supreme Sect stood in the hall, yet none dared to approach them. Instead, they remained transfixed by the unfolding scene, their minds racing with thoughts. No one acted impulsively. The Supreme disciples, their faces ashen, shouted in desperation, "What are you doing? This person is a demonic cultivator. Save us. Your claims are unfounded. How can we ascertain whether you are deceiving us?" Qi Minglu retorted with a scoff. Zhao Jiaming from the Supreme Sect turned crimson with rage. This being gravely injured our 3rd elder and harmed all our disciples. We barely escaped to inform you. If we do not confront this threat, it will infiltrate the secret realm, endangering not just our sect but all of us. Qi Minglu contemplated briefly, but refrained from advancing. Zhao Jiaming exclaimed, "This is an evil cultivator. I observe your flight and see now that you sought this place to slander me. How amusing!" A low chuckle resonated through the storm. The gathered crowd witnessed a flash of white light and noticed a figure beside the door, clad in a white robe adorned with bamboo and plum patterns. The youth was strikingly elegant, with an ethereal beauty that rendered it difficult to discern gender. A soft feminine voice murmured, "What a handsome figure." The youth beckoned, and the black-cloaked figure stepped forward. Zhao Jiaming, filled with terror, screamed, "How dare you? Here stand the elites of various sects, and you, a mere puppet of a demonic cultivator, audaciously act with such impunity. They will not spare you." The youth raised his gaze, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. "Let them come." Ye Wanwan felt her eyelids fluttering uncontrollably. Despite her efforts to suppress it, she could not contain her reaction upon seeing his face. What on earth? How can it be him? If one were to ask Ye Wanwan whom she remembered most vividly from her previous life, aside from Yinding, it would undoubtedly be the Lord of the Abyss, who unified the demon realm in the guise of a demonic cultivator, a madman more sinister than the evil cultivators themselves. However, the youth before her now bore little resemblance to the Lord of the Abyss from her memories. The current Shin Nanzhou appeared somewhat juvenile, devoid of the malevolence and ruthlessness of his former self, instead embodying the youthful rage and disdain for the mundane world. A quintessential, hot-blooded youth. In contrast to the black-cloaked figure beside him, Shen Nanzhou appeared remarkably alive, his vibrant energy unmistakably that of a living being. He raised his hand and gestured, prompting the black-cloaked figure to charge at the remaining 2 disciples of the Supreme Sect. Just as it seemed they were about to meet a gruesome fate, a voice called out urgently, "Friend, hold your hand." Ye Wanwan lowered her gaze, knowing full well he would not relent. As anticipated, the figure clad in black struck towards Zhao Jiaming. In a moment of urgency, Zhao quickly retreated, pulling his junior disciple to absorb a fatal blow meant for him. He then dashed into the crowd, surrounding Qi Minglu and the others, hoping to conceal himself among the throng and carve out a path for escape. The onlookers were incensed. How could he use his own junior as a shield? Zhao Jiaming attempted to flee, yet no one came to his aid, leaving him to struggle for survival. Even so, the figure in black relentlessly pursued him. In this critical moment, a silhouette burst through the doors and windows, exuding the formidable aura of a perfected golden core practitioner, teetering on the brink of a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. This presence captured many gazes and momentarily repelled the black-clad figure. The newcomer intercepted the lethal strike from the black-robed assailant and retaliated with a powerful palm strike. Under the force of that blow, both the corpse and its shroud were sent flying, revealing the figure beneath. To the astonishment of all, the individual beneath the black robe was clad in the garments of the Xuanbing Sect. He too was a disciple of the Xuanbing Sect. As the black robe was torn away, the corpse disintegrated into nothingness, leaving behind a crowd full of bewilderment and the fortunate Zhao Jianming, who had narrowly escaped calamity. Qi Minglu and his companions struggled to comprehend the situation. How could a puppet pursuing the Xuanbing Sect also be one of their disciples? Zhao Jianming pointed an accusatory finger at Shen Nanzhou, shouting that it was he who had transformed Junior Brotherly into a puppet. It was him. The crowd gasped in shock. A glint of malice flickered in Shen Nanzhou's eyes. Was he not afraid of death? Ye Wanwan, observing Shen Nanzhou and sensing his rising temper, chose not to intervene. Her attention focused instead on the perfected golden core practitioner. Another familiar face emerged, Ji Chonghuai. Ji Chonghuai, oblivious to Ye Wanwan's presence, delivered a swift kick to Zhao Jianming, reprimanding him to be silent. Zhao Jianming coughed up blood, exclaiming, "Well done, senior brother." As a man and woman stood at the inn's entrance, the crowd gasped in recognition of the disciples of the Supreme Sect. Ye Wanwan's gaze turned icy. 2 more had arrived, hauntingly persistent. Yi Qian was shielded by Dou Ming, glancing at Shen Nanzhou with a soft, reproachful tone. "Why didn't you heed my advice to stop? Look, now everyone is wrongfully accusing you." Ye Wanwan thought to herself, do these 2 have some connection? Shen Nanzhou cast a cold glance at Yi Qian, questioning her identity. "Who are you?" Ye Wanwan felt a surge of indignation. Although she and Shen Nanzhou had no ties in this life, if her soul comrade from a past life was linked to this woman, she felt a bitterness as if the world had betrayed her. Fortunately, Shen Nanzhou remained unwavering. Yi Qian's face flushed momentarily from Shen Nanzhou's retort, but she quickly regained her composure and introduced herself with poise. "I am Yi Qian, a disciple of Qingyun Peak, under the tutelage of Master Yan Ding, ranked 8th. The one who acted as my senior brother, Ji Chonghuai, and this is my 3rd senior brother, Dou Ming." Upon hearing this, the crowd offered respectful salutes to Yi Qian. "I am Lu Han from Sanyan Gate, Lin Yu from Fuchuan Valley, Qi Minglu of the Star Illusion Pavilion." Only Shen Nanzhou remained indifferent, his gaze lazily sweeping over the crowd before settling on Ye Wanwan and her companions. Fang Hian whispered to Li Wanji, "Is he looking at us?" Ye Wanwan pondered for a moment, seemingly affirming that he indeed was. Shen Nanzhou withdrew his gaze from the 4 of them, as if he had merely glanced casually. Qi Minglu, noticing Yi Qian's beauty, softened his tone. "Junior sister Yi, what is going on?" "Senior brother Qi, this is a long story." Yi Qian sighed lightly. "Senior brother and I entered Dream City in advance, and we immediately sensed something amiss among the citizens, an unsettling aura of death lingering around them. Some streets were even devoid of any living souls. Realizing the situation was dire, we began to investigate discreetly. Today, however, Yi Qian suddenly pointed at Zhao Jianming, indignantly proclaiming, When we entered the city, we witnessed this senior brother Zhao accompanying the third elder, who was accompanied by several puppets. Draining the life force from the townsfolk, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The majority of the citizens within the city were afflicted with ailments, many already deceased, all of which were the result of their actions. Zhao Jiaming's face flushed crimson. You were lying? Yi Qian retorted with conviction. The three of us witnessed it firsthand. This senior brother acted only after seeing your deeds. The third elder was killed by the backlash of the puppets. And you too were pursued by them, reaping the consequences of your own actions. How can you still have the audacity to accuse others? Zhao Jiaming's face turned ashen. I am innocent. Yet, no one paid him heed. All attention was directed at the Xuanbing Sect's manipulation of puppets to siphon the vitality of the citizens. They overlooked the fact that the third elder had intended to control the puppets to eliminate Shen Nanzhou, only to meet his demise at Shen Nanzhou's hands. Moreover, Shen Nanzhou was capable of controlling the puppets as well. This senior brother is innocent, Yi Qian clarified to the crowd, subtly conveying goodwill towards Shen Nanzhou. However, Shen Nanzhou dismissed her completely, striding into the hall, purposefully moving toward Ye Wanwan and her companions. Ye Wanwan exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Chapter 32. The little junior sister is the most remarkable. Ye Wanwan's gaze was fixed intently on Shen Nanzhou, unwavering and direct. Their eyes clashed in the air, one calm and composed, the other sharp and probing. Yet, Ye Wanwan could not discern whether this person possessed memories of a past life. Why else would he approach her? Shen Nanzhou's actions drew the attention of many. Ji Changhuai and Yi Qian exchanged surprised glances, their focus primarily on Shen Nanzhou as path. As Shen Nanzhou approached and seated himself at an empty table beside them, a ripple of awkward laughter spread through the crowd. It seemed he merely sought a place to sit. Given the crowded hall filled with disciples, prime spots had long been claimed by the early arrivals, and seeking a vacant seat naturally led one to the corners. Li Wanji, Bai Jian, and Fang Hian were fixated on Ye Wanwan, puzzled by her choice to wear a veil. Ye Wanwan smiled gently at them. "Senior brother, would you care for some tea?" After a year of acquaintance, they had come to understand one another as personalities. Ye Wanwan never acted without reason. Thus, they all pretended not to notice her peculiar demeanor. However, Li Wanji's gaze subtly swept over the Wushang sect, realization dawning upon him. It was them. Fang Hian and Bai Jian grasped the implication as well. Those were the former sect members who had bullied the little junior sister. Qi Minglu and the others had not scrutinized Ye Wanwan closely before. Even now, with her altered appearance, they might not recognize her. Even if they did, it wouldn't have mattered, for more pressing matters awaited them. The elder of the Xuanbing Sect's involvement in the creation of puppets from common citizens was of utmost importance. If the elder behaved in such a manner, what could be expected of the soon-to-be unveiled secret realm? Would it even be accessible? Were there traps within? These questions were paramount. Consequently, everyone began to contact the elders of their respective sects to relay the events that had transpired, seeking guidance for the next steps. Meanwhile, Yi Qian, the one who had bravely unveiled the truth about the puppets, received unanimous praise and admiration. Her thoughtful observations and timely revelations left a deep impression on many. She was indeed the youngest alchemist of the Wushang sect, possessing a rare celestial spirit root, having formed her core at the tender age of 16, and being a direct descendant of the Yi family, a true prodigy. Indeed, celestial spirit roots are exceedingly rare, and among 10,000 cultivators, one might not find even a single exceptional root. With Ye Wanwan's early core formation, her future prospects seemed promising. One could speculate that the Wushang sect might soon witness the emergence of its youngest transformation stage cultivator. The previous record for the youngest to reach that stage was held by Yan Ding, and the next could very well be his disciple. The crowd was filled with envy, marveling at such talent. Yi Qian modestly remarked, "My master is truly a genius. As his disciple, I am already overjoyed to possess even a fraction of his brilliance. How could I dare to compare myself to him?" The young woman's humility endeared her to many. Do Ming wore a proud expression. This was their little junior sister. Unlike the insufferable Ye Wanwan, who could barely express herself, Li Wanji scoffed expressing disdain for the significance of heavenly roots, claiming, "My junior sister possesses 5. Fang Hian chimed in with a similar sentiment, affirming the remark. Although a singular spiritual root is deemed a heavenly root, those with multiple roots often find their cultivation hampered by impurities. However, Ye Wanwan's roots were indeed exceptional. The little master uncle had previously informed the sect leader that all 5 of her spiritual roots exhibited the quality of heavenly roots. Many overlooked their quality due to their quantity. By sealing 4 of them, the remaining root would undoubtedly be a heavenly root. 5 roots of heavenly quality are not merely rare. They are virtually non-existent, yet the process of cultivation remains exceedingly arduous. Despite appearances suggesting that the junior sister achieved her Dan formation in just a year, it was well known that Master Pei had established a 7th-level spirit gathering formation in the snowy mountain range. The resources consumed in secret, along with the daily spiritual sustenance provided to the junior sister, were all sourced from Master Pei's own reserves. Naturally, none of this was disclosed to her, and she seemed unaware of the extent of her master's efforts. Upon hearing Li Wanji's childish remarks, Ye Wanwan suppressed a laugh. The number of spiritual roots is not necessarily a mark of superiority, dear brother. Regardless, he excelled beyond her. He produced 1 Dan at a time, while she managed 5. How impressive! Yi Qian, alongside Do Ming, chose not to partake in the lively atmosphere, feeling somewhat out of place. He merely bound Zhao Jianming with a celestial binding rope and signaled for the arrival of the Wushang sect. Ye Wanwan, wishing to avoid any contact with the Wushang sect, seized the opportunity to exit the Grand Hall. Meanwhile, Li Wanji and Fang Hian remained, anxiously awaiting the outcome. As night fell, Li Wanji hurriedly returned with Fang Hian, immediately seeking water. "Tea, quick! I'm parched." Ye Wanwan handed him a cup of tea. Upon tasting it, he paused in surprise. "Is this spiritual tea?" Ye Wanwan inquired with a smile. "Does it not please you, brother? It's quite extravagant, little junior sister," he exclaimed, smacking his lips. "Since you and sister left, members of the Xuanbing Sect have arrived, as well as those from the nearby Supreme Sect." Ye Wanwan raised an eyebrow. What transpired? It turned into a brawl. Li Wanji's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You wouldn't believe how those elders squabbled like common ruffians." Bai Jian tilted his head. "Ruffians?" "Indeed, they nearly resorted to hair-pulling." Li Wanji took another hearty sip of tea. This time, due to the selfishness of the elders from the Xuanbing Sect, they almost sacrificed all disciples sent from various sects as offerings. Although the Xuanbing Sect claimed otherwise, had they not been discovered, the situation could have escalated. The elders from several sects condemned the Xuanbing Sect, which, aware of its guilt, could only offer apologies. Verbal apologies? Surely they would not accept that. Li Wanji chuckled. True to form, those elders would likely refuse, merely exchanging hollow words. Sincerity is what truly matters. Li Wanji rubbed his fingers together. Ye Wanwan quickly grasped the implications. How much was offered? The disciples who have come to participate in the secret realm this time each receive 10,000 spirit stones, while those who are injured are given 30,000, along with a 3rd-tier beast core. Additionally, whatever they obtain within the secret realm belongs solely to them, exempt from the previously agreed-upon 30% tribute to the Xuanbing Sect. Ye Wanwan was slightly taken aback. This was indeed a considerable outlay. Each time the Dream Realm is opened, the Xuanbing Sect relies on this 30% tax to secure resources for half a year. Yet now, they have relinquished it all and are even incurring losses. The elders of the Xuanbing Sect appeared visibly distressed. It seemed that if not for the large number of people present, a conflict might have erupted. As Fang Hian entered, he overheard this conversation and rolled his eyes, thinking, "Do you really believe that they would resort to fighting?" These individuals were far from inclined to engage in conflict. The Xuanbing Sect was merely paying for peace, which ultimately benefited them. Ye Wanwan was about to inquire why Fang Hian had not returned with Li Wanji, but suddenly she heard him say, "Look who has arrived." To the side, where Fang Hian had stepped aside, stood Yin Zhu along with an elderly man. Though Ye Wanwan had never seen Sun Yin, she could deduce from the old man's blue robe, adorned with a wooden hairpin, and the ethereal aura he exuded, accompanied by a faint fragrance of herbs, that he must be the 3rd master uncle. Chapter 33. The arrival of the junior disciple Sun Yin, ranked above the sect leader Li Mingde, is proficient in formations and mechanisms. As Fang Hian's master, the alchemist, is absent, Sun Yin has reluctantly taken on the role of a junior disciple. Currently, he is researching herbs and spiritual cuisine on Xixia Peak, eager to resolve the food supply for the 101 disciples. Although progress has been slow and spiritual cuisine remains elusive, with the assistance of Sun Yin's formations, the spiritual plants of their Tianyi sect are flourishing remarkably. Healing medicine is never in short supply. As for elixirs, due to the absence of Fang Hian's master, no one is concocting them. Fang Hian can only prepare some basic healing potions and first-grade, poison, elixirs, while there remains room for improvement in second-grade and above. Li Wanji has mocked Fang Hian for this, only to be met with a fierce beating. Try it. And see how your master runs off on the second day after you enter the door, becoming a first-grade alchemist and a core formation cultivator by poring over books. Upon learning of Fang Hian's harrowing past, Li Wanji dared not ridicule him further. According to Fang Hian, the three who entered before him, himself by Jian, and the yet-to-appear elder brother, were all raised in a free-range manner. Disciples were brought in and then cast aside on the mountain, with only occasional instruction from those who had the time. Only the senior sister, due to her frail childhood, was taken under the wing of the sect leader for a few years. The others were left to fend for themselves. In contrast, disciples like Ye Wanwan and Li Wanji, who received hands-on guidance from Yin Zhu and Pei Xian, represent a new trend this year, one never witnessed before. Master, what brings you here? Upon seeing Yin Zhu, Li Wanji immediately straightened up, standing at the table with an awkward demeanor. Ye Wanwan had been in seclusion on the snowy mountain for half a year, while Li Wanji had spent most of that time under Yin Zhu's tutelage, with occasional guidance from Sun Yin and, at times, Mingde. Although their master-disciple relationship was formalized after selecting his life sword from the sword mound, they have been in a practical apprenticeship for some time. Yet, the two still appeared unfamiliar with each other, as Yin Zhu was particularly stern. Li Wanji rose early to yield his seat to Yin Zhu, who, clutching her sword, coldly acknowledged, "Your footwork is quite swift. How much of the swift wind thunder control technique have you mastered?" Li Wanji's face fell instantly, nearly in tears. "Master, the swift wind is manageable, but the thunder control technique is a core formation skill. I've only just formed my core 2 days ago. I haven't learned it. Are you still trying to slack off?" Li Wanji cradled his head, feeling aggrieved. Sun Yin, however, chuckled warmly. "Now that you're all here, let us not frighten these young ones." Fang Hian chimed in. "Master uncle, your sudden gentleness is startling. I'm not used to it." Sun Yin shot him a stern glance. "You little rascal." Fang Hian grinned playfully. Li Wanji and Bai Jian also greeted Sun Yin respectfully. He waved his hand dismissively. "We have no need for such formalities. Please sit. This time, I've come down the mountain with your junior master to discuss matters here." Ye Wanwan and the others nodded obediently. Sun Yin stroked his beard, scrutinizing the 4 little ones before him, pondering if they had come to the wrong place. Given their evident nervousness, "Do not be anxious. Your junior master and I have already communicated with the Xuanbing Sect regarding the puppet matter. The elders will handle it. You need only focus on your journey into the secret realm." After a brief pause, Sun Yin remarked, "This time, we will wait for you outside." Libenzi shukala tauquarli. Is that really necessary? If the master were here, wouldn't Yin Zhu also have to remain in Mengzi's city? What would happen then? Yin Zhu raised her gaze and coldly inquired, "Am I not welcome?" "Of course not." Libenzi exclaimed loudly. "With our esteemed master present, my waist no longer aches and my legs feel rejuvenated. I could even devour 2 extra bowls of rice. How could I possibly disdain our master?" He then eagerly sidled up to Yin Zhu, kneading her shoulders and offering a back rub, concerned for her well-being given her significant responsibilities. Her duty, bringing wealth back to them, was indeed paramount. However, since the end of last year, when the sect leader rescinded the protection of the 2 cities' tribute spirit stones, they had not lacked for resources. Yin Zhu no longer needed to seek work elsewhere. Yet, she continued to traverse ancient ruins and dense forests, elusive as a dragon, returning each time with a plethora of resources, beast carcasses, materials for forging, precious herbs, and even rare celestial grasses. Not only Yenju, but several other elders also returned with valuable offerings for the sect, although they were unaware of the true worth of these treasures. They recognized that since the beginning of this year, the sect leader had altered the annual tribute to a monthly one. With a monthly allocation of 10,000 spirit stones, it became evident that Tiani sect was no longer in want of funds. The elders labored diligently for their sake, as did their master. Yenju paid no heed to Li Wanji's flattery and tugged him along, stating, "It has been several days since we last met. Let's see how your agility has fared." Li Wanji nearly wept. As the two departed, Sun Yin cheerfully announced his intention to leave as well. "Rest well today. Tomorrow at dawn, after the items are delivered, we shall discuss the secret realm." "Yes, master." Watching the two elders depart, Fang Hian sighed in relief. "Little junior sister, why do you still have a furrowed brow?" Ye Wanwan replied softly, "It is only when matters grow serious that they act." Fang Hian was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Ye Wanwan gazed toward the door, seemingly surveying the entirety of Mengzi City. If Yenju and Sun Yin had not come, it would suggest that nothing significant was afoot. Their arrival, however, indicates otherwise. Only when there's a threat to their lives would they descend from the mountains to protect us disciples. "Senior brother, be cautious when we enter the secret realm tomorrow." Though Fang Hian felt Ye Wanwan was overly cautious, he listened earnestly. The following day, they gathered at the foot of Mengzi Mountain. 3 elders from Xuanbing Sect arrived, and upon seeing Yenju and Sun Yin, their expressions turned grave, prompting them to approach with immediate flattery. Yenju remained silent and aloof. Sun Yin, however, greeted them warmly, though he was firm as he distributed fortune bags to Ye Wanwan and the others. This must be their compensation, Li Wanji thought as he opened one bag, then abruptly raised his hand to tuck it away. Fang Hian rolled his eyes. "What are you being so secretive about? It's as if we've never seen the world." But when he opened his own bag, he too quickly stowed it away. Ye Wanwan scrutinized the expressions of the two individuals, her heart filled with speculation. Upon opening the bag, she was indeed astonished to discover that the quantity of spiritual stones within exceeded their agreement by 10-fold. Could it be a mistake? Li Wanji whispered, incredulous at the prospect of receiving 100,000 spiritual stones. Even as the young master of the Li family, he had never encountered such wealth. "It cannot be a mistake," Fang Hian replied solemnly. "These were personally provided by our esteemed master." Yenju remarked coldly, "Impressive." Meanwhile, Sun Yin chuckled amiably this time. "It is our Tiani sect's disciples who have suffered persecution at the hands of the Xuanbing sect. Thus, our compensation must undoubtedly differ from that of others." Li Wanji and Ye Wanwan exchanged puzzled glances. "What? When did we suffer persecution?" Yet, it was Ye Wanwan who harbored a foreboding sense of unease. "Nanzhou, come forth and meet your senior brother and sister." Chapter 34, if not for the senior sister's ability to remain motionless for an entire day. Ye Wanwan was acutely aware that her status would eventually rise, and she would inevitably have to embrace the role of a senior sister. However, like every only child who despises the emergence of siblings vying for the love that rightfully belongs to them, Ye Wanwan harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the unexpected arrival of her junior sister, Yi Qian, to the point of abhorrence. Yet now, it was not merely another junior sister that had appeared, but a junior brother. Nevertheless, the sentiment remained unchanged, a source of annoyance. Shen Nanzhou stood by a large rock not far away, and upon hearing the call of Sun Yin, the youth cast his gaze in their direction. His expression was haughty, emanating a cold, unapproachable aura. Yet under the watchful eyes of Sun Yin and Yenju, he gradually approached, lifting his chin slightly and nodding in acknowledgement, a gesture of greeting. "Li Wanji, Fang Hian, what an arrogant junior brother." Li Wanji immediately took a disliking to Shen Nanzhou, muttering under her breath about his demeanor. What kind of junior brother greets his seniors like that? Bai Jian, on the other hand, remained indifferent, quietly savoring her snow fruit, which had been cultivated by the junior sister in the Xiling cave. As they descended the mountain, Ye Wanwan had brought her 2 bags of these sweet and delectable treats, perfect for satisfying one's cravings. Bai Jian cherished them so much that she would only allow herself to indulge in one after an entire hour. Upon noticing the junior brother, her gaze drifted back to the bags. Perhaps she could offer him one? Fong Hian hesitantly inquired, Master Uncle, is this the junior brother? Sun Yin chuckled amiably. Indeed, this is the new disciple recruited by your master, Uncle Ching Feng. Fong Hian's eyes widened in surprise. The fifth junior brother? Li Wanji and Ye Wanwan immediately recalled the individual who had secured a rank but had yet to formally enter the sect. The fifth junior brother or brother. If he is the fifth brother, Ye Wanwan pondered, contemplating the possibility of acceptance. Sun Yin stroked his beard, smiling kindly. It is indeed him, though he cannot be considered fifth in rank since he joined later than you all. Thus, according to your current standings, he is ranked sixth, little six. This is your senior brother and senior sisters. Do familiarize yourselves with him. The smile Ye Wanwan had begun to form faded once more. A junior brother. Was it not preferable to be a senior brother? Shen Nanzhou furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat displeased. However, as if recalling something, he offered a greeting, Shen Nanzhou. Fong Hian, sensing the awkwardness of the situation as the others wore displeased expressions, stepped forward to alleviate the tension. I am your third senior brother, Fong Hian. This is the second senior sister, Bai Jian, the fourth senior brother, Li Wanji, and the fifth senior sister, Wanwan. Shen Nanzhou regarded each of them in turn, ultimately resting his gaze upon Ye Wanwan. Senior sister? Ye Wanwan replied with a serious expression, clasping her hands in salute. You were the disciple favored first by Master Uncle Ching Feng, entering a year before me. Thus, your rank naturally surpasses mine. You may simply address me as junior sister. Shen Nanzhou replied coolly. Then the old man stated that I am ranked sixth. No, senior brother. You are a remarkable talent among men and should not be the youngest. It is more fitting for you to take the lead. She no longer wished to bear the title of senior sister. Fong Hian and Li Wanji exchanged glances, caught in a moment of uncertainty. Sun Yin and Yen Ju had long departed, venturing into the secret realm with the elders of the Xuanbing Sect, leaving only 5 individuals behind, observing as Ye Wanwan and Shen Nanzhou engaged in a gentle contest of refusal. Senior brother, you are the fifth. Senior sister, there is no need for such formality. Since Uncle Master has declared you the fifth, you shall indeed be my senior sister. Senior brother, that is merely Uncle Master's attempt to console me. However, I genuinely admire your character and elegance. This position rightfully belongs to you. It was evident to all that Ye Wanwan was reluctant to assume the role of senior sister. She preferred to remain the youngest. Shen Nanzhou discerned this as well, for the young woman had consistently lingered at the back of the group, her presence nearly imperceptible, her expression one of utter disinterest. As if an overwhelming calamity loomed, yet she remained unyielding. Regardless of the discussions around her, she maintained an air of indifference. Even during their encounter at the end of the previous day, she bore the same demeanor. Yet, upon hearing the title senior sister, her expression would momentarily fracture and contort, revealing a deep-seated aversion, as if recalling something distasteful. Even with her veil today, he could still perceive her disdain for the term senior sister through her eyes. How unpleasant it must be, he mused, and thus he felt compelled to utter it further. After all, it was merely a title. Whether he addressed her as senior brother or junior brother was inconsequential to Shen Nanzhou. He had merely come to the Tianyi sect for amusement. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself fixated on this title. Senior sister, do you not like junior brother? Ye Wanwan clenched her jaw, turning away as if she had not heard him. Yet Shen Nanzhou leaned closer, grinning. Senior sister, you do not appear very pleased. Senior sister, a pristine white fruit was presented from the side, causing Shen Nanzhou to momentarily pause and glance up at the girl holding it. Junior brother, here. Shen Nanzhou stared at the white fruit for a long while, hesitant to accept. Yet the girl, Bai Jian, persistently held out her hand, refusing to withdraw it. Junior brother, you might as well take it, otherwise. Senior sister could hold it for an entire day without moving, Fong Hian suggested. Thus, Shen Nanzhou extended his hand and accepted it. The fruit, the size of a longan, bore faint golden veins, and within it flowed a tantalizing juice, seemingly ready to spill forth with the slightest puncture. It was a second-tier spirit fruit. Shen Nanzhou was taken aback. A mere junior disciple of the Tianyi sect had access to such a treasure. capable of instantly restoring the cultivation of those in the qi refining stage, with benefits even for those in the foundation establishment and golden core stages. The Tianyi sect appeared to be more extraordinary than he had anticipated. Seeing him accept it, Bai Jian's eyes sparkled with delight, and she linked arms with Ye Wanwan, repeating earnestly, "Junior sister, you are indeed my junior sister." Ye Wanwan's expression softened as she gently nodded. "Mem, no matter how many new disciples the Tianyi sect might welcome, Ye Wanwan would forever be Bai Jian's junior sister." A gentle breeze swept through the high air, and a brilliant light began to bloom before their eyes as the entrance to the secret realm was unveiled through the combined efforts of the elders of the Xuanbing sect. An elder clad in blue spoke with a deep, resonant voice. "The illusory dream, Star Swamp, opens once every 50 years, each occasion lasting for a month. During this month, you may explore freely within, but I must caution everyone. Though the illusory dream Star Swamp has diminished to a third-tier secret realm, with the most formidable beasts not exceeding the third rank, the perils of the dense forest are innumerable. Anyone who enters must sign a life-and-death contract. Life and death shall be determined by fate." A sheet of golden paper appeared before the crowd. Ye Wanwan caught sight of it, the contract. She extended her soul power and inscribed her unique aura upon it. Once the contract was formed, 200 sheets of golden paper returned to the elder of the Xuanbing sect. "We at the Xuanbing sect wish you all a fulfilling journey." With that, the elder declared, "Now, let the entrance be opened." As the words echoed, individuals began to soar into the entrance of the secret realm, vanishing from sight. Ye Wanwan and her companions were not the first to enter. Before their departure, Ye Wanwan had given each of Li Wanji's group a small pouch. "What is this?" "A talisman for protection." Knowing Ye Wanwan's penchant for drawing talismans, they accepted the items without further thought, unaware that this charm would save their lives in a critical moment. Let's proceed. Fang Hian led by Jian and the others, soaring into the secret realm. Ye Wanwan suddenly recalled something and glanced back. Shenanzhou was calmly following her, 5 steps behind. Upon noticing Ye Wanwan's gaze, he bestowed upon her a meaningful smile. "Ye Danyan's palms ticked in it. Could it be that this man possesses memories from a past life?" Chapter 35. The fruit of the tree reflecting upon her past life. Ye Wanwan discovered that her memories were becoming increasingly indistinct. While she could recall the pivotal moments of her existence, the finer details were gradually fading. Perhaps it was due to her diverging path from her previous life that her recollections were dissipating. After all, in her former existence, she was merely an outer disciple at the Supreme Sect, enduring trials and tribulations. The prospect of securing a place in the secret realm was daunting, and even descending the mountain was fraught with difficulty. Yet today, she had secured one of the 200 coveted spots for elite disciples. What is Sister pondering? Upon hearing the address, Ye Wanwan cast a glance at Shenanzhou, who wore a faint smile. However, he was known for his cold demeanor, and even when smiling, there lingered a trace of aloofness, almost as if mocking her. Ye Wanwan deftly shifted the topic. "We have arrived." As she passed through the entrance of the secret realm, Ye Wanwan felt a brief illumination of the token at her waist, and she successfully traversed the threshold into another world. In the blink of an eye, swirling sands engulfed her. Frowning, she steadied her questioning sword, ensuring it did not veer off course. Once she emerged from the sandstorm, she found herself in an expansive desert, devoid of any human presence. Bai Jian and the others were nowhere to be seen. Ye Wanwan brushed off her sleeves, remaining calm and unperturbed. Prior to their departure, Li Wanji had procured maps of the illusory Dream Star Lake for them, each of the 4 carrying one. The disciples from other sects had also received guidance from their masters. Thus, the circumstances were not particularly surprising to Ye Wanwan. She retrieved the map and deduced from the terrain that she was located at Goat Head Slope. The entire illusory Dream Star Lake resembled a dismembered ram, with its head and body situated in 2 different directions, connected by a vast lake. The head of the ram housed precious third-tier herbs and fruit of foundation establishment. Securing these would significantly enhance the chances of forming a core during the foundational stage by 50%. If refined into a breakthrough pill, the odds could soar to 90%. This was indeed one of the most sought-after treasures for this expedition. Last night, during her conversation with Li Wanji, the matter had been brought to light. However, the majority entering the secret realm were already at the core formation stage, rendering the fruit of foundational establishment seemingly less enticing to many. No wonder Senior Brother Fong was able to discern the crux of the matter so swiftly. Yet it seems he overlooked a crucial point. The core formation stage disciples may not require it, but those at the foundational stage certainly do. Moreover, if core formation disciples could procure the foundational fruit, they could exchange it for nurturing pills within their sect, aiding their advancement to the mid-core formation stage. Such a boon. You seem to possess considerable knowledge. Ye Wanwan murmured softly to herself, but perhaps you are merely unaware of how much more there is to learn. The echoes of their conversation lingered in her mind, and she contemplated the foundational fruit, a perfect fit for her needs. While others only needed to form a core once, she was destined to undergo the process countless times. Indeed, I shall claim this for myself. With her direction firmly established, Ye Wanwan set her course towards the goat head. As the sand swirled around her, she soared swiftly, soon arriving at a valley where the winds danced across various slopes. Ethereal mist enveloped the area, and moisture hung in the air like a gentle embrace. As they drew closer, they beheld a flourishing dan tree within the valley, laden with fruits of varying sizes, some as large as a fist, others merely the size of longan. The tree bore fruit once every 80 to 100 years. And this year, fortune smiled upon them, for they had chanced upon it. Ye Wanwan's eyes sparkled with delight. Was it not a serendipitous gift, delivered right to her doorstep? The young girl swiftly navigated through the trees, her excitement propelling her towards the dan tree. Yet, as she approached, a faint aura of malice brushed against her senses, prompting her to halt in her tracks. This bountiful dan tree, with many of its fruits ripe for the picking, had not shed its harvest for nearly a century. In accordance with the rules governing the opening of the secret realm, with a cycle of 50 years, there should not have been so many fruits remaining. Ye Wanwan pondered for a moment, opting to observe the unfolding events with caution. She desired the fruits, yet she valued her life even more. Silently, she concealed herself nearby, extending her spiritual consciousness to investigate her surroundings. Although she had yet to transcend from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage, the refining techniques imparted by Pei Xian not only strengthened her physical form, but also enhanced her spirit. While the refining of her body was ongoing, it concurrently fortified her primordial spirit. Once her physical refinement reached completion, the true capabilities of this technique, a method for cultivating the nascent soul, would be revealed, enabling her to elevate her spiritual realm. At present, although its powers had not fully manifested, its effects were already remarkable. Thus, even though her cultivation level remained stagnant, her primordial spirit had already attained the pinnacle of the golden core stage, just a step away from breaking through to the nascent soul. The precise moment of this barrier's rupture remained uncertain, but for now, it sufficed. Her spiritual awareness rapidly enveloped the valley, and as Ye Wanwan sensed a distinct presence, she realized that someone had entered from outside. Indeed, there they were, her brothers from Yunlang Fortress, approaching the dan tree. The dan tree, known for its fruit resembling enlarged, round golden cores, was aptly named. Ye Wanwan held her breath, honing her focus, and concealed her aura, remaining undetected by the three individuals. Two of them were disciples in the early stages of golden core cultivation, while the third was at the late stages of foundation establishment. Their group, battered by the wind and sand, hastily made their way forward. Ye Wanwan lowered her gaze, bemused by the lack of vigilance displayed by these individuals. How fortuitous it was, she thought, to have unwittingly become a test subject. "Wait, junior brother," the elder disciple called out just as the younger one was about to reach for the fruit. The junior brother, perplexed, inquired, "What is it, senior brother?" "Be cautious," the elder warned. "You are being overly cautious," the junior brother retorted. "We have encountered no dangers on our journey, and if there were formidable beasts, they would have revealed themselves by now. Why is it so quiet?" Laughing, the junior brother continued, his hands moving swiftly. "Yet, As he reached for the fruit, his hand passed right through the spiritual fruit. Taken aback, he attempted to grasp it again, only to find his hand met with nothing but the illusion of the fruit, slipping through as though it were mere vapor. The two elder brothers of Yunlang Fortress, witnessing this, stepped forward as well, but the fruit before them suddenly vanished, reappearing a few steps away. Upon witnessing the scene, the three individuals rushed forward in pursuit. Yet, in an instant, the tree moved 3 steps away. It was running. A tree that runs sounds like a jest. Yet the reality before them was indeed so. The Dan tree, before their very eyes, suddenly uprooted itself, its roots stretching forth, and then it dashed into the depths of the valley. Ye Wanwan stood astonished, as the 3 disciples were left in a state of disbelief. "Hurry, chase after it." They took off in haste. However, the Dan tree was remarkably swift and exceedingly agile, evading their grasp at every turn. Frustration welled within the 3 disciples, and one of them immediately summoned his long sword. "Halt!" The sword's aura surged through the air, sweeping across the surroundings, causing the valley to resonate with the fierce winds, the very ground trembling beneath their feet as the disciple unleashed his strike. The sword aimed directly at the roots of the Dan tree. Should the blow land, it would surely devastate the very foundation of the tree. Ye Wanwan's eyes darkened with concern. Chapter 36. The thief does not depart empty-handed, severing the roots of treasure. This is the most disgraceful behavior in the realm of cultivation. Even the mightiest cultivators would not resort to such short-sighted acts of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, thereby severing the lifeline of future prospects. One may take what they desire, but annihilation is unacceptable. One may extract, yet not harm the roots. Those who practice the art of cultivation value, leaving a thread of hope in their endeavors. It matters not if you take what you wish. The cycle of cause and effect ensures rebirth. However, to destroy the roots is an entirely different matter. Medicines and treasures that could have been reused are squandered in your hands, revealing a deplorable lack of foresight. Yet, the disciple of Yunlang Fortress, in pursuit of securing a fruiting outcome, has disregarded all caution. With a sword infused with sword energy, he cleaved through the air for 100 meters, severing the path of the Dan tree, which, exhibiting remarkable cunning, veered and burrowed into the earth. It fled. The 3 disciples of Yunlang Fortress stood there, dumbfounded. What manner of tree is this? Ye Wanwan loret hergaze, asilite simile grajink herlips. Truly, it is a fascinating spirit. Among the beasts, there exist those devoid of enlightenment, yet possessing immense strength, as well as those that have awakened wisdom, but remain feeble in power, spiritual beasts or sprites. The Dan tree darting before her is of the latter kind. However, whether the fruit it bears is genuine remains uncertain. Ye Wanwan surmised that it is most likely a deception. Observing the 3 of them chasing far into the distance, she discreetly made her way in another direction. The valley was densely populated with trees, and spiritual herbs flourished abundantly. As she traversed this path, Ye Wanwan recognized numerous first- and second-tier spiritual herbs. She was not idle. Having arrived, she intended to collect. As for the notion that seizing treasures and severing roots is the act of a villain, what concern is that of hers? She is no paragon of virtue. Moreover, she is not severing. She merely intends to relocate them. Before her departure, Pei Xian had gifted her a purple storage ring, vastly larger than the mere 3 or 4 cubic feet of a typical Chinquan bag, and capable of storing living entities. Such an item, if presented at an auction, could fetch a handsome price. Pei Xian had offered her 3 to choose from. All 3 storage rings were of the 5th tier, yet their functions varied. One boasted a capacity of nearly 10,000 cubic feet, but could not store living creatures or high-tier herbs, making it suitable for ordinary items and herbs of 4th tier or lower. Another had a smaller capacity, yet could store living beings, accommodating low-tier beasts, albeit with only half the space of the first. The final one was a growth-type ring. As its owner's consciousness expanded, so too would its capacity. Although at Ye Wanwan's current spiritual level, its space was merely that of a small room. After weighing her options, Ye Wanwan chose the 3rd ring and borrowed 2 others. Pei Xian. This expedition into the secret realm may yield unforeseen experiences. Better to be prepared and return them to master afterward. Initially, she had considered only the capacity, but now it was evident that her foresight was indeed prescient. As she journeyed, she collected everything she encountered, acquiring 370 stalks of second tier capable of producing foundational elixirs. For the second tier rain swallow grass, which was most suitable for Bai Jian, she gathered 500. Additionally, she stumbled upon 3 stalks of the third tier black sour fruit, though only one bore fruit. However, the tree bore over 30 fruits. The pace of gathering was exasperatingly slow. Ye Wanwan gazed at the ethereal tree before her. Her heart stirred. What if she were to collect them all? With that thought igniting her resolve, she acted decisively, for time was of the essence. Ye Wanwan conjured 5 talismans, weaving them into a formation with the quintessence of the 5 elements. She gestured before the tree, invoking the earth's spirit to move and gather. As the spirit tree began to shift, it momentarily hesitated, as if encountering a resistance, reluctant to yield to Ye Wanwan's will. Yet, with determination etched on her lips, she remained steadfast. In an instant, the ethereal tree was drawn into the amethyst ring, marking the third living treasure within. Ye Wanwan exhaled, her gaze drifting to the 2 unripe black sour trees. If one could be collected, why not both? With a flicker of thought, the talismans danced towards the other 2 trees. Moments later, the 3 stout black sour trees took root within the girl's spatial ring, standing tall and vibrant, bringing life to the previously empty confines. Ye Wanwan surveyed the entire valley. Since she was here, a smile curled her lips as she stepped forward, the reach of her 5 talismans swiftly expanding to encompass a significant portion of the valley, her spirit energy quivering with anticipation. Such fragile spirit energy. Yet, daring to dream of collecting the entire valley's spiritual flora, truly reckless, mused a young man concealed in the void, shaking his head in disbelief. Nevertheless, he chose not to interrupt her actions. Ye Wanwan pressed on, the power of the 5 talismans radiating outward, but she soon sensed resistance, realizing it was insufficient. Her gaze deepened as the talismans spiraled back, retracting to a safer perimeter. At that moment, she hastily opened her second spatial ring, transferring all the spiritual plants within the talisman's range into it. Having succeeded once and twice before, Ye Wanwan boldly attempted a third time. Her initial awkwardness transformed into growing proficiency. Almost everything in her path was seamlessly gathered away. Yi Qian, on the other hand, was not as fortunate. Upon entering the dream realm, she found herself transported to the location of a sheep, widely acknowledged to be where the treasures of the dream realm congregated, specifically in the Sheephead Valley. After confirming her position, she hurriedly made her way there. When she finally glimpsed the valley entrance, a sigh of relief escaped her. Doming shared her elation but maintained a teasing demeanor, saying, "Little junior sister, it is well known that few discover this place. Even if someone were to arrive, would they truly manage to collect all the treasures of the valley in such a short span? That seems improbable." Doming appeared relaxed, dismissive of the concern. Yi Qian's eyes flickered, concealing her thoughts as she replied with a touch of innocence, "Third senior brother, I am merely worried that the black sour fruits desired by second senior brother might be taken by someone else. That would betray his trust in me. A single black sour fruit tree can yield between 50 to 80 fruits. Even in the event of misfortune, producing merely 20 or 30, a few individuals can gather half, ensuring that some are bestowed upon us." The second brother did not specify a quantity, and collecting a few for him would suffice in completing the task. Yet the crux remains in the fruit's yield. Doming's gaze deepened with contemplation. Although the fruit's effectiveness is diminished for cultivators at the core formation stage, there are plenty of foundational cultivators within the Supreme Sect, and every sect harbors its needs. Their expedition to the northern mountain range had secured 3 quotas from the Xuanbing Sect, with one of their missions being to transport this fruit back. Ji Changhuai shared this sentiment. Though unspoken, both harbored the same thought. What if? What if that individual had not perished? A single excavated golden core could be restored with the acquisition of the fruit, thereby replenishing what she had lost. It would be an act of restitution rather than a futile gamble with one's life. Doming was unaware of Ji Chonghuai's thoughts. Yet upon hearing about the fruit during their journey, both had approached their master for permission. As for Yi Qian, her motives were purely to witness the spectacle. Doming remarked, "Junior sister, it is time to proceed." Very well. The two soared into the valley with remarkable speed, and in an instant, they arrived within. The valley ahead remained shrouded in mist, obscuring the landscape within. Their spirits lifted, yet as they descended with their spiritual swords, nearing the valley's scene, their smiles faded. Before them lay a verdant expanse, still teeming with vitality. However, the shadows of the spiritual herbs and rare plants had vanished entirely. Not a single one remained. Chapter 37. The Essence of a Nascent Soul. Who is responsible? Doming's expression was exceedingly grim as he landed gracefully from his sword and strode forward with urgency. However, the deeper he ventured into the valley, the more desolate his heart became. It was all gone. There was nothing left, aside from a few weeds. Every useful spiritual herb had been uprooted, completely stripped of its roots and soil. What remained was merely a patch of tilled earth, perhaps if seeds were sown now. A new medicinal garden could flourish in 50 years. Yet at this moment, not a single blade of grass thrived. Oh no, there were still some weeds left. Yi Qian's face, too, bore a pallid hue. The ethereal mist enveloping the valley obscured the true state of affairs, creating an illusion of abundance. But who would have guessed that upon entering, there would be nothing at all? It would have been better to have gone to the Sheep's Belly Valley. Senior brother. Yi Qian called timidly. Have we arrived too late? Despite the fury bubbling within her, she refrained from expressing her anger in front of Doming. Doming reassured her, do not worry. This valley is vast. Even if someone has taken action, they cannot have collected all the resources. They lack the time and strength to do so. Yi Qian pondered this and found some solace. The Sheep's Head Valley is rich in spiritual energy, teeming with rare herbs and beasts, and aside from the crucial fruit of the nascent soul, countless other precious herbs abound. Her second senior brother, Lien Xian, was an alchemist, and Yi Qian had hoped to gather more spiritual herbs to exchange for a soul-nurturing elixir from him. If they returned empty-handed, their journey would be in vain. With renewed determination, the two pressed deeper into the valley. However, as they traversed the path, desolation greeted them at every turn. Not a single rare resource like the Wu Swan fruit or blood swallow could be found. Even the most basic first-level herbs were absent. The place had indeed been stripped bare. Upon reaching the location marked on the map for the Wu Swan fruit trees, Doming's fury reached a boiling point as he beheld the gaping holes left by uprooted trees. Who could be responsible for this? He seethed. Doming was so enraged that he felt the urge to smash a tree, but there were hardly any trees left to strike. The emptiness was overwhelming. Suddenly, sounds echoed from ahead, and Doming's gaze snapped upward. Someone is here. He immediately took action. Let us go, he commanded, and Yi Qian followed closely behind. As they approached the source of the noise, voices emerged from the fog. Catch that thing. Don't let it escape. It's the fruit of the nascent soul. With two flashes of sword energy, it was clear they were surrounding something. Without hesitation, Doming drew his sword and unleashed its light into the mist, striking at the obscured figures. The sound of clashing metal rang out. The enemy was resisting, and Doming's sword was deflected, returning to his grasp, accompanied by a frustrated exclamation. Who dares to ambush us? A cold smile crept across Doming's face as he charged in. Ambush. You are the ones to blame. You've stripped this place of its treasures, leaving no opportunity for others. Utterly shameless. You deserve to die. Within the mist, the two sides struggled to discern one another. Yet they had already crossed blades several times. Doming's fury surged forth, finding an outlet in combat. Yi Qian stayed close to Doming, not daring to stray, using her skills to assist in detaining the adversaries. Senior brother, there are 3 people on the opposite side. Ah, no wonder they are so swift in their actions. Doming gritted his teeth, determined to make them relinquish their possession. The disciples of Yunlang Fort, incensed by the intrusion, realized that they were being robbed of their prized treasure. They had pursued this fruit-bearing tree for a day and a night, herding it into a critical position. mere moments away from claiming it, when others sought to usurp their hard-won prize. They would not permit this to happen. Their lives were at stake. A shared glance among the trio revealed a shared intent to kill, particularly in Li Kun, who had cultivated this fruit for himself. It was the key to his impending breakthrough into the Golden Core stage. Li Kun discreetly produced a magical artifact from his robe, a thunderball, a third-tier treasure capable of unleashing a mid-stage Golden Core's full might. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of battle, he hurled it towards Do Ming with great force. The crackling lightning surged forth, aimed directly at both Do Ming and Yi Qian. Do Ming swiftly positioned himself beside Yi Qian, forming a hand seal and conjuring an earthen barrier in haste. A wall of earth rose before him, creating several layers of defense. However, the lightning scaled the 2-meter-high barrier, crashing down upon Do Ming just as the walls began to close. Though his body went numb from the impact, Do Ming managed to escape into the ground at the crucial moment. Li Kun gave chase, but his senior brother, Sun Chu, obstructed him, insisting that the fruit tree took precedence. This intruder wouldn't escape far. They should pursue while Li Kun remained behind to gather the fruit. Reluctantly, Li Kun acquiesced, but his urgency was palpable. "We cannot leave any survivors," he urged. Sun Chu understood. If word spread that they had seized a fruit-bearing tree, Yinlang Fort would face dire consequences. This was an entire tree laden with precious fruit. "Second junior brother, accompany the junior disciple," Sun Chu commanded. "Very well," came the reply as Sun Chu dashed after the fleeing figures. Yet, as he pursued, he found no trace of Do Ming or Yi Qian. Something felt amiss. The trail of earth escape seemed to vanish inexplicably. The markings on the ground abruptly ceased midway, prompting Sun Chu to frown and scrutinize the area. His heart raced as he suddenly looked up, realizing with dread that the valley was empty. No, that was not the crux of the matter. Sun Chu reacted swiftly, turning back in alarm, having fallen into a trap. He dashed back, relieved that he had left one person behind with Li Kun, but his return was too late. By this time, Do Ming had already pierced one of their comrades through the chest, shattering the enemy's golden core and leaving only Li Kun, a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Li Kun, gazing at his fallen brother, shrieked in horror, "You dare to kill me?" Do Ming scoffed, "Survival of the fittest, no more words." He raised his hand, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Li Kun. Yet, Li Kun also possessed a treasure, and in an instant, another thunderball was unleashed. Do Ming's expression shifted, but at that critical moment, a pillar of water swiftly intercepted the electrical force, diverting the thunderball's energy to the ground below. However, this diversion left Yi Qian pale and shaken. Do Ming's expression darkened. "You dared to harm my junior sister." Li Kun had already turned to flee, but he was too slow, and Do Ming's sword pierced through his heart. His eyes widened in shock as he slowly succumbed to the ground. As he gazed forward into the dense fog, a blurred silhouette manifested within his eyes. However, Do Ming, turning to glance at Yi Qian, remained oblivious to it. With concern, Do Ming inquired, "Junior sister, are you all right?" "Ye Yin, Pontink, replied, "Oh, I am fine." Do Ming offered her a Xianling pill, urging her to absorb it properly. She responded, promptly consuming the precious elixir and rapidly assimilating its essence. Noticing the improvement in Yi Qian's demeanor, Do Ming supported her as they approached the pill tree ensnared by the formation. These individuals possessed some skill. The formation trapping the pill tree was surprisingly at the 3rd level. Ordinarily, only disciples from major sects would have access to 1st or 2nd level formations, while 3rd level formations were reserved for direct disciples and elders. As a direct disciple of Yinding, Do Ming naturally had some understanding of formations. Yet his expertise did not lie in this area, and he had only encountered 2nd level formations in his daily practice. This situation was somewhat challenging. If only the senior brother were here, Do Ming thought. Yi Qian asked, "Senior brother, can we resolve this?" Before Yi Qian, Do Ming would not dare to admit defeat. It will require some time. Yi Qian rose to her feet, declaring, "I will protect you, senior brother." Swiftly, she formed seals invoking. The spring river's tide connects with the sea. The bright moon rises with the tides. Water spirit converge. In a mere moment, countless droplets surged forth, encircling Dongming and Yi Qian, creating a natural water barrier. Meanwhile, the vapor ahead coalesced into a new mist, concealing their figures, causing Sun Chu to lose his way as he arrived amidst the thick fog. Dongming's expression softened. "You have worked hard, junior sister. Senior brother, hurry and act. We must buy time." Dongming nodded in response. As he began to break the formation, Yi Qian no longer concealed her ambition. Her gaze was fervently fixed upon the branches laden with ripening fruit, particularly a singular, faintly ripe, Yuaning fruit. Chapter 38. Spirit of the Secret Realm. The fruit-bearing trees within the illusory dream star marsh have existed for a millennium, and those ancient alchemical trees, having transcended 1,000 years, possess a certain probability of bearing a Yuaning fruit. This intriguing fact was unbeknownst even to the Xuanbing Sect, but it was relayed to her by her father, Yi Kanjing. During your Dan formation, the shattering of the Golden Dan signified failure. The Golden Dan residing within you now belongs to Ye Wanwan. Although we have employed methods to transform this exquisite fire Dan into a water Dan, the path to further advancement remains obstructed unless you can harness the power of the Yuaning fruit. With the assistance of 2 elders from the Yi family and your master, you may have a chance to break through to the Yuaning stage. What if the Yuaning fruit eludes your grasp? Then you shall remain forever stagnant at the Golden Dan stage. No, absolutely not. Yi Qian had witnessed the fate of Ye Wanwan, once a genius renowned within the Supreme Sect. She faced disdain from Yin Ding and Ji Chonghuai after her cultivation stagnated post-Dan formation. Ultimately, she was driven out of the Supreme Sect step by step. Yi Qian vowed she would not follow in Ye Wanwan's footsteps. The protagonist of this world must be her. Ye Wanwan would merely serve as a stepping stone. The Yuaning fruit must belong to her. Enveloped in a curtain of water mist, Dongming continued to dismantle the array while Yi Qian sat cross-legged, offering him protection. However, her gaze occasionally drifted to a golden fruit perched atop the highest branch, revealing an unmistakable glint of ambition and an indomitable resolve. Observing Dongming, a flicker of caution and contemplation sparked within her. If her senior brother desired it, she would be reluctant to relinquish it. Within the dense fog, a small talisman bird fixated on the scene, its vermilion eyes swirling as if imbued with life. Meanwhile, a mile away, Ye Wanwan had just finished excavating the last of the blood swallows. She dusted off her hands and turned to the now quiet mist, indicating that the battle within had concluded, and her own task was complete. Only the final alchemical tree remained. Yet Ye Wanwan refrained from rushing over. This Dan tree had evaded the disciples of Yunlang Fortress for an entire day and night, granting her precious time. However, she remained skeptical about the authenticity of this fruit-bearing tree. After traversing the valley, she found no other Dan trees. If this was not a fruit-bearing tree, then where could the true fruit-bearing tree be found? Ye Wanwan's toes grazed the ground. Although the fruit-bearing tree had been present in the illusory dream star marsh for many years, very few had actually succeeded in harvesting its fruits. The Xuanbing Sect had opened the secret realm 5 times, yet only twice had disciples managed to procure a single fruit. Yet this tree bore so many. Were the harvesters truly so morally upright, suppressing their ambitions to claim only their rightful share? Ye Wanwan chuckled softly. How could that be? Were it her, she would take the entire tree, roots and all, leaving not a single fruit behind. Thus a question arose. But where lay the crux of this dilemma? Ye Wanwan contemplated, her gaze shifting from the ground to the obscured sky, shrouded in thick fog. Even piercing through the mist, the heavens remained pitch black, devoid of any illumination. The illusory dream star marsh. It bore this name, yet where were the stars? And what of the marsh? Ye Wanwan lowered her head in contemplation, pondering the name that bore no relation whatsoever to the mysterious realm before her. Was this truly a hidden sanctuary? Suddenly, she turned to gaze at the nearby lake, the sole body of water within the valley. It was also the first place where fruit-bearing trees had appeared, but after a certain point, they had fled with a few individuals and had not returned. Without hesitation, Ye Wanwan strode toward the lake. She dipped her hand into the frigid water, where a gentle aura penetrated her skin, revealing an abundance of spiritual energy that overflowed and formed this very valley. Her eyes deepened in thought as the young girl, without a moment's pause, plunged into the depths, holding her breath as she descended, staring into the obsidian heart of the lake. As she ventured further down, she began to doubt her intuition when suddenly, lights emerged ahead. 1, 2, and then an increasing multitude, transforming into a celestial expanse akin to a starry sky. Ye Wanwan stood transfixed, and as she took 2 more steps forward, passing through a curtain of water, the scene before her abruptly inverted. She found herself standing upon the lake's surface, which mirrored the resplendent starry sky above, blurring the line between heaven and water. As she walked upon the lake's heart, ripples emanated from her feet, only to settle into calmness shortly thereafter. Not far away, a vibrant red spiritual tree flourished, its branches elegantly twisting, adorned with leaves of fiery crimson and bearing fruits the size of apricots. There were shades of soft red, pink, deep red, and a striking golden fruit. Ye Wanwan's gaze fixated on the golden fruit, which was still small, seemingly just liberated from its bud, exuding a subtle yet unripe tartness. Yet, it was this golden fruit that possessed the most potent spiritual energy among them. If the deep red fruits were deemed optional for Ye Wanwan, the golden fruit was a necessity, a risk worth taking. Her own nascent soul realm was unlikely to advance without external assistance, and thus, the opportunity to attempt a breakthrough remained. Pei Xian was also inquiring about the whereabouts of her master, Fang Hian, hoping to summon him to concoct a nascent soul pill for her. However, the ingredients required for such a pill were exceedingly rare, and even if her 5th master could craft it, gathering the materials would be a daunting task, especially considering the numerous golden cores within her. How many nascent soul pills would she require? The thought alone sent a shiver down her spine. Thus, this nascent soul fruit could serve as a preliminary trial for her potential breakthrough. As for the other fruit-bearing trees, they would also provide significant benefits. Indeed, given her innate talent, she need not rely on the fruits to solidify her core, but why tread an arduous path when there was a chance to expedite the process? Without any hesitation, Ye Wanwan approached one of the fruit-bearing trees. In stark contrast to the slender, diminutive trees below, this one was robust and flourishing, its roots deeply entrenched. If the trees above appeared to be a millennium old, this one was surely 10 millennia. Its root system nearly dominated half the lake's surface, plunging to unknown depths. Removing it seems rather troublesome. Ye Wanwan gestured and uprooted it, though this time it proved to be a challenge. Perhaps it would be wiser to pick it first. Ye Wanwan fixed her gaze upon the cluster of golden fruits and immediately set to work. Her first choice was the golden fruit, but it trembled in response. It appeared that the secret realm had sensed the intruder, and suddenly it began to quake, causing ripples to surge across the lake's surface. The waters erupted violently, transforming into a towering column that surged toward Ye Wanwan. She swiftly brandished her long pole to block the oncoming force and sidestepped behind a tree. As the water column crashed into the spirit tree, it dissipated into a gentle rain, refraining from a reckless attack. Ye Wanwan was taken aback. Just then, sensing a hostile gaze upon her, she lifted her head to discover a child seated beside the golden fruit. He glared at Ye Wanwan with fury, seemingly accusing her of thievery. Chapter 39. A life or 10 lives? It knows how to choose. Is it a person? No. Ye Wanwan's gaze fidikeret. It was not a human, but a spirit. The child before her lacked a physical form, existing solely through the spiritual energy of the Dan tree. At that moment, it wielded the power of the lake within the secret realm to attack her, merely harnessing the strength of this starry place. A spirit of the secret realm? Ye Wanwan began to navigate around the tree, evading the water arrows while swiftly climbing the spirit tree, closing the distance to the child in the shortest possible time. What are you doing? The boy immediately vanished from sight, retreating 5 steps away. Yet Ye Wanwan was quicker. The boy, frantic, exclaimed, "If you want to take the fruit, just say so. This thing is mine. You cannot seize it." The fruit could indeed be given, but the golden fruit, which contained the essence of the Dan tree, was another matter entirely. It was its life. Ye Wanwan chuckled softly, Having come this far, why limit herself to a few fruits? Naturally, she intended to take them all. The boy's eyes widened, sensing Ye Wanwan's gaze upon him. Incredulous. You still want to catch me? Catch is not the right word. I merely wish to take you to a different place to experience life. Ye Wanwan approached like a cunning grandmother, inching closer. Come, little one. Let me show you what freedom truly means. The spirit of the starry realm interjected. You are outrageous. Ye Wanwan had already grasped his wrist. I could be even more audacious. The boy flipped backward, his body arching away to evade her grasp, but a surge of spiritual energy lifted him forward. The spirit of the starry realm turned to see an unknown spiritual talisman had appeared beneath him. The talisman ignited spontaneously, its spiritual patterns radiating outward, enveloping the vicinity of the Dan tree. With a crack, another spark erupted. The spirit of the starry realm looked towards the sound, observing flames flickering from all directions. Realizing that 4 talismans were ablaze, the 4 spiritual patterns leapt forth from the talismans, swiftly tightening around him and the golden fruit, forming a net. In a fit of desperation, the spirit of the starry realm swung its arms vigorously, summoning a tempest above the lake, clashing against the spiritual barrier. As it clutched the golden fruit and dove into the branches, it vanished from sight. Ye Wanwan remained unfazed, one hand passing through the spiritual patterns, which transformed into a golden aura encircling her wrist. Supporting herself against the branches, she leaped down. The gale, accompanied by columns of water, surged towards her. Yet, the spiritual patterns on her wrist expanded, shielding her from the water's assault as she disregarded the tumultuous winds and torrents, swiftly making her way to the tree's roots. Crouching down, she struck the ground with a resounding clap. Power of the 5 elements, heed my call. Golden wood, water, fire. And earth energies surged from her palm into the earth, radiating outwards from the Dan tree, rapidly expanding into 5 spiritual orbs. They surrounded the Dan tree entirely. The spirit of the starry realm stared in disbelief, nearly collapsing in despair. Why can the golden Dan leave the body? What kind of monster are you? A practitioner-esque golden Dan. This woman actually wields the golden Dan as if it were a magical artifact. Moreover, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5. Why are there 5? What sort of technique is this? Ye Wanwan shifted from a palm to a fist, her palms suddenly clenched tightly, and then she gradually began to pull upwards, uprooting the entire medicinal tree. Xingzhe sensed the turbulence within the concealed space. The entire realm was in an uproar. What are you doing? Ye Wanwan maintained her nonchalant tone. I'm taking you out. You mad woman. The medicinal tree was being gradually extracted, causing the entire lake's secret realm to tremble, seemingly affected by the disturbance. Xingzhe shouted. The cultivation medicinal tree is the heart of the entire Xingzhe secret realm. If you remove it, this place will collapse. It doesn't matter. It's not mine. Xingzhe. Where's your conscience? None. With a surge of determination, Ye Wanwan pulled the entire medicinal tree out. Yet even at several dozen meters above the ground, its roots remained unseen. It was evident that it was deeply entrenched. Ye Wanwan sighed lightly. What a hassle. Xingzhe thought she would give up, but the golden core outside her body spun rapidly, astonishingly ascending, and she even had the energy to divert her focus. She opened the entrance of the Ziyun ring. This time, Xingzhe could no longer remain seated. His lair was about to be uprooted. How could he stay calm? He shouted, wait. The cultivation medicinal tree requires the spiritual lake within Xingzhe. If you merely extract the tree, it won't survive long. Ye Wanwan's attitude finally softened. Then Xingzhe lamented, you must either take the entire spiritual lake with you, or set it down. I will give you all the fruits here. He even added, don't forget the golden fruits. It will not remain. It is a parasitic spirit that exists in conjunction with the secret realm. As long as the realm exists, it will survive, but if it collapses, it will be finished. A life for 10, it knows how to choose. It might as well wait a little longer, though it is quite reluctant. Ye Wanwan pondered for a moment and realized it need not be so complicated. Since the spiritual lake was a necessity, she might as well take it all. Xingzhe, do you understand what you are saying? This is Xingzhe, a place that gathers the essence of heaven and earth, nurturing the spiritual lake for millennia. Just a drop can extend a mortal's life by a year. A bowl can resurrect the dead, and it is a source of spiritual energy coveted by cultivators. No matter how severe the injuries, soaking for a few days can restore one to their original state. And you tell me to just take it away? Ye Wanwan felt conflicted. Thank you, but I do not need you to convince me to take it. Xingzhe screamed, that is not what I meant. Ye Wanwan retrieved 3 golden talismans from her bosom. I only have 3 golden talismans, each usable only once. I intended to use them in times of danger. But now I have to use one first. Xingzhe was taken aback. What is this? Ye Wanwan did not respond. She simply activated the golden talisman with her spiritual power. The talisman ignited spontaneously, and the golden runes suddenly blossomed at the heart of the lake, transforming into a formidable force of pressure. Xingzhe gasped in shock. What is this? Such terrifying power. It felt as if it possessed the ability to obliterate everything. Ye Wanwan furrowed her brows slightly, realizing that her realm was too low. She could only forcibly elevate herself by 1 level, yet that would suffice. The runes enveloped her form, and in a fleeting moment they dispersed, settling upon her and penetrating deep into her meridians. From within to without, it was as though a layer of armor had been bestowed upon her, providing a shield of defense while simultaneously facilitating the rapid absorption of the essence of heaven and earth, causing her aura to steadily rise. But an instant, her presence approached the nascent soul stage, reaching the mid-nascent soul level. Clenching her fist, she felt it was adequate. The power of the 5 golden cores lingering outside was also on the rise, and with a sudden surge of energy, she issued a low shout. The 5 golden cores swiftly soared around the spirit lake, supporting the entire expanse of it. The boy was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of technique was this? Had the girl turned the entire star lake into her own dantian? The entire secret realm of the star lake hovered under her will, soaring towards the open purple cloud ring. Yet at that moment, a complication arose. The space within the purple cloud ring could not accommodate such a vast spirit lake. Ye Wanwan paused, taken aback. This was something she had not anticipated. However, if she simply abandoned it, the spirit lake and the Dan tree would likely disintegrate. Yet, there was no time for her to divert her focus to upgrade the space of the purple cloud ring. The situation had reached a stalemate, and the Star Lake sensed the looming threat of destruction. The Star Lake cried out, I knew it would come to this, you mad woman. Ye Wanwan pondered, caught off guard momentarily. Nevertheless, if she could not take it all in, managing to secure half would still be manageable. Without hesitation, Ye Wanwan decided to retract the range of the golden cores. The Star Lake cursed vehemently. Stop right there. Ye Wanwan replied, if I stop, this secret realm will truly collapse. The Star Lake gritted its teeth. Let me handle it. Let me. Chapter 40. Is that Ye Wanwan? Don't let go. Allow me. A piercing cry echoed, filled with urgency. It seemed fearful that Ye Wanwan might act impulsively and cause trouble. In a moment of life and death, it transformed into a beam of spiritual light, racing towards the Ziyun ring. The Ziyun ring shimmered, its aura fluctuating. Ye Wanwan immediately realized that the spirit of the secret realm was merging with the Ziyun ring. Ye Wanwan furrowed her brow. Didn't you wish to remain here? Xingzhe Jun gritted his teeth. You've already seized my stronghold with force. What else can I do? Though the voice was tender, it carried an air of exasperation. Ye Wanwan shrugged, yet she did not relinquish her spiritual techniques. I only require the Dan tree and the spirit lake. Your presence is inconsequential to me. These 2 are the foundation of my survival. If you take them away, am I to perish? Ye Wanwan chuckled. Isn't it fear of your stubbornness? Yet Xingzhe chose to ignore her. Its essence merged with the Ziyun ring, which was a spiritual ring bound to Ye Wanwan by her blood, connecting her mind and spirit. At this moment, the girl could sense the transformation of the Ziyun ring. The internal space was shifting and the exterior was altering as well. As the inner space expanded, Xingzhe's voice emerged. It's done. Ye Wanwan's persistent efforts had already drained much of her spiritual power, and she now felt the effects of overexertion in her dantian. Upon hearing this, she hesitated not a moment longer, focusing all her intent to draw the spirit lake and Dan tree inward, until the final drop of spirit lake water entered the space. A tremendous shattering sound resonated from all directions as if a mirror had shattered, splintering into countless cracks. A boyish voice called out, "Run!" Ye Wanwan did not hesitate. She dashed towards the original entrance, the sole exit, but the space behind her collapsed at an alarming rate. The cacophony of destruction drew closer. In the blink of an eye, it was upon her. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter. Only a hair's breadth remained. Xing Zhe screamed. This is the collapse of the void. If you cannot escape and are pulled in, you will vanish without a trace. Run. Ye Wanwan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. The aftereffects of forcibly enhancing her cultivation were considerable, and fatigue surged after her overexertion. Yet, upon hearing the frantic cry beside her, she teased with a smile. How splendid. It would save me the cost of a coffin. Xing Shi. Freak. Ye Wanwan chuckled softly. Behind her, the void collapsed, releasing an aura of destruction from the dark abyss. Even without turning back, she could feel the entity drawing near, akin to a beast poised to devour her. Her feet moved relentlessly, and at the crucial moment, her spiritual energy erupted, revealing her formidable mid-stage nascent soul strength amidst Xing Zhe's ashen visage. Xing Zhe observed in disbelief as she ignited the second golden talisman. It was at this moment that the girl plunged into the exit as the lake water enveloped her entire being. Ye Wanwan knew she had returned to the valley's lake bed, yet she did not linger. She burst through the water's surface, emerging onto the valley floor. She was free, but Ye Wanwan did not stop. As Xing Zhe glanced back, he realized that the ordeal was far from over. The valley's lake began to collapse rapidly, with the water's center imploding outward at an alarming pace. His heart raced, nearly leaping into his throat. Damn it, he muttered. Ye Wanwan chuckled softly. Exciting, isn't it? The ground trembled violently. Hidden within the dense fog, Yi Qian and Dou Ming, who were deciphering the formation, along with Sun Chu, who sought retribution against Dou Ming and his companions, were all startled by the commotion. Yi Qian, initially puzzled, felt the ground shake violently and the encroaching darkness within the valley, her voice now laced with fear and urgency. Senior brother, something's wrong. Dou Ming had just unraveled the formation and secured the entire medicinal tree. Upon turning to assess the situation behind him, his pupils constricted in alarm. Run. Yi Qian acted immediately, not daring to linger. Dou Ming moved swiftly, grabbing several mature fruits before seizing Yi Qian's hand, and together they fled. The once enveloping fog that obscured their vision was being devoured by the spatial rift, disappearing entirely. The scene behind them gradually dimmed into shadow. Even Sun Chu was fleeing. But in his desperate escape, he caught sight of the lifeless bodies of Li Kun and his companion, rage and despair flaring within him. You killed my junior brother. Dou Ming disregarded him, focusing solely on their escape, as the devouring force approached with relentless speed. Despite his heartache, Sun Chu dared not tarry. As the storm drew nearer, the three of them witnessed the remains of Li Kun and his companion consumed by the darkness, leaving no trace, not even bones. Chilled to the core, they pressed on, with Dou Ming refraining from questioning the calamity that had befallen them. There was no time for inquiries. They raced towards the valley's mouth, and out of the corner of Yi Qian's eye, she perceived a figure fleeing alongside them, alarmingly close behind. She strained to discern the identity of this shadow, but any hesitation would only slow their escape. Dou Ming, exasperated, shouted, "Junior sister, what are you doing? How can you afford to be distracted while fleeing for your life?" Heeding his warning, Yi Qian dared not look back again, mustering all her strength. Yet, the entire valley seemed to be pulling them back, hindering their speed. And in that dire moment, survival demanded desperate measures. Sun Chu ignited his bloodline, accelerating to surpass Yi Qian and Dou Ming. Observing the flicker of malice in Sun Chu's eyes, Yi Qian's intuition warned her of impending treachery. Senior brother, he intend to strike at us. Dou Ming understood immediately, biting his tongue to draw blood and igniting his essence, shaking off Sun Chu's pursuit. But Sun Chu lunged, grasping Yi Qian's flowing skirt. If I am to perish, let be together. Yi Qian's expression darkened. Resolutely, she drew her spirit sword and severed Sun Chu's arm and her skirt, making the decisive choice to kill. At that moment, they leaped out of the valley's mouth, while Sun Chu was just a step away, forever trapped within, consumed by darkness. Upon escaping the valley, Doming noticed that the space had ceased to expand, prompting him to halt, still trembling from the ordeal. However, as he gazed at Yi Qian, he detected a hint of peculiarity in her expression. Junior sister, that icy gaze, your decisive actions, are not at all reminiscent of the gentle Yi Qian. With reddened eyes, Yi Qian, feeling wronged, replied, Brother, did I do something wrong? But if I and T killed him, both of us would have perished. Doming reconsidered, realizing that he should not doubt his junior sister over such a matter. If Sun Chu lived, their lives would be forfeit. He affectionately tousled her hair and praised, You did nothing wrong, junior sister. In fact, you handled it splendidly. Had it not been for your quick thinking, we both would have been trapped. Yi Qian smiled through her tears in the elixir tree. Doming chuckled. Of course, once we leave this place, I shall grant you as many as you desire. Yi Qian beamed. That's what you promised. Brother, no reneging allowed. When have I ever been dishonest with you? They exchanged laughter, but Doming cast a wary glance at the dark abyss, saying, This is not a place to linger. We should depart swiftly. Agreed. They hastily left, but as Yi Qian withdrew her gaze, she caught sight of a familiar silhouette standing not far from the valley's mouth. She paused, her eyes fixating on that recognizable brow and gaze, her pupils dilating. Ye Wanwan. Chapter 41. I possess more golden pills than others. Yi Qian's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the girl emerging from the valley. If her observations were correct, the figure concealed within the thick mist moments ago should indeed be her. Yet, how could she have remained hidden so close behind them until now? Clenching her teeth, Yi Qian felt an instinctive certainty that this woman was Ye Wanwan. The contours of her brows and eyes bore an uncanny resemblance, and her stature was identical as well. However, if it truly was Ye Wanwan, then she must not allow Doming to discover her presence. Yi Qian turned her head and ran alongside Doming. Senior brother, the commotion behind us is growing increasingly intense. We must hasten our departure. Doming, trusting her words, immediately quickened his pace. Ye Wanwan sensed Yi Qian's eyes filled with animosity, but chose not to pursue them. Instead, she calmly cast a glance in their direction, her subordinates swiftly dragging someone out. It was Sun Chu. Why must I rescue him? If it weren't for her returning to retrieve him, Ye Wanwan would not have emerged at this moment. The little spirit within the Ziyun ring remarked, I sensed a familiar aura emanating from this person. He likely possesses something I desire. What is it? Ye Wanwan pondered. Due to the rapid consumption of energy, there was no time for further contemplation. She could only allow Ye Wanwan to rescue the individual first. The devouring within the valley continued unabated, yet shielded by the mountain walls, it had not yet collapsed entirely. Nonetheless, it remained perilous. As Ye Wanwan dragged Sun Chu several meters away, she surveyed her surroundings, her brows slightly furrowed, seemingly in search of something. Her complexion appeared unnaturally pale. The little spirit sensed this and remarked, it seems you have overexerted yourself. You are fatigued, aren't you? Serves you right. Ye Wanwan replied softly, I need to find a place to meditate and recuperate. Do you have any means of keeping watch? The two golden talismans had completely drained her internal spiritual energy, and she required a location to restore it. Otherwise, the forthcoming 20 days would be unbearable. The little spirit's lips twitched. It needn't be so complicated. Simply enter the Star Lake realm. The Star Lake realm. Ye Wanwan immediately recalled that ethereal spiritual lake and lowered her gaze to the ring. Enter the ring? Can even the owner fit inside? The little spirit quickly grasped Ye Wanwan's intent and explained, This ring now houses my parasitic spirit, unlike your ordinary storage rings. With a mere thought, you can enter. Ordinary? Ye Wanwan interjected, Storage rings have never been ordinary. And then what? Just toss the ring on the ground for someone to pick up? I can transform. As the parasitic spirit of the ring, I can transmute it into a speck of dust and hide it within the soil, ensuring you need not worry about being discovered. Ye Wanwan's brows relaxed, finding this plan agreeable. However, you must keep your distance. Should the devouring force escape, it would spell disaster. Ye Wanwan responded, Thank you for the warning. I am not foolish. After dragging Sun Chu a considerable distance to ensure they were away from the valley entrance and in a secure environment, she first tossed him into the ring. Following that, she entered the Ziyun ring herself. Within the confines of the Ziyun ring, a Vastar lake now awaited. Surrounded by a serene lake lies a patch of fertile land. At its center stands a millennia-old fruit tree bearing the rare fruit of longevity. Accompanied by a trio of vibrant sour fruit trees and over a dozen flourishing spiritual herbs scattered around the Dan tree. The growth is remarkably robust, even more so than before they were transplanted from the valley. Ye Wanwan's gazet deepens contemplativity. A diminutive figure manifests, taking form atop the Dan tree, crossing its arms and looking down at Ye Wanwan, remarking, "These low-tier spiritual herbs are allowed into the Xingzi realm. It seems one has indeed accumulated blessings in a past life. With my discerning eye, I would never permit such trivialities entry." Ye Wanwan, lifting hersikirt, sits cross-legged and replies, "In my eyes, you are no different from them. All are mere medicinal ingredients, devoid of any distinction between noble and humble." The small figure, indignant, rushes before Ye Wanwan, declaring, "I'm a magnificent array spirit, the most precious companion spirit in this realm, governing a territory, and you dare liken me to these weeds." Ye Wanwan closes her eyes. The small figure, feeling aggrieved, exclaims, "Apologize to me at once, or I shall grow angry. I want to play with you anymore." Ye Wanwan responds coolly, "I wish to meditate. You may entertain yourself." With a gentle wave of her hand, she dismisses the small figure aside, while 5 golden elixirs float around her, forming a protective barrier that envelopes her. The small figure, now called Xingzi, gazes at the golden elixirs, lost in profound contemplation. Why can a cultivator's golden elixir exist outside the body? This question has eluded Xingzi's understanding. Even Pei Xian, upon their first encounter, was nearly overwhelmed by the revelation. No one anticipated that Ye Wanwan would utilize the unique properties of the divine refinement technique, employing the method of internal and external circulation of spiritual energy to establish 5 larger meridians outside her body. It is as if a grander avatar of Ye Wanwan envelopes her true self, allowing the golden elixir to traverse through these expanded meridians, even extending its attack range, rendering opponents defenseless. When Ye Wanwan shared this concept with Pei Xian, he regarded her for a long moment and finally remarked, "You truly are a genius." Ye Wanwan, weary of such praises, merely desires to grow stronger. As long as this method proves effective, she is content. However, this technique bears its drawbacks. Should one's golden elixir be struck down, the cultivator risks severe injury and potential loss of the elixir, a perilous trade-off. For the golden elixir holds immense significance for cultivators. In response to Pei Xian's concerns, Ye Wanwan reassures him, "Master, there is no need for worry. While I may lack in other areas, I possess an abundance of golden elixirs." Pei Xian replies, "Very well, there's no issue." Ye Wanwan then commences the operation of the divine refinement technique, drawing spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, which swiftly surges into Xingzi through the Ziyun ring. 5 streams of spiritual mist, soaring from the void, astonish Xingzi. What kind of person is she? Merely cultivating can invoke such celestial phenomena. And how can she absorb such a vast amount of spiritual energy so effortlessly? As Ye Wanwan's surroundings resemble a vortex, ceaselessly drawing in the spiritual essence of the universe, Xingzi gasps in awe. This new master is indeed extraordinary. He was the former master of the secret realm, that deceased old man who, even at the golden core stage, lacked such extraordinary talent. Yet, an individual with 5 spiritual roots, destined for a tumultuous path in cultivation, astonishingly possessed this ability. Xingzi's eyes flickered with changing emotions before he settled on a resolute decision. He would observe this person, for perhaps they could indeed assist him, rather than being trapped within the confines of Xingzi's realm, unable to escape. Xingzi crouched nearby for a moment, then suddenly recalled Sun Chu, who had been dragged in. He slapped his forehead and hurriedly began to rummage through the belongings of the person, eager to study them. 5 days later, Ye Wanfang awoke from her meditative state. opening her eyes to feel her meridians flowing smoothly. Raising her hand, she realized she had made a breakthrough from the second layer of the Qi refinement stage to the third layer. With spiritual root, Qi refinement fourth layer. Water and fire spiritual roots, Qi refinement third layer. Metal and earth, second layer. Ye Wanwan raised her eyebrows in surprise. The density of wood attribute here was unexpectedly rich, allowing the wood attribute to leap 2 levels and reach the fourth. Truly remarkable progress. Chapter 42. Senior sister, we need you. If this pace continues, it won't take half a year before we can re-enter the foundation establishment stage. Ye Wanwan gathered her aura and rose, making her way towards Xingze, who was perched beside Sun Chu, intently observing the items laid out before him. A serious expression etched on his face. What is the matter? Look here. Xingze pointed to the collection of items spilled from Sun Chu's spatial pouch. As an elite disciple of Yunlang Fortress, Sun Chu's possessions were rather modest. He possessed a pair of second-tier swords, a few ordinary Xianling pills, none of which were even first grade, and the only valuable items were a handful of spirit stones, with the rest being of little worth. However, Ye Wanwan's gaze soon fell upon a peculiar stone, somewhat resembling a spirit stone, but with a deeper hue. Though it appeared devoid of spiritual energy, it possessed an unmistakable uniqueness. Low-tier spatial pouches lack a master recognition contract. With a casual gesture, Ye Wanwan summoned the stone for a closer examination. The stone, tinged with a hint of blue, seemed to reveal runes under the right light. Xingze, with a grave demeanor, declared this is a dreamstone. The dreamstone of the dream realm? Ye Wanwan pondered aloud. I have heard that this stone can assist individuals in comprehending illusions and mastering illusionary arts. That refers to the ordinary dreamstone, Xingze replied earnestly. Ye Wanwan arched an eyebrow, weighing the stone in her hand. This one is not ordinary. Indeed, this is a stone from within the dream realm. You may regard it as an array stone. Equally as vital as the spirit lake of Xingze, he stated, rising to his feet, his expression still solemn, if refined and absorbed. It can grant temporary mastery over illusionary abilities and facilitate the understanding of the method to shape secret realms. Ye Wanwan's heart stirred at the mention of shaping secret realms. Isn't that akin to creating a spatial dimension? This is rather extraordinary. Yet, Xingze continued, this stone has lost most of its spiritual essence and is merely a fringe stone, usable only once with no significant insight. Its presence here indicates that the array stone within has been severely compromised. Ye Wanwan began to align her thoughts with his. Are you suggesting that the dream realm is in peril? Xingze explained that while the dream realm was considered a secret realm, it was actually comprised of 2 layers. Typically, cultivators like them entered the first layer of the dream realm, but only she. Xingze cast a furtive glance at Ye Wanwan, revealing the hidden aspect of Xingze, which was, in fact, himself. With a firm stance, Xingze continued, however, for the dream realm to sustain itself, it must be capable of operating for at least 7,000 to 8,000 years. If even the array stones have been excavated, then should Xingze collapse. Without needing to hear more from the small one, Ye Wanwan grasped the gravity of the situation. This secret realm was on the brink of collapse. This trial was a ruse. Without further ado, she made her exit. In a swift motion, she activated the Ziyun ring, which reappeared on her finger, leaving Sun Chu discarded by the riverbank. Are you taking this person with you? Xingze inquired, casting a glance at Sun Chu, who lay by the river. Ye Wanwan continued on her path without hesitation. No need. A disciple like him knows little. It's better for me to investigate personally. Ye Wanwan ascended with her sword, soaring toward the belly of the sheep. The fierce wind whipped around her, while her mind rapidly analyzed the situation. As soon as the disciples of Yunlang Fort entered, they charged toward the valley. Indeed, everyone recognized that Yangtu Valley was the location of the fruit of culmination. Thus, those seeking the fruit would inevitably gravitate here. However, the haste with which Yunlang Fort arrived was surprising. Even Ye Wanwan, who had unexpectedly been transported to Yangtup Slope, had chosen this nearby location. Yet, cultivators in the core formation stage would be more inclined to venture toward the more resource-rich belly of the sheep. Moreover, there were 3 of them, which contradicted the rules of teleportation, unless they were already aware that this secret realm could not endure for long, prompting someone to instruct them to prioritize obtaining the fruit before considering other matters. If that were the case, treasure hunting teams like Sun Chu's would not be the only ones present. There would undoubtedly be others at the belly of the sheep. Ye Wanwan ajudiratit, breaking through the mist and heading toward the expansive terrain of the belly, when she noticed a flickering black crack in the sky. Xingzi remarked, as expected. Ye Wanwan's gaze flickered slightly. According to your conjecture, how much longer can this secret realm sustain itself? If in a closed state, it could last 100 to 80 years. But if a conflict ensues, the situation becomes uncertain. The greater the disturbance, the faster the collapse. Typically, however, a month should pose no significant issue. Good. The heart's sword quickened its pace. In an instant, Ye Wanwan plunged into the perilous forest. At that moment, 2 teams were also frantically fleeing through the thicket, with a young girl at the forefront carrying a colossal multicolored stone taller than the trees themselves. She dashed through the dense forest, leaving astonishment in her wake wherever she passed. Trailing behind her was Fong Hian, who called out, "Senior sister, quickly put it away." Bai Jian, covered in dirt, yet with bright eyes, expressed confusion. "My Chinquan bag cannot accommodate it." Hearing this, Fong Hian instinctively slapped his thigh. "The ring. We borrowed the ring from Master Pei before we left." Bai Jian replied, "I tried, but it says it needs time." Fong Hian then realized that Bai Jian was carrying it because it required time to store. Could it be that this colorful or was of too high a grade? With senior sister's spiritual consciousness, she was temporarily unable to move it. Fong Hian ran with his soul trailing behind, but a team pursuing them made it impossible to stop. "Li Shidi can't hold on for long. I'll buy you some time, you get inside first." Bai Jian nodded, but did not slow down, quickly veering off to a secluded spot to begin storing it. This was a gift for the junior sister. No one could take it away. Fong Hian abruptly halted, swiftly rummaging through his Chinquan bag to produce 2 vials, pouring their contents onto the ground without hesitation. He even used the medicinal powders he usually conserved. The ground emitted a hissing sound as the white smoke blended with the dense fog. Fong Hian first consumed the antidote and then swiftly retreated into the forest, clutching a porcelain vial in his hand. The vial was transparent, containing several small ant beasts. Fong Hian took a deep breath, urging them to stand their ground. He uncapped the bottle and released a tiny poisonous ant, which promptly emerged and took to the air. It could fly. Fong Hian slowly retreated deeper, while Li Wanji's voice drew closer, laced with contempt. "You ungrateful wretches, the spirit stone mine was our discovery. We kindly offered you a place, and yet you dare to pursue us for more." With a scornful spit, several blood arrows shot forth. Li Wanji leaped aside just in time, catching sight of the purple markings on the arrows, which only fueled his fury further. "Blood Rainbow Pavilion. Do not presume I am unaware of your leader's identity. Just because you wear masks does not mean I am oblivious to your secrets. Your leader has slain his brother and father, usurped his elder brother's position, and imprisoned his own sister-in-law. The disciples of your sect do not denounce such tyranny. Instead, they join in the oppression and misdeeds. If I escape, I shall uphold justice. I will ensure your demise." Suddenly, a foul odor assailed him. "What is this smell? Why can I no longer harness my spiritual power? Ah, it's toxic." He collapsed to the ground. Yet, as the youth feigned unconsciousness, he swiftly launched several ice arrows. The crowd erupted in anger. "Ha ha, behold my hidden weapons." The youth's raucous laughter caused everyone to wince in agony, each chasing after Li Wanji, eager for his downfall. Only Li Wanji sensed the dire straits. Without their senior sister, they were at a disadvantage. "Senior sister, we need you." Chapter 43. Excellence is the original Sin Li Wanji, a newly ascended golden core cultivator, possessed a limited repertoire of techniques. Despite Yanju's diligent efforts during his foundation establishment phase, providing him with 3 manuals to choose from, namely the Azure Cloud Sword Technique, the Chaotic Blade Technique, and a fundamental offensive technique for cultivators, Li Wanji opted for the Azure Cloud Sword Technique, but, out of sheer laziness, had yet to master either of the 2. He had always thought it inconsequential. However, in the midst of battle, he finally recognized the gravity of his shortcomings. He was simply too weak. Alas, it was too late for regrets now. If only he could return, he vowed to dedicate himself to relentless study. Fortunately, though he had been negligent in other areas, he had diligently learned the swift wind technique under Yanju's guidance over the course of a year, allowing him to escape with remarkable speed. At the very least, he had managed to divert the attention of 5 pursuers in the forest, leading them on a wild chase. Yet, the situation had now changed drastically. A torrential barrage of blood arrows surged forth, blocking his path entirely. If he were to continue running, it would surely lead to his demise. He could only come to a halt. As the 5 encroaching figures drew nearer, Ye Wanwan forced a sheepish grin. "Brothers, is it too late for me to apologize now? Go to hell." The leader of the group bellowed, swinging down his blade. The blade's aura, unleashed by a golden core cultivator, was ferociously potent. Ye Wanwan raised his arms and braced himself. It was then that the onlookers beheld the shield upon his arms. Cold sweat dripped down Ye Wanwan's brow. Thankfully, he had learned this technique, Spirit Shield. It was invaluable for blocking attacks. Yet, the force behind the strike was overwhelming, and Ye Wanwan was still forced to stagger backward several steps, only to be met by the advancing swordsman from behind. In a swift roll, he planted his hands on the ground and quickly escaped the encirclement, shouting hoarsely, "Sister, help me." Fang Hian, watching anxiously, exclaimed, "Earth escape technique, you fool." Realization struck Ye Wanwan immediately. Yes, the earth escape technique. But wait, what was the incantation? In this life-and-death moment, he finally recalled it, transforming into a beam of spiritual light. He swiftly burrowed underground. Simultaneously, Fang Hian executed her technique, summoning a tempest through the forest, where thick fog swirled and swept towards the 5 pursuers from Blood Rainbow Pavilion. However, a more powerful gust of wind surged forth, blowing the toxic mist back in the opposite direction, directly towards Fang Hian's position. Fang Hian managed to evade the worst of it, but Ye Wanwan, who had just surfaced, inhaled deeply, nearly choking. In that fleeting moment, he pondered if it would have been better to suffocate. Countless bubbles erupted on his skin, a rapid spread of purplish-black corruption. Despair overwhelmed him as he extended his hand, whispering, I'm going to die." With a swift slide, Fang Hian dashed forward, forcefully shoving something into Ye Wanwan's mouth. "Swallow it." The antidote was thrust down his throat, saving his life in that critical moment. Yet Ye Wanwan found himself immobilized, leaving Fang Hian no choice but to lift him and flee. The 5 pursuers had drawn closer, but soon, screams pierced the air. "It's the poison ants. The fleeing pretty boy is a poison master." Fang Hian sprinted with fervor, cursing as he ran. "Your esteemed uncle is the poison master. I am merely an alchemist." He was the direct disciple of his illustrious master, an exceptional alchemist. Although his master had always instructed him not to disclose his identity as a disciple, poverty could not change one's profession. Ye Wanwan, suffering from the effects of the violent jolt, felt bile rising as his limbs regained some sensation, yet his discomfort intensified. "Senior brother, I believe I see mushrooms flying," he remarked. Fang Hian's head throbbed. This fool had unwittingly inhaled the most potent Qingmao poison. Had it not been for the timely antidote, he would have collapsed, yet the lingering effects were formidable. "Just bear with it for now. I shall assist you in purging the remaining toxins shortly." Suddenly, Ye Wanwan exclaimed, "A mushroom has flown into my mouth, senior brother. I'm going to take a bite." Hearing this, Fang Hian sensed danger. He turned swiftly, raising his hand to block the impending threat, successfully catching 2 plum blossom thorns, while another was lodged in Ye Wanwan's mouth. Fang Hian observed. Ye Wanwan spat it out, declaring, "Too old. I can't bite through." Fang Hian had no time to ascertain whether the plum blossom thorns were poisonous. The delay had already allowed 2 pursuers to close in, one circled behind, aiming a strike at Ye Wanwan, who remained blissfully unaware of the looming peril. Seeing this, Fang Hian moved to shield his companion from the attack, but in doing so, he left his right side wide open, vulnerable to a deadly blow that would surely inflict grave injury. To make matters worse, he was flanked on both sides. At that critical moment, Fang Hian's golden core aura coalesced into a radiant light, repelling the assailant strike. Though only a mere distance of 10 paces, the disciples of Blood Rainbow Pavilion were visibly shaken. Late stage of Golden Core. At such a young age, Fang Hian was merely in his early 20s, while Li Wanji was around 18 or 19, yet both had attained the Golden Core realm. Fang Hian, in particular, had reached the late stage in a world of cultivation. Achieving a breakthrough to Golden Core by the age of 50 was considered a sign of potential, while breaking through by 40 was regarded as above average. Those who did so before 30 were rare prodigies. The remarkable Yi sister from the Supreme Sect, who achieved Golden Core at 16, was an extraordinary rarity. Typically, the age of cultivators could be discerned easily. Once they reached Golden Core, their lifespan would extend to 500 years, and their appearance would solidify at that moment. This signified that their outward age corresponded to their breakthrough age. However, few would spend a fortune on the precious rejuvenation pill to alter their appearance. Thus, in the presence of the youthful Fang Hian, they had assumed he was at most at the late stage of foundation establishment. But now it dawned on them that both he and Li Wanji were far from ordinary. In stark contrast, the pursuers were all well into their 30s. Feelings of bitterness and jealousy surged within them. How could these two possess such remarkable talents? They could not allow them to escape. Their brilliance warranted elimination. Only 3 members remained from Blood Rainbow Pavilion. 2 had succumbed to the poison behind them, while the third, armed with a bow, approached, his eyes cold with murderous intent. He readied his bowstring as Fang Hian slowly retreated, blood dripping from his concealed arm. However, he could not conceal it. All of them were cultivators at the Golden Core stage, and the bloodstains that trickled into the grass could not escape their keen eyes. A few of them sneered, the blood arrows coalescing menacingly. Fang Hian turned to flee, yet a binding force ensnared him, slowing his stride. In that moment, had he chosen to abandon Li Wanji, Fang Hian might have broken free from the restraint. But he did not. Such profound brotherly affection mocked a disciple of the Blood Rainbow Sect. Kill him, blood drink. The blood arrow shot forth with a swift hiss. Fang Hian still clung to Li Wanji. The blood arrow struck directly, piercing through Fang Hian's defenses. Yet did not find his heart. A spirit talisman ignited spontaneously, transforming into a protective spiritual rune that shielded them both. Fang Hian was taken aback. The 3 opponents opposite him were equally stunned. Sensing the impending danger, they shouted, attack together. Yet, before their voices could fade, 2 beams of sword light rushed in from above and ahead. One emanated the aura of the giant foresword, while the other was the heart-seeking sword. Both swords descended simultaneously before Fang Hian, intercepting the 2 lethal blades of energy as 2 graceful figures emerge alongside them. Chapter 44. Not impossible, but learnable. A figure clad in blue and another in white arrived successively. The young woman in blue, still possessing an air of innocence, approached with a sweet fragrance as she threw her sword, landing directly in front of Fang Hian and Li Wanji. Without hesitation, she stood defiantly before them, her small face taut with seriousness. Senior sister. Fang Hian was on the verge of tears. The first to arrive was Bai Jian, who cast her heavy sword aside and rushed forward. Another sword, the Asking Heart sword, followed as she stepped into the air. It's the junior sister. Xuewu fixated on the 2 figures. One exuded an inscrutable aura, clearly of a higher realm, while the other was in the Qi refining stage. Yet, who in the Qi refining stage could soar through the air? What a jest! But as the gazes of the 2 women fell upon him, Xuewu felt the hair on his body stand on end. Years of surviving on the edge had honed his instincts to sense that something was amiss. Xuewu shouted for Xue Yin and the others to flee, but Ye Wanwan and Bai Jian acted in unison. Bai Jian's attacks were always direct. She unsheathed her mighty sword and swung it forward, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that sent the 3 assailants crashing backward. She quickly pursued, fixating on the strongest among them, Xuewu, while Xue Yin and Xue Dong, sensing the overwhelming strength of their adversaries, seized the opportunity to escape. Ye Wanwan chuckled softly. You dare to bully my senior brother, and think you can flee? The young woman raised her hand and formed a seal. unleashing a formation that enveloped the area in mere moments. "Run!" Shui shouted. Shui Dong attempted to break free, but the power of the formation repelled him. His complexion changed drastically. A formation master. Clever indeed. In an instant, the young woman appeared before him. Shui Dong's expression shifted in horror as he struck out, hoping to catch Ye Wanwan off guard and inflict a grievous wound. Yet, his hand passed through her form, merely an illusion. "Shui Dong, behind you!" Shui Ying cried out. Turning, Shui Dong saw the young woman standing amidst the mist, her gaze cold and indifferent, wielding an unremarkable longsword. Her aura was merely that of the lowest tier of qi refining. However, when the sword's energy pierced through him, Shui Dong could not comprehend why it was so. The asking heart sword lodged itself in his heart. A voice seemed to inquire, "What is your greatest regret in this life?" Shui Dong opened his mouth. His greatest regret being not breaking through to the nascent soul stage and returning home to tell his parents that he would protect their clan from now on. With a thud, Shui Dong collapsed. The sound drew the attention of Shui Yin and Shui Wu. Their eyes glowed crimson as Shui Yin readied his bow. Just D. But his focus was not on Ye Wanwan. Instead, it was Fong Hian he regarded, clearly aware of who was the most vulnerable in that moment. Ye Wanwan waved her hand, and the asking heart sword transformed into a circular net, blocking the blood arrows coalesced from Shui Yin's spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Ye Wanwan herself stepped forward, confronting Shui Yin. Failing his ambush, Shui Yin redirected his aim at Ye Wanwan, unleashing a single blood arrow that split into 8 midair, each targeting vital points on her body. The young maiden's hand resembled an indomitable shield. She raised it and deftly grasped the 8 blood arrows, then crushed them. Blood Drink's pupils constricted. "Who are you truly?" Ye Wanwan lifted her gaze. "The one who seeks your life." In a flurry, Blood Drink released a torrent of blood arrows. But he was too late to utilize his spiritual bow. Instead, he summoned the blood within him to condense a lethal strike. With the strength of the Golden Core realm, he unleashed his most formidable attack, a strike capable of severely injuring even those in the late Golden Core stage. "This is my self-created killing move. Azure Dragon emerges from water. For the last time, can you evade it?" He offered up his own blood as a sacrifice, vowing to perish alongside his foe with this unique technique, his expression one of pride and wild laughter, especially as he beheld the beastly silhouette coalescing from the blood droplets, a colossal blood dragon soaring skyward, its roar suppressing the pressure of the late Golden Core stage. The entire forest trembled in response. He felt immense pride in himself. This was the pinnacle of his strength as a prodigy of the Blood Rainbow Pavilion, a technique that even his master admired and praised. At this moment, within this secret realm, before these talented disciples of various sects, he was finally poised to make a name for himself. If he could win this battle, Blood Drink would undoubtedly achieve fame throughout the land. He fixed his gaze upon Ye Wanwan, hoping to see astonishment, confusion, and fear reflected in her eyes, yet he found none. The maiden regarded the swirling blood dragon, as if inquiring of Blood Drink, "Is this all?" Blood Drink's smile slowly faded. Even Fong Hian, standing nearby, was perplexed. What Azure Dragon? Isn't it a blood dragon? Moreover, with such a commotion, how much power remained? Blood Drink turned in anger. "What do you understand?" Ye Wanwan replied coolly, merely bluster. She channeled her spiritual energy, and a symbol gradually materialized between her fingers, shimmering in the sunlight. It was diminutive compared to the blood dragon in the sky, yet it radiated brilliance. The myriad arrows unleashed by the blood dragon were entirely thwarted by the maiden's protective array, and even from her position at the back, there was not a hint of exhaustion or strain. She stood there with an air of effortless grace, akin to a goddess who looked down upon the world. Blood Drink was utterly shattered. "Who are you?" Ye Wanwan raised her gaze and replied calmly, "Tianyi Sect, Ye Wanwan." The name Ye Wanwan felt eerily familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Blood Wu's expression shifted dramatically. Ye Wanwan of the Supreme Sect's Qingyun Peak, the disciple of the revered Yan Dingdao, the one who broke through to the Golden Core at 15. "Brother, she's 16. Blood Wu stammered. "No, the one who is 16 is another. She was the first to break through. Although Yi Qian had publicly acknowledged that the 15-year-old who achieved the golden core was herself, among the elite disciples of various sects. The title of the first prodigy belonged not to her, but to Ye Wanwan. "But you are not dead?" Blood wanted to inquire. Yet the words caught in his throat as the maiden furrowed her brow. "Are your questions not too numerous?" With a swift motion, she retaliated with a blood arrow that pierced through the chest of Blood Drink. And Yuan did not spare Blood Crow either. Blood Crow cried out, "We can keep this to ourselves." Yet the young woman showed no sign of relenting. As the blood arrows consumed the two, and the brothers' breaths faded into the dense forest, Yuan's voice echoed softly, "Only the dead can keep secrets." Although she had not contemplated the art of secrecy, what choice did they have after wounding the third senior brother? Blood Crow's eyes remained wide open, unable to close for an eternity. Meanwhile, Yuan turned to pursue another direction. By Jian and Fong, he anxiously inquired, "Where are you going?" Yuan gestured ahead. "There are two more. I will handle them together." The two breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely fearing that Yuan might simply leave and not return. She moved swiftly, and just as quickly, she returned, carrying two corpses, placing them alongside Blood Crow and his companions. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to them and asked, "Will you bury the bodies?" Fong pondered, "I cannot, but we can learn." Bai Jian nodded vigorously, "Yes. Let's learn." Chapter 45, That Voice. It sounded like junior sister. Ye Wanwan, accompanied by Fong Hian and Bai Jian, dug the pit together, burying all 5 individuals. Naturally, the contents of these individual Chinquan bags were all collected. The Chinquan bags were merely low-tier storage bags, devoid of any owner-s mark. Once opened, everything would spill out. Ye Wanwan divided the items into 4 portions, ensuring that even the dazed Li Wanji received a share. The camaraderie among the 4, who had excavated the pit, buried the bodies, and divided the spoils, seemed to deepen. As they exchanged glances, Fong Hian broke into a silly grin, rivaling the current state of Li Wanji. Ye Wanwan reminded, "Third senior brother, take a look at senior brother Li." Yes, I almost forgot." Fong Hian hurriedly retrieved his medicine pouch to prepare an antidote for Li Wanji, who obediently sat there, allowing Fong Hian to tend to him. Bai Jian and Ye Wanwan took on the responsibility of keeping watch. Casting a glance at the gradually awakening Li Wanji and the focused Fong Hian, Ye Wanwan said to Bai Jian, "Senior sister, please wait here for a moment." "All right." Ye Wanwan leaped on her sword and soared deeper into the terrain. After a brief exploration, she returned with several medicinal herbs in hand. Fong Hian recognized them as bloodstopper grass. Ye Wanwan nodded, "I will crush the bloodstopper grass." Fong Hian, slightly taken aback, responded, "What is the matter?" "Your hand," she replied. Fong Hian, bewildered, extended his hand, only to find Ye Wanwan grasping his arm. Applying the herbs to his right forearm, he was momentarily stunned. The coolness of the herbs revived the numbed wound, not with pain, but with an indescribable warmth. I have but a minor injury," Ye Wanwan replied. "Do not underestimate it." Fong Hian nodded vigorously. Ye Wanwan then collected the remaining bloodstopper grass and waited for Li Wanji to regain consciousness. Dazed, he inquired, "What has happened?" Seeing they were nearly recovered, Ye Wanwan cut straight to the chase. "Now, let us address the pressing matter." The young woman succinctly recounted the collapse of the Goat's Head Valley and subtly conveyed Xing's conjecture. The 3 listened intently for a while. Li Wanji, astonished, exclaimed, "Does junior sister mean to suggest that the secret realm is a trap? Someone is deliberately luring us in, aiming to ensnare us exceptional talents." He had just drifted into a confused slumber, meandering through a sea of mushrooms, only to awaken to such dire consequences. Ye Wanwan replied, "Not necessarily, but there are indeed issues within the secret realm." Fong Hian pondered for a moment, realizing the gravity of the situation. It could not be taken lightly. However, both junior uncle and third senior uncle were outside the secret realm, and if anything were amiss, they would surely notice it in advance. Ye Wanwan nodded in agreement. Fong Hian reassured everyone. Thus, there is no need for excessive worry. If we sense any danger, the 4 of us will make our escape together. We will surely have time. However, from now on, we must not separate. Bai Jian and Li Wanji nodded firmly. Ye Wanwan stated, I am not concerned about danger. But since we are here, we must not waste what lies within. The eyes of the three sparkled with excitement, fixed intently on Ye Wanwan. Everything is about to collapse, she said. Of course, we should move what we can. Ye Wanwan chuckled softly. Brothers, how many storage bags have you brought? 3 hands swiftly extended, each adorned with a ring. Ye Wanwan remarked it. This was borrowed from Master Pei by our esteemed master before our departure, to ensure we have a place to store any treasures of higher caliber we might encounter. Excellent, she continued. All are third-grade rings, capable of holding several hundred cubic units. Bai Jian said, I brought you an abundance of sparkling stones. Oh, I almost forgot. Fang Hian suddenly exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Junior sister, we just discovered a colorful stone mine. We were halfway through excavating when we were discovered. Now those people are fighting over it. We must hurry. Ye Wanwan replied. There's no rush. She unfurled a map. Fang Hian glanced at it and remarked, Junior sister, how come your map has more markers than ours? Well, that's because she extracted the information from Xingze through intimidation. Ye Wanwan thought to herself. She circled the nearest marker. Is this the colorful stone mine you mentioned? Fang Hian and Bai Jian didn't recognize it first, but Li Wanji exclaimed, Yes, that's the one. It resembles a rooster, though its comb has been dug out by senior sister. Bai Jian tapped his ring. It's right here. Ye Wanwan laughed softly. The most crucial colorful stones have already been taken by senior sister, so the rest are not of great significance. With a shift of her finger, it landed on a mountain peak. Let us go here, Yinshan Cave. The 3 companions showed no signs of dissent regarding Ye Wanwan's suggestion. Stowing the map, Ye Wanwan set off with Bai Jian, accompanied by Fang Hian and Li Wanji. The young girl soared through the air on her sword, suddenly feeling a presence behind her. Li Wanji inquired, What's wrong? Ye Wanwan pondered for a moment, recalling the sensation of being followed since exiting the valley, yet the individual had not revealed themselves. It appeared caution was advisable. Nothing, just steady yourself, she urged, quickening her pace to catch up with Bai Jian. The 4 of them halted at the summit of a peak, shrouded in mist, which parted to reveal an ancient cave. Bai Jian and Fang Hian had arrived first. In front of the cave stood not only them, but also a group of individuals. Ye Wanwan cast a wary glance at the alert cultivators, numbering around 7 or 8, each a master from various sects, among whom was Ji Chonghuai. The members of the group displayed great respect towards him, subtly positioning him as their leader. Ye Wanwan reflected on this. After all, Ji Chonghuai was the foremost disciple of the Qingyun peak of the Supreme Sect, deserving of his role as a leader given his strength and capabilities, and thus warranting the allegiance of others. Ye Wanwan came to a stop. Li Wanji spotted Ji Chonghuai and snorted disdainfully. Ji Chonghuai appeared perplexed, seemingly unaware of the hostility these individuals harbored towards him from their initial meeting. Junior sister, Fang Hian spoke up. Ye Wanwan nodded, signaling him to remain calm, and then she leisurely returned to their side, unfazed by the presence of others in Yinshan Cave. It was not surprising that people gathered here, as there were only a few locations within the secret realm that held treasures. Amidst the shared glances, one person stepped forward, breaking the silence. Are you all here to explore Yinshan Cave as well? Fang Hian remarked. No, we are merely here for a few days. The inquiring companion was taken aback. What? Li Wanji smirked. Your question is rather superfluous. Thus, my senior brother responded with jest. Li Yun felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, yet a sense of displeasure flickered within. Had it not been for the youthful appearance and commendable cultivation of these individuals, he would not have lowered himself to such a degree. His tone grew noticeably rigid as he abandoned any pretense of politeness, stating outright, This Yinshan Cave was discovered by us first. And what of it? Do you intend to seize it? Both Fang Hian and Li Wanji inquired simultaneously. Li Yan scoffed, First come, first served. Yuan Quan spoke softly. I have no objection to first come, first served, but I wish to ask you all, since you have been here for quite some time, has this door opened? Upon her words, the expressions of those present turned crimson in an instant. It was Ji Chonghuai who suddenly directed a sharp gaze at Yuan Quan, his voice laden with intensity. Chapter 46. A gamble with you, had he misheard? The maiden, veiled and slender, stood taller than the person he had known, her cold eyes reflecting an air of indifference and cruelty. No, this was certainly not his junior sister. She was gentle and sweet, her eyes often adorned with a soft smile, the most empathetic and considerate disciple of Qingyun Peak. How could she utter such biting and provocative words? Yet, Ji Changhuai found himself unable to divert his gaze from the girl. She bore an uncanny resemblance. Of course we can open this door. Young Master Ji is the direct disciple of the master of Qingyun Peak and is most familiar with the intricacies of restrictions and formations. This barrier is precisely what we summon him to unravel. Fang Hian and Li Wanji turned their attention towards Ji Changhuai, snorting dismissively. What is so remarkable about that? It was well known that Yan Dingdao, the venerable of Qingyun Peak, possessed two unparalleled skills, the art of formations and swordsmanship. With his cultivation at the transformation stage, he could challenge those at the void refinement stage without being at a disadvantage. Thus, his disciples naturally inherited this mastery of formations and were well versed in the laws of restrictions. Li Yin had indeed chosen the right ally in Ji Changhuai, who was undoubtedly the most adept at formations among Yin Ding's 7 disciples, excluding Ye Wanwan. Ye Wanwan looked at Ji Changhuai with a smirk. So the Supreme Sect also covets the treasures hidden within the Yinshan cave? Ji Changhuai felt a prick of discomfort from her words. There is a wood-fire spirit I require to present to my junior sister. This was our agreement. He directed this remark at Li Yun. Of course, Li Yun replied hastily. We would never obstruct what young Master Ji wishes to acquire. Ye Wanwan scoffed. If I recall correctly, your junior sister cultivates water spirit roots. What need you have for a wood-fire spirit? Ji Changhuai's expression darkened as he stepped forward, an imposing aura emanating from him, forcing Ye Wanwan to retreat. I desire it, and that is all that matters. Must I explain myself to you? Ye Wanwan did not respond, but at that moment, Bai Jian stepped in front of her, clashing against his imposing presence. Yet, Ji Changhuai showed no signs of yielding. His gaze bore down with such pressure that it instilled a sense of terror in all present. He was at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, a mere step away from the nascent soul stage. No, perhaps Ji Changhuai had already grasped the essence of the nascent soul stage, only suppressing his cultivation for the sake of Yi Qian's treasure hunt. Realizing Ji Changhuai's formidable strength, Li Yun and the others felt both astonished and relieved. Astonished that Ji Changhuai was likely the strongest among this group entering the secret realm, and relieved that they had not angered such a powerful cultivator. Instead, it was Ye Wanwan and her companions who were in a dire situation. I encountered their master last night. They seemed to belong to the Tianyi sect. Tianyi sect, the one that has been absent from sect competitions for over a century and has been expelled from the top 3 sects. Indeed, it is them. Some say their sect has long since collapsed, and these few appear to have only recently been accepted, lacking any notable abilities. The last statement lingered unspoken, for none dared to challenge the notion of lacking abilities. Lacking any formidable skills, one would not dare to engage in a contest of might with Ji Changhuai. Bai Jian, though in the late stage of the Golden Core, was only slightly inferior to Ji Changhuai. Furrowing her brow, Bai Jian felt a slight movement in her palm, yearning to summon her sword, but a hand gently pressed upon her shoulder. Ye Wanwan softly reassured her, Sister, I am unharmed. Raising her gaze to meet Ji Changhuai's, Ye Wanwan displayed neither fear nor astonishment, asserting, since we both desire the wood-fire spirit, let us rely on our respective abilities. Ji Changhuai, with a sneer, questioned, You wish to compete with me? Unfazed, Ye Wanwan replied, There is no need for a physical confrontation. Instead, let us see who can unravel the restrictions at the entrance in the shortest time. The wood-fire spirit shall belong to the victor. Ji Changhuai found this notion utterly ludicrous, incredulously asking if she truly intended to challenge him in array techniques. Indeed, you are quite presumptuous to seek counsel from senior brother Ji. With a calm demeanor, Ye Wanwan challenged, Do you dare to accept? Ji Changhuai frowned. He had initially sought out Yi Qian and Dou Ming, but had been invited here by Li Yun. Considering the wood-fire spirit's uniqueness, it might prove beneficial for the 7th junior sister. Thus he had come to claim it. With Ye Wanwan's golden core extracted, her cultivation would undoubtedly face challenges. Yet possessing the wood-fire spirit could enable her to become an alchemist. Who could have anticipated encountering such an oblivious young girl? In Ji Chonghuai's recollection, he refused to accept that Ye Wanwan had perished due to her disappointment in them, leading her to leap off a cliff. He believed that if he paved the way, his junior sister would surely return. Very well, I accept your wager. Agreed. Suddenly, Li Yun had a flash of inspiration, suggesting that simply wagering was insufficient. After all, the wood-fire spirit was originally within senior brother Ji's grasp. Regardless of their involvement, it remained his possession, and now, due to their presence, he was compelled to squander time with them. Should they not offer a token of sincerity? In his words, he had transformed young Master Ji into senior brother Ji, thereby narrowing the distance between them. Ji Chonghuai did not oppose this notion. He too was curious to see what this girl could offer. Ye Wanwan possessed numerous items within her purple cloud ring, yet none could truly captivate Ji Chonghuai's interest. For if she were to present anything, they would surely deduce that she had previously visited Yangtu Valley. Suddenly recalling an item, Ye Wanwan revealed it with a flick of her hand. As the onlookers beheld the object resting in her palm, they were poised to scoff, questioning how she could possibly aspire to procure the wood-fire spirit with mere third-tier herbs. In her grasp was a jade dew flower, known for its ability to nourish and refine the golden core, making it suitable for cultivators with unstable golden cores. However, it would hold little value for someone like Ji Chonghuai, who had already reached the late stage of the golden core. Yet, it bore significance for Yi Qian, who had utilized Ye Wanwan's golden core and experienced considerable repercussions despite the Yi family and Qingyun Peak employing rare treasures to stabilize her condition. Nevertheless, during her cultivation, she often felt a sense of stagnation. With refinement, the jade dew flower could be transformed into jade dew pills, which, when consumed, would assist in consolidating and stabilizing the golden core. It was a remedy well suited for her needs. Thus, regardless of what Li Yun and the others might say, Ji Chonghuai's gaze remained fixated on the jade dew flower, revealing a mixture of astonishment and an undeniable desire to possess it. Ye Wanwan's eyes glinted with sarcasm. She had anticipated this. Whenever it concerned Yi Qian, Ji Chonghuai seemed to lose his faculties. So, what do you think of this jade dew flower, senior brother Ji? Is it to your liking? Yes, he replied calmly. Having received his assurance, Ye Wanwan tucked the item away. Then who shall go first? Ye Chonghuai responded nonchalantly. You have just arrived, so you may go first. Ye Wanwan lifted her gaze and chuckled softly. Senior brother Ji, if I go first and manage to open the door, how will we calculate the outcome? The onlookers erupted into laughter at the girl's words. One by one, they guffawed. Do you realize we've been here for 3 days, unable to budge a single restriction of the Yinshan cave? You, a mere chi refining stage girl, dare to boast like this? Is this your first time in the outside world? We thought you hailed from that little broken place of Tianyi Sect. Unfazed by the mockery surrounding her, Ye Wanwan fixed her gaze on Ji Chonghuai. He replied in a subdued tone, there are 3 layers of restrictions here. You shall open the first layer, and I will handle the second. Whoever takes the least time will open the 3rd layer first. At that point, the prize shall be theirs, and others cannot object. Agreed. Ye Wanwan concluded, making her way toward the Yinshan cave. Li Yun and his companions were filled with derision, thinking it shameful. If I were her senior brother, I would pull her down instead of letting her flaunt her meager skills here. Chapter 47. The talented Shizun Chonghuai, upon hearing the remarks. Fang Hian and his companions turned their gazes in that direction. Li Wanji spat disdainfully, proclaiming that they lacked the qualifications to be her senior brother if they wished to assume such a role. Do you think you are worthy of being a senior brother to our little junior sister? Collectively, you are not even equivalent to a single strand of her hair. He scoffed. Li Yun's expression turned furious. Did they truly mean such things? They were clearly disparaging Yi Wanchuan's capabilities. What was wrong with these individuals? Who among them desired to be her senior brother? Yet, aware of their formidable prowess, Li Yun coldly retorted, you speak nonsense. Li Wanji was eager to engage in combat. But glancing at Bai Jian and Fang Hian, who remained motionless, he reluctantly returned, gritting his teeth, and inquired, can you endure this? We must endure, even if we cannot, for we cannot jeopardize our little junior sister's affairs. Fang Hian replied in a hushed tone. Li Wanji turned his gaze towards Ye Wanwan at the entrance, realizing that if they clashed at this moment, it would only hinder their objectives. They were acutely aware that Ye Wanwan was racing against time to gather treasures within this secret realm. If they failed to acquire what was in Yinshan Cave, they needed to hasten to the next location. Indeed, there was no time to squander on these people. Endure. Li Wanji exhaled heavily, though he would not concede verbally. I understand. You are merely envious. Do not overstep your bounds. We shall withdraw. Come at us if you dare. Impudent fool. Li Yun interjected. Do not derail our primary objective. The individual is right here, and we shall soon discover whether the barrier can be breached. Some are simply awaiting the spectacle of their own folly. Indeed, the group raised their voices. Let us witness how a mere Qi refinement stage cultivator attempts to break this high-level barrier. Let us hope they do not suffer a backlash that leaves them gravely injured or worse. What good is mere verbal sparring? Let us see true skill in action. Come forth, you lot who can only rely on external assistance, yet still dare to mock us. Cowards, if you possess any courage, step forward. Those who do not even discern whether the barrier lies to the left or right have no right to deride us. Li Wanji gestured dismissively, branding them as failures. The two sides began to bicker heatedly, with Li Wanji standing alone, yet engaging brilliantly in verbal combat, leaving no ground unclaimed. Fang Hian and Bai Jian watched with wide eyes, raising their hands in applause. Bravo! As expected of junior brother Li, the quarrel escalated, faces flushed with anger. However, Ji Changhuai paid no heed to the commotion. His attention remained solely fixed on Ye Wanwan, who stood before the cave entrance, having remained motionless for a moment. Ji Changhuai spoke coldly. If you cannot unravel it, you may choose to forego the attempt. Ye Wanwan cast a glance at Ji Changhuai, then lifted her hand to press against the cave's entrance. Li Yun shouted sternly, "Stop! That is a killing formation." Others screamed in alarm, "Retreat." The 6 individuals, including Li Yun, fled on their swords. Yet Ji Changhuai and Li Wanji remained steadfast. Before Ye Wanwan, a crimson formation erupted, a level 3 killing array, though it had not yet fully unfolded. Instead, it resembled a rounded sphere, ensnared within the grasp of the young girl. The myriad of shifting symbols resembled small fish swimming in a lake, gradually parting and unraveling the 3rd-level killing formation that had entrapped Li Yun and his companions under the gentle guidance of the young girl's fingertips. In her hands, the formation quietly disintegrated. As the final glimmers of light dispersed, everyone was momentarily stunned. Had this truly been resolved? How long had it taken? The group exchanged bewildered glances. It seemed impossible. One among them ventured forward skeptically, initially probing with his sword, but the cave remained silent. Even as they moved back and forth before the cave entrance and struck the door with force, they were met only with a rebound of the barrier. Devoid of the prior malevolent intent, Li Yun was lost in thought. What manner of resolution was this? Was a formation truly dismantled in such a fashion? Traditionally, breaking a formation involved navigating within it after it had been opened, seeking the means to breach it. Yet here, the formation had been extracted and manipulated, seemingly with such frivolity. It occurred to him that earlier, Senior Brother Ji had mentioned there were 3 layers of barriers, the first of which must surely be the simplest. Ji had been deferential towards her. A mere minor barrier, she could undoubtedly handle it. Indeed, though Li Wanji was equally astonished upon hearing this, he quickly interjected. You dare speak such words while looking at your own faces? It is shameful. You have lingered here for days without breaching this barrier. Yet my junior sister, in her Qi refinement stage, has done so effortlessly. If you refuse to acknowledge your own weakness, at least recognize her strength. Yet, Li Yun and the others remained in denial. Surely, it was mere coincidence. Perhaps they had previously damaged the formation with brute force, rendering it weak. Thus, the junior sister had merely stumbled upon an opportunity. There was nothing to be proud of. The group nodded in agreement. Li Wanji remained silent. Ye Wanwan chose not to engage with the others. Instead, she turned her gaze to Ji Changhuai, who, unlike the others desperately trying to salvage their pride, remained silent. What do you think? Ji Changhuai coldly remarked. I underestimated you. Ye Wanwan smirked. "You are indeed arrogant." Li Yun and the others were incensed by his audacity. Ji Chonghuai raised his hand to gesture for silence as he stepped forward, declaring, "However, I do not concede." The man struck the cave door, and the second layer of the barrier responded, forcefully repelling his strength. Yet, Ji Chonghuai countered, channeling a thread of spiritual energy into the barrier, awakening the entire formation. With a resounding crash, pale blue patterns emerged, captivating everyone's attention. Ji Chonghuai remained composed and unruffled. Li Wanji observed the man's demeanor, sensing a measure of confidence, and quietly began to converse with Fong Hian beside him. "Does this seem easier than what my junior sister faced?" Li Wanji intended to refute the notion that Ji Chonghuai had been deferential, clearly leaving the simplest challenge for himself, exuding confidence. "Devious." To his surprise, Fong Hian shook his head. "Is not." Li Wanji glared at him, incredulous that he would bolster another's position at the expense of his own. Yet perhaps it was for the best. If it proved difficult, he would surely lose. Li Wanji quickly consoled himself, breaking into a silly grin. Fong Hian's lips twitched slightly. The triple cave's restrictions typically involve a complex layering of 3 and 4 levels of difficulty, and due to the unique nature of these prohibitions, they can endure far longer than conventional formations. What truly tests the challengers are the intricate symbols. As Fong Hian elaborated, he gestured towards the azure symbols before Ji Chonghuai, stating that these are the key to the restrictions. It is rumored that these symbols are a simplified version of the laws of heaven and earth. Though this remains merely a rumor, only by comprehending these restrictive symbols can one hope to unravel the enigma before them, which presents a challenge of equal difficulty to that faced by the junior sister. Both are of the 3rd level. However, his challenge is one of defense. Generally speaking, defensive restrictions are more intricate than lethal ones, requiring a longer duration for resolution. Thus, despite their equivalent difficulty, he will undoubtedly expend more time than his junior sister. After a brief pause, Fong Hian remarked, "Perhaps it's due to the junior sister's lower realm that they allowed her to proceed first." He added, somewhat indignantly of course, "It could also be that they underestimated her ability to break through, leading them to let her take the first step, only to inadvertently trip over their own feet." The 3 exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, individuals from the Supreme Sect are certainly not virtuous. This understanding was a shared tacit agreement among them. Li Yun and the others felt a sense of urgency. Surely, senior brother Ji wouldn't truly be on the verge of defeat. The complexity of the current situation appeared to surpass the previous one significantly. Chapter 48. He will not surrender. Despite the reassurances among the crowd that Ji Chonghuai, as a disciple of the esteemed Yin Ding, would not be outdone by an inconspicuous young girl, Ye Wanwan's method of unraveling the formation was truly unprecedented. They had never witnessed anyone manipulate the runes with such finesse. Even Fong Hian had not encountered such a sight. However, the 4 of them shared an unspoken understanding regarding the preservation of their strengths, which is why Fong Hian refrained from revealing his lack of comprehension about his junior sister's solution. Let them speculate. At this moment, Li Yun and the others found themselves uncertain. Some were frustrated, lamenting Ji Shixiang's gentlemanly demeanor, wondering why he would concede the first move to this young girl. Had he broken the formation first, it would have been of no concern to them. Though unvoiced, this sentiment resonated with the others. Ye Wanwan observed coldly. She did not believe Ji Chonghuai would falter. His formation skills were personally imparted by Yin Ding. A mere 3rd-level restriction could hardly defeat him. If it could, he would not be Ji Chonghuai. Moments later, the restriction dissipated. The crowd was elated at the sound of the door creaking open. Li Yun and the others were overwhelmed with joy, eager to rush towards Li Wanji to express their exhilaration. Yet, Ji Chonghuai was the first to turn and gaze at Ye Wanwan, seemingly seeking her approval, his face illuminated with the thrill of having just deciphered the formation, instinctively exclaiming, "Junior sister, look!" But the next instant, he met Ye Wanwan's eyes and the sudden stillness of the atmosphere around them. Ji Chonghuai was abruptly jolted back to reality. No, she was not his junior sister. Li Wanji and Fang Hian swiftly positioned themselves before Ye Wanwan, questioning their intentions. Li Wanji, raising his voice, declared, "I have stated that not just anyone can be the brother of my junior sister." Li Yun and the others seethed with indignation. Ji Shixiang merely mistook the unmatched disciple of the Wushang sect for his junior sister. Did they believe he was referring to their insignificant one? The true Yishimi had formed her core by the age of 15, while their own. The expression that followed was one of exasperation. Li Wanji clenched his teeth, struggling to contain himself. But before he could act, a white figure darted ahead. Bai Jian delivering a punch that sent the assailant flying off the cliff. Had the opponent not promptly summoned their sword, they might have met a fatal end. Bai Jian commanded, "Silence." The crowd fell silent. Late-stage golden core. Perhaps it was best to refrain from conflict. Ye Wanwan chuckled lightly, addressing her senior sister. "There is no need to be angered by them. A group of second-generation misfits is hardly worth my attention. Ji Gongzi, shall we begin?" Ye Wanwan turned her gaze towards Ji Changhuai. She understood his momentary distraction and his disappointment. Before Yi Qian's arrival, it was she who had accompanied Ji Changhuai through the long, tedious period of enlightenment. It was she who had stood by him as he overcame the formidable barriers set by Yin Ding. She had inspired this elder brother, who was both like a brother and a father to her, to traverse through his confusion, ultimately entering the formation and aiding his breakthrough. She was akin to a devoted admirer, gazing upon him as he ascended to become the foremost genius of Qinyun Peak in formation arts. A rising star in the realm of cultivation, universally recognized as the heir of Qinyun Peak. It was he who plunged himself into the abyss. 10 years. Ye Wanwan, in her current form, is merely 17, which is not a lifetime, yet nearly 2/3 of her existence has been spent within the Supreme Sect, revealing her profound dependence on them. The deeper the wounds inflicted upon her, the more despair she endures. Ji Changhuai, regaining his composure, spoke with a stiffness born of embarrassment. "Our time apart is quite equal. It is impossible to determine who has triumphed. What shall we do then?" Li Yin expressed concern. Ji Changhuai turned his gaze towards Ye Wanwan, proposing, "I have a suggestion. Let us break the formation together." "Absolutely not." Li Wanji and Fang Hian exclaimed in unison. Even Bai Jian glanced over sharply, watching Ji Changhuai as if he were a thief, closely guarding Ye Wanwan behind her, as if to prevent him from whisking her away. Ji Changhuai furrowed his brow, perplexed by the unusual demeanor of these individuals. Li Yun and the others scoffed, since senior brother Ji has not objected. "Why do you jump in with your protests?" Li Wanji and Fang Hian scowled, unwilling to see Ji Changhuai alone with the junior sister. Ye Wanwan observed their antics, momentarily taken aback, but upon realization, a sense of bewilderment mingled with a long-lost warmth filled her heart. She reassured them, "Sister, since young Master Ji has put forth this proposal, we might as well consider his perspective. If the formation is breached, how shall we divide the spoils?" Ji Changhuai pressed his lips together, suggesting, "Based on our contributions during the formation's breach. Are you implying that I must protect against you claiming undue credit while we are breaking the formation?" Ji Changhuai's eyes darkened. Realizing that this individual was indeed not the junior sister he knew, she would never engage in such petty scheming. "Very well," Ye Wanwan replied calmly. "I too wish not to squander time. Let us act together. Whoever breaches it shall claim it." "What do you mean?" Ji Changhuai frowned, sensing that this was not an invitation to collaborate. "Each shall act independently," Ye Wanwan declared, stepping forward. Ji Changhuai's expression changed as he rushed to block her path, intending to convey that this third level of restriction was not so easily overcome. Yet Ye Wanwan swiftly brushed aside his hand, her gaze icy. "Do not touch me." Ji Changhuai's hand hung in the air, fury flickering in his eyes. "You. All right. Let us rely on our own abilities," Ji Changhuai declared. Yet he stepped forward first. Ye Wanwan's eyes deepened with determination as she followed, but Ji Changhuai turned to obstruct her once more. She sidestepped nimbly, not forgetting to unleash a water arrow technique, striking the entrance of the cave. The third level of restriction was triggered. The entire formation expanded, encompassing the entire cliff. Ji Changhuai's face darkened. "You truly care nothing for the others in your quest to win." Likijise, Ye Wanwan retorted. The formation was breached. This fourth-level challenge proved far more arduous than the singular attribute of the third level, as flames surged from both sides, causing Li Yun and the others to scream. Quick, activate your defenses. Yet, Fang Hian and Li Wanji obediently sheltered behind by Jian, relying on her spiritual energy to shield them from the raging inferno. Truly, a sister like her is invaluable. Ji Changhuai fixed his gaze upon Ye Wanwan as the inferno engulfed their surroundings. Neither showed signs of retreat, for the key to unraveling the formation lay at the door. The opportunity was singular. Whoever emerged would be deemed the loser. Ji Changhuai clenched his fist, and Ye Wanwan deftly intercepted. The two engaged in a flurry of exchanges at the threshold, executing over 10 moves with remarkable agility. Ji Changhuai was utterly astonished that this Qi refinement stage practitioner could withstand so many of his attacks. Have you concealed your cultivation? He inquired. Ye Wanwan responded coldly. And if I have, what of it? With a surge of spiritual energy, Ji Changhuai unleashed a formidable pressure aimed directly at her. Ye Wanwan was struck back by the force. Yet Ji Changhuai did not glance back as he reached for the beast head at the entrance, channeling spiritual energy into it. However, Ye Wanwan swiftly cast a spirit talisman. In an instant, the intricate patterns ensnared Ji Changhuai's wrist, while she sprang forth like a swift swallow, pressing down on the beast head before him. The spiritual energy surged forth, and torrents of water cascaded down. Li Yun and the others cried out in horror. What is this? It's a clash of ice and fire. Yet, Ye Wanwan had already activated the beast head, triggering another mechanism behind the cave, which clicked open, revealing a doorway. Without hesitation, she darted inside. Ji Changhuai shouted, "You dare!" Ye Wanwan merely scoffed. I've said it before, it's a battle of skills. But Ji Changhuai was resolute. He refused to be bested by this wild girl whose name he did not even know. Moments later, he followed her inside. Yet, just behind Ji Changhuai, another shadow transformed into a streak of light and slipped through the entrance unnoticed, save for Bai Jian, who sensed its presence. Could it be the junior disciple? Chapter 49. The treasure chamber within the depths of the cloud-covered cave, an impenetrable darkness enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any glimmer of light. Upon entering, one found oneself in an elongated corridor. As Ji Changhuai stepped inside, he immediately pursued the trail of Ye Wanwan, moving with remarkable swiftness as he grasped her shoulder, intending to impede her pace. Yet, Ye Wanwan deftly sidestepped, seemingly having anticipated his maneuver, and in the ensuing moment, the two engaged in a fierce exchange within the corridor. Amidst the sound of their clashes, neither yielded an inch. Their physical prowess was surprisingly matched, leaving even Ji Changhuai slightly astonished at her formidable skills. However, being 2 realms above Ye Wanwan, he merely needed to channel a hint of spiritual energy to easily subdue the young woman, pressing his elbow against her shoulder. In a decisive move, he forcefully thrust her against the stone wall. With a resounding thud, debris tumbled from the mountain face. A muffled groan escaped Ye Wanwan as her shoulder collided with the wall, shattering the stone through sheer physical strength, devoid of any spiritual defense. Ji Changhuai was momentarily taken aback. Yet, upon witnessing the defiance in her eyes, he felt a surge of irritation. I have shown leniency due to your youth. Yet you exhibit no gratitude, he coldly declared. You enter uninvited and strike without warning. Ye Wanwan scoffed softly, her gaze laced with mockery. The esteemed disciple of the Qingyun Peak Master, so fickle in your words. Do you truly consider yourself a gentleman? Fuming, Ji Changhuai retorted. I never stated that I would deny you the wood and fire spirit. Ye Wanwan met his gaze steadily, her voice icy as she commanded, Then you should leave. Ji Changhuai's grip tightened slightly. Her luminous eyes and exquisite features bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew all too well. It was as if with a mere flick of his finger, he could lift the veil and reveal her true identity. Yet, the young woman had just employed water-based techniques. While his junior sister possessed a fire affinity, surely she could not be her. Ye Wanwan perceived the internal conflict brewing within him, her understanding of his struggle as clear as day. Undeterred, she bided her time, waiting for the opportune moment. Ji Chonghuai, vexed, remarked, "You are quite young, yet carry an immense temper. Has your mentor not imparted the ways of etiquette to you? Age should command respect." Ye Wanwan laughed derisively. Raising his voice, Ji Chonghuai declared, "Very well. I shall act on behalf of your mentor to teach you the meaning of decorum." "You fool," Ye Wanwan shot back. "What did you say?" Ji Chonghuai inquired, but before he could react, she effortlessly pushed him aside and stepped back, distancing herself from him. As she moved further away, Ji Chonghuai's expression darkened, and flames ignited in the palm of his hand. Ye Wanwan, however, burst into laughter. "What is so amusing?" Ji Chonghuai demanded. Before he could finish his sentence, he sensed something amiss. It felt as if an unseen force clung to him. He attempted to advance, but pain shot through his meridians, causing his movements to tremble. His complexion shifted as he watched in disbelief as the flames in his palm were ensnared and extinguished. Spirit-binding threads. He scanned the corridor, realizing the futility of using spiritual power here. No wonder she had not employed any defenses when she crashed against the wall. Ye Wanwan scoffed, remarking on the arrogance of the esteemed disciple of Qingyun Peak, who failed to perceive such a trap. "How did you notice it?" Ji Chonghuai inquired curtly. They had all entered together, yet it was Ye Wanwan who uncovered the truth. Without a word, she turned and departed. Why should she disclose anything to him? She sprinted into the depths of the passage, communicating with Xingze within the Ziyun ring. Xingze stated, "This cave contains 2 layers of restrictions. The first is the spirit binding. Not only must you refrain from utilizing spiritual energy, but you must also avoid employing any techniques. The stronger one's abilities, the tighter the binding. If you continue forward, you will eventually escape this binding range." Ye Wanwan complied, dashing through the passage until, after a mere quarter of an hour, she broke free from the oppressive force. However, 3 divergent paths now lay ahead. Which one to choose? Xingze, perched upon a tree, gazed at the 3 forks in the road. "Pick any," he suggested. The previous master of this realm enjoyed treasure hunts, and each path culminates in some form of treasure. Even if you do not find the desired wood and fire spirit, there will be other rewards. Ye Wanwan replied, "But I want them all." Xingze retorted, "Greed." Selecting a path, she thought it was human nature to be greedy. Having come this far, why should she allow others to benefit? Yet, with limited time, she would not squander it on deliberation. While conversing with Xingze, she had already surged toward the first fork. She arrived at the end of her chosen path without incident, discovering a stone chamber. The door remained fortified with restrictions. Xingze commented, "Another one of these. This is a 4th level restriction. To break it may take an hour or 2, by which time that fellow from the passage will have caught up." Ye Wanwan asserted, "It won't take that long." She retrieved a talisman from her storage bag. Xingze, although unfamiliar with talismans, recognized the explosive character emblazoned upon it. Ye Wanwan affixed the talisman to the door, channeling her spiritual energy into it. The paper shimmered with light as she turned and fled. Xingze's voice trembled. "You intend to use an explosive talisman against a 4th level restriction? That is akin to smashing an egg against a rock. The power of this restriction cannot be undone by mere detonation. Rather, your brute force will trigger its most potent defense." Ye Wanwan replied, "I am aware." Xingze questioned, "Then why proceed?" Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated at the first fork, shaking the entire Yunsan cave and the surrounding cliffs, startling everyone, including Ji Chonghuai, whose expression changed dramatically. "What is she doing?" Xingze stood stupefied, watching the girl concealed within the stone wall as Ye Wanwan emerged, glancing at the shattered stone door and the lingering restrictions. The door had swung open, yet the binding remained intact. "I cannot enter, but you can," Ye Wanwan declared. Xingze gasped, "Who told me this would work? I never said it would." Ye Wanwan grasped a stone, thinking that if a tree could run, perhaps a stone could too. Xingze fell silent. Ye Wanwan smiled. "Shall we proceed?" A black stone, resembling a palm, sprouted 2 legs, its expression a blend of indignation and grievance. "I, a dignified spirit of a secret realm." Ye Wanyan gestured toward the stone door, buying time. Xingze could only rise to his feet, urging, "Throw me in quickly." "Very well." Ye Wanyan cradled the stone in her palm and cast it into the opening. The restrictions only reacted to living beings. Yet whether they would incite hostility towards a parasitic spirit like Xing Zhe remained uncertain. However, it was undoubtedly safer to risk him than to endanger herself. The young girl accurately tossed the stone into the gap, and it entered the stone chamber. Ye Wanwan inquired, "Did it make it?" Xing Zhe's jubilant voice echoed, "Yes, it did. This is the old man's treasure room. You've struck gold." Astonished to have stumbled upon a treasure room right upon entry, Ye Wanwan lowered her voice to ask, "Is there a wood fire spirit?" Xing Zhe muttered, "The wood fire spirit is hardly a rare find. What do you need it for?" Ye Wanwan, unyielding, insisted, "Find it." Chapter 50, He Possesses Wisdom. The wood fire spirit is indeed not a precious item. However, it holds significant value for alchemists and serves as an excellent remedy for those afflicted with cold ailments. Particularly, the higher the grade of the wood fire spirit, the more potent its effects. Ye Wanwan harbored no grand expectations regarding the treasures of the Dreaming Star Lake. Yet when Xingza mentioned that within the Yinshan cave lay a 5th-grade wood fire spirit, she resolved to acquire it at all costs. The image of the man who perpetually practiced atop the snowy stone platform flashed through her mind, and Ye Wanwan thought it was time to bring a gift for this frugal master. "Found it!" Xingza's jubilant voice resounded. Ye Wanwan nearly stepped into the restrictions in her eagerness, but was halted by her reason. "Where is it?" she inquired. "I found a 2nd-grade wood fire spirit," Xingza replied. Ye Wanwan furrowed her brow. "2nd grade? I thought it was 5th grade." "It is indeed 2nd grade, along with some other cloud pearls and spirit shells, as well as some materials for refining weapons." Xingza, resembling a small black stone, stretched out its tiny arms to support a brocade box larger than itself. Asking through the restrictions, "Do you want it?" Without hesitation, Ye Wanwan responded, "Yes." "Which ones?" "All of them," Ye Wanwan calmly stated. "As the parasitic spirit of the Ziyun ring, you should be able to open the entrance and retrieve everything, right?" Xingza exchanged a glance with Ye Wanwan. "Right? How could I forget that?" Immediately, Xingza expanded its form, and a vortex gradually formed in the center of the stone. In mere moments, all the treasures were drawn into the Ziyun ring, and it quickly dashed out. However, upon touching the restrictions, it was abruptly bounced back in. Xingza cried out, "Oh no! Something in the treasure chamber triggered the restrictions. I can't get out." Nevertheless, the girl reached her hand into the intricate symbols of the restrictions, grasping the stone and pulling it out. Simultaneously, the restrictions erupted, and a powerful force of destruction surged toward Ye Wanwan, intent on obliterating her. Yet, Ye Wanwan did not linger. She slipped into the Ziyun ring, which shattered into dust upon hitting the ground, soaring away amidst the tempest. The one person and one stone that entered the Ziyun ring were swept up by the storm, shaken but unharmed. Xingza looked at Ye Wanwan, only to see her left hand covered in blood, adorned with runes, indicating that at a critical moment, she had entered the formation and pulled herself out. "Are you all right?" it asked somewhat awkwardly. Ye Wanwan dabbed at her wound with a handkerchief. "I'm fine," she replied nonchalantly. Yet, Xingza pondered how, despite her tender age, she appeared so cunning and devoid of smiles. Although, whenever Ye Wanwan did smile, it seemed as though she was plotting something. Sighing, the commotion outside was considerable, and Ye Wanwan refrained from recklessly venturing out. While remaining inside the Ziyun ring, she casually surveyed the treasure Xingza had brought. There were indeed many items, but her focus remained on the wood fire spirit. "It is truly 2nd grade. There should still be a 5th grade one," Xingza remarked. Ye Wanwan whispered, "Let us check the second path later." As the external tempest subsided for a while, Ye Wanwan emerged from the purple cloud ring, and at that moment, Xing Zhe followed suit, a stone nestled upon her shoulder. The stone chamber ahead lay utterly in ruins, a testament to Ye Wanwan's cunning methods that had provoked the local master, resulting in the complete collapse of the barriers. Ye Wanwan pondered for a moment, realizing that she would need to devise a different approach next time. Xing Zhe nodded in agreement. Indeed, the two retraced their steps, standing between the 2nd and 3rd forks in the path. Without hesitation, Ye Wanwan chose the 2nd route, though its terrain was markedly more intricate than the first, revealing a circular passageway. After traversing for a while, Ye Wanwan suddenly halted. Xing Zhe remarked, "We've come back around." Ye Wanwan lowered her gaze. her eyes shimmering as she contemplated. When we entered the fork, we followed a single path without any divergence. How could we have circled back? Xingzhe playfully wiggled her toes, affirming her point. Ye Wanwan remained silent, pressing forward. This time, each step she took was deliberate and slow, as she meticulously attuned herself to the subtle shifts of spiritual energy beneath her feet, diligently recording each nuance. Xingzhe tilted her head to observe Ye Wanwan, who appeared engrossed, her eyes glistening beneath the veil, sometimes lost in thought and at other moments illuminated by clarity. In those eyes, Xingzhe discerned a myriad of emotions. Along with a whispered realization, I understand now. Ye Wanwan lifted her head, a soft smile gracing her lips as she murmured, the seven-star mysterious array. So it is. What is that? Xingzhe inquired. Ye Wanwan replied, it appears to be a type of formation. As Ye Wanwan advanced with her peculiar steps, she encountered no further obstacles and smoothly arrived at the stone chamber, where this time, no barrier stood at the entrance. It was evident that the mysterious array served as a test. Ye Wanwan entered the stone chamber with ease. Within the expansive space, there was but a single brocade box. Ye Wanwan surveyed her surroundings before her gaze settled on the box. As she reached out to touch it, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, yet no threat manifested. She retreated a half-step. Well, it seems someone has managed to pass the second test to stand before me. Truly a talent worth cultivating. Ye Wanwan regarded the ethereal figure before her, her palm already conjuring the final golden talisman. Spirit entity? Xingzhe interjected. No, it is a remnant memory. Ye Wanwan furrowed her brow as she studied the apparition, confirming there was no danger, and thus relaxed her guard. She fixed her gaze upon the elderly figure clad in gray, who appeared to behold her as though thousands of years had not elapsed. Child, you must have come for the wood and fire spirit. Then allow me to ask you, do you wish to become a great alchemist? Ye Wanwan replied, I do not. Ah, but wishing is indeed the key, the figure continued. I, the dreaming elder, have lived proudly, unmatched in the realm of alchemy, only to find in my twilight years that I lack a worthy successor. It is truly a pity. At long last, someone has been able to navigate my trials and stand before me. You are the chosen inheritor of destiny. Ye Wanwan stared intently at the elderly man clad in gray. Is this process a fixed procedure? Are there no options to choose from? The kindly old man gazed back at Ye Wanwan with warmth, as if to convey, you possess no right to refuse. Ye Wanwan replied softly, I wish to. The old man, filled with excitement, exclaimed, your desire is indeed the right one. I, the dream elder, have lived with pride. Ye Wanwan interjected, silence, let us get to the point. However, the procedure was immutable. One could not progress to the next step without completing the current one. This remnant of memory was left by the master of the secret realm from years past, and its intelligence was limited. As Ye Wanwan took each step forward, she noticed additional items appearing before the ornate box. Among them was a spirit pearl. This is the culmination of my lifelong alchemical knowledge, and now, it is yours, he said. Ye Wanwan paused momentarily, scrutinizing the elderly man before her. From the hopeful gleam in his eyes, she discerned something else. He possesses intelligence. Chapter 51. The cost of daily kindness. The old man in gray exhibited a demeanor of humility and caution, as if fearing that Ye Wanwan would refuse him. Yet, for a master at the great ascension stage, such degradation was unwarranted. Moreover, as a mere memory devoid of sentience, it should not possess such emotions. To accept or to decline, Ye Wanwan gazed into his eyes, and under the dimming light of the old man's gaze, she extended her hand and caught the memory spirit pearl. Very well. The old man's eyes suddenly sparkled with life. You have accepted it? Indeed, I have accepted it. Let her perform a daily act of kindness. A drop of blood will affirm your ownership, the old man reminded her. I have matters to attend to. I shall handle this later, Ye Wanwan replied. The old man hastily added, this memory spirit pearl contains not only the insights gained from alchemy, but also the layout of this cave and the entirety of the secret realm's memories. You must absorb it to comprehend everything. Ye Wanwan paused for a moment. Xingzhe contemplated and said, it should be true. The Dream Elder is the master of this entire secret realm. Certain knowledge is undoubtedly clearer to him than to me, a mere parasitic spirit. Very well. After a brief contemplation, Ye Wanwan proceeded. Blood fell, and memories surged forth. A torrent of vast recollections suddenly assailed her mind, causing Ye Wanwan to kneel, her complexion paling slightly. It was at this moment that she realized this was not merely the knowledge of alchemy, but rather the profound insights of a master at the great ascension stage. However, she could not bear it. At a critical juncture, the heart-seeking sword glimmered, and a chilling sword aura penetrated her forehead. Ye Wanwan's spirit regained clarity as she lifted her head, casting a cold glare at the old man. With her left hand grasping the heart-seeking sword and her right hand conjuring a talisman, she ascended the table, pursuing him with a frosty tone. "Did you conspire against me?" The old man in gray immediately protested. "I did not." The sword aura of the heart-seeking sword was poised for release, and Ye Wanwan was ready to shatter the old man's memory spirit at any moment. The girl radiated a chilling intent to kill. The old man exclaimed, "Your primordial spirit and realm are still too weak. It is normal not to withstand such profound insights. You shall recover in a moment." Ye Wanwan coldly retorted, "You speak nonsense. If it were merely the memories of alchemy, I would not be unable to endure them. Yet you have intertwined your own selfishness within." Gripping the heart-seeking sword tightly in her left hand, she enunciated with emphasis, "You wish to interfere with my heart's path through emotional memories?" The old man's spirit dimmed considerably as he cautiously proposed a transaction. "Little girl, I can offer you the most vital treasures and teachings of the entire cave, but only this minute amount of selfishness." Ye Wanwan scoffed. "Do you think I would be kind-hearted a second time?" The old man, with a complex expression, replied, "But this emotional memory truly will not affect you. Given your disposition, accepting all the memories is merely a matter of time." Ye Wanwan regarded him with a sidelong glance, not denying his assertion, yet her demeanor remained unmoved. "What I can or cannot do is my own affair. But your undisclosed intentions and conspiracies against me are an entirely different matter." Ye Wanwan retrieved a spirit pearl from her purple cloud ring, her right hand swiftly sketching intricate symbols. The speed of her movements was so swift that even Xingza could barely discern her actions. However, the elderly man had noticed. "Soul-locking talisman." Ye Wanwan spoke softly. "Step inside." She forcefully drew the old man's spiritual essence within, forming the soul-locking pearl. Ye Wanwan then heard the old man's exclamation, "You little girl, where did you learn this? I have mentored you, at least in part. Apologies, but I am quite the rebellious spirit, delighting in slaying my mentors." "Speak again, and I shall end your existence," she retorted. The gray-clad elder fell silent. Though he understood that Ye Wanwan was jesting, he could sense the turmoil within her heart. Ye Wanwan took a moment to calm her emotions. The gray elder bore no ill intent, yet the turbulent feelings within the memory pearl profoundly affected her psyche. The weight of a person's memories is indeed burdensome, let alone those of a creature that has lived for millennia. His life was replete with bloodshed and conflict, devoid of tranquility. Even if the memories contained within were but a fraction, they were sufficient to take Ye Wanwan a considerable time to process. She silently recited the heart-purifying incantation and applied 2 heart-purifying talismans upon herself. When the opportunity arose, she would seek out some heart-purifying elixirs, suppressing her pent-up aggression. Her gaze swiftly fell upon the ornate box, which she opened to reveal a 5th-grade wood-fire spirit. The gentle warmth it emanated lacked the ferocity of flames, but instead possessed a nurturing essence for the soul. This significantly lifted Ye Wanwan's spirits. She stored the wood-fire spirit alongside her 2nd-grade one. The gray elder hastily exclaimed, "Having taken my possession, do not forget my legacy." Ye Wanwan pretended not to hear, organizing her belongings. As she scanned the stone chamber, her eyes landed on several formation stones at the entrance, which she also decided to take. Xingza remained silent, while the gray elder remarked, "You truly leave no stone unturned. The formation stones of the 7 stars misdirection array are invaluable. Why would you not seize them?" After gathering the stones, Ye Wanwan hurried towards the 3rd path. Observing her brisk pace, the gray elder realized he need not remind her. This third fork indeed concealed the most precious treasures of Yinshan Cave, the very essence of this secret realm. Ye Wanwan pressed on relentlessly. Yet she was acutely aware that even as she raced against time, it continued to slip away. Ji Changhuai would eventually unravel the binding threads of spirit. So her only recourse was to create a few obstacles in his path. Upon reaching the third path, after taking roughly 10 steps, Ye Wanwan buried the 7 stars misdirection array stones along the way and cast a lingering glance back at the corridor before entering without a backward glance. Have you considered that if he has already passed, the misdirection array might ensnare you? Not all. Given Ji Changhuai's strength, he will require at least another quarter of an hour to break free. Ye Wanwan replied calmly. Even if he were to succeed early, it would not be I who finds myself ensnared. Both Xingzi and the Great Elder were captivated by the girl's unwavering confidence. Yet, Xingzi, perched upon her shoulder, could not restrain the urge to inquire, what fuels such confidence within you? Ye Wanwan cast a sidelong glance at the spirit pearl hanging at her waist and replied with a smirk. This relies on the memories bestowed upon me by the esteemed senior Huandream. The Grey Elder, invigorated, was about to boast a little. Ye Wanwan gazed ahead, contemplating that if the memories she held were erroneous, she would not hesitate to send this diminutive memory fragment into a state of utter disarray. The elderly figure in gray interjected, his eyes wide. I am merely a memory fragment, devoid of the prowess to wield the winds of fate. A tempest is not a fleeting gust. Indeed, the storm that surged forth from the passage was not a mere momentary occurrence, but rather a harbinger of calamity. In an instant, the gray-clad elder vociferously warned, "Run." Yet, Ye Wanwan was already a step ahead of his admonition, vanishing into the confines of the purple cloud ring. Dust danced amidst the tempest, while the commotion ahead centered around the terminus of the passage. Suddenly, it erupted with a thunderous explosion, engulfing the entire cave and even the precipice itself. Unlike the prior detonation, this was a cataclysmic blast that consumed the entire cavern, affecting even Ji Changhuai, who had just managed to break free from his constraints. The cave collapsed, and a colossal vortex materialized, devouring all who stood upon the cliff, including the very particles of dust hidden within the air. Chapter 52. Is it a dream or a past life? Even while concealed within the Ziyun ring, Ye Wanwan could perceive the violent tremors emanating from the outside world, infiltrating the space around her. Even Xingzi swiftly extricated himself from the stone, stabilizing the Xingzi realm. The elderly man clad in gray entered the space, only to discover the Xingzi spirit lake. You actually absorbed the mysteries of the Xingzi? Ye Wanwan said in a calm voice. I thought you would have guessed upon hearing that little one's voice. He replied with a deep breath, filled with emotion. I truly have an eye for talent. This time, I chose correctly. Ye Wanwan furrowed her brows. This is the first time someone has entered the Yinshan cave, isn't it? The gray-clad elder remained silent. Do you still have a choice? Ye Wanwan pressed. Once more, he fell silent. Huh. The elder wiped his face, murmuring that he knew her words were harsh, yet he understood the underlying sarcasm in Ye Wanwan's tone. He had infused her with his memories through the legacy. This act was undeniably unscrupulous. However, the Dream Elder was aware that without such measures, Ye Wanwan would never consent to accept the inheritance. Logically, the Dream Elder could have chosen another individual. After all, anyone would desire the insights of a powerful being in the ascended stage, regardless of the content. Yet, such a person, who would want everything, was someone the Dream Elder could not trust. Ye Wanwan's reluctance was the truth. Because she did not wish to, he compelled her to contemplate. Suddenly, the secret realm began to whirl rapidly, and a fierce dizziness overwhelmed the contents of the Ziyun ring. As if something was grasping at it. Something outside is absorbing the spiritual energy. I can barely maintain control. Xingzi exclaimed. Can I see what is happening outside? Ye Wanwan inquired. I will create a water mirror for you, Xingzi responded. No sooner had he spoken than a water mirror appeared before them. Ye Wanwan beheld the collapsed passageway and the immense whirlpool at its end, which expanded and began to draw on the dust conjured by the Ziyun ring, along with the 7-star maze she had laid out and the nearby stone chamber. The area of effect continued to grow. In the midst of the surging pull, Ye Wanwan saw Bai Jian and Feng Hian at the entrance of the cave, struggling against the force, but the power of the collapsing space was overwhelming. The three of them were ultimately drawn in, alongside Ji Changhuai and the others. Ye Wanwan's pupils constricted. Yet, she had no time to rescue them, for Xingze was exclaiming, "I can't hold on much longer. You must grasp onto something nearby." In an instant, the entire Ziyun ring was turned upside down, and Ye Wanwan felt as though she were rolling within a sphere. However, she quickly seized the Dan tree and steadied herself. Xingze sat atop a branch, feeling somewhat guilty. "I'm sorry, I am still too weak." Although it was a companion spirit, it had only come into existence after the Dream Elder's demise. By the standards of companion spirits, it was still a mere infant. Ye Wanwan surveyed the chaotic space and asked, "If I go out, will it improve the situation?" Xingze nodded, then shook its head. "But if you step outside, you'll have to endure all the pressure from the outside world." Ye Wanwan declared, "I shall take my leave." As her words faded, the young girl departed from the Ziyun ring, which returned to her grasp. The voice of Xingze echoed, "Do take care." Ye Wanwan replied. The girl surrendered herself to the force that drew her into the vortex. The scene within the whirlpool was engulfed in darkness. Yet she offered no resistance, allowing herself to be pulled to its depths. Inside the shadowy passage, silence reigned supreme. There were no sounds, nor any human figures. The silhouettes of Bai Jian and Feng Hian, which she had seen before, were now nowhere to be found. Ye Wanwan remained still, absorbing the tranquility of the place, until a sharp sound pierced the stillness. It was the unmistakable noise of a blade being unsheathed. "Kill!" Ye Wanwan's eyes snapped open, fixating on the sight before her, a brightly adorned mansion, besieged by a horde of fierce cultivators. Slay the demon spawn, save the world. The Shun family harbors the demon spawn. They must be punished. Countless cultivators surged into the mansion, striking down anyone in their path. Had they not been clad in the traditional garb of righteous cultivators, one might easily mistake them for members of the demonic clan. The scene shifted to a mansion shrouded in darkness. A 3-year-old boy emerged from a well, gazing at the corpses strewn about, wandering aimlessly as he called out, "Mother, father, aunt." Yet no matter how fervently he cried, those figures would not awaken. Suddenly, the front door creaked open. The boy trembled with fear, but did not retreat. Instead, he stared blankly ahead. From his vantage point, he could not discern who stood beyond the threshold. Yet Ye Wanwan heard a low utterance, excessive indeed. A soft sigh escaped, and a wisp of smoke enveloped the boy, whisking him away. As the memory returned, the scene remained that of a family slaughtered on the mountaintop. The Tianyi sect sheltered the demon spawn. Were they not opposing the righteous path of the world? Good and evil cannot coexist, since the Tianyi sect protects that beast. Let them perish together. The mountaintop was consumed by flames. Deep within the mountains, the anguished cries of a youth echoed. "Come for me, if you wish to kill me. Then come." Yet the elderly figures clad in Taoist robes stood resolutely in front, their faces serene, gazing at the world with compassion, calmly accepting their fate. The youth wept bitterly, "Return." But the ethereal elders gently replied, "This world is fraught with hardship. How can a mere child bear such burdens?" "Master." "Ah, you have finally called me master, a title you had long withheld. For this single utterance, dear child, I shall ensure your safety." Yet the scene transformed once more. 2 figures were seen excavating corpses in the mountains. The sound of a heart-wrenching cry froze Ye Wanwan in place. It was Li Wanji, senior sister, senior brother, master. The cries shattered, yet another youth remained unmoved, whispering, "I shall take revenge. We must seek vengeance." The imagery shifted again, revealing the celestial and demonic battle of the past life. Ye Wanwan witnessed a man amidst the demons, whose mere gesture claimed the lives of countless cultivators. The one known as the Tianyuan Demon Lord. He bore a visage strikingly similar to Shin Nanzhou. She also beheld herself, pierced by the 7 swords of Yin Ding and his companions, standing apart from the throng. Her eyes were blood red, filled with an overwhelming intent to kill. Yet, as the heart-seeking sword trembled, that frigid sword aura surged once more into her spiritual realm, awakening Ye Wanwan. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, her gaze piercing like an arrow, shattering the illusion before her. The scene fragmented, revealing the figure standing behind the veil of illusion. The youth clad in blue stood quietly, his gaze devoid of the oppressive aura that could claim a life with mere gestures. Instead, he regarded Ye Wanwan with serene calmness. His voice, too, was icy. "How dare you enter my dream?" Ye Wanwan's complexion paled as their eyes met, and she pondered, could it be that her previous life was merely a dream? No, it was not. She stepped toward Shun locking her gaze onto his eyes. "Who are you?" Chapter 53. The past the young man in blue curled his lips, his voice low and enticing. "I am your junior brother, dear senior sister." Ye Wanwan, however, merely scoffed. "Junior brother? I wouldn't be so certain." Suddenly, Ye Wanwan closed the distance, the surrounding spiritual energy surging as she struck toward Shenanjo. He shook his head, but leisurely evaded the attack. "What you're doing is—" Yet, his words faltered as he looked down to see a stone glide across his chest and fly away. It was the very stone that Xingze had previously possessed. The stone struck the opponent, yet passed through him. "Wow, it's an illusion," Xingze exclaimed. Ye Wanwan raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" "Junior brother," the elongated tone dripped with mockery. The figure before her shifted expression, bewildered. "How did you discover that?" Ye Wanwan chaklet distaminfui. If Shun truly bore memories of his past life, he wouldn't have questioned why I entered his dream, but would have directly killed me. The illusion sighed, only to morph its features into those of Ji Chonghuai, little junior sister. "Your actions are quite disheartening." Ye Wanyan's eyes darkened as she threw a punch. "I have told you, do not call me little junior sister." The punch landed, and the illusion, unafraid, due to its incorporeal nature, miscalculated. Ye Wanyan's fist struck its face with a resounding impact. As it was knocked to the ground, the dream spirit was left in shock. "How is this possible? As a spirit, Ye Wanwan cannot harm me." Ye Wanwan grasped its neck, realizing why villains often resorted to such grips. Tugging hair was unseemly, and pressing against the chest lacked gravitas. But the neck was different. It could be easily seized with one hand and carried a commanding presence. "Because I am no ordinary person," Ye Wanwan whispered with a chilling laugh, sending shivers through the spirit. When the spirit finally regained its senses, it discovered 5 golden cores locking onto it. Within the confines of these 5 cores, Ye Wanwan held dominion over the space. The dream spirit could hardly believe its eyes. How could such a technique exist? How can anyone project their golden core externally? Aren't they meant to reside in the Dantian? "You are cheating," the spirit cried out. "This doesn't count. Let's start over." It had been careless, allowing Ye Wanwan to seize it. It was certain that a second attempt would end differently. Ye Wanyan's voice turned icy. "Where are they? Why should I tell you?" A stone rolled in from the side, sprouting tiny hands and feet, revealing Xingze once more, now inhabiting the stone. Perched upon Ye Wanyan's shoulder, it spoke earnestly, as a spirit who has been through this. "I advise you to speak the truth. Otherwise, next time you may not be so fortunate." The dream spirit choked on its words, staring wide-eyed at Xingze. "Our companion spirit? Have you acknowledged her as your master?" "Uh-huh." Xingze contemplated denying it, but ultimately decided against it, tossing the question back. "What do you think?" The expression on Dream Spirit's face was filled with anger and condemnation. How could a dignified companion spirit recognize a human cultivator as its master? "Even if this person were the master of this secret realm, I would never submit to you, you worthless being. Is that so?" Ye Wanwan replied with an indifferent gaze. "Then perish." The confines of the golden core tightened, and flames surged forth, unexpectedly infused with a spirit attack. Dream Spirit's expression shifted dramatically. Just as the girl was about to loosen her grip, it seized her wrist and knelt down. "Master, Xingze, the Elder of Illusions. There are people behind." "I did not move." Dream Spirit pointed towards the back. Ye Wanwan gazed into the darkness but saw nothing. Dream Spirit, displaying some wit, waved its hand to part the space, revealing Shenanjo trapped within a dream. However, at this moment, the youth radiated an overwhelming aura of killing intent, a clear warning to keep your distance. Had Ye Wanwan encountered this Shun Nanzhou earlier, her demise would have been inevitable. This individual harbored an immensely powerful will. I initially intended to approach and absorb his memories, but after a mere taste, I found it unbearable. Dream Spirit felt a bit shy, slightly embarrassed. Ye Wanwan cast a cold glance at it. The scene you just showed me, was that his dream? Dream Spirit chuckled awkwardly, more or less. Part of it was my fabrication. Oh, come now, don't pinch me. It's just a dream, close enough. As long as we find what he cares about and destroy it, that would suffice. Xing Zhe flung something at it. Stop laughing, it's eerie. Ye Wanwan furrowed her brows, still concerned about the scene of her own demise. Such a vision is not something anyone could easily conjure. Was the final battle between immortals and demons also of your making? Dream Spirit's expression turned peculiar. Speak. Dream Spirit raised its voice. No, I did peek into his memories. Indeed, there was a fragment of that, but only this shattered memory remains. The individuals within the memory include you, and then. Dream Spirit glanced at Ye Wanwan. It seems he has been searching for you. Ye Yanyan Fronit. Is Shen Nanzhou also a reincarnate? Yet, based on their initial encounter, it did not seem so. After all, the current Shen Nanzhou appeared somewhat innocent and harmless, though still exuding a warning to keep a distance. Compared to his previous life, characterized by violent outbursts and bloodlust, the present Shen Nanzhou was exceedingly gentle. But who else could possess such memories if not a reincarnate? It was still worth probing. Ye Wanwan's gaze fell upon Shen Nanzhou. Can you send me into his dream? Dream Spirit's expression twisted, tinged with a hint of pride, barely able to contain its excitement. Really? In the realm of illusions, it was invincible. It could also draw upon the essence of these cultivators through their dreams to strengthen itself. Of course, if it could devour Xing Zhe, this companion spirit, it would become even more powerful. Xing Zhe kicked at it. Wipe that drool away. Ye Wanwan replied coolly. Send me in. I want to see. All right, no problem. Dream Spirit was exceedingly delighted. It wouldn't even need to pull Ye Wanwan into the dream realm, as she was willingly stepping into the trap herself. How could there be such a willing prey? Dreamling bared its large teeth. With a mere step forward, entry was granted. Ye Wanshan strode confidently towards it. However, the Dreamling, wishing to flee, found itself grasped firmly in her hand. With a swift motion of her left hand, the spirit-locking spell was conjured, transforming into a cage that ensnared the Dreamling within. It stood there, momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in bewilderment, "What are you doing?" Ye Wanshan did not look back. If she was to enter, they would go together. She glanced down at the captured companion spirit and smiled. Is there something amiss? The Dreamling shuddered, sensing an inexplicable terror emanating from the two individuals. Ye Wanshan extended her hand effortlessly, piercing through the water veil and entering Shen Nanzhou's dreamscape, a realm shrouded in mist, where footsteps resonated with startling clarity. Talp, 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 tap. Ye Wanshan heard her own footsteps, accompanied by those ahead, slow and hesitant. After just two echoes, they faded away. Ye Wanshan stood still, refraining from approaching further, as the mist gradually dissipated, revealing a 3-year-old boy standing there. He seemed to have heard the commotion, lifting his gaze in confusion towards Ye Wanshan. In his large, distinctly black and white eyes glimmered the innocence of childhood, coupled with a hint of wariness. Shen Nanzhou, Chapter 54, Wanwan. I am still alive. It was a 3-year-old Shen Nanzhou, the boy gazing at Ye Wanwan, as if he were a stranger. Suddenly, he turned and sprinted away. Ye Wanwan hastened after him. Yet within the dream, the boy continually grew older with each stride, from 3 to 4 to 5 years. Ye Wanwan bore witness to Shen Nanzhou's maturation. She saw the childhood marred by countless scars, witnessed the youth treading through a sea of blood, and beheld him in the chaos of battle, traversing a path utterly unlike his previous life, yet still inexorably moving toward death. Shen Nanzhou, Ye Wanwan called out. He did not glance back. Ye Wanwan's gaze grew heavier. What have you done? The dream spirit, accused, wore an innocent expression. It wasn't me. He shattered the dream realm himself, and now it is under his control. Hey, I actually forgot to mention something, the dream spirit said ominously. If he does not awaken, neither shall you escape. At that moment, Shun Nanzhou was ensnared within his own dream, while Ye Wanwan had willingly walked into the trap. As long as Shin Nanzhou remained in slumber, the dream would persist, and Ye Wanwan would be forever bound. Ye Wanwan cast a profound glance at the dream spirit, watching its smile gradually fade, silencing it. She turned her gaze calmly to Shun Nanzhou, who continued to run, and instead of pursuing him, she halted. "Why have you stopped chasing?" The dream spirit inquired. "You said he was searching for me. I shall wait for him to find me." Ye Wanwan activated the spirit-locking spell, which shrank to the size of a lantern, while the dream spirit was compressed into a mere orb of light. Ye Wanwan then retrieved a branch from her space, using the faint glow emitted by the dream spirit to guide her in the opposite direction. "Are you using it as a lantern?" The dream spirit scoffed. "This is absurd. I shall extinguish it." But in mere moments, the light began to dim. Ye Wanwan coldly remarked, "Your only utility to me now is to illuminate the path. Do try to extinguish it." The dream spirit, feeling the pressure, reluctantly brightened, illuminating the path back, allowing Ye Wanwan to see more clearly the events unfolding within this young boy's dream. Where was the night when his family was exterminated at the age of 3? The dream spirit pointed ahead. "I know you possess the means to traverse directly," Ye Wanwan said softly. The dream spirit fell silent. Xingzi scuttled down from Ye Wanwan's shoulder, perching upon the red lantern. Taking a deep breath, it absorbed a powerful energy, exclaiming, "Master, I can devour it." Feeling the energy being siphoned away, the dream spirit screamed in horror. "Little one, what are you doing? How dare you consume me? Outrageous!" It clutched itself tightly. Yet Xingzi was exhilarated. It had merely sensed the delightful flavor emanating from this being and was astonished to find it could enhance its own strength. "Master, if you do not want it, could you gift it to me? I promise I won't make a mess of it." The dream spirit shuddered in revulsion as it burst forth in brilliant light, illuminating the entire path. As if in solemn protest, he gravely declared, "Where do you wish to go? I shall guide you." Ye Wanwan responded, "To the night of the Shun family's massacre. Let us proceed." Just beyond, a staircase of azure appeared. With a single step, Ye Wanwan found herself before a grand estate, the ground strewn with corpses. A 3-year-old boy emerged from a well, desperately searching among the fallen for his loved ones, calling out their names, yet none responded. In his frail state, he attempted to gather the adult bodies together, but the commotion at the estate's entrance grew louder. Amidst the creaking sounds, Ye Wanwan halted alongside the boy. She glanced toward the entrance, unaware that the boy was gazing at her. Were the people from Tiany's sect arriving? Her murmured questions seemed to reach the boy's ears, prompting him to dash back to the well without hesitation, leaping inside. Ye Wanwan was momentarily taken aback by his sudden actions. Then, the scene shattered abruptly. "Dream spirit," she cried out. His memories ceased at that moment. "I cannot endure much longer." The illusion fractured like a spider's web. Before she could discern who was entering, it abruptly splintered. Yet, amidst the chaos, Ye Wanwan glimpset a crimson mist engulfing Shannanzo. Her pupils constricted. It was not white smoke, it was blood mist. Something had shifted. Ye Wanwan tumbled from Shun Nanzhou's dream, retreating 3 steps to regain her balance. As her gaze turned once more, she beheld the young boy. Why had this changed? Ye Wanwan's voice turned cold as she inquired. If her assumptions were correct, in her past life, Shin Nanzhou had been sheltered by the Tiany sect. How could he now be swept away by blood mist? The boy looked at Ye Wanwan and uttered, "Ye Wanwan, perplexed," responded me. The boy slowly approached her, saying, "I have been searching for you for a long time." Ye Wanwan was taken aback. Suddenly, Xingzi leaped forward, "Be careful." Ye Wanwan raised her hand, conjuring 5 golden pills to establish a protective barrier, which shattered the illusion. The young boy vanished. Yet Ye Wanwan's heart remained tumultuous. No, she must ascertain the truth. Was the recent alteration a mere dream or reality? Ye Wanwan inquired, "Will entering this dream alter reality?" Neither dream spirit nor Xingzi anticipated such a question from her. Both were momentarily stunned. How could that be possible? This is not a journey to the past. It is merely an illusion. Only the thoughts, desires, and longings of the heart weave illusions that cater to one's selfish whims. How could it possibly impact reality? Ye Wanwan murmured softly, "Then what does Shun Nanzhou desire?" Lantern in hand, she pursued the path taken by Shun Nanzhou, observing how, in his youth, he had risen from the battlegrounds of the mortal realm. Ye Wanwan could not help but feel a deeper curiosity. The path tread by this life, as Shun Nanzhou, seemed markedly different from that of his previous incarnation. After a considerable time, the mist ahead parted, revealing a youth seated in stillness. Ye Wanwan, lantern in hand, remained motionless. However, the young man slowly opened his eyes, which were suffused with bloodshot veins, suggesting an emotional instability, yet he still wore a smile, teasingly speaking. "Sister, are you so concerned about my past? You've watched it so many times." Ye Wanwan scrutinized the young man before her and replied softly, "I do not wish to see it, but I cannot escape." Shenanzhou raised his hand. A fine blue thread entwined between his fingers, saying, "How could that be? If you wish to leave, sister, you certainly can. After all, you are my elder sister." Ye Wanwan longed to roll her eyes, but restrained herself. Heaven knows how much she despised the term elder sister. Meng Ling, on the other hand, trembled, for the blue thread in his hand was the dream thread of the illusionary realm, entangling the emotions of everyone who entered. If severed, one would descend into madness. Ye Wanwan paused, her gaze fixating on his fingers. "Whose dream thread is that?" Shenanzhou leaned on his hand, chuckling lightly. "What does my elder sister say?" Ye Wanwan frowned, harboring a suspicion she was reluctant to acknowledge. "Bai Jian and the others have also been drawn in. Wanwan, you did not treat me this way before." The deep voice suddenly resonated, causing Ye Wanwan to widen her eyes in disbelief as she looked at Shenanzhou. "You. I am still alive." Shenanzhou gazed back at Ye Wanwan, chuckling. "Are you happy?" Ye Wanwan remained silent, turning on her heel and fleeing. Chapter 55. I do not believe as she took a few steps forward, blue silk threads ensnared themselves around Ye Wanwan's waist. Raising her hand to break free, she intended to flee, but behind her, Shenanzhou chuckled lightly, saying, "If you tear it apart, then Sister Bai and the others will be doomed." Ye Wanwan abruptly turned, her cold gaze fixed upon Shenanzhou. The dream silk dragged her before him. One stood, the other seated. Shenanzhou gently tugged at the dream silk, forcing Ye Wanwan to crouch, allowing her to meet his gaze. The young woman spoke coldly. "I do not believe you." Shenanzhou raised an eyebrow, questioning. "Why do you not believe? If you truly possess memories of your past life, you ought to kill me," Ye Wanwan retorted boldly, despite her confinement. She lifted her finger, daringly tilting Shenanzhou's chin, calmly declaring, "Because in the end, I betrayed you." Their eyes locked. A silent confrontation ensued. Ye Wanwan's gaze was clear, while Shenanzhou's was profound. She feared not death. The outcome of their battle was uncertain. If it were to be in their previous life, she might have had little chance of winning, but this time was different. At the very least, Ye Wanwan could employ the powers of the dream spirit to eliminate this nuisance. A mere junior brother, easily disposed of. The energy surrounding her surged with increasing intensity. Had it not been for the dream silk's restraints, she would have already freed herself, her resolve unwavering. After a lengthy silence, the dream silk was finally undone. Shenanzhou spoke. "Sister, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend. What past life? What future life? Are you not confused by this illusion? We only have this lifetime." He chuckled lightly. Ye Wanwan scrutinized Shenanzhou's eyes, momentarily uncertain of his intentions. Yet she pointed at the dream silk, attempting to release it. He had undone half, but the other half remained. Ye Wanwan could stand, yet she could not escape. Shenanzhou sighed. "Sister, I find myself somewhat powerless now." Ye Wanwan smiled. "Do not provoke me, or I shall slap you." Unperturbed, Shenanzhou replied, "You truly cannot move. Take a closer look." At his words, Ye Wanwan finally observed her surroundings. Centered around Shenanzhou, blue silk threads extended from his back, enveloping the entire space behind him. A labyrinthine web of dream silk intertwined chaotically, resembling a tangled spider's web. The one ensnared was Shenanzhou himself. Ye Wanwan inhaled sharply, while Meng Ling and Xing Zhe were equally stunned. "So many. How did you acquire such an abundance of dream silk?" Ye Wanwan pondered. "Did you bring everyone from the secret realm into this?" Shenanzhou appeared troubled. Yet he replied, "Not quite. However, it seems this illusion can encompass the entire secret realm, and I inadvertently extended it. Sister, what shall we do now? What should we do? Simply eliminating you would suffice," Ye Wanwan retorted softly. "What did you do just now?" "Nothing much, just inadvertently shattered a formation," he replied. Shenanjo spoke with an air of innocence, accompanied by a charming smile, prompting a moment of doubt in Ye Wanwan. She clenched her fist, enduring the urge to strike for quite some time. "Release me." Shenanjo blinked innocently. Ye Wanwan turned her gaze towards the dream spirit within the lantern, commanding, "Release." The dream spirit promptly sprung into action. Though it could not untangle the numerous strands of dream silk, the 10 or so strands entangling Ye Wanwan were manageable. After exerting some effort, Ye Wanwan regained her freedom, while Shenanjo's eyes remained fixed upon her. Holding the lantern, Ye Wanwan examined the dream silk, observing the vibrant flow of light within the blue threads. The contents were manifestations of human emotions and desires. The dreams of all cultivators within the entire illusory realm were encapsulated here. If her assumptions were correct, everyone was trapped within their dreams, likely unable to discern between reality and illusion, possibly even engaging in conflicts within their dreams. Ye Wanwan glanced towards Shenanjo, regardless of any past memories. His ruthless approach towards cultivators remained unchanged. "Where are my senior sisters?" she inquired. "I do not know," Shenanjo replied with an innocent smile. "There are simply too many. Is there a way to untangle them?" She pressed further. Shenanjo raised an eyebrow, responding, "No, it is truly overwhelming." The dream spirit could not help but hiss in frustration, entangled by this youth, and untangling them would be a monumental task, unless given 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years? Ye Wanwan exclaimed, "But this illusory realm only opens for a month. The entire secret realm cannot endure for that long. Should Shenanjo take action now, the external world would likely collapse even further." Attempting to untangle the strand herself, Ye Wanwan quickly realized her thoughts were muddled, as the threads had become a chaotic tangle, making it impossible to distinguish one from another. If she inadvertently disturbed a few strands belonging to Bai Jian and the others. Closing her eyes, she dared not contemplate the implications. Withdrawing her hand, she turned and approached Shenanjo. He observed her movements intently and raised an eyebrow as she returned. "How do you intend to escape your dream?" she coldly demanded. Surprised that the girl had ventured to this conclusion, Shenanjo chuckled softly but replied candidly, "I do not know. My senior sister has entered my dream. What's your perspective on it? Do I stand a chance of escaping?" He scrutinized Ye Wanwan, a hint of intrigue in his tone. "You do," she answered coolly. Shenanjo looked momentarily taken aback. Ye Wanwan set down the lantern, taking a seat across from him. "Pull me in. Let's enter the dream together." Shenanjo frowned, seemingly evaluating her proposition. Ye Wanwan continued, "I will teach you a method to break the stalemate." His fingers hesitated, contemplating the authenticity of her words. "Ye Wanwan reiteratit coldi. If this situation is not resolved, we both shall perish. Well, with my senior sister alongside me, I suppose I could reluctantly accept that," he mused. Ye Wanwan scoffed. "Is that so?" "Certainly not." Shenanjo wished to survive as well. Yet, in the absence of alternatives, it became evident that only Ye Wanwan could traverse freely within his dream without being affected. "Very well, then I shall rely on my senior sister to protect me." Shenanjo pointed his finger, and a stream of blue light entered Ye Wanfang's brow. This time, they both became dreamers together. Ye Wanfang opened her eyes, and it was still the night of the massacre, still the 3-year-old Shenanjo. It felt as though she could not escape. Yet this time, there was another presence accompanying the child. Ye Wanfang stood beside the boy, watching him search for his family among the fallen bodies. She turned and walked into the inner hall, where she found the bodies of Shenanjo's parents amidst the crowd and carried them out. Approaching Shenanjo, she said, "This is what you wanted." The 3-year-old Shenanjo was momentarily stunned. Ye Wanfang added, "If you wish to cry, then cry." The boy did not weep. Though his eyes were red, no tears fell. Ye Wanfang observed him as he wiped the blood from his parents' bodies, her gaze drifting toward the entrance. The boy noticed it too, accompanied by a hint of resistance. Ye Wanfang recalled the scene when he had previously shied away. Do you not wish to enter the Tianyi sect? The boy looked up at Ye Wanfang, and in that moment, she perceived a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He did not wish to go. Chapter 56. Encountering a Rival. Ye Wanwan did not delve into the matter further. Time was of the essence. She and the boy slipped into the well, its narrow mouth forcing them to huddle together. Ye Wanwan supported him with a flow of water, preventing him from falling. The boy gazed at Ye Wanwan, remaining still, while she returned his gaze. Did Shen Nanzhou, in her dreams, possess any memories of the past? Should she take some action? After all, the current Shen Nanzhou was quite vulnerable. It would not be difficult to impose a restriction or two. Yet considering Bai Jian and the others still outside, Ye Wanwan refrained from taking risks. It was best to let it be. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from above as someone entered the manor to investigate. If her memory served her correctly, it was likely members of the Tianyi sect. Then came the malevolent aura. A formidable and ominous energy surged forth. In mere moments, a blood mist enveloped the well's mouth, ensnaring Shen Nanzhou and dragging the boy away. Ye Wanwan watched as he looked at her with indifference, devoid of any emotion. However, at the moment he was being pulled from the well, she reached out, grasping his hand. At the age of 3, Shen Nanzhou's eyes finally revealed a flicker of change. She pulled the child deeper into the well's depths. Water surged upward at her command, washing away the blood mist that had claimed Shen Nanzhou, allowing Ye Wanwan to leap out as the mist receded. She called out loudly, "Taoist, save me." The elder who entered immediately spotted the blood mist and, wielding his sword, declared, "Bold demon clan, how dare you act so brazenly in the mortal realm?" Without hesitation, Ye Wanwan clutched the boy and fled. She dashed out of the Shun residence, out of the street, out of the city, and beyond the battleground of cultivators, reaching a place where Shen Nanzhou's dreams could not follow. Lowering her gaze to the boy in her arms, she asked, "How is it?" "We made it." Shen Nanzhou stared at the young girl, seemingly still in a daze. You see, it was that simple. Many things can be resolved just as easily, as long as you do not dwell on them. Extending a hand to someone can liberate you from nightmares. Ye Wanwan looked at Shen Nanzhou, a 3-year-old child with cherubic cheeks, round face, and strikingly clear eyes filled with stubbornness yet now clouded with confusion, as if questioning what Ye Wanwan meant. Regaining her composure, Ye Wanwan said, "Let us go. This dream is not over yet." Her method to break the impasse was to craft a new dream for him, one that diverged from the path of tragedy. Ye Wanwan chose for this boy a route he had never envisioned, a path where Shen Nanzhou would bear the responsibility of nurturing Ye Wanwan. Shen Nanzhou replied, "Junior brother, those with ability must take their place. You must strive diligently for your senior sister to live well." Though Shen Nanzhou harbored doubts, he resolutely joined the military under Ye Wanwan's insistence. She remained by his side, never intervening, merely watching as he ascended from a young soldier to a youthful general. Ye Wanwan offered guidance. "Junior brother, do not let your heart be too heavy with bloodlust, for how can one cultivate immortality otherwise?" "What use is cultivating immortality?" he questioned. "None, but it sounds pleasant. If I were to cultivate demonic powers, then my junior should conceal himself more thoroughly to avoid capture. I anticipated that my senior sister would dissuade me from this path. Yet each individual must traverse their own journey. She would not interfere with yours. And what path does my senior sister tread? As for me, I walk the righteous path, regardless of its nature." Ye Wanwan fixed her gaze upon the 12-year-old Shen Nanzhou, a confident smile gracing her lips. "Whether celestial, demonic, or monstrous, whatever path I choose is the correct one." Shen Nanzhou observed the young girl, settling beside her in a meditative pose. In this dreamscape, there were no familial massacres, no celestial battles, only Ye Wanwan deliberately guiding Shen Nanzhou through the mortal realm. However, as Shen Nanzhou ascended to the Golden Core stage, his identity was revealed, and as expected, he found himself pursued. Ye Wanwan pondered, despite her meticulous concealment. How could anyone still discover him? Could she not allow this boy to live a tranquil life? Shen Nanzhou turned to her, his eyes ablaze with intensity. "Sister, am I truly a demonic fetus?" Ye Wanwan, perplexed, replied, Did I not inform you earlier? Indeed, without a doubt, you are the one and only demonic fetus in existence. An unparalleled fiend. If you were to cultivate demonic powers, the results would be swift and profound. Then why does my sister not permit me to cultivate? I could vanquish these creatures. Junior, have you considered that I refrain from teaching because I lack the ability? Come, let's first run a path together. Within the dream realm, Ye Wanwan and Shun Nanzhou sat facing each other, guarded by Xingze and Mengling. Surrounding Ye Wanwan were 5 golden cores, forming a protective barrier around the young girl. Yet 3 days had passed, and they still had not awakened. Xingze grew anxious. Mengling, with an odd expression, remarked, I sense that the boy is in high spirits. As he spoke, he glanced at the dream threads entwining Shenanzhou. They had begun to unravel as he broke free from the nightmare of familial annihilation. Yet a larger blue thread emerged. Xingze stared in astonishment. What is this? Mengling's expression grew complex. He had developed new obsessions. The scattered, delicate dream threads had been disentangled, yet this one had only grown stronger. Xingze inquired, can they still awaken? Mengling's eyes darted. It's hard to say. The longer they remain in the dream realm, the more their memories will blur, eventually forgetting their identities as outsiders and becoming mere dreamers. Xingze's expression darkened. Why did you not disclose this earlier? Mengling grinned. Why should I? If they cannot escape, they will forever slumber, becoming my sustenance. Mengling's laughter echoed, and in his mirth, Xingze witnessed him gradually breaking free from the spirit-locking spell. He was attempting to break free. This entity had been scheming to escape all along, and with Ye Wanwan deeply ensnared in the dream, it had finally found its opportunity. It was deliberate. Xingze suddenly understood. It was not Shenanzhou who trapped Ye Wanwan, but it. Xingze swiftly retreated, avoiding the grasp of dream spirit. However, the blue threads danced forth, ensnaring the small stone. Dream spirit ominously remarked, Little one, your essence is quite delectable. Xingze cried out, Master! Awoo! Master! Dream spirit sneered. Give up. I have long declared that once they enter, they cannot escape. In this dream realm, I alone wield authority. All cultivators here will become my nourishment, my strength. Ha ha! Amidst the laughter, dream spirit completely shattered the binding spirit spell. The incantation dispelled, and Ye Wanwan's corporeal form seemed to waver. Yet, dream spirit immediately lunged toward the girl. She had become a significant threat that must be eliminated. However, the rotating golden cores deflected its assault, safeguarding Ye Wanwan. Dream spirit's gaze darkened. This cursed entity, I shall dismantle you one by one. With the spiritual power extracted from the dream threads, it ferociously charged at Ye Wanwan's barrier. Yet the 5 golden cores radiated brilliantly, resisting its onslaught. At that moment, a soft whisper resonated behind it. What's the matter? Planning a rebellion? Dream spirit's body stiffened, swiftly twisting its neck to see Ye Wanwan standing behind it, accompanied by Shenanzhou. 2 Ye Wanwans, 2 Shenanzes. Dream spirit stumbled back in fear. You! No, this is impossible. You are my dream. What is there to fear? I'm a master of this realm. Yet, dream spirit quickly regained its confidence. Ye Wanwan gestured towards the golden core barrier, her voice laced with a cruel tenderness that shattered dream spirit's heart. Who told you that we are in your dream? Dream spirit questioned. What? Ye Wanwan murmured softly. Dreams rise and fall through a lifetime. Fates intertwine across myriad realms. Break. As each word fell, the figures of Ye Wanwan and Shun Nanzhou, seated in meditation, shattered like a broken mirror, dispersing the dark mist. Together, they returned to the cave. Ye Wanwan beckoned, and Xingze soared back to her side from within the stone, accompanied by a half-burnt illusion talisman. The two, one person and one spirit, shared a gentle smile. Ye Wanwan softly remarked, You're not the only one who can weave dreams, brother. Dream spirit exclaimed, What the hell? I've encountered a worthy adversary. Chapter 57. Will you return? Meng Ling turned and fled. Yet, golden light from the talismans enveloped her from all sides, and the shattered lantern reappeared. Meng Ling quickened her pace, striving to break free. However, 5 golden pills encircled her from distinct directions, decisively anchoring the spirit-locking spell. hastening her pace and leaving her with no avenue of escape, effectively ensnaring her. Meng Ling was utterly bewildered as to how Ye Wanwan had accomplished this. How could you possibly conjure dreams right beneath my nose? A dream within a dream, no matter how she racked her brains. She could not fathom at which juncture Ye Wanwan had begun her intricate schemes. Everything seemed flawless, driving her to the brink of madness. How could you suspect me? Ye Wanwan replied coolly. From the moment you made contact with me, I harbored doubts. Meng Ling, Ye Wanwan continued in a hushed tone, as a dream spirit. If you cannot control Shun Nanzhou's dreamscape, nor untangle the threads of his dreams, then what purpose do you serve? Meng Ling, filled with indignation, retorted, if, as you claim, you are incapable of mastering Shun Nanzhou's dreams, let alone untangling these threads, then fearing him so greatly should compel you to hide away, rather than guiding me into his dreamscape, reiterating your fear of his existence. How could you deliberately lead me into the dream and inform me that I could not leave without unraveling his dreams? Ye Wanwan let out a soft laugh. Your intentions are painfully transparent, so much so that I hesitate to expose you. Meng Ling's expression contorted. Then why do you still follow me? Of course I shall follow you. How else could I discern your tricks? Those threads entwining Shun Nanzhou's dreams were manipulated by you. The fragmented memories you presented to me were intentionally designed to draw me into your scheme. You are indeed clever. You discovered my existence through the shattered memories within Shun Nanzhou's dreams, seeking to employ me against him. Is that not so? Meng Ling was taken aback, stammering, this, that. Ye Wanwan replied nonchalantly, rest assured, he is asleep, and he cannot hear our conversation. Thus, he will not harm you just yet. A single dreamscape from Meng Ling combined with one from Ye Wanwan was sufficient to keep Shun Nanzhou in slumber for a while. Just as Meng Ling was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Ye Wanwan's tone shifted chillingly, but I will. Meng Ling, where are my senior sister's dream threads? Unravel them. Ye Wanwan retorted coldly, I do not know. Huh. The spirit-locking spell suddenly constricted, swiftly reducing to the size of a lantern. Without pause, it tightened further. Meng Ling cried out, do not kill me. I will tell you everything. It was this fellow who intruded into the dreamscape, disrupting the dream lake and entangling the dream threads. I merely trapped him within the dream. I had intended to confine him for a while. Little did I know he shattered the secret realm, binding my dream to his, compelling me to find a solution. I truly do not know where your senior sister's dream threads are. Everything has become chaotic within. It was through his memories that I glimpsed you. Just as you entered, I drew you in, not with any ulterior motive, but solely in a bid for self-preservation. Ye Wanwan scrutinized Dream Spirit, weighing the veracity of these words. After a prolonged silence, she inquired, what am I like in his memories? Just then, as Ye Wanwan attentively listened, the cave around them trembled, transforming the space into what resembled a shimmering water curtain, rippling and growing increasingly tumultuous. A piercing scream escaped Dream Spirit's lips. Is someone assailing the dream? Ye Wanwan furrowed her brow and looked around. Xing Zhe, too, appeared anxious, sensing an external attack. Indeed, Ye Wanwan raised her hand, preparing to retrieve Dream Spirit. However, the binding spell whizzed past her, continuing backward instead of halting. Ye Wanwan's gaze shifted, and she turned to find Shun Nanzhou, now awake, curiously examining a small orb of light. Senior sister, is this the companion spirit? Ye Wanwan was taken aback. How did he awaken so soon? Dream Spirit trembled, realizing its error. It should not have been so greedy, for the two individuals it had inadvertently summoned were increasingly formidable. Ye Wanwan extended her hand. Return it to me. Dream Spirit, with a whimper, reached out its tiny hand toward Ye Wanwan, contemplating that it was safer near this girl. Shun Nanzhou chuckled, senior sister. May I play with it for a moment? His complexion remained somewhat pale, and wisps of dream threads lingered behind him, indicating he had forcibly awakened. Now would not be the wisest time to provoke him further. Ye Wanwan inhaled deeply to steady her emotions and asked, do you know the cleansing heart incantation? Shun Nanzhou raised his brow, intrigued. Why? Recite it. Ye Wanwan's tone turned frosty. Dreams are birthed from desires. Your senses are tainted. The cleansing heart incantation will benefit you. Practice it at once and unravel all the dream threads. The commotion from outside intensified, and Ye Wanwan's voice grew colder. Hurry! Shen Nanzhou recognized the truth in her words, though he hesitated to comply. However, witnessing her taut expression, he paused, ultimately acquiescing and settling down. He even tucked Dream's spirit into his sleeve. Senior sister, you promised it would be mine. Don't snatch it away. Ye Wanwan replied, very well. You truly are remarkable. The girl turned toward the crumbling cave, and Xing Zhe remarked, we have yet to exit. Indeed, Ye Wanwan was aware. Shen Nanzhou's dream realm was intertwined with Dream Spirit's birthplace, the Dream Lake. The explosion of the secret realm rendered their separation impossible. Yet, Ye Wanwan had already harnessed the power of a new dream to disentangle the dream threads entwined around Shen Nanzhou and his obsessions. It won't be long now. Yet, as Ye Wanwan beheld the formidable turbulence before her, her gaze turned frigid. There are always a few who cannot wait, causing trouble for others. This ethereal resonance was all too familiar to Ye Wanwan. It belonged to Ji Chonghuai. With hands forming incantations, 5 golden pills soared forth. And Dream Spirit and Shen Nanzhou exchanged bewildered glances. Why are there so many golden pills? 5 golden pills sealed the dream realm. With her limited cultivation, Ye Wanwan cautiously turned to Shen Nanzhou, performing a dispelling incantation to retrieve the 5 golden pills that had trapped the Dream Spirit, grasping them tightly in her hand. Only a layer of the spirit-locking spell remained. Junior brother, since the Dream Spirit has taken refuge in you, it is your duty to keep a vigilant watch over it and ensure it does not escape. With that, Ye Wanwan strode away. Shen Nanzhou called out, sister. Ye Wanwan turned back, puzzled. The youth's pale face bore a hint of a smile, tinged with a trace of hesitation and an unrecognized tension. He asked in a hushed tone, will you return? Chapter 58. I can endure your worship. Ye Yanyan spoke coldly, nonsense. Her golden core was here. She would certainly return to retrieve it. After speaking, the young woman strode away, leaving only Shen Nanzhou behind. Meng Ling provoked. She is insulting you. Aren't you angry? Shen Nanzhou frowned. Are you jealous of her concern for me? Meng Ling retorted, what does that even mean? Shen Nanzhou surveyed the space secured by 5 golden cores, murmuring, she left half of her cultivation here. Yet, he wore a smile. Meng Ling was perplexed. Brother, are you still trapped in a dream? She clearly intends to confine both of us to prevent any disruption. It's merely a transition from a small cage to a larger one. Observing Shen Nanzhou's oblivion to this fact, Meng Ling fell silent. The residual effects of the new dream seemed substantial. This individual had yet to fully awaken. She wondered what kind of dream that girl had spun for him, resulting in such lingering effects. Upon exiting the dreamscape, Ye Wanwan stepped into a dense forest. The soft earth beneath her feet and the refreshing scent of flora gave her the illusion of returning to the woods. She glanced at the sky, which was vibrant and bright, despite the absence of the sun. Indeed, she had emerged. After all, dreams lacked a sky. However, the peaks of Yinshan Cave had been flattened, and the cave itself had vanished. Ye Wanwan pondered the treasures spoken of by the illusionary elder. What could they be? Was it merely Meng Ling? It hardly seemed valuable. Meng Ling interjected, do you look down upon spirits? If we all exert ourselves, we can break through here and awaken them. With a resounding cheer, another wave of tremendous energy surged forth. Ye Wanwan looked up and beheld a myriad of spiritual lights coalescing into a powerful force, soaring skyward directly toward a gray vortex. This vortex was relatively small, measuring about 10 feet in diameter, absorbing their attacks and beginning to disintegrate. Leading the charge was Ji Chonghuai. Xingxia, having taken residence within a stone, leapt onto Ye Wanwan's shoulder. This person indeed possessed considerable skill. Their assault targeted the very heart of the dream. Ye Wanwan felt a tinge of self-mockery. After all, he was the eldest disciple of Qinyan Peak. Sensing Ye Wanwan's displeasure, Xing Zhe refrained from speaking. Ye Wanwan soared on her sword, approaching their group in search of Bai Jian and the others, only to find Bai Jian and his companions isolated from the crowd. Ye Wanwan's gaze darkened. Senior sister, Bai Jian, along with Fang Hian and Li Wanji, looked up, their faces lighting up with joy. Little junior sister, we are here. Ye Wanwan descended, asking, are you all right? We're fine, Li Wanji interjected. Earlier, we were oblivious, as if dragged into a battlefield, and suddenly, we just awakened. He chuckled. Fortune favors the prepared. All three of us are well. Bai Jian and Fang Hian nodded vigorously, inquiring, what about you? Are you okay? Where did you go just now? Ye Wanwan let out a sigh of relief. It seemed they had unraveled the mystery. Just now? Ugh. Do you still have the audacity to cling to the celestial aspect? This is undoubtedly the merit of Senior Brother Ji. Were it not for his breaking the formation, we would now be at the mercy of these individuals, just like them. Wang Niu pointed at the more than 10 still slumbering figures of Li Yun, his expression grim, and he cast a disapproving glance at Ye Wanwan. Observing the pallor of those over 10 individuals, Ye Wanwan remained calm, as if entranced in a dream, aware that they belonged to the unfortunate lot. Ji Changhuai also noticed Ye Wanwan's arrival, turning his gaze towards her, his eyes sharp and cold, yet tinged with complexity. He harbored resentment for Ye Wanwan having trapped him in the corridor, yet he felt a peculiar affinity towards this girl. Huh! Li Wanji spat back loudly, even ejecting a mouthful of saliva. Just because you say he broke the formation, does that make it so? I would argue it was my junior sister. Have some shame. Everyone awakened from their dreams together, all being cast into this place, and collectively discovering the exit of this dream. And now you claim he is the great benefactor? Which benefactor awoke at the same time as us, looking all spirited, whereas my junior sister, appearing weary and dust-laden, her spiritual energy diminished, clearly bore the fatigue of a fierce battle. It could very well be that she exerted herself to shatter the dream, rescuing us. Libanzi pruklaimat prudli. Bai Jian and Fang Hian nodded earnestly. Indeed. The crowd was left speechless. Wang Niu and the others struggled to find the right words to describe their disbelief. Li Wanji delivered another blow to their argument. Let us not forget, it was my junior sister who opened the third level of the cave's restrictions. She surpassed you, young Master Ji, in entering the Cloud Mountain Cave. My junior sister is truly the best. Bai Jian and Fang Hian nodded once more. Absolutely. Even Ye Wanwan, whose composure was typically unwavering, coughed lightly. Yet, upon meeting the sparkling gazes directed her way from these two, her humble words transformed into, well, I did break it. The crowd erupted in fervor. They had lost their minds. I've truly broadened my horizons. I've seen shamelessness, but never to this extent. How can you claim all the credit? If you're so capable, why not come and break this dream yourself? Come on, let us see if she dares to respond. We gathered the strength of so many people and could not completely breach it. How could she, a mere chi refinement stage practitioner, accomplish such a feat? Ridiculous. Wait, how did a chi refinement practitioner even enter? I recall that the minimum cultivation requirement for entering the illusory dream secret realm is foundation establishment. How did she manage to slip in? Must have taken the back door, or perhaps she occupied the spot of some poor disciple. I detest such people the most, sitting on the latrine without doing their business. Li Wanji trembled with anger, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to engage in a fierce battle. Ye Wanwan stepped in front of Li Wanji and the others, her voice cold. If you can open this thing, will you acknowledge that I broke the dream? Let us see if you can open it first. Ye Wanwan shot a glance at Ji Changhuai, clarifying, if I succeed in opening it, each of you will slap yourselves 10 times, kneel, and bow 3 times. Saying 3 times, Aunt, I was wrong, and then I shall forgive you. What say you? The crowd inhaled deeply, taken aback by her audacity. Ye Wanyuan's piercing gaze swept across them, causing Wang Niu's heart to tremble, rendering him momentarily speechless. Ye Wanyuan declared, should I accept or decline? If you lack the courage to respond affirmatively, then you must apologize to my senior sister and brother. Her eyes, imbued with an almost magical quality, traversed each individual, sending a shiver through the heart of anyone who met her gaze. For it is your dreams that I have unraveled. I am your savior, worthy of your reverence. Just as Ji Changhuai was about to speak, Ye Wanyuan shot him a cold look, adding, and you too, though I have no desire to rescue you. The crowd was left exasperated. Fang Hian remarked. Goodness, my little junior sister's verbal prowess is formidable. Li Wanji exclaimed, I wish to learn. Bai Jian added, truly, she is my exceptional junior sister. Chapter 59. This time it's different. She has support now. Should I, or shouldn't I? Ye Wanwan inquired once more. The group appeared irate. Wang Niu was infuriated. What is there to fear? If you truly unravel the truth, I shall kneel and call you any 3 times. Not just 3. I could do it 10 times. Indeed, with so many of us, why should we fear a mere qi refinement practitioner? As the crowd's emotions escalated, Ji Changhuai furrowed his brow. Everyone, let us remain calm. Ji Gongzi, spare us your advice. Today, we must teach this insufferable girl a lesson about the dangers of the world. What are you pretending for? If you possess such prowess, why do we not see you act earlier? Gaining entry to the Yinshan cave was merely because you outpaced Ji Gongzi. Otherwise, do you truly think you're qualified? Ye Wanwan chuckled coldly. Indeed, I am. Without glancing at the others, she directed her gaze at Ji Changhuai. Am I not correct, Ji Gongzi? The wager regarding the Yinshan cave, was it not you who lost? The crowd erupted in further outrage. You insolent girl, do not overreach. How could Ji Gongzi possibly lose? A sharp reprimand from Ji Changhuai silenced the forest, causing everyone to instinctively hush. He stared blankly at Ye Wanwan, momentarily stunned. Ye Wanwan articulated slowly, do you concede? Ji Changhuai's lips quivered, words lingering at the cusp of his mouth, yet he could not articulate them. Had he truly lost? It seemed so, but to lose to an obscure girl, what did that say about his years of arduous training? Ji Changhuai trembled slightly. No, he would not accept defeat. His master would never permit him to lose. Doubt crept into his mind. Ye Wanwan noticed, and this was precisely her intention, to shatter Ji Changhuai's resolve. The very purpose of her wager. Winning against him once would be her first strike in return. The 7 strikes she would forever remember. Ji Changhuai. Ye Wanwan called out again, her tone subtly infused with a trace of spiritual power, unnoticed by anyone else. The others, observing Ji Changhuai's silence, grew anxious. Ji Gongzi, do speak. You won. She merely exploited a loophole to enter. Cold sweat began to bead down Ji Changhuai's back. He yearned to flee. Yet, the situation did not allow for escape. At that moment, a voice, almost celestial to him, rang out. How could my senior brother ever lose? No one has ever bested him in the realm of formations. The one who lost must surely be you. A delicate voice emerged from the thicket, revealing Yi Qian and Doming. Ji Changhuai was momentarily taken aback, nearly crying out in joy. Little junior sister. Upon closer inspection, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yes, he will not lose. Yi Qian smiled, stepping forward, yet she did not spare a glance at Ye Wanwan. Doming, however, cast a hostile glare at Ye Wanwan. How dare you challenge my senior brother? What an audacious little thing. Ye Wanwan lowered her gaze, a soft laugh escaping her lips. Very well, quite splendid. I wish to eliminate all. Perhaps it was the overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from the young girl that alerted Fang Hian and Li Wanji. Their gazes turning icy as one instinctively reached for his belt while the other grasped the hilt of his sword, both positioning themselves protectively before Ye Wanwan. However, Bai Jian was quicker, stepping beside the girl and taking her hand as the great power sword unsheathed silently with a resonant sound. Bai Jian, with one hand firmly gripping the blade, pointed it at Doming, his displeasure palpable. Doming's expression shifted subtly. He was in the late stage of the golden core. Ye Wanwan turned her head in astonishment towards Bai Jian, whose clear eyes met hers, and he whispered gently, Who do you wish to strike? Just tell me, and I shall assist you. Fang Hian added, Junior sister, as long as you speak, your senior brother will support you. Li Wanji shouted loudly, I am most irritated by those who rely solely on their words without any real skill. Their mouths alone can suffocate the spiritual herbs within a 10-mile radius. Doming's face darkened. Who are you referring to as foul-mouthed? Li Wanji retorted with a cold smile. Whoever fits the description. Listening to their banter, Ye Wanwan's eyes curved in delight, unable to suppress her laughter, which softened her brows and warmed her previously frozen heart. Seeing her ease, the 3 felt a sense of relief. Fang Hian whispered, "Do not fear. Your senior brother will shield you. If they dare to bully you, I will poison them. Even if we cannot prevail, our junior uncle and third master will surely protect us." He did not voice the thought that if even they could not succeed, they would simply summon more help. With the entire sect behind them, they were confident they would prevail. Li Wanji declared proudly indeed. Bai Jian nodded in agreement. The four seemed to form a small circle, isolating themselves from everyone else, not through the actions of others, but through their own deliberate separation. An unexpected surge of courage blossomed within Ye Wanwan, unlike any she had felt before. This time, she had a solid backing. Resolute in her refusal to concede, she decided to showcase her true abilities. The gamble between Yinshan Cave and the present moment merged. If she could unlock the dream, her gaze swept across the crowd, including Yi Qian, whose complexion paled upon seeing her. Ye Wanwan's voice rang out with authority. "Remember this. All of you, each of you must bow 3 times to us 4, slap yourselves 10 times, and call us Annie thrice." Li Wanji added, "And my lord." Ye Wanwan echoed, "And my lord." Fang Hian and Li Wanji nodded vigorously. Without waiting for further words from others, the young girl summoned the heart-questioning sword, which trembled in midair and under her directive. It soared forth. "Go." The heart-questioning sword lunged towards the gray vortex. The vortex quivered slightly, but remained unchanged. Those who had initially been tense, including Wang Niu and his companions, erupted into raucous laughter. Is this her skill? I expected her to be formidable. Yet, deep within the sword's trajectory, a blue light burst forth, and in a mere moment, countless glimmers danced at the sword's tip. As the sword's power intensified, a golden light erupted forth. Boom! Countless blue lights detonated, scattering in midair, revealing threads that writhed like living creatures. All present turned pale. This was everyone's dream threads. The crowd gasped in astonishment. "Hurry, seize those things. Their essence is concealed within. Once it dissipates, it will be irrevocable." The urgency in their voices was palpable. Even Do Ming and Yi Qian hastened forward, eager to retrieve the dream threads. Yet despite their fervent efforts, those threads eluded capture, refusing to return to their rightful places. Wang Niu's eyes widened with fury as he charged toward Ye Wanwan, exclaiming, "You intend to bring about their demise, you wretched girl." The anger among the others was equally intense. However, the girl cast a frigid glance at them, raised her hand to form a gesture, and murmured softly, "Return." In an instant, all watched as the scattered dream threads, akin to wayward spirits, returned to the foreheads of Li Yun and the others. With a swift whoosh, countless dream threads resumed their positions. The slumbering souls within the secret realm opened their eyes, awakening with deep breaths and a surge of vitality that left everyone momentarily stunned. Wang Niu, who had been advancing towards Ye Wanwan, halted abruptly, disbelief etched across his face. They were awake, every single one of them. Chapter 60. Those who harm our senior sister shall perish. The atmosphere was momentarily hushed, as if time itself had come to a standstill. It was the sudden, violent cough of Li Yun that roused everyone from their reverie. Wang Niu's younger brother stood beside Li Yun, rushing towards them to check on his sibling's condition. "Are you all right?" he inquired anxiously. Wang Ma looked bewilderedly at his brother. "What happened?" "I'm fine. I merely had a dream," Wang Niu replied, his eyes red with emotion as he patted his brother's back reassuringly. "It's a relief that you're okay." Among the crowd, some were elated, others incredulous, while a few wore expressions of embarrassment and concern. Only Li Wanji stepped forward, his stature commanding and his spirit unwavering. He raised his voice, declaring, "Esteemed guests, the time has come to fulfill our wager." To ensure his words resonated, he elongated his tone, his voice echoing throughout the forest. For a moment, silence enveloped the gathering. Yet, Li Wanji produced 2 grand armchairs from his bag, placing them behind Ye Wanwan and Bai Jian, saying, "Senior sister, junior sister, please take a seat." Ye Wanwan and Bai Jian sat gracefully, leaving the onlookers speechless. Li Wanji and Fang Hian then moved to the side, addressing the crowd, "Now kneel." The scene resembled a solemn homage, and expressions of frustration and disbelief flickered across the faces of the assembly. "Just awakened," Li Yun remained oblivious to the happenings, but sensed the tension. Could someone please enlighten me on what transpired? Words failed the others. Yet Wang Yo stepped away from his brother and strode towards Ye Wanwan and Bai Jian. Li Wanji and Fang Hian watched intently, ready to act should he dare to provoke them. However, the towering figure of Wang Yo suddenly knelt before Ye Wanwan, his forehead hitting the ground with a resounding thud. Wang Yo, concede and accept my defeat. Ancestors, I acknowledge my errors. Fang Hian scoffed, while Li Wanji, with a teasing tone, asked, And what exactly did you err in? I erred in lacking discernment. I erred in failing to recognize greatness. I erred in underestimating you. Wang Yo glanced at their attire, seemingly trying to ascertain their sect. Fang Hian interjected, Tianyi sect. Wang Yo promptly acknowledged, raising his voice, I erred in underestimating the Tianyi sect. From now on, whenever I see you, I shall humbly recognize my position. 3 resounding knocks followed. Then came a series of sharp slaps. By the 5th strike, Ye Wanwan calmly stated, Since you have demonstrated a sincere attitude of repentance, let us settle for half. 5 slaps shall suffice. Wang Yo expressed his gratitude while maintaining an air of honesty, devoid of any ulterior motives. Ye Wanwan and Fang Hian discerned his bravery lacked cunning, yet his heart was not malicious. Not bad, indeed. After Wang Yo had completed his penance, the attention shifted to the remaining individuals. Ye Wanwan and Li Wanji surveyed the faces of those who had previously been vociferous in their insults. Now, not a single one dared to utter a word. Others indeed felt awkward, yet with brother Wang Yo paving the way, the rest had no choice but to concede one by one. In a mere moment, the majority had already fulfilled their wagers. Although the sound of slapping faces was not as crisp as one might expect, Li Wanji still wished to roll up his sleeves and join in. But Fang Hian restrained him, suggesting it was best not to provoke them too severely, lest they conspire against us later. Li Wanji had to relent, albeit with a tinge of regret, for he had yet to experience the sensation of smiting another's face. He resolved to try it next time. Fang Hian observed that while most were willing to gamble and accept defeat, a small faction stubbornly resisted. They frantically sought excuses, ultimately pointing out the still intact entrance to the dream realm above, proclaiming, We agreed to break the dream. Since the entrance remains, this does not count as a loss. Indeed, they insisted it was not a loss. Li Wanji and his companion scoffed. Ye Wanwan remarked coolly, How utterly tedious. Bai Jian concurred, It is indeed quite dull. They watched a crowd kneeling for an extended period, utterly oblivious to one another's identities. Ye Wanwan tilted her head towards Bai Jian, smiling as she suggested, Since senior sister finds it uninteresting, shall we take our leave? Agreed. The two rose, with Li Wanji and Fang Hian quickly following suit, collecting their chairs as well. After all, this was something he had filched from the inn to present as filial offerings to his master and uncle. Naturally, they would take it with them. Otherwise, it would benefit these people. As the 4 departed, Ye Wanwan and Li Wanji's gazes lingered pointedly on those obstinate individuals, their eyes unmistakably conveying a message. Remember these faces for future reckoning. A sense of unease washed over the crowd, but seeing Ji Changhuai and his companions still standing, their anxiety diminished. Doming had endured for long enough. He tried to remind himself not to stoop to their level. Yet when Yi Wanchuan's mocking gaze fell upon him, he could no longer contain himself. Stop right there. Ye Wanwan and Li Wanji turned in unison, their eyes bright and unwavering, radiating eagerness rather than concern. Li Wanji thought to himself that he had been searching for an excuse to unleash his frustrations. Just then, a blue-golden aura spiraled down from above, gracefully fluttering towards Ye Wanwan, landing before her. She was momentarily taken aback, but soon perceived the scornful visage of the dream spirit, its features indistinct. However, the expressions of the others shifted drastically. Companion spirit, Do Ming and Yi Qian paled, recognizing it as the spirit of the secret realm. Possessing it would grant unparalleled access throughout the entire domain, even the ability to absorb the entire realm. Even Ji Changhuai was momentarily stunned, but in the next instant, Do Ming and Yi Qian reacted in unison. Seize it. Without hesitation, The two charged forward, hoping to claim it before Li Yun and the others could respond. Ye Wanwan raised an eyebrow, preparing to draw her sword and strike. However, a colossal sword swept through the air, and Bai Jian suddenly appeared before Ye Wanwan, wielding a sword towering to her height. With a swing as formidable as a mountain, she brought it crashing down upon Dong Ming. Dong Ming attempted to evade, but escape was impossible. His breath was ensnared. Boom! Bai Jian forcefully slammed the opponent into the ground, plunging them over 10 feet deep, leaving them unable to rise. He then turned his gaze towards Yi Qian, casting a merciless glance in her direction. However, from behind Yi Qian, a palm emerged, wielded by Ji Chonghuai, infused with immense spiritual energy, countering the sword aura of Bai Jian. Focus, Ji Chonghuai commanded, prompting Yi Qian to channel her energy. The sword aura surged forth as she unleashed a powerful strike. The clash produced a tremendous impact, causing everyone present to stagger backward. The collision between the late Golden Core stage and the perfected Golden Core stage resulted in a deep pit forming beneath their feet, further burying Dong Ming beside them. Yet, neither side yielded. They remained evenly matched, a stalemate. The crowd was astonished, with some exclaiming, "What do you mean stalemate?" That woman launched a sneak attack, while young Master Ji responded at the last moment. Of course, he would be slower to react. How can that be considered equal? It was evident to all that this was merely flattery directed towards Ji Chonghuai, yet no one dared to interject, not even Li Yun, who had always praised him. For everyone understood that Bai Jian was alone, while Ji Chonghuai and Yi Qian fought as a duo. 1 against 2, and still a draw. The woman possessed formidable strength and exceptional talent. However, it seemed she would soon falter. Observing the situation, it was clear that Ji Chonghuai's cultivation level surpassed that of Bai Jian, and with Yi Qian's assistance, Bai Jian was now retreating 1 step, 2 steps. Yet, just as Bai Jian prepared to take a 3rd step back, 2 figures approached silently, one descending from the realm of dreams, the other advancing from behind Bai Jian towards Ji Chonghuai. Ji Chonghuai sensed a terrifying killing intent. Something was amiss. The threat of death compelled him to retract his hand without hesitation, swiftly retreating with Yi Qian. In the spot they vacated, 2 figures emerged, Ye Wanwan and Shun Nanzhou. The killing intent gleaming in their eyes was identical. Those who harm our senior sister shall perish. Chapter 61. Always one more than her Ji Chonghuai, relying on his innate intuition, narrowly evaded a lethal strike. However, upon recognizing the 2 individuals before him, his gaze darkened. It was her again. As Yi Qian retreated, she caught sight of Ye Wanwan, her expression subtly shifting. Yet, she was adept at concealing her emotions, though she couldn't help but notice Ji Chonghuai's demeanor towards him. Upon realizing the intensity of Ji Chonghuai's gaze fixed on Ye Wanwan, Yi Qian felt her heart skip a beat. Had he not noticed? She was not the junior sister. Yet, Ji Chonghuai seemed to be aware of Yi Qian's thoughts and suddenly uttered, "This junior sister." The instinctive reference made Yi Qian feel somewhat uncomfortable. Ji Chonghuai gritted his teeth in disdain, stating the junior sister would never be as cold-blooded and ruthless as she is. They may share similar features, but their temperaments are worlds apart. She nearly jeopardized my resolve. This woman harbors a heart that deserves punishment. Senior brother, but she bears such a striking resemblance to senior sister. Should we show her mercy? Perhaps there is a connection between them. Yi Qian bit her lip, her brow furrowed with concern, seemingly genuinely reluctant to act. Ji Chonghuai scoffed, "They're not the same person. Why should we show mercy? If they seek our lives, we need not hold back." Yi Qian replied, "Indeed. Regardless of the circumstances, it is best to eliminate them swiftly. This way, should that person return, it will not jeopardize her current standing within the sect." Ever since the incident at Xuanbing Cliff, their master had not seen her for a long time, and coupled with her currently unstable realm, Yi Qian wished to avoid any unforeseen complications. As they spoke, Yi Qian gathered her strength for a decisive strike, preparing for combat. Ye Wanwan was equally resolute as the 2 rushed towards each other. Their encounter was a contest of martial prowess. Ye Wanwan had overheard their conversation, yet none of their words stirred any emotion within her. It was entirely irrelevant now. In the past, such remarks would have pained her, But now, she dismissed them. The situation progressed rapidly. Fang Hian and Li Wanji quickly reacted, rushing forward to assess Bai Jian's condition. Upon confirming her safety, they turned their anxious gazes towards Ye Wanwan. Li Wanji muttered curses under his breath at those wretched individuals. They dared to speak of the junior sister before them, likely having bullied her previously. The three of them glared at Ji Chonghuai, their eyes ablaze with fury. Ye Wanwan exchanged blows with Yi Qian, being forced back 2 steps. Some found it incomprehensible that a Qi refinement stage practitioner could engage in combat with a golden core stage opponent. Truly madness. A mist of water gathered around Ye Wanwan's palms, resembling a soft, fluffy cloud, yet veiling a lethal force within. Bai Jian attempted to step forward, saying, "I will handle this." However, both Ye Wanwan and Shun Nanzhou interjected simultaneously. "Senior sister, there is no need." Bai Jian, Fang Hian, and Li Wanji. When did these two become so in sync? Ji Chonghuai sneered. "Do you truly wish to fight?" Ye Wanwan chuckled softly. "Are you afraid?" As her voice fell, the young girl raised her hand and struck out, sending a torrent of mist swirling toward Ji Chonghuai and Yi Qian, more specifically toward their eyes. While the water column possessed formidable attacking power, the more ethereal mist infiltrated every crevice. Thus, Ye Wanwan wielded not a water column, but mist. Ji Chonghuai smirked, unperturbed. For his junior sister, Yi Qian also possessed water affinity and was of the highest caliber. Yi Qian quickly conjured her own mist, intending to humiliate Ye Wanwan in kind. Yet none anticipated that their opposing forces would collide, with Ye Wanwan emerging superior. A gasp erupted from the crowd. She was not at the Qi refinement stage. Ye Wanwan chuckled softly. "When did I ever claim to be at the Qi refinement stage?" The aura surrounding her surged, breaking through the Qi refinement realm and swiftly ascending to the Foundation establishment stage. She surged into the Golden Core stage. Early Golden Core. Li Yun and the others were utterly astonished. Countless thoughts raced through their minds. How had she concealed her cultivation? Was it through a spiritual artifact? But which sect could afford such extravagant treasures to cloak a disciple as presents? Was Tianyi sect truly that affluent? Yi Qian bit her lip. If she was not at the Qi refinement stage, then it was reasonable for her to withstand Yi Qian's attacks. But how could she possibly surpass her? Her golden core was originally Ye Wanwan's. It was of heavenly quality, superior even to the finest. Why then did she lose? Having suffered an initial defeat, Yi Qian seized the opportunity to retaliate against Ye Wanwan. She refrained from using mist again and summoned her treasured artifact, the illusory water divine string. Swiftly, she drew back her bow, conjuring arrows that incessantly shot toward Ye Wanwan. Simultaneously, she summoned a protective water barrier with her left hand, widening the distance between herself and Ye Wanwan. The crowd erupted in cheers. Truly, she was the foremost prodigy of Qingyun Peak. This combination of arrow formation and barrier creation, with one hand for defense and the other for offense, was a feat only she could accomplish. The faces of those present with water affinity grew dim. Not only that, but even in their own estimation, they could not reach the level of Yi Qian's arrow formation. 3 arrows in one breath, effortlessly. 3 streams of water arrows pierced through the air, yet Ye Wanwan evaded them with grace. Hearing the discussions around her and witnessing the growing pride in Yi Qian's eyes, Ye Wanwan chuckled softly. Was that all they had? She lifted her hand, and a spirit bow, composed entirely of pure water elements, materialized in her grasp. At that moment, it was clear to all that she intended to return the attack in kind. My goodness, was this a thrilling game? Yi Qian was already at the mid-golden core stage, while she, at the early golden core stage, dared to act so boldly. Was she genuinely confident or merely arrogant? The spectators were uncertain. Yet, as Ye Wanwan drew her spirit bow, for arrows coalesced upon it in an instant. No, wait. 5. She released the string and then drew back once more. The crowd realized that this time, a 5th arrow had manifested. They stood in stunned silence. The onlookers were bewildered. A cacophony of astonishment erupted. What on earth? All the cultivators with water affinity were beside themselves. How could she, wielding a longbow formed from spiritual power, shoot 5 water arrows? Who is she? Someone tell me. Who is she? While others may remain oblivious, the water system cultivators perceive the truth with clarity. Yi Qian's ability to release 3 arrows is attributed to the formidable power of the illusory water divine bow. It is widely acknowledged that this exquisite spiritual artifact was crafted by Master Yin Dingdao from the illusory water bow sourced from the extreme southern waters. Its prowess only surpassed by divine weapons. Yet, if Ye Wanwan can effortlessly conjure a spiritual bow that exhibits similar effects, what significance does the illusory water divine bow hold? It is certainly not a matter of inferiority. Thus, there exists but one possibility. Yi Qian has failed to unleash the true potential of this treasure. With her eyes reddening, Yi Qian swiftly retaliated, and the 2 archers unleashed a flurry of arrows, each one clashing mid-air and erupting with potent water elements. However, Ye Wanwan consistently managed to release 1 more arrow than Yi Qian, with each arrow landing upon her water ring, never falling short. Initially, the onlookers were puzzled, but as the discerning observers noted, they realized that Ye Wanwan's water arrows consistently struck the same target. As the 5th arrow was released, Ye Wanwan calmly declared, "You have lost." While the others remained bewildered, Ji Changhuai, Bai Jian, and Fang Hian discerned the truth. Yi Qian's water ring had been breached. Her defenses could not withstand the onslaught. "I have not lost," Yi Qian shouted defiantly, summoning 7 arrows in a single breath and frantically shooting them towards Ye Wanwan. Yet, Ye Wanwan maintained her composure, drawing her bow with effortless grace and conjuring 8 arrows instead. Forever, she would always have 1 more arrow than Yi Qian. Chapter 62. The first genius of the Supreme Sect's Qingyun Peak. Remember this name. Your objective is to surpass her. Surpass her. If you cannot, then you are not my daughter. Yi Kanjing's stern voice echoed repeatedly in Yi Qian's ears, each word resonating from the moment she learned to read as a child. There was but one name and one goal she recognized: to become a genius and to surpass Ye Wanwan. Everyone knew that Qingyun Peak boasted a prodigy who entered the Qi refinement stage at the tender age of 8. In just 2 short years of mentorship, she astonished countless cultivators, becoming the youngest practitioner at this stage. Many longed to witness her brilliance. Yet, Qingyun Peak safeguarded her meticulously. Both the Peak's master and her senior brother spoke of this little junior sister with boundless admiration. When 8-year-old Yi Qian arrived at the Supreme Sect, every mention of Qingyun Peak's little junior sister was met with pride and delight. "That is our little junior sister. You cannot fathom her charm. She is both a genius and well-mannered, remarkably considerate and kind, devoid of any airs of superiority." Indeed, during a recent reward ceremony, the sect leader bestowed upon her a Qi nourishing pill, which she selflessly gifted to an injured senior brother, with whom she had little connection. Upon encountering him alone and wounded at the foot of the mountain, she inquired about his plight, learned he had been grievously injured by a savage beast and punished by his master, and then pleaded on his behalf, offering him the pill to aid his recovery. How could such a splendid little junior sister exist? As praises flooded her ears, Yi Qian comprehended her father's profound intention for her to surpass this individual. She yearned to become the genius spoken of by all, to be the beloved little junior sister admired by everyone. Thus, she toiled relentlessly, strategizing step by step, ultimately gaining entry to Qingyun Peak and drawing closer to this girl, addressing her as senior sister to bridge their distance. True to the words of those around her, this girl welcomed her with open arms and an innocent heart. Gradually, Yi Qian began to uncover the troubled secret of this genius. After breaking through to the golden core stage, Ye Wanwan's cultivation stagnated. This presented Yi Qian with her opportunity. She could surpass her. However, Yi Qian never anticipated her own failure to condense the Dan. In her moment of despair, her gaze shifted to Ye Wanwan. In a competition through cunning, she obtained Ye Wanwan's golden core. Yet, Yi Qian would forever remember the day Ye Wanwan's golden core was extracted, watching as she stated, "You will never win against me. Never. Just one step away. Always just one step away." The additional bow and arrow before her mirrored Ye Wanwan's gaze on that fateful day, calm, serene, devoid of resentment. It seemed she harbored little emotion regarding the extraction of her golden core. Yi Qian thought that time would allow matters to fade, but unexpectedly, 2 days later, news arrived of Ye Wanwan voluntarily relinquishing her cultivation. She could not comprehend it, just as she struggled to understand the girl before her. Why? Why must she humiliate her so? Yi Qian's eyes gradually turned crimson, and she disregarded everything as she once again knocked an arrow. This time, however, she shattered the record, achieving the same feat as Ye Wanwan with her 8th arrow. Yet, it was evident to all that she was merely holding on by a thread, as her body trembled and blood began to trickle from her nostrils. Ji Changhuai was momentarily stunned. Do Ming, who had just crawled out of the pit, exclaimed, "Senior brother, you must stop her. Junior sister, her golden core is unstable. Her realm has yet to fully solidify. The injuries from her last seclusion have not completely healed. She cannot unleash the true power of the illusory water divine string. If this continues, a calamity will ensue." Ji Changhuai, jolted by Do Ming's warning, rushed forward to intervene with Yi Qian, but his method of stopping her was to charge towards Ye Wanwan. Only by halting this individual could his junior sister avoid succumbing to madness. For all to see, Ye Wanwan was astonishingly preparing her 9th arrow. She bore no bottleneck, not even a limit. Such a terrifying talent was unprecedented in their experience. No, Ji Changhuai had encountered it before in his previous junior sister. The image of Ye Wanwan flashed in Ji Changhuai's mind. The girl in white always sat atop Qinyan Peak, smiling as she turned back and said, "Senior brother, I am in the midst of enlightenment." Ji Changhuai's eyes reddened, yet his movements did not falter in the slightest. As Ji Changhuai made his move, it appeared to last an eternity, but in reality, it was merely a fleeting moment. After all, he was at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. When Bai Jian raised a sword to block, he was preemptively intercepted by Do Ming. In that brief instant, Ji Changhuai's palm had already struck towards Ye Wanwan, shattering her spiritual bow. The girl's expression remained serene, seemingly unfazed, as if she had been anticipating this day. Ji Changhuai felt a pang of anxiety. Something was amiss. The girl was too composed. Was there a trap? At that moment, a hand reached out from the side, pulling the girl aside and intercepting Ji Changhuai's lethal blow with a palm-to-palm counter. Bang! The colossal clash of spiritual power sent both parties flying. Ji Changhuai staggered backward 7 or 8 steps, while the other party was propelled dozens of meters away. The difference between being prepared and hastily responding was stark, not to mention the inherent gap in their realms. Shen Nanzhou, with Ye Wanwan in tow, hurtled into the forest, crashing through 3 or 4 trees. Yet as he collided with the trunks, he shielded Ye Wanwan with his back. Ye Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. The stars Zephyr and Dream Spirit, which had been poised to strike in her arms, lamented, "With you doing this, we have no chance to showcase our abilities." Junior sister, Li Wanji and Fong Hian, rushed into the woods, their voices hoarse with urgency. Bai Jian was equally frantic. The 3 of them charged into the forest, locating Shen Nanzhou and Ye Wanwan. They watched as Shen Nanzhou half rose, spitting a mouthful of blood, and Fong Hian nearly lost his mind in anger. Li Wanji's eyes reddened as he cursed, "These scoundrels, these scoundrels!" As he spoke, he slapped himself hard. "When I return, I will cultivate diligently. I will not be lazy." Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. Fong Hian rummaged through the medicine bags, and after much effort, he finally discovered a usable vial. "Quick, take it. Little junior sister, you must also take it. This one is non-toxic." Ye Wanwan and Shen Nanzhou were forcibly administered the elixir, and by the time they regained their senses, Bai Jian had already drawn her sword, advancing step by step towards Ji Changhuai. The aura surrounding her was imbued with spiritual energy, yet it radiated an extraordinary purity. As she lifted her gaze to Ji Changhuai, she unleashed a powerful strike with her sword, exclaiming, "Get lost!" The sword chi surged across the sky, nearly tearing the heavens apart, ferociously slashing towards Ji Changhuai. In that singular assault, even Ji Changhuai, at the peak of the Golden Core stage, found his feet sinking deeply into the ground. PFF. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet, the sword chi remained unyielding. Upon witnessing this, Ye Wanwan and Shun Nanzhou immediately sensed the gravity of the situation, and even the others were taken aback. This was a strike from the long sky. It transcended the golden core stage, belonging to the realm of the nascent soul. Crack! It seemed as though something high above had shattered. The secret realm could not withstand Bai Jian's formidable blow. Chapter 63. The mutated with spirit root, the illusory dream secret realm had become unstable due to the collapse of two accompanying spirit spaces, one shattered by Ye Wanwan, and the other by Shun Nanzhou. Now, with Bai Jian's sword strike, the final support was torn asunder. Everyone heard the sound and witnessed the widening rift in the sky, as darkness loomed, swallowing the light and plunging the surroundings into an ever-deepening gloom. Yet, the sword light remained resplendent. Bai Jian, as eyes betrayed, no sign of retreat. A singular thought consumed her. Those who bullied her junior sister deserved to be punished, obliterated. Her resolve grew ever stronger. At that moment, the sword energy continued to accumulate, leaving everyone in astonishment. Thud Ji Changhuai could no longer endure. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The ferocity of Bai Jian's unleashed sword energy was overwhelming. At that instant, it seemed as though it was Bai Jian who embodied the pinnacle of the golden core stage, surpassing even that, reaching the power of the nascent soul. Boom! Ji Changhuai could no longer withstand the onslaught. The sword energy erupted, driving him into the earth. Dou Ming and Yi Qian were taken aback, both exclaiming in horror, "Senior brother!" Dou Ming shouted, "Earth Spirit Shield!" The ground trembled as spiritual energy surged around Ji Changhuai, erecting a formidable defense. Dou Ming rushed to Ji Changhuai's side, shielding him with all his might. Yi Qian, awakening from her stubbornness, drew her bow and aimed at Bai Jian. Whoosh! 7 arrows were loosed. Li Wanji picked up a stone, cursing under his breath. He infused the stone with spiritual energy, targeting the arrows with precision. But he only managed to shatter 3. Seeing this, Fang Hian charged forward, and to his astonishment, trees began to sprout around him. Fall! Countless trees erupted from the earth, forming a barrier of thorny growths, their surfaces laced with purple venom. In mere moments, the surrounding flora withered drastically. Even the water arrows aimed at Bai Jian were entirely corroded. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Wood attribute spiritual root. It was a mutated wood attribute. Poisoned. How shocking. No one anticipated that the seemingly pristine Fang Hian wielded such peculiar powers. The trees he summoned resembled grotesque tree demons, clad in light purple poison, bristling with thorns, and brandishing their limbs menacingly. The contrast with his own demeanor was striking. Fang Hian stood protectively beside Li Wanji and Bai Jian, his expression stern. He preferred not to display his abilities publicly, but if anyone dared to bully them, it did not imply that he was a pushover. He typically refrained from using his power due to its extensive range, which was difficult for him to control. But now he cast aside such concerns. Ye Wanwan had risen, casting a perplexed gaze at Shun Nanzhou. Her expression was one of unutterable complexity. Why had he intervened? She had a way to make Ji Changhuai suffer. Shun Nanzhou remained seated, looking up at Ye Wanwan, and chuckled softly because I care for my senior sister. Ye Wanwan. Her expression grew even more complicated. Junior brother, do you really wish to proceed in this manner? The relationship between the two of them does not warrant such words. Such remarks only serve to make her feel that Shun Nanzhou is being sardonic. Observing Ye Wanwan's expression, Shun Nanzhou noticed she was not joking. Her smile gradually faded, and her gaze deepened momentarily. He turned his head slightly and murmured, "I thought I was dreaming." Ye Wanwan, suddenly enlightened, understood. It seemed the after-effects of the new dream were indeed potent. She extended her hand. Shun Nanzhou frowned, questioning her intentions. "Get up," Ye Wanwan said softly. "We can't just sit here. Our senior sister is avenging us." Shun Nanzhou glanced at Ye Wanwan's hand and ultimately chose to rise, supporting himself against a tree. Observing this, Ye Wanwan withdrew her hand and walked away. Just as Shun Nanzhou wiped his hands and was about to extend them, he grasped at empty air. How heartless! Ji Changhuai was severely injured, while Bai Jian was exhausted from unleashing a powerful sword aura. the two were equally matched in their defeat. Though Ji Changhuai bore the heavier wounds, the sky had turned half dark, the entire secret realm divided between night and day. The place they occupied was a fractured black, an impenetrable darkness. Ye Wanwan swiftly reached Bai Jian's side, channeling her spiritual energy. "Senior sister, are you all right?" Bai Jian nodded, replying, "I'm fine, just a bit hungry." Although she had brought ample provisions, the expectation of staying for a month compelled her to ration her food carefully over the days. She had never felt satiated. Ye Wanwan laughed softly at her words, assuring her, "We'll find a place to eat soon. I brought plenty of provisions as well." Bai Jian smiled brightly, nodding vigorously. "All right, let's hurry. This secret realm is collapsing." Bai Jian's sword had torn through half the space, and the encroaching darkness above alarmed Li Yun and Wang Niu, prompting them to flee without a second thought. Panic ensued, with everyone scrambling for safety. Ye Wanwan offered to carry Bai Jian, but Bai Jian shook her head. "Junior sister, I'm fine. I can walk on my own." Ye Wanwan, however, did not allow her to refuse, lifting her onto her back. Li Wanji declared, "I will command the sword." Fang Hian interjected, "We cannot fly. The upper space is unstable. Using sword flight now would draw us into the turbulence. We must run on foot." Ye Wanwan, upon hearing this, waved her hand and conjured 4 swift movement talismans, infusing them with spiritual light that attached to the feet of the 4 of them, including Shen Nanzhou. "Let us go." The 4 felt an unexpected lightness beneath their feet, and Li Wanji stepped forward, covering dozens of steps in an instant. He was astonished. This is even faster than the swift wind technique. Ye Wanwan, carrying Bai Jian, hurried to catch up, the duration lasting only as long as a stick of incense. "Stay close to me," she instructed, taking the lead. She did not glance back at Ji Changhuai or Yi Qian. Li Wanji felt a surge of indignation. They should not have let them escape. Fang Hian, however, recognized the gravity of the situation, though they were not afraid of confrontation. Engaging in battle would consume too much time. If the secret realm collapsed, they would all be in peril. It was unnecessary to risk their lives for a few individuals. After a brief pause, Fang Hian said, "Do not be upset. I have left them some remnants." Li Wanji's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What remnants?" "Valuable remnants." Fang Hian replied with a sly smile. Li Wanji understood that it must be poison. Shen Nanzhou cast a deep glance at Fang Hian, his eyes tinged with a hint of red. Fang Hian seemed to sense this and turned to him, saying, "Little junior brother, your senior brother will remember to avenge you." Shen Nanzhou pressed his lips together and suddenly quickened his pace, surpassing the 2 of them. "You should take care of yourself first." Fang Hian scratched his head, puzzled by Shen Nanzhou's sudden anger. Li Wanji rolled his eyes. He had initially wanted to tease Shen Nanzhou, but reconsidered, acknowledging that he had defended the little junior sister from a blow. Perhaps it was simply a matter of a bad temper. Yet, at least he was not a bad person. Indeed, anyone who protects the little junior sister is a good person. Meanwhile, in the forest where Ye Wanwan and the others had departed, the creeping poison seeped into the earth, slowly climbing up Do Ming's earthen wall. Do Ming felt as if his spiritual energy was being eroded. His complexion turned pale, yet he persevered to excavate Ji Changhuai from the pit. Yi Qian ran over, crying, "Senior brother, 3rd senior brother." Seeing their plight only intensified her tears. She had never witnessed them so gravely injured before. Never. Chapter 64. The Channy sect is not to be provoked. Ji Changhuai lay on the brink of death, his breath shallow, yet the spiritual energy within him was inexplicably dissipating. Yi Qian was all too familiar with this scenario. It was a sign of cultivation depletion. His essence had been severely wounded. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Ji Changhuai had already reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Had he not accompanied her in search of the fruit of enlightenment, he would have been in seclusion on Qingyun Peak, striving to break through to the nascent soul stage. It was for her desire to venture out that he had come along. But now, what to do? Yi Qian's sobs shattered the silence. Glancing at Do Ming, she noted his injuries as well. His once robust earth spiritual energy was now unstable, and even the earthen barrier shielding them from the toxic miasma was crumbling. As the noxious fog threatened to engulf them, Yi Qian, amidst her tears, desperately pulled them both up. She summoned a flying talisman, hoisting them into the air. Daring not to ascend too high, she kept to a lower altitude. Yet, even then, the usually steady talisman trembled, a clear indication of the elemental instability surrounding them. But Yi Qian could not afford a pause. This forest was thoroughly tainted by the poisonous trees. Any contact with that vile substance would result in other trees being assimilated, transforming into new sources of toxicity that would relentlessly erode them, impervious even to spiritual power. They had never encountered such a potent poison before, not ever. But the instigator, Fang Hian, had already fled. As Yi Qian wiped her tears and glanced back at Ji Chonghuai and Dou Ming lying on the talisman, a profound sense of dread consumed her. What should she do? Dou Ming, sensing her fear, spoke hoarsely. Junior sister, crush the communication jade tablet and summon help. Yi Qian cried, Master will surely be furious. Dou Ming shook his head and replied, Master will not abandon us. If we wish to survive, we must call for assistance. But when we left, Master was in seclusion. If he does not receive any message, Yi Qian's tears flowed more fiercely. The other elders of the sect will come, Dou Ming murmured, seemingly exhausted. I will not let those few individuals go unpunished. They will pay the price. Seeing Dou Ming appear to lose consciousness, Yi Qian fell silent for a long moment. She hesitated to disturb so many people, unable to voice her private concerns. She simply did not wish for Yin Ding to see that girl, who bore a striking resemblance to Ye Wanwan. Yet, observing Dou Ming and Ji Chonghuai, Yi Qian deliberated for a long while before ultimately shattering the communication jade tablet. Without summoning help, they would likely perish here. As for that woman, Yi Qian gritted her teeth. It was all her fault. All of it. A stick of incense later, Ye Wanwan slowed her pace while carrying Bai Jian, as did Li Wanji and the others. However, they had already distanced themselves from the realm of Yinshan Cave. The halted group turned back, only to find the area behind them shrouded in impenetrable darkness, akin to the depths of the ocean where even the slightest sound could not be heard. Yet, an unsettling sensation lingered, as if something was watching them from within that abyss, evoking a profound and terrifying feeling. Li Wanji quietly hid behind Fang Hian, feeling somewhat cowardly. Fang Hian's lips twitched slightly. Now that he had been advised to practice more, he appeared apprehensive. Nevertheless, he discreetly approached Ye Wanwan, positioning himself behind senior sister Bai Jian to secure a safer spot. He cleared his throat and inquired, Junior sister, where shall we head now? Ye Wanwan had already retrieved a map. To the exit. Is it too early for a direct departure? Rather than heading straight there, the Xuanbing Sect must have sensed the situation within the secret realm. They will likely attempt to open the exit to investigate, but I wager they won't act immediately. Thus, we should take a detour instead, navigating around. Ye Wanwan unfolded the map, delineating a route while suggesting that they collect anything of interest along the way. The others observed the route she had marked, which included 2 key points. They understood immediately. Survival was paramount, but so was acquisition. Having ventured out, they could not return empty-handed. Ye Wanwan's proposal garnered unanimous agreement. They had come this far and would not waste the opportunity. While others fled, they would seize the chance to gather treasures. What a fortuitous moment. The more Fang Hian contemplated, the more he admired his junior sister's astuteness. She was exceptionally clever. Before embarking, Ye Wanwan's first action was to produce all the rations from their storage. Sister, let's feast first. Fang Hian and Li Wanji promptly imitated her. Bai Jian scratched her head. I've already finished mine, what about you two? Fang Hian and Li Wanji responded in unison. This was all prepared for you. Bai Jian replied. Fang Hian glared at Li Wanji, exclaiming, What are you doing stealing my provisions? All of sister's supplies were arranged by me. He nudged Li Wanji aside, pushing him away from Bai Jian. Such a petty rivalry. Li Wanji retorted, exasperated. I was merely concerned you wouldn't have enough. So, I prepared extra. Besides, what else do you know how to prepare besides flatbreads and steamed buns? Mine are all meat. Fresh meat, not the dry stuff. Go ahead and store fresh meat in our space, and you can cook it yourself. Shen Nanzhou silently observed their banter before turning to depart. It wasn't until Fang Hian and Li Wanji had bickered for some time that they suddenly realized one of their companions was missing. Where's the junior brother? Ye Wanwan pointed towards the thicket. Shenanzhou was dragging a freshly slain giant rabbit towards them, pulling out a dagger that glimmered coldly. The youth inquired softly, "Sister, which piece would you like?" Fang Hian, Li Benzi. In their vigilance against threats, they had forgotten to guard against their junior brother. This brief interlude dissipated the previous tension. Having filled their bellies, the five set off promptly. Despite the secret realm having collapsed partially, the remaining sections still fell within a safe perimeter. They hastened their journey, collecting the remaining radiant stones and previous herbs while others were preoccupied with fleeing. 10 days later, they arrived at the Yogwang Stone Gate. All the young disciples gathered in this place, awaiting the opening of the exit. By the time Ye Wanwan and her companions arrived, a considerable crowd had already assembled, yet the atmosphere shifted to one of palpable tension upon their arrival. Li Yun and Wang Niu spotted Ye Wanwan and her group. Their lips moved slightly, but they dared not utter a word, instead casting awkward glances toward a distant corner. Following their line of sight, Ye Wanwan beheld Yi Qian, surrounded by 5 or 6 distinguished individuals, as well as Dou Ming, who sat in meditation, and Ji Chonghuai, whose pallid complexion suggested he had scarcely any blood left in him. Upon noticing Ye Wanwan and her companions' approach, the gazes of the three converged with theirs, and the air crackled with unspoken animosity. At the stone gate, a collective gasp arose from the crowd. They fervently hoped that a confrontation would not ensue again. If the structure were to collapse once more, it would spell disaster. The Xuanbing Sect was indeed to blame, for news had evidently leaked, and they had failed to open the exit in a timely manner. In truth, they were ahead of schedule. Typically, it would take a full month. Yet the Yugwang Stone Gate had shown signs of activity in recent days, indicating they were attempting to expedite the process. This commotion has persisted for 3 days. Surely they cannot delay any further today, one voice echoed, prompting the crowd to instinctively anticipate the ensuing catastrophe. If they do not act soon, the other half of the secret realm will surely collapse. Look, they are rising. This exclamation was nearly a shriek. Li Yun, Wang Niu, and the others tensed in unison. For it was Yi Qian who had stood. An air of uncertainty enveloped everyone as they pondered her next move. Were the disciples of Tiantian's sect truly to be trifled with? Chapter 65. A great deal of injustice, although it is unclear when the perception that the Tianti sect is not to be trifled with became ingrained in people's minds. At this moment, none dared to offend Ye Wanwan and her companions. Their strength was formidable, they held grudges, and most importantly, they were united. Among the 5 before them flowed an invisible yet resolute bond, as if some force had tightly bound them together. Even the youth standing at a distance had his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon his 4 comrades. They harbored no doubt that should anyone dare to harm even one of their own, they would collectively rise to retaliate, striking back with such ferocity that the opponent would not dare to counter. This unity elicited a sense of envy among onlookers. Yet for those who found themselves on the opposing side, it instilled a deep-seated wariness. Yi Qian stepped forward, and suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, she knelt before Ye Wanwan. Tears glistened in her eyes as she choked out, "I implore you, please show mercy and spare my senior brother." Ye Wanwan responded with an expression of bewilderment. Fang Hian and Li Wanji, reacting with remarkable speed, each took hold of Yi Qian's arms and swiftly lifted her, moving her several steps away to kneel facing the luminous stone gate. Yi Qian, all present. After this unexpected turn of events, the two swiftly returned to Ye Wanwan and Bai Jian's side. Li Wanji promptly placed one hand on his hip and pointed towards the gate, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Is it appropriate to plead so indiscriminately? My junior sister is merely an innocent and delicate little sister, neither a deity nor an immortal. What is it you wish from us? Hurry and beseech the Xuanbing sect to open the gate." Fang Hian shook his head, a look of confusion on his face. Could it be that this junior sister from another sect has mistaken her bearings? How could one kneel so carelessly? My junior sister does not take disciples. However, he scrutinized her and remarked, "With your aptitude, I must regretfully inform you that our Tianti sect would not accept you. Your potential is rather lacking." Indeed, someone interjected, unable to contain themselves. She is only 15 and has already broken through to the golden core stage. How can that be considered lacking? Fang Hian appeared puzzled. Is breaking through to the golden core at 15 truly something to boast about? The crowd. Fang Hian, with his hands clasped behind his back, continued. When we entered the sect, our master did mention that among the entire Tianyi sect's 101 generations of disciples, none have surpassed the age of 15 to achieve such a breakthrough, attaining the golden core within 3 years of training. This is our Tianyi sect's. Li Wanji stepped forward, echoing Fang Hian's sentiment loudly. Tradition. The crowd erupted in laughter. Yi Qian, still kneeling, turned pale. Li Wanji, unabashed, declared, I am an exception, of course. However, I joined the sect 2 years ago, so I have only truly trained for 2 years. How long have you trained? And when did you awaken your spiritual roots? How many years did it take you to progress from qi refining to golden core? Li Wanji's incessant questioning stirred quite a commotion, redirecting everyone's attention to the age at which a normal cultivator should attain the golden core stage. The initial reason behind Yi Qian's kneeling before Ye Wanwan was now of no concern to anyone. Even Yi Qian had knelt for quite some time, yet no one noticed her still in that position. Li Wanji engaged in a verbal duel with the scholars, responding to their inquiries with unwavering confidence and eloquence. As the youngest, I was unruly and unlearned from a young age, only awakening my spiritual roots at the age of 12. My father praised my late blooming talent, which filled me with joy, and it took me 3 years to reach the 3rd level of qi refinement. Unable to bear my lack of progress, he buried me in the ground for 3 days and nights of contemplation before sending me to the Tianyi sect. The Tianyi sect, indeed a place of remarkable individuals and divine essence, has transformed me, a prodigal son. Li Wanji pounded his chest, now a golden core cultivator. The crowd's expressions fluctuated between pale and flushed. They yearned to refute Li Wanji's claims, yet the aura he exuded undeniably confirmed his status as a golden core cultivator. Ye Wanwan remained silent throughout the series of actions from Yi Qian to Li Wanji, merely observing her 2 senior brothers commanding the scene. Fang Hian, noticing her silence, assumed she was worried and whispered, such individuals excel at moral coercion. Do not be afraid. I will ensure you are safe. Li Wanji caught wind of this and sneered. With so many here, including those proficient in healing arts, she seeks out the junior sister alone, who cannot discern her intentions. She wishes to see the junior sister condemned by all, does she not? Bah! Were it not for her gender, I would have slapped her. Ye Wanwan gazed at the 2 of them for an extended period, causing Fang Hian and Li Wanji to feel a slight flush of embarrassment. They wondered what was the matter with their junior sister. Had they been too subtle in their approach? Perhaps they should have confronted her more directly? With a hint of red around her eyes, Ye Wanwan smiled through her tears, murmuring her gratitude. Alas, why is she crying? Li Wanji grew anxious, wanting to wipe her tears but fearing to smudge her delicate face and veil. Fang Hian hastily added, do not cry, do not cry. Although Ye Wanwan did not explain her reasons, both men understood. She had gone far too long without protection. Whenever Yi Qian knelt, it was invariably Ye Wanwan, the elder sister, who was at fault. Whenever Yi Qian cried, it was always due to the elder sister's alleged mistreatment. The junior sister could never be in the wrong. The elder sister bore the blame for failing to nurture her and for lacking compassion. Yet Ye Wanwan, the elder sister, was merely a year older than Yi Qian. She too was at an age where she needed care. Why should she shoulder such responsibility? Bai Jian took out the remaining snow fruits and handed them to Ye Wanwan, urging her to eat, for they were sweet. Ye Wanwan accepted them, yet her tears flowed incessantly. I am sorry, she whispered, wishing not to cry, but unable to restrain herself. The girl transitioned from unconscious tears to large drops rolling down her cheeks, suddenly sobbing aloud. Bai Jian immediately embraced Ye Wanwan, reassuring her, do not fear, the elder sister is here. Fang Hian and Li Wanji also found their eyes misty. She can conceal all her grievances alone and bravely confront everything that comes her way. Betrayal from her masters, indifference from her mentor, scorn from her senior brothers, displacement, and solitary descent into darkness. She is capable of enduring it all, even when, in the end, The 7 swords pierced her heart. She shed no tears. Yet, when someone perceives her suffering and offers heartfelt protection, in that fleeting moment when Ye Wanwan opens her mouth, the suppressed emotions she has endured for so long suddenly surge forth like an overwhelming tide. She can no longer contain them. She has truly held on for far too long. The cries of the young girl are both restrained and shattered, and many have heard them. As silence envelopes the crowd before the stone gate, although they remain unaware of the reason or what has transpired, instinctively, they maintain their quietude in response to her broken and suppressed sobs. Several among them find their eyes welling with tears as they ponder. She must have borne an immense amount of sorrow, so much that she can no longer restrain herself. Collapsing into by Jian's shoulder and weeping uncontrollably. Chapter 66. Indeed, it is you. The girl's sobs were shattered, yet she struggled to suppress them. Fang Hian and Li Wanji shared in the profound sorrow. Bai Jian held the young girl tightly, unwilling to let go. Shenanzhou observed the girl, his eyes deep and silent, occasionally casting a cold glance at a few members of the Wushang sect. Ye Wanwan's tears shattered the atmosphere that Yi Qian had meticulously crafted. In an instant, many turned their gazes towards the members of the Wushang sect, speculating whether they had mistreated the young girl. Otherwise, why would she weep so? A female cultivator scoffed. Need we even ask? She just arrived, not a word spoken, and that little disciple from the Wushang sect kneels before her. Was she trying to achieve? Misleading everyone? Afraid that others don't know she has been bullied? Another female cultivator coldly remarked. She probably thinks everyone is oblivious to the situation at Yinshan Cave, hence her actions. My junior brother was there and has informed us that Yi Qian lost a contest against the little sister from Tianyi sect. Unable to accept defeat, she recklessly employed the power of the divine bow, prompting her senior brother to intervene and attack the little sister from Tianyi sect with his perfected golden core cultivation, only for the little brother from Tianyi sect to sacrifice himself to save her life. I have also heard that Ji Changhuai's severe injuries were due to the anger of a senior sister from Tianyi sect, who unleashed a powerful strike, which led to his grievous wounds. He deserves it. If his junior sister cannot handle the game, she should gracefully admit defeat instead of resorting to sneak attacks. Can she then blame the senior sister for retaliating? Why did Yi Qian kneel before her then? She stubbornly endangers her senior brother, and yet bows before the little sister of Tianyi sect? Is her mind not right? She seeks to seize the narrative, perhaps thinking that if she speaks first, those unaware will assume the little sister from Tianyi sect has wronged her senior brother. The power of rumor is formidable. Once she speaks, any explanation from Tianyi sect will come too late. Such cunning. Several female cultivators exchanged sharp words, elucidating the situation. As others inquired, they discovered the truth, and Wang Niu loudly proclaimed, "Moreover, what you all do not know is that the little sister from Tianyi sect was instrumental in our awakening from the dream. Her sword shattered the seal at the entrance of the dream, liberating us. She rescued both my brother and brotherly." Understanding dawned upon the crowd, and their gazes towards Ye Wanwan grew markedly kinder. As for Ye Wanwan's acquisition of the parasitic spirit, Wang Niu did not mention it at all. Ji Changhuai and Dou Ming appeared pallid. The former had lost all strength, while the latter, still capable of movement, felt his face flush from embarrassment as he was pointed at and discussed. "What do you know?" Dou Ming bellowed. "These individuals colluded, taking advantage of my senior brother's inattention to poison us, which is why we find ourselves in this predicament. What cultivator resorts to poison? They are nothing but heretics. From a certain sect adept in both medicine and poison. Is he insinuating us? Dou Daoyu, your words are misguided. Poison and medicine are intrinsically linked, the latter being a mere branch of the former. The manner in which these substances are employed entirely depends upon the intentions of the user. Not all who utilize poison are malevolent cultivators. What of using poison? In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails. If one cannot overpower another, why resort to slandering them as wicked?" Dou Ming's face flushed with indignation. "I did not speak of you. My words were directed at him." Fang Hian, suddenly caught in the crossfire, nearly laughed in exasperation, but maintained an expression of innocence as he remarked, "My spiritual root is indeed somewhat unique, yet I too have inquiries. When your junior sister ambushed my senior sister with an arrow, was I not justified in retaliating? Am I not permitted to protect my seniors? Fang Hian stepped forward, locking eyes with Do Ming. Do Ming retorted adamantly, but you employed poison. I have stated, Fang Hian replied, that my spiritual root is exceptional. Once activated, I lose control. In that moment of desperation, to safeguard my already exhausted senior sister, I was left with no alternative. As an alchemist, I possess no other means of self-defense. With a sigh, he addressed the assembly. I apologize for the discomposure I have caused. Although I am an alchemist, my spiritual root is inherently different, and I am acutely aware of the harm such substances can inflict. However, I was in a dire situation. Had I refrained from acting, my senior sister would have perished on the spot. I did not know what else to do. Feigning weakness, is it? Who cannot? Li Wanji boldly seated himself upon the ground and declared, Brother, it is futile. We, as a small sect with little influence, are at the mercy of the Supreme Sections. They can easily intimidate us with mere words, and despite our efforts at self-preservation, they perceive us as having gained an unfair advantage. Fang Hian sighed, indeed. We must strive harder. Brasizili, libanzi afirmat. A complex atmosphere enveloped the gathering. What charade were these two prodigies enacting, feigning frailty, when but moments ago one had declared that those who do not break through to Golden Core by 15 are worthless? Li Wanji remarked, thus are rumors born. Do Ming, having been bested in argument by Li Wanji and Fang Hian, felt his blood surge and, in a fit of rage, spat a mouthful of blood. The onlookers gasped in shock. Li Wanji hastily distanced himself from the incident, exclaiming, This has nothing to do with us. He brought this upon himself. Ji Changhuai observed the spectacle in silence, finally calling out, Junior sister, return. It was only then that they noticed Yi Qian still kneeling, with tears brimming in her eyes. She gazed at Ji Changhuai, struggling to rise and limping towards him. Li Wanji, puzzled, remarked, We are all cultivators. Can kneeling truly cause bones to break? The crowd fell silent. Yi Qian, trembling, returned to Ji Changhuai's side, weeping, I merely wished to assist my brother in securing the antidote. The reproach Ji Changhuai had intended to voice faltered upon hearing her words. He simply murmured, Forget it. At that moment, a voice emerged. Although my words may not sound pleasant, Fang Hian and Li Wanji turned their gazes sharply toward him. If you are aware that your speech is unpleasant, then why speak at all? Qi Minglu gritted his teeth and stated emphatically, I still wish to express a fair point. We all entered this together for the sake of experience. While the process may have been competitive, it has now concluded. Once we exit this door, we remain part of the same alliance. Since senior brother Ji and Daoist Do have already lost, would it not be prudent to resolve this poison? Otherwise, it may not reflect well on any of us once we step outside. Li Yun, upon hearing this, expressed agreement. Regardless of the circumstances, it is the Supreme Sect we're dealing with. Offending the Supreme Sect would yield no benefits. In fact, others may bear the brunt of the repercussions. With the support of the crowd's gazes, Qi Minglu felt increasingly justified and righteous in his stance. Li Wanji fixated on the proud visage of Qi Minglu, recognizing him as the one who had previously mocked them with illusions at the inn. Truly a foul mouth. Qi Minglu, a hoarse female voice echoed, stating that the antidote could be provided. At this, everyone turned their attention to Ye Wanwan, who had already composed herself, though the corners of her eyes remained red. Her expression was remarkably composed. Ji Changhuai and Do Ming also regarded Ye Wanwan. Ye Wanwan directed her gaze towards Yi Qian. Admit your mistake and apologize. I shall grant you the antidote. Fang Hian and Li Wanji exclaimed in unison, Yes. Admit your mistake and apologize. In light of this, Qi Minglu and Li Yun found themselves at a loss for a counterargument. After all, the request for an apology was not unreasonable. Yet this very demand left Yi Qian rooted to the spot, paralyzed as if struck by lightning. Her lips quivered and her body trembled. It is you. It truly is you. Ye Wanwan. Chapter 67. I shall reclaim what belongs to me, Ye Wanwan. Yi Qian nearly uttered this name involuntarily. Even as she met the gaze of the young girl, she could still perceive the familiar coldness and aloofness that had greeted her upon their first encounter years ago. The girl stood upon the white jade steps, looking down at her with a visage as exquisite as a painting, her bright eyes shining like stars. She was surrounded by Ji Chonghuai and the others, her garments billowing like a treasure gem in the midst of admiration. At that moment, Yi Qian lowered her gaze, pondering to herself, "Are you the new junior disciple?" It was her. Indeed, it was her. She was being deliberately provocative. Yi Qian's entire being was in an uproar. She sought vengeance for the humiliation inflicted upon her by Master Miao at the lake that day, and she was determined to force herself into submission, to kneel and admit her fault before her, to degrade herself. I refuse to acknowledge it. Yi Qian's voice trembled, yet remained resolute. I'm not in the wrong. This declaration astonished both Ji Chonghuai and Dou Ming, and even Li Yun and Qi Minglu were taken aback, bewildered by her obstinacy. Wasn't it merely an admission of fault? Yi Qian's expression contorted slightly, yet her voice turned icy. Within the secret realm, treasures are claimed by the capable. I lost to you, but I'm not at fault. In battles of victory and defeat, is it not a common occurrence? Senior sister of Tianyi sect. Yi Qian emphasized the title senior sister with conviction, knowing that Ye Wanwan would comprehend her meaning. Ye Wanwan indeed understood, a smile curling at her lips. So what do you wish to convey? Yi Qian, as if tearing off a facade, abandoned any pretense. You and your senior brother poisoned us, merely to silence us and prevent the news of the spirit of the secret realm falling into your hands from spreading. What are you pretending for? The spirit of the secret realm? An uproar ensued among the crowd. Could it be the accompanying spirit within the secret realm? The formation spirit that only manifests after a millennium? It was said that obtaining it would grant one the ability to control the secret realm and traverse freely within it. Could it be that they had arrived at the stone gate after all this time? The onlookers began to fixate on the rings and the Kuan-Qian bag held by Ye Wanwan and by Jian. Could it be that they were filled with treasures? The atmosphere shifted as curiosity surged, and some began to draw closer, seeking to fish in troubled waters. Li Wanji immediately rose from the ground, his expression wary, while Bai Jian and Fang Hian wore solemn faces. Shen Nanzhou subtly approached Bai Jian and the others, aligning himself with them. But at that moment, the girl's laughter rang out, brief yet chilling, as she inquired, and then she stepped forward, and the symbols beneath her feet revealed themselves. A formation spread from her position. As she took another step, a roar echoed as radiant light soared into the sky. A formation enveloped the entire stone gate. Ye Wanwan cast a sweeping glance over all present, and those who met her gaze recoiled, for at that moment, the aura emanating from her was that of a nascent soul, the mid-nascent soul stage. Yi Qian's face turned pale. How? How is this possible? How can you be at the nascent soul stage? The young girl advanced, standing before Yi Qian, her grip tightening around Yi Qian's neck. In a low, seductive whisper, she said, I truly wish to strangle you right here. Ji Chonghai and Dou Ming rushed forward recklessly, but the young girl coldly commanded, kneel. With a thud, both of them fell to their knees, the sound of their kneecaps striking the ground causing a shiver to run through the onlookers. Others retreated step by step, a collective gasp escaping their lips. Ye Wanwan cast a disdainful glance and mockingly stated, If you wish to see something, come forth. Yes, you. I shall slay each of you in turn. Afterward, I shall handle the burial. Though her voice carried a semblance of amusement, it sent chills down the spines of those present. Yi Qian hoarsely murmured, She is using a secret technique to forcibly enhance. Do not be afraid. Ye Wanwan tightened her grip, and everyone could see Yi Qian's complexion gradually turning purplish, struggling to breathe under the oppressive force of Ye Wanwan's nascent soul aura, rendering her spiritual energy utterly ineffective. They all stood frozen, watching as it appeared Ye Wanwan was about to choke Yi Qian to death. Yi Qian thought so too. Yet, Ye Wanwan did not proceed with that intent. She leaned closer to Yi Qian's ear and whispered, Do you think I would simply kill you? Do not be foolish. The suffering I have endured will not allow you an easy escape. Yi Qian's pupils constricted. What do you intend to do? Ye Wanwan's other hand pressed against her abdomen. My belongings? I certainly intend to reclaim them. The girl's seemingly airy words sent tremors through Yi Qian's body as she shrieked. No, suddenly a hand pierced through. With a sickening squelch, blood splattered forth. Despite the delicate beauty of that hand, it nonetheless penetrated another's dantian and extracted the golden core. The entire scene before the luminous stone gate erupted in chaos. Extracting the golden core. Ji Changhai and Do Ming stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom the spectacle before them. Yet they could not rise, forced to witness as Ye Wanwan retrieved Yi Qian's golden core. The small, azure orb, radiating pure water energy, rested in the girl's palm, offering no resistance whatsoever. Li Yun shouted towards Bai Jian and the others, "What are you all doing? Disciples of Tianyi sect? We are all legitimate practitioners of the Orthodox sect. Will you allow your junior sister to excavate another's golden core without consequence? This is absolutely the work of an evil cultivator. Everyone, unite to restore justice for the junior sister of Wushang sect. Today, it is Ye's core that has been taken. Tomorrow it could be ours." Some attempted to charge forward, but the formation repelled them, sending over 10 individuals crashing back, spitting blood upon impact, which silenced the rest. Meanwhile, Bai Jian, Feng Hian, and Li Wanji remained unmoved, coldly watching those who dared to stir. "You are all lunatics," the crowd roared. "Lunatics?" Ye Wanwan laughed at the accusation, her laughter ringing out. "Who is truly the one extracting golden cores?" "Ji Changhai." Her voice rose. "Do you dare to claim ownership of this golden core?" Ji Changhai's face turned ashen as he stared blankly at Ye Wanwan. "You." Ye Wanwan gazed at him with icy intensity. "Do you dare to speak?" Ji Changhai trembled, as if contemplating an unsettling possibility, his lips quivering in disbelief. "No, it cannot be." Do Ming gazed vacantly at Ye Wanwan and Ji Changhai, seemingly unable to grasp the unfolding events. Yet, one thing was crystal clear to him. He must save Yi Qian. "Release my junior sister. I shall release her." But not at this moment. Ye Wanwan retorted with a cold smirk. She tightened her grip on the golden core, which, under the pressure exerted by the nascent soul expert, whirled frantically, the water's spiritual energy surging relentlessly, yet remained firmly clasped in the girl's palm. Until, unable to withstand such immense force, it emitted a sharp crack. Everyone was taken aback, believing Ye Wanwan had shattered the golden core. However, once the water's spiritual energy was exhausted, a sudden explosion revealed a smaller, pure golden core emerging from within, and it was of the fire element. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Li Yin stood dazed, while Qiming Lu opened his mouth in astonishment. The diminutive yet extraordinarily pure golden core in Ye Wanwan's hand resembled a tiny flame, dancing joyfully around her, as if it had found its rightful master. Chapter 68. Others cannot, but I can. The atmosphere at this moment was rather delicate. The golden core extracted from the body of the water spirit root, Yi Qian, was unexpectedly of the fire element. This stark contrast left many momentarily bewildered. Though a few well-informed individuals grasped the situation and understood the concept of a tribute transformation, could it truly be possible to convert the elemental properties using special methods? If such a technique exists, does it imply that different attributes can be interchanged? Yet, what about the spiritual roots? Wouldn't the disparities in spiritual roots have an impact? Indeed, there would be repercussions. Generally, substituting golden cores of the same attribute is optimal. However, in circumstances where such cores are unavailable, acquiring a higher-grade golden core could suffice. Li Yun murmured, "Using a tribute transformation will result in a drop of 1 grade. Indeed, a superior grade would descend to a medium grade, and a medium grade would fall to an inferior grade, which is why most individuals would refrain from such actions. To ensure a premium quality golden core, one would have to resort to a heavenly grade." An abrupt silence enveloped the group. Someone could not contain themselves and quietly inquired, "Where did she obtain the golden core of a cultivator with a heavenly grade spiritual root? Even if it exists, who will be willing to part with it? Indeed, who would squander a heavenly grade golden core on someone with an exceptional one? Such treasures are exceedingly rare. Among 100,000 gifted cultivators, one might not even be found. Fire element, heavenly grade. Does this not refer to the little sister from Qinyan Peak? Isn't the little sister from Qingyun Peak Yiqian? Not quite. There is also a Xiao Qi. However, many mistakenly believe they are the same person. It is said that this particular junior sister passed away last year. It has been quite some time since she was mentioned. Is it true that she passed away? This thought flickered through the minds of the crowd. For cultivators, falling ill is no trivial matter. Once more, they cast their gaze towards Ji Chonghuai and his companion, their expressions imbued with a deeper significance. The Wushang sect appeared to harbor its own secrets. Regardless, Ye Wanjiao's act of extracting Yi Qian's golden core before all the cultivators was indeed shocking, a deed unbefitting a person of righteous standing. As the crowd directed their reproachful gazes towards Ye Wanjiao, Doming had already seized the opportunity, unleashing a magical artifact in an attempt to break free from her oppressive aura. He bellowed, "Rock prison cage." Countless stones erupted from the earth, surging towards Ye Wanjiao. The sharp rocks launched an assault between Yi Qian and Ye Wanjiao, aiming directly for the young woman's wrist. Should Ye Wanjiao fail to evade, she would undoubtedly be struck. However, if she chose to dodge, she would have to relinquish Yi Qian. Doming sought to exploit this very point to compel her to release her hold. Ye Wanjiao cast a sidelong glance at him and calmly stated, "I have said I will release her." The young woman raised her hand, deflecting the sharp projectile back, causing Doming to spew blood from the backlash. Nevertheless, Ye Wanjiao also released her grip, casting Yi Qian towards the approaching Doming. He embraced the bleeding Yi Qian, his eyes reddened with fear and concern. "Little sister, do not be afraid. Your senior brother will tend to your wounds." Yi Qian continued to cough blood. Third senior brother. Ye Wanwan remarked coolly, "There is no need to feign a heartbreaking farewell. Such wounds are not fatal." Doming, in a fit of hysteria, shouted, "I will kill you. I must kill you." Ye Wanwan chuckled softly. "Have you not killed before?" Doming's eyes widened with rage. He could not fathom why someone could harbor such intense hatred, such animosity towards them. He gathered his spiritual energy, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Yet, Ye Wanwan merely laughed softly. "Seeking death, are we? Then you shall die first." Doming roared in fury. The ground trembled as rocks emerged, then collapsed with a thunderous sound. The immense force impacted Ye Wanwan's formation, shaking the very ground upon which all members of Tianyi sect stood. Seizing the moment, Doming released Yi Qian and charged towards Ye Wanwan, calling out, "Senior brother, lend me your strength." If he could break her formation, Doming was confident he could slay this woman. Ji Chonghuai trembled, yet Doming bellowed, "Do you not wish to avenge your junior sister? She has been crippled by an outsider, no less." As Doming shouted, he continued his relentless sprint, evading the formation's power, unleashing the earth's fury, and summoning falling rocks. Boom, boom, boom. Before the stone gate, countless rocks plummeted, leaving the ground in disarray, reduced to ruins. Amidst the debris, Doming's gaze was fixed upon Ye Wanwan, as he sought to destroy the ground and disrupt the formation, inching ever closer to her despite the oppressive energy surrounding them. Doming never ceased his assault. He possessed magical artifacts, which Fang Hian quickly discerned. Li Wanji anxiously inquired, "What shall we do?" Fang Hian understood that he could not intervene. However, he was aware that the junior sister's cultivation had likely been forcefully elevated through some means. Time was of the essence. A solution must be devised. Ye Wanwan deftly evaded within the ruins, her eyes scanning for any weaknesses in Doming's defenses. Renowned as the king of the land, Doming indeed had an advantage in ground combat. Yet, abandoning her formation would leave her vulnerable to Doming's strategies. Thus, Ye Wanwan chose to remain. Doming anticipated her decision to stay as well. As the tremors of the earth expanded, a cage formed from the air suddenly materialized above Ye Wanwan, startling everyone. Doming's gaze turned cold. "Die. Go underground and repent for your sins." Ye Wanwan looked at Doming with indifference, attacking from above and below. "Is it? You've learned well, but have you forgotten who instructed you on how to proceed?" Doming remained silent. Ye Wanwan appeared to be speaking to herself. "The method to counter is quite simple. Oh, senior brother." Each word dripped with scorn, causing Doming's pupils to constrict. Ye Wanwan stepped forward, and as the aerial cage solidified, she suddenly vanished. In the next instant, The cage appeared above Doming. Doming looked up, realizing that if this cage, imbued with a locking aura, manifested above him, it signified. Doming abruptly turned around. Ye Wanwan stood right behind him. "Senior brother, your strategy of encirclement is indeed commendable. Yet your pace is rather sluggish. What will you do if the opponent appears behind you in the blink of an eye and locks you in their grasp?" The lilting voice of the girl resonated in his ears. Doming recalled his response at that moment. No one could be that fast. Ye Wanwan smiled and said, "But I can." Doming turned to gaze at the girl's delicate features, and in that instant, the discomfort he had felt towards her was illuminated. 7th. Junior sister. As the cage descended, she had already vacated the space ahead of it. The girl stood merely a step away from the cage, one inside, one outside. Standing within the confines, Doming looked at the girl outside, observing her speak with serene composure as the massive rock plummeted. This was undeniably his technique. Yet when uttered by her, it bore a more harmonious and fluid essence. In the sky, a black fissure tore open, and countless boulders cascaded downwards, crashing towards the cage. The ground trembled violently. The girl calmly turned away, not casting a single glance back. The direction she headed towards was toward by Jian and the others. As the luminous stone gate radiated brilliance, all present understood. It was over. Chapter 69. Support the ethereal stone door swung open. All the disciples within the secret realm felt a sudden call. As each of them vanished from their locations, it became evident to all that their trials had concluded. Ye Wanwan approached by Jian and the others, her back straight and resolute, without glancing back. Even though Doming's location had turned into ruins and voices were calling out behind her, junior sister, Ye Wanwan remained steadfast, fully aware of who was calling her. Ji Changhuai struggled to utter those words, yet Ye Wanwan's indifference was palpable. She no longer needed to be their junior sister. With measured steps, she advanced towards Bai Jian and the others, extending her hand. "Let us go." Bai Jian, Fang Hian, and Li Wanji gazed at her. The girl's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, but none dared to inquire about her well-being in that moment. The three seized her hand, and Fang Hian even remembered to pull Shen Nanzhou along. The five of them united, feeling the pull of the call, and vanished together from their spot. When they re-emerged, they found themselves at the foot of Dream Lake Mountain. All the young disciples who had left the secret realm were gathered there, each casting incredulous glances at Ye Wanwan, whispering and pointing. "It's her." She extracted the golden core of the junior sister from the Supreme Sect and severely injured Brother Do. I just saw young Master Ji and the others emerge as well. This time, 3 disciples from the Supreme Sect came, all gravely injured, one rendered useless. They surely won't let this go. Enough. I see the elders from the Supreme Sect approaching. Keep your distance from her. Regardless of the murmurs surrounding her, the girl stood tall, her frail figure shielding by Jian and the others. Even as a formidable aura loomed closer, Ye Wanwan was determined to take a stand. But Bai Jian grasped her hand firmly. Ye Wanwan looked at Bai Jian's hand, softly saying, "Sister, this is my mess to bear. There is no need for concern." Bai Jian replied gently. As Fang Hian, Li Wanji, and Shen Nanzhou stepped forward, positioning themselves protectively around the 2 girls. Bai Jian's gaze was tender yet unwavering. The Tianyi sect would not abandon any brother or sister. Ye Wanwan gazed at the 4 individuals by her side, unable to suppress a smile that brightened her eyes. She knew, of course, that this time she would not be left behind. Yet her heart ached at the thought of them suffering. In the distance, a powerful presence surged forward, wielding destructive force, descending from the heavens. "Beast, you shall perish," Ye Wanwan declared. "Allow me to strike back once more." Upon uttering these words, she summoned her entire spiritual energy, transforming it into a stream of light that burst forth from their protective circle, positioning herself in midair. She raised her hand, forming a complex seal, and 5 golden cores flew forth, coalescing into a formation. The immense 5 elements array stood resolutely against the colossal golden palm. The sound of a tremendous impact reverberated, causing the girl's body to tremble. Yet her gaze remained steadfast, her voice ringing out with clarity and authority. "I am not mistaken. Yi Qian extracted my golden core, and I am reclaiming what is rightfully mine. There's no fault in this." Yan Dingxin, blind and foolish, colluded with the Yi family, leading to the demise of my mentor. Such chaos must be addressed. The Supreme Sect indulges and shelters wrongdoing, while the leader acts out of personal interests. You are unworthy of being righteous. I have but one word for you: deserved. Elder Wuzhen listened in disbelief to these utterances, gazing at the girl as she questioned relentlessly. Even as blood spilled from her lips and her breath grew faint, her eyes sparkled like stars, radiant as fire. She continued to smile, adding one more word: you deserve it. Elder Wuzhen's fury ignited, his formidable nascent soul power descending, causing the 5 rotating golden elixirs of the girl to tremble violently, as if on the verge of shattering. Unable to endure any longer, Ye Wanwan coughed up blood. Bai Jian rushed out alongside Shenanzhou, their voices hoarse with urgency. Uncle Master, someone is bullying us. Li Wanji shouted, Master, they want to kill junior sister. Their voices were filled with righteous indignation. Before their cries faded, a massive sword aura slashed through the air, a force of nascent soul power that tore apart the void, shattering the heavy golden palm. Elder Wuzhen's expression shifted in shock. Such formidable sword energy. Following the sword aura, Yanju appeared before Ye Wanwan, his countenance a mix of anger and urgency. Third senior brother, hurry. In a moment of confusion, Elder Wuzhen exclaimed, what? I merely stepped away for a moment. How did the door open? Before he could react, a terrifying presence surged forth, causing the powerful golden palm to crumble with a resounding crash. Elder Wuzhen's expression turned to one of astonishment, utterly incredulous. This aura, it was undoubtedly above the nascent soul level. Sun Yin burst forth into the air, and upon seeing Ye Wanwan drenched in blood, his heart sank. This was disastrous. If Pei Xian found out how his disciple had ended up in such a state, he would surely tear himself apart. Any hope of borrowing spirit stones in the future would vanish. Little girl, quickly take this. Sun Yin hastily produced a pill for Ye Wanwan, urging her to calm down, to not let anger consume her. If you wish to retaliate, your uncle master will assist you. Ye Wanwan was a loss for words, yet the warm spiritual energy flowed into her body. She saw Yanju helping her and murmured, I seem to have caused trouble for everyone. Sun Yin grew even angrier upon hearing this. Child, why do you take upon yourself the blame when others strike you? Don't you know how to cast blame elsewhere? Rather than self-reproach, it is wiser to hold others accountable. Why this overwhelming sense of morality? Ye Wanwan wanted to smile, but the effort eluded her. The thought processes of those from Tianyi sect seemed rather peculiar, yet they were all endearing. Stay here with your senior brother and sister. Your uncle master will avenge you. Handing Ye Wanwan over to Bai Jian and Fong Hian, Sun Yin turned back to cast a frosty glance at Elder Wuzhen, his aura chilling. So, it is you who harmed our child? Elder Wuzhen's heart raced, sensing impending doom. Yet before long, 2 others approached, their voices cold. Esteemed Taoist, please clarify that it was your Tianyi sect members who first shattered our disciple's golden elixir. Sun Yin wore an expression of disdain, exclaiming vehemently, your disciple has perished within the secret realm, having signed his own death warrant. His demise is merely a result of his inferior abilities. He deserved it. You youngsters are incapable of contending, and now you summon the elders, do you? A chilling smile graced Sun Yin's lips as he remarked, do not blame me for taking advantage of my age. As he released his aura, the seemingly carefree old man emanated an extraordinarily formidable presence. In that moment, the entire Mingze mountain appeared to be under the oppressive weight of his overwhelming energy, causing all creatures to tremble and the very ground to quake. Pointing at Wu Zhan, Sun Yin's voice turned frostbitten as he declared, you struck my junior disciple. I shall not demand more than this. Receive 3 of my strikes. If you can still draw breath thereafter, I shall spare your wretched life. As his words echoed, a powerful palm descended from the heavens, and Wu Zhan, a mere nascent soul, was forcefully propelled towards the ground, creating a thunderous impact in a deep pit of 100 zhong, along with an emanating chill that silenced all present. Refining the void stage. Chapter 70. You are my senior. I am your junior after refining Qi, establishing a foundation, forming a golden core, reaching the nascent soul stage and transforming into the divine, one enters the ethereal phase, which surpasses even Yinding's might. Ye Wanwan gazed at the retreating figure of Sun Yin, feeling an overwhelming sense of security in that moment. Yinju seemed to perceive her concerns and recognize that her severe injuries were a result of her steadfastness in maintaining her aura. For the first time, Yinju felt admiration for a child, yet his heart was also filled with deep compassion. "No one will harm you. Do not worry," he reassured her. Ye Wanwan was fearful that her impulsive actions might endanger Bai Jian and the others, which is why she had endured thus far. In a soft voice, she inquired, "May I sleep?" Upon hearing this, Li Wanji could no longer restrain her tears. "At this moment, what are you asking? Sleep if you wish to. Then sleep." Yet, Ye Wanwan continued to gaze at Yinju, persistently seeking an answer. Yinju understood that she desired a promise from him. "Sleep, Yan Yu affirmit. Your master guarantees that when you awaken, you will be in the Tianyi sect." It was only then that Ye Wanwan appeared to relax, softly murmuring, "Master, I miss the snow mountain, and I miss my master." The young girl closed her eyes and fell into a deep slumber. However, Yinju's hand gradually clenched tightly as he cast a cold glance at the gathering crowd. In a frigid tone, he proclaimed, "Those from the Supreme Sect, step forward." As the Tsang Lei sword was drawn, lightning flickered, and the young man stood at the foot of the mountain, which had been leveled by Sun Yin, coldly declaring, "Everyone, get out here." From that day forth, it became known that while one could challenge the Tianyi sect, should they harm the younger members, they must brace themselves for the vengeance of the elders. After the elders had settled the score, even older figures would emerge. In a fit of rage for Ye Wanwan, Yinju and Sun Yin leveled the Mengzi mountain, leaving the entire Mengzi city and the cultivation world in shock. Yet, Ye Wanwan remained oblivious to it all. Yinju had not deceived her. When she awoke, she truly found herself in the cave dwelling of the Tianyi sect. However, the young girl felt languid and could not open her eyes. She could vaguely hear footsteps nearby, as well as Sun Yin's reprimands and soft apologies. Her master seemed to be angry, while the sect leader was attempting to mediate. Third brother and little Yinju have already incapacitated that group. Going to the Supreme Sect to provoke them seems somewhat unreasonable. Though my senior brother believes a little provocation is harmless, we lack justification. Bear with it. We have already brought back the fifth brother, who has returned with medicine that will surely heal the young girl. Ah, it is indeed a pity for her to forcibly enhance her cultivation. This child. Why does she not cherish herself just like you? Ye Wanwan could not discern what Pei Xian had said, but she could sense that her master was defending her. With her eyes closed, she drifted back into slumber, and when she did, she slept for an extended period. It was a sleep filled with tranquility. In her 2 lifetimes, she had never felt such peace. It was as if she walked barefoot on the grass. The sky was azure, the lake was jade green, and the grass was lush. It mirrored the world she had long sought in her dreams. She had found her belonging, the place where her heart resided, Tianyi sect. Ye Wanwan awoke a month later, and on the very first day of her consciousness, she beheld the tear-streaked visage of Li Wanji. "Little junior sister, I intended for you to rest, but not for such an extended duration. If you continue to slumber, we shall be unable to restrain Master Pei Suen. The master has stated that this could lead to a conflict between 2 sections. I am not afraid of meeting my demise on the battlefield. Rather, I fear that you shall not witness my valor in combat. Please awaken." As Ye Wanwan gazed at him, it took Li Wanji a moment to realize she was indeed awake. With a jubilant cry, he leaped into the air, exclaiming, "She has awakened. Little junior sister has awakened." His voice echoed as he rushed outside, calling into the mountains, and when Ye Wanwan finally called out to him, another figure had already entered the room. Adorned in flowing silver hair and a silver robe, he resembled a figure seamlessly melded into the snowy landscape. His features were delicate, and he stood a few paces away, scrutinizing Ye Wanwan with an air of concern. "Where's your spirit? Could you not summon assistance if you were unable to prevail?" Pei Suen questioned, his brow furrowed. Ye Wanwan, initially pursing her lips, managed to smile despite the tears in her eyes. "But master, I do not know how to call for help. I have never done so before." Pei Suen's lips twitched, yet he refrained from scolding her in front of his disciple. Maintaining his composure, he directed a surge of spiritual energy into the disciple token by her bedside, inscribing it with his spiritual mark. Should you find yourself in peril again, simply call for me. Ye Wanwan nodded. All right. As the conversation dwindled, an awkward silence enveloped them. Aside from their training, it seemed they had rarely engaged in other discussions. Pei Su-en was at a loss for words, particularly as the girl sat demurely on her bed, appearing fragile and innocent, in stark contrast to her usual tenacious demeanor. At that moment, she seemed even more delicate. It would be inappropriate to suggest she practice in the snow at such a time. Fortunately, Bai Jian and Fang Hian soon arrived. Pei Su-en remarked, "They have been visiting daily, likely with much to discuss with you. I shall not intrude." With that, he vanished from sight. Li Wanji burst in, ready to call out to his master, only to find Pei Su-en had already departed. Confused, he wondered why his master had left so hastily. Little junior sister, Fang Hian rushed in like a gust of wind, leaning over Ye Wanwan's bedside and began to wail, only to be swatted away by Bai Jian. Fang Hian, taken aback, fell silent. Bai Jian grasped Ye Wanwan's icy hand, tears cascading down her cheeks before she could utter a word. Ye Wanwan reached out to wipe her tears, smiling gently. "Senior sister, you mustn't be a crybaby." Bai Jian nodded vigorously, adding, "You cannot act impulsively alone. If you are unable to fight, we are here for you, as is the master. We will face it together." "All right." Bai Jian pondered for a moment before lifting her gaze to Ye Wanwan, enunciating each word with conviction. "You are not mistaken. Your possessions should rightfully be reclaimed. If vengeance still resides in your heart, we shall venture to the Supreme Sect to retrieve what is yours." Her eyes sparkled with intensity, as if awaiting her response. Should she merely nod, they would embark on this quest. Fang Hian and Li Wanji shared in this sentiment. "As your senior siblings, your affairs are inherently ours. Should you desire anything, do not hesitate to inform us. We are duty-bound to assist." Ye Wanwan regarded them, recognizing the earnestness reflected in their eyes. Suddenly, she extended her arms and embraced Bai Jian, softly declaring, "I desire nothing. Having you all is sufficient for me." She then turned her gaze towards Fang Hian and Li Wanji, reiterating, "Having you all is enough." Fang Hian bashfully scratched his head, while Li Wanji exclaimed shyly, "Oh dear. Little junior sister, you might embarrass the fourth senior brother. After all, he is yet to be wed." Bai Jian and Fang Hian retorted in unison, "Get lost." Ye Wanwan, hearing Li Wanji's reprimand and the playful banter, couldn't help but chuckle. The ruckus within the room softened the chill of the snow-capped mountains. As she observed them, Ye Wanwan felt a gaze upon her. She lifted her eyes and beheld Shen Nanzhou standing at the door. The young man quietly observed the lively scene within. Lost in his thoughts, his gaze held a trace of nostalgia, yet concealed a fear that went unnoticed by all. He longed to approach, yet hesitated. Ye Wanwan called out, "Fifth senior brother." The trio inside ceased their activities and turned to look outside. Shen Nanzhou's body stiffened momentarily as he struggled to meet Ye Wanwan's eyes. She grinned, reminiscent of a child reveling in a successful prank, and declared, "My disciple token ranks 6th. Shen Nanzhou replied, "You are the senior sister." "I am a junior sister," she retorted. Chapter 71. Intentions. The hierarchy is determined by the disciple tokens. Ye Wanwan has discovered the key to manipulating Shen Nanzhou. However, Shen Nanzhou remains nonchalant, stating that if his senior sister prefers it, he can assume the role of junior sister. Ye Wanwan, still so stubborn. Fang Hian and Li Wanji scrutinize Shen Nanzhou, pondering if he is cross-dressing. Shen Nanzhou, why not give it a try? After exchanging glances, the two immediately attempt to seize Shen Nanzhou, who swiftly evades them. They chase him for quite some time, but fail to even graze the hem of his garment. Shen Nanzhou shakes his head, wishing to put an end to this farce. Ye Wanwan and Bai Jian exchange a knowing look, demonstrating their unspoken understanding. Bai Jian steps forward, suddenly appearing behind Shen Nanzhou. Upon his immediate turn, Bai Jian successfully pushes him. Behind Shen Nanzhou, Li Wanji and Fang Hian shout in unison, "We've got him!" Li Wanji, brimming with excitement, exclaims, "This time, Where do you think you can run? Shenanzhou. Bai Jian observes Shenanzhou, now restrained on both sides, and tilts his head, remarking, hiding all day isnt fun. Shenanzhou furrows his brow, as if wanting to express something, yet he permits Fang Hian and Li Wanji to hold him, appearing quite displeased. Fang Hian, unperturbed, teases, "Little Junior, you've been visiting the snow mountain daily. Why not come in? Are you shy?" Shenanzhou, I am not. Li Wanji clicks his tongue. Just look at that sour expression. If he truly felt shy, he would admit it. Little Junior sister, let me tell you, after you fainted that day, my master chased after the Wushang sect to settle scores. And he impulsively rushed in amidst the chaos to stab Ji Chonghuai, nearly sustaining severe injuries himself, if not for the intervention of Master Suyin. Ye Wanwan is taken aback. He stabbed Ji Chonghuai? Why? Li Wanji and Fang Hian, still clinging to Shenanzhou, urge him, "Come on, little Junior, tell us why." With all eyes on him, Shenanzhou turns his face away. No reason, just found him displeasing. Fang Hian pats his head, leaning in closely. Why must you be so difficult? Having never experienced such closeness, Shenanzhou leaps away, forcefully shoving Li Wanji and Fang Hian aside. Li Wanji winces, exclaiming, "I'm injured internally." Shenanzhou, with a cold demeanor, retorts, "Keep pretending." With that, he walks away. Fang Hian shakes his head, still just a child. Yet Ye Wanwan reflects on Shenanzhou's retreating figure, recalling how, in his past life, he was resolute and unyielding, now submissively enduring the admonitions of Li Wanji and Fang Hian. Quite a novelty indeed. Moreover, she notes that he had clearly recognized his senior sister behind him earlier, yet chose not to retaliate. Ye Wanwan gently caresses her disciple token, contemplating that her suspicions are likely correct. Suddenly, she speaks, "Senior sister, senior brother, shall we divide the spoils?" The eyes of the three instantly brighten. Li Wanji, feigning injury, leaps up and rushes outside the cave. "I'll go fetch the fifth junior brother." Fang Hian calls after him. "There'll be a share for him when we divide it. No need to call him back." Li Wanji, without looking back, said, "Brother, what do you understand? If he does not come, how shall we divide his share?" Fang Hian replied, "Damn it, that makes sense." However, when they waited for Shenanzhou to return and discovered the emptiness of the Qian Kuan pouch, the expressions of the four fell. Li Wanji voiced the unspoken thoughts of Ye Wanwan. "You mean to say you took nothing?" Shenanzhou frowned. "Did you not take the same?" Li Wanji, with indignation, pointed to the ground. "This is the spoils collected after our five gathered. When acting alone, how did you not acquire a single treasure?" Shenanzhou cast a casual glance at Ye Wanwan. "I missed out for someone uprooted everything." Ye Wanwan, attempting to shift the topic, said, "Let us begin the division now." Aside from the fruit-bearing tree, she extracted all the other items, as although the tree was rare. Bai Jian and the others had successfully condensed their cores and had no use for it. Upon seeing Ye Wanchuan's pile of spoils, the four fell into a moment of silence. Except for Shenanzhou, who appeared somewhat unsurprised, Li Wanji and Fang Hian exchanged glances filled with disbelief. "Did you empty the secret realm?" Bai Jian awkwardly touched her ring. "I have so little. What should we do?" Fang Hian scratched his head. "This division is unfair. Junior sister, you should keep your items. We will count the spoils from the Yinshan cave onwards, as those were obtained by the five of us together, divided into 5 portions. The previous items belonged to whoever collected them." Ye Wanwan was about to speak, but Fang Hian waved his hand decisively. "I am the elder brother. It is settled. We cannot take credit for the hard work you did." Li Wanji, known for his love of wealth, added, "Indeed, though I am greedy. I have my pride. It is unreasonable for an elder brother to take advantage of a junior sister. What is yours remains yours." Fang Hian continued, "Yes, if anyone needs something, we can exchange, but nothing shall be taken for free." Bai Jian pointed at Fang Hian. "Listen to him." Ye Wanwan found it difficult to argue further. Fang Hian then divided the ores and some spiritual herbs from the latter 2 locations, balancing them as closely as possible among the 5. After the division, each person's portion was quite similar. Li Wanji, beaming with joy, exclaimed, "We VE struck gold. Selling these in the spirit market will yield a substantial amount of spirit stones." Fang Hian promptly struck his palm against Li Wanji. "You mean to sell these rainbow stones?" They can enhance your primordial spirit's strength. Do you not wish to refine your skills? And these rare ores can be used to forge magical tools. Not to mention this body-tempering flame fungus, which everyone specifically set aside for you. How dare you think of selling them? I'll have Uncle Master take care of you. Li Wanji stammered. I was just joking. Fang Hian, exasperated, declared that aside from some ordinary spiritual ores that could be sold, other resources must be reserved for their own use. Li Banzi mumbled, understood. Yet at that moment, Fang Hian and Li Wanji took half of the rainbow fragments and pushed them toward Ye Wanwan, leaving her momentarily stunned. Fang Hian remarked, although we are unaware of the specifics of your cultivation methods, I did inquire with the master about what might be essential for you before our departure. He mentioned that your quantity of condensed pills differs from ours, and in order to wield the golden pill effectively, you will require a substantial amount of primordial spirit energy. Thus, it would be advantageous for you to possess items that can enhance your primordial spirit strength. Pausing for a moment, Fang Hian continued, prior to our entry, we agreed that should we come across such treasures, we would procure them for you. Fortunately, within the secret realm, we stumbled upon a vibrant gemstone mine, and the three of us made our way there. It was precisely due to this shared objective that Bai Jian and his companions, who would typically have dispersed throughout the secret realm, ultimately converged in the same mining area. Chapter 72. The mad cultivation of Pei Xian. Fang Hian gazed at Ye Wanwan and said, Junior sister, as you have just embarked on your journey and are of a lower generation than us, I do not possess much to gift you. This is but a token of my goodwill. Please do not dismiss it. Li Wanji nodded in agreement, adding, I have kept half for myself, as my primary focus is on body refinement. A small portion of the colorful stones is sufficient for me. The rest is for you. Ye Wanwan found herself at a loss for words, hesitant to speak, as she had seldom encountered such gestures of kindness. Typically, she was the one to yield to others. This was the first instance where someone had gone out of their way to procure the colorful stones she needed and presented them to her. Could she accept them? After much contemplation, she shook her head. At that moment, Bai Jian rose to her feet, stepping forward before the others. With a flick of her wrist, she executed a hand gesture, summoning an object from her spatial ring. With a resounding thud, a towering boulder appeared in the cave. Bai Jian declared, No need to be modest. There is enough for everyone. Ye Wanwan was momentarily speechless. Fang Hian and Li Wanji's eyes lit up in realization. We almost forgot about this, they exclaimed as they rushed to Bai Jian's side, gesturing excitedly at the massive, colorful stone, exclaiming, Look, our spoils of war. Bai Jian looked at Ye Wanwan and said, This stone is yours. Consider it a gift from your senior sister. Ye Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle, her spirits lifted by the camaraderie. However, it was Shen Nanzhou who caught Ye Wanwan's attention next, as he placed two items in her hands. Ye Wanwan was taken aback. Wait, let me see, Li Wanji exclaimed, rushing over to inspect the objects Ye Wanwan held. This is vermilion essence stone, and this one is lightning struck with stone. Both are over 300 years old. Li Wanji gasped in astonishment. These treasures are rare and highly sought after in the spirit market. Junior brother, where did you acquire them? They could not have come from the secret realm, or else the Xuanbing Sect would not permit junior disciples to seek treasures within. The two stones, based on their quality, could serve as family heirlooms even in smaller sects, and most importantly, they were invaluable to talisman practitioners. I merely picked them up. Shen Nanzhou replied coolly, regarding Ye Wanwan. I see you have a keen interest in talisman craft. They hold no value for me. If you desire them, they are yours. Li Wanji suddenly fell to his knees beside Shen Nanzhou, hands clasped in supplication, and flattered, Senior brother, do you have more? I could use them as well. Shen Nanzhou replied coldly, There are only two. If she does not want them, then discard them. Throw them my way. Li Wanji urged eagerly. Ye Wanwan clutched the two essence stones, insisting, No, these are a gift from fifth senior brother. I must make good use of them. Shen Nanzhou lowered his gaze. Very well, Li Wanji lamented, realizing too late that his junior brother was so affluent. Should he have cultivated a better relationship earlier? Was there still time to remedy this? Ye Wanwan, however, turned her attention to Li Wanji, mentioning a matter regarding the spirit market, seeking assistance from her fourth senior brother. Li Banzi respunda, What can I help you with? The Supreme Sect, Qinyun Peak. Since the esteemed Yin Dingdao took residence on Qinyun Peak, the mountain has never felt as lifeless as it does in these recent days. All disciples were expressions of trepidation, fearful to raise their voices. In the once lively Miao Lake, silence reigns, with no one daring to utter a sound. Elder Yu Chun has visited several times and provided medicine. Yet, Doming insists on bringing him back again. Observing the injured Doming, Yu Chun speaks with irritation. I've warned you repeatedly. If you do not properly care for your injuries, they will lead to your waste. A healthy body should not be subjected to such torment. Doming's eyes are swollen with tears. I am fine, but look at my junior sister, her golden core. It is gone. Yu Chun's tone stiffens. I have already stated, the golden core is lost. I cannot help. I am merely a practitioner of bodily restoration, with a smattering of healing skills. In such a severe condition, my presence is of no avail. Doming chokes back his emotions, but we do not know whom to seek. Our master is still in seclusion. Yu Chun's brow furrows. Do disciple. Suddenly, his tone becomes serious, causing Doming to look up in confusion. Yu Chun asks earnestly, when your junior sister Shao Qi was rendered incapable, you did not react this way. Doming stands rigid. Yu Chun gazes intently at Doming, seemingly able to perceive the bewilderment on his face and the helplessness within. With a deep sigh, Yu Chun continues, I watched you grow up. You used to treat her. Not like this. Doming's hands gradually grow cold. She is different. Yu Chun, caught off guard, responds, what do you mean? She's a prodigy. She excels in everything. No matter how difficult the technique, she grasps it with just a few words. What others strive for at the brink of death, she can obtain effortlessly. The coveted marrow washing pool, she merely has to ask, and it is granted, for she has no need for such things. She is different. Doming's voice grows resolute. He looks at Yu Chun, as if the firmer his tone, the more valid his conviction becomes. Doming articulates with purpose, she is too radiant. Yu Chun stares at Doming, astonished that he would voice such sentiments. Yet upon deeper reflection, a chill envelopes him. Are you envious of her? Doming hesitates to admit it, no. Yet Yu Chun grows increasingly cold. If this is not envy, then what is? Yu Chun had never considered that beneath the facade of harmony and unity at Qinyun Peak, such sentiments lurked in the shadows. Tentatively, he inquires, your senior brother feels the same? Yu Chun contemplates whether Ji Chonghuai could truly harbor such feelings. Doming presses his lips together. I do not know, but I am certain. Doming's voice becomes a mere whisper. Even our master is envious of her. Yu Chun is struck with disbelief. Yet Doming's gaze is devoid of jest. At 15, in a golden core stage, she is merely too dazzling. A talent like Ye Wanwan is blindingly radiant. Doming murmurs softly, and Yu Chun remains in shock until he is pulled to the entrance of Miao Lake, still dazed. After a long time, he gathers his thoughts and shows Yi Qian, but the result remains unchanged. The golden core is extracted, and he cannot assist. Yu Chun wished to depart, yet Doming was unwilling to permit it, pleading for his assistance. However, his entreaties were abruptly interrupted by a voice tinged with jealousy. Indeed, a group of mediocrities having taken in a genius would naturally feel apprehensive, for she was never meant to belong to their ranks. The chilling echoes that ought not to resonate upon Qinyun Peak emerged abruptly. Before Yu Chun and Doming could fully comprehend the situation, a figure of extraordinary beauty, seemingly not of this world, materialized from the void. Who could this be? From the distant main peak, a commanding voice thundered, who dares to trespass upon my Supreme Sect? The man raised his gaze with an air of indifference. Pei Xian. Yu Chun's countenance paled. It was he, the very Pei Xian who had annihilated his entire clan. The fervent cultivator, Pei Xian. Chapter 73. She is my disciple. My sole disciple, a prodigious young talent, who had begun to make a name for himself in the realm of cultivation at a tender age, found himself imprisoned in an underground dungeon by his kin for over a decade due to certain circumstances. Upon his release, his first act was to exact vengeance upon his family, annihilating the entire clan in a dramatic display of retribution. This is the tale of Pei Xian, a figure born of a prestigious lineage, yet embodying a fierceness that rivaled even the most malevolent cultivators. The shocking massacre of his clan stirred the cultivation world, leading to a bounty being placed upon Pei Xian's head, as many believed that this formidable individual could not be allowed to grow unchecked. At that time, he had already slain individuals of the transformation stage, all while he himself was merely at the core formation stage. His ability to vanquish opponents 2 realms above him sent ripples throughout the entire cultivation community. Speculation arose that he possessed some secret treasure, which only intensified the animosity directed towards him, forcing him into a life of evasion. He vanished without a trace, seemingly evaporating from existence until a year later, when he was discovered at the Tianyi sect, having been taken as a disciple by the previous sect master. When confronted with inquiries, the sect master replied candidly, extolling the boy's extraordinary talent and stating that he had not taken a disciple in many years, thus deciding to take him under his wing. He invited anyone with objections to come and discuss the matter at the Tianyi sect. At that time, the sect master possessed the strength of the tribulation stage, and upon weighing their own capabilities against his, the gathering of cultivators chose to relent. Even those who coveted treasures dared not provoke the Tianyi sect, renowned for their unpredictable and tempestuous nature. They adhered to no rules, pursuing their desires with abandon. The infamous incident involving their ancestor, who, in a fit of rage, decimated an entire city of cultivators in exchange for ascendance, remains a taboo subject among the major sects to this day. Thus, the cultivation community had long circulated the saying, "It is better to offend the leaders of the 3 sects than to provoke a dog of the Tianyi sect, for they are truly capable of killing." As Yu Chun recalled the various tales of the Tianyi sect, hearing its name brought a somber expression to his face. How could he have descended the mountain? In earlier years, it was rumored that Pei Xian had promised his master that he would meditate in the snow-capped mountains for a century without descending. Yet Yu Chun suddenly realized it had been far more than a mere century. It had been 300 years since Pei Xian entered the Tianyi sect. The legends surrounding him had faded among this generation's disciples, yet Yu Chun retained the memory, even if no one knew why the Pei family had imprisoned such a gifted youth. Pei Xian's ruthlessness was well known, as was his infamous ferocity. Pei Xian glanced at Yu Chun, surprised to find someone who recognized him. Yu Chun hurriedly bowed, stammering, "I am Yu Chun, a junior to Pei Xian. I did not know of your esteemed presence and apologize for my lack of hospitality. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting the Wushang sect?" With each word, Yu Chun grew increasingly tense, sensing that the visitor bore ill intentions. Doming was momentarily taken aback. Few could elicit such respect from Yu Chun, yet this individual appeared remarkably youthful. Pei Xian's gaze settled calmly upon Miao Lake, recalling that the original owner of this place bore the surname Yi. In the midst of spring, Yu Chun, bewildered, turned his gaze toward the main peak, where 3 streams of light had already rushed forth, and he felt a sense of relief. He replied softly, "The current master also bears the surname Yi." Pei Xian cast a sidelong glance at him and suddenly erupted into laughter. Can they be compared? Does an incompetent fool deserve to reside in such a splendid abode? Before Yu Chun could respond, the man's feet were engulfed in ice and snow, and in an instant, spiritual energy surged forth, sealing off the entire Miao Lake. Everyone felt the chill of winter, and despite being cultivators capable of harnessing spiritual power to fend off the cold, the ordinary chill no longer affected them. Yet under Pei Xian's oppressive aura, even Yu Chun sensed the terrifying cold. The entire Miao Lake lay ensnared in ice and snow. A crystalline snowflake drifted before Pei Xian, who reached out to catch it, murmuring softly, "Unworthy things must naturally be destroyed." With a resounding crash, a colossal flame blossomed from the depths of Miao Lake, enveloping the entire icy expanse and melting it away, the steam rising in a mist that transformed the lake into a veritable paradise. However, beneath the surface lay a treacherous, mottled lakebed. Before anyone could comprehend the scene, searing fire elements surged from the depths of the parched lakebed. The disciples gasped in unison, "It's magma." The molten rock began to rise slowly, submerging the lakebed and consuming the structures before them. The transformation occurred in an instant, before Yu Chun could react. Even Do Ming was caught off guard. It was only when the house began to tremble precariously, accompanied by anguished screams from within, that Do Ming awoke from his stupor. Little junior sister, Yi Qian possesses a water spiritual root. In her currently injured state, fire is her greatest bane. A single misstep could ruin her completely. Do Ming dashed inside to carry Yi Qian away. Yu Chun, now anxious, implored, "Senior, let us discuss this calmly. After all, this is the territory of the Supreme Sect. Such actions are detrimental to both sections." Pei Xian replied coolly, "I am Pei Xian, not the Pei Xian of Tianyi sect." Yu Chun retorted, "So what does omitting your sect name mean? You are no longer of Tianyi sect?" Pei Xian flicked away the snowflake from his palm, observing as it landed on the magma, yet remained intact. From this minute detail, Yu Chun grasped the terrifying extent of the man's control over spiritual power. Fear gripped him, for he was acutely aware of one undeniable truth. If Pei Xian wished to eliminate all the disciples on Qingyun Peak, it would be but a mere gesture. This is the domain of the Supreme Sect. Fellow cultivator, do not act recklessly. 3 elders arrived, stepping forth on their swords, and with a single stroke, they cleaved through the rocky lake, charging toward Pei Xian. Yet, without a visible movement from Pei Xian, a fiery earth dragon erupted from the magma, colliding fiercely with the long swords. And before all, the towering fire dragon engaged the 3 elders in battle. Pei Xian spoke softly. "It has been centuries since anyone has sung my praises so." He raised his gaze, his eyes icy. "And if I am indeed being audacious, what of it?" As the 3 elders found themselves ensnared by the fire dragon, the disciples of the mountain turned pale, and someone cried out in despair. The 3 elders are actually unable to prevail. They cannot win. Such is the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Yet astonishingly, they are unable to overcome a youthful individual who appears to be merely in his 20s. Flee, fellow Taoist Pei. What is the necessity of this? A beam of white light subdued the earth dragon, revealing Chunguin in midair, his expression intricate. The 3 elders turned ashen, and the sect leader, Yu Chun, was equally agitated. The sect leader, Pei Xian, stood tall, gazing at Chunguin, his countenance unwavering. "I pledged to my senior brother that I would not take a life during this descent from the mountain." Chunguin's expression softened somewhat. "Then you seek someone." "Whom?" "Yin Ding." The crowd fell silent. Chunguin was taken aback. Did Pei Xian harbor any grievances against junior brother Yin? Yet the elders exchanged glances, none comprehending the matter. Junior brother Yin had been in seclusion for half a year and had yet to emerge. They were unaware of any conflict between the two. Chunguin inquired, puzzled. Pei Xian, however, chuckled softly, and upon hearing his laughter, the group's tension intensified. Pei Xian calmly stated, "There is no personal enmity, but his disciple has bullied my soul disciple. As her master, should I not seek some justice for my pupil?" The elders exchanged bewildered glances, all perplexed. Did he come solely for this reason? When did Pei Xian take on disciples? When had their disciples come into conflict? Chunguin, however, had a suspicion. Your disciple is the prodigy Ye Wanwan. Pei Xian turned to Chunguin, a smirk upon his lips. In the present realm of cultivation, the foremost genius, Ye Wanwan. She's my disciple. The Qingyun Peak fell into a profound silence. Chapter 74. If there are no high points, then create high points. The name Ye Wanwan echoed in everyone's ears. Lingering for an eternity before someone quietly inquired, "Is this Ye Wanwan the one we know?" It seemed plausible. While many share the same name, only one could be associated with the epithet, the first genius. The 7th junior sister of Qingyun Peak, Ye Wanwan, the very same who shattered Yi Qian's golden core, was punished by kneeling on the Xuanbing Cliff. Yet the following day, she renounced her cultivation and ultimately leapt from the precipice. Doming's body tensed. Ye Vin, who was on his back, suddenly raised her head, her eyes radiating a chilling hatred. Through gritted teeth, she silently uttered 3 words. Ye Wanwan. She is my disciple. Pei Xian stated calmly. The only one. These supplementary words struck Doming's heart like a heavy hammer. The sole disciple of the esteemed Taoist Pei Xian, Chunguin, Yu Chun, and the 3 protective elders immediately grasped the deeper implications behind his words. He held this disciple in the highest regard. Your little apprentice seldom ventures out. Her first expedition down the mountain led to her grievous injury at the hands of your people. She now lies in bed, and, as her master, I feel compelled to pay her a visit. Pei Xian continued. After all, my little apprentice is tender-hearted and somewhat shy, often hesitant to confront certain matters. However, I am indifferent. I possess a thick skin. Chengwan and the others pondered momentarily, uncertain of what to say. One could not contain himself, that traitor. Yet Pei Xian shot a cold glare in his direction, and in that instant, the very air around them seemed to solidify, an icy frost locking the atmosphere between them, threatening to freeze his very essence in place. Pei Xian, possessing dual elemental roots of ice and fire, was rumored to harbor a third root, the nature of which remained a mystery to all. Some cautioned that it would be best not to provoke him into utilizing his third root, for that would signal the onset of a massacre. The elder who spoke bore a grim expression. However, soon, dread consumed him. As it appeared, his own cultivation had been stifled. Wu Su. Before he could finish, Wu Su was already encased in ice. A spark of flame curling dangerously near his ankle, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. No one doubted that when this spark spread, it would instantly consume Wu Su, transforming him into a mere wisp of mist. Pei Xian stated calmly, I am rather petty. I cannot tolerate disparagement towards my disciple. The crowd was left speechless, their curses lodged in their throats. Chengwan restrained the two elders who were poised to charge forward, sighing, in that case. How does Taoist Pei wish to resolve this matter? As Master Yin is absent, I shall take it upon myself to make the decision. Master, Elder Wu Jing and Elder Wu Xian exclaimed urgently. Chengwan interrupted them. Pei Xian raised his gaze, presenting two options, compensation for the individual or restitution in medicine. His indifferent eyes swept over Yi Qian. In Yi Qian's eyes, the hatred had not yet fully manifested, yet her body trembled uncontrollably. Pei Xian intended to kill her. Chengwan sighed, pondering what he desired. Pei Xian, however, was already prepared. He raised a finger and unleashed a beam of spiritual light. Chengwan reached out to catch it, only to discover a list, not merely a single sheet, but a scroll. Upon opening it, the scroll unfurled and fell to the ground, trailing 7 or 8 meters before coming to a halt. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Wu Jing exclaimed, Are you robbing us? Which disciple can afford such a plethora of spiritual herbs for recovery? There were over 300 types of first-level spiritual herbs, not to mention more than 100 of the second and third levels. What was even more intolerable was the presence of 2 fourth-level spiritual herbs within. Fourth level. Even elders had scarce quantities. Pei Xian regarded them with disdain, stating, Robbing? What you see is merely the tip of the iceberg. My disciples deserve the finest this world has to offer. Chengwan observed intently, his heart already comprehending the gravity of the situation. Yu Chun, who had been standing there for quite some time, was suddenly called upon and hurriedly replied, Master, go prepare, Chengwan instructed. Yu Chun was taken aback this. Chengwan waved his hand, Go, do not keep our guests waiting. Yu Chun swiftly departed with the list in hand. Pei Xian patiently surveyed Qingyan Peak, occasionally casting glances at Yi Qian, which filled her with immense dread. Chengwan had now approached Miao Lake, and upon entering the room, he was met with a refusal. A group of individuals accompanied Pei Xian, all too anxious to breathe, each one internally fretting and glancing about, wondering why Elder Yu Chun had not yet returned. Time seemed to stretch interminably. After what felt like an eternity, Yu Chun finally arrived, bearing a Chinquan bag and 2 ornate boxes. The precious 4th-level spiritual herbs could not fit within the Chinquan bag, as Yu Chun hastily explained. Very well. Pei Xian accepted the items, but as he prepared to leave, he cast another glance at Yi Qian. This time, she trembled as if in the grip of a severe chill, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. Pei Xian remarked, If she does not kill you, I shall not harm you. However, there is one truth you must acknowledge. You owe her, and regardless of her demands, you must endure. Tears brimmed in Yi Qian's eyes as she protested, I did not. Pei Xian, uninterested in her explanation, stepped away, stating, I did not witness how Golden Pill was shattered, yet I am not blind. A withered spiritual root cannot yield a premium golden pill. In the void, Pei Xian's cold voice reverberated, echoing again and again across Qingyun Peak. All disciples regarded Yi Qian with complex expressions. Ye yin vipt purofusiti. I truly did not. Yet before she could finish, they heard another declaration from the void. I almost forgot. Let me leave a mark. As this statement fell, the hearts of the crowd skipped a beat. In the next moment, the highest peak of Qingyun, the Greenstone Peak, was enveloped in frost. The icy power cascading over the entire mountain, as if etched by the force of the Tao, inscribing two characters, Pei Xian. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Wu Jing erupted in anger. This is outrageous. Even Wu Xian's face turned ashen. Master, shall we simply swallow this indignity? Wu Xian and Wu Jing could no longer contain themselves. This was an affront too great to bear. An affront too great indeed. Yechen and the others were rendered speechless. Each one as silent as a cicada in winter. Chen Guan, however, remained quiet for a while before finally inquiring. What do you intend to do? The traitor clearly betrayed our Supreme Sect, yet Pei Xian treats such a thing as a treasure. Is he not exceedingly foolish? Moreover, it is evident that it was their disciple who was injured, and even Wu Jin is gravely wounded and unable to move. How audacious of Pei Xian to come here to extort us. Chen Guan scoffed. Do you think he is unaware? Wu Jing interjected. Perhaps we should seize an opportunity. If you wish to court death, then act upon it, Chen Guan declared, vanishing from sight without another word. A bunch of fools. Pei Xian was troubled by the lack of excuses to act. Had it not been for Li Mingda's instructions before his departure, he would have already unleashed a massacre. If someone were to provide him with a pretext at this moment, the people of Tianyi sect would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. Standing atop the moral high ground, they would relentlessly crush their adversaries. If such a high ground did not exist, they would simply create one. This was their modus operandi. A band of lunatics. Yet they possessed a semblance of reason. The others exchanged glances, hesitant to speak further, especially when observing the still-sealed Wushu and the battered Miaohu. A collective sigh escaped their lips. As the two endured their discomfort, the voice of Chengwen resonated through the void. Let us wait until junior brother Yinding emerges from seclusion before we discuss this matter. The eyes of the two brightened. It seemed the sect leader had his own plans in mind. That is good. They would wait. Chapter 75. The innate spirit bone elders Wu Jing and Wu Xian, accompanied by the frozen Wu Su, departed in search of a means to unbind him. Shortly thereafter, Yu Chun also left. The only ones remaining at Miao Lake were Dong Ming, Yi Qian, and their fellow disciples. The house, suspended above Miao Lake, was on the verge of collapse, and after Pei Xian's departure, it came crashing down, reduced to ruins. Standing by the lake's edge, Dong Ming carried Yi Qian on his back, gazing at the fallen structure and the devastation strewn about. For a lengthy while, silence enveloped them. Eventually, he rasped out a word. Small Doming contemplated whether to inquire if she truly failed to form her core and instead framed Ye Wanwan, but the question remained unspoken. What if it were true? What would it matter? The situation had already unfolded in this manner. Many among them had, to varying extents, surmised the truth, yet no one wished to accept it. That individual had, indeed, offered proof through her demise. She, without a doubt, was not at fault. They were. Doming shifted his tone, declaring, I shall take you to recuperate. Once our master returns, we will devise a plan. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not forsake Yi Qian. Yet, she abruptly grasped his shoulders. To the library, she insisted. Doming frowned, questioning her intentions in her current state. Yi Qian's eyes were bloodshot as she commanded, Take me. Her grip tightened, her voice icy. Take me there. A chill ran through Doming. This version of Yi Qian felt utterly foreign to him. The library of the Wushang sect comprised 5 levels. The first and second levels were accessible to disciples in the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. To access the third level, one needed to possess golden core status or be a direct disciple. The fourth level required late-stage golden core cultivation, while the fifth level was strictly off-limits to all but those in the nascent soul realm, housing advanced techniques. Yi Qian dismissed Doming, entering the first level alone. She bypassed the second level and the third, reserved for direct disciples, instead venturing into the library's deepest recesses. In a secluded corner, she opened a door and descended through a passageway to the underground. Her steps were slow and unsteady. With each movement, the wound on her abdomen oozed blood. Yet she pressed onward without hesitation. She had to descend. Upon reaching the vast underground chamber, Yi Qian shouted, "Come out! I know you are here." Black mist surged forth, slowly enveloping her. Why so suddenly enraged? Came a mocking voice. Yet Yi Qian seized a book from within the mist, which trembled as if attempting to escape. She clung to it tightly. Spirit root withered? You drained my spirit root, didn't you? Yi Qian demanded, her voice rising. The reason for her failure to form her core lay with this entity. I brought you up from the riverbed. You absorbed my spirit root's power without informing me. My failure is not due to my own shortcomings. It is you. You are the cause of my plight. With fury, Yi Qian hurled the black book to the ground, trampling it in a frenzy. Why have you done this to me? I was the one who helped you break the seal, who brought you forth, who provided you a sanctuary in this spiritually rich library to nurture your soul. Why treat me so cruelly? Tears streamed down Yi Qian's cheeks as she knelt on the ground, utterly devastated and weeping uncontrollably. She was no less capable than Ye Wanwan. She was merely unfortunate, exceedingly so. Yi Qian cried out in despair. From within the pages of a book, a dark mist emerged, its voice chilling. Little girl, you must comprehend this without my assistance. How could you possibly attain the golden core at the age of 15? But I have failed. Ye Wen shouted vehemently. Your talent is insufficient. Forcibly attempting to condense the golden core will inevitably lead to failure. Hatred filled Yi Qian's eyes as she retorted, Pei Xian said my spiritual root is withered. You would not lie. So it must be you. It is you. The dark mist swirled around her, mockingly whispering, to become a genius, one must pay a price. To be the protagonist of this world, one must relinquish certain things. Do you think you are Ye Wanwan, born with a full spiritual root, effortlessly mastering everything? You are not. The taunting voice sent Yi Qian into a frenzy. Clenching the dark mist tightly, she spat with loathing. Return my spiritual root. Return my golden core. Return it. Otherwise, I shall unearth the bones buried here and burn them in the alchemy furnace, piece by piece, just for you. With her heart brimming with hatred, she tightened her grip on the dark mist, her hands deftly gathering spiritual energy to strike the ground with a sword-like gesture. What emerged was a half-buried skull, emanating an eerie black aura from deep beneath the earth. Yi Qian fixed her gaze upon it, knowing it had altered the course of her life and destroyed her future. At the age of 8, she had obtained it at the foot of the Supreme Sect, which set her on the path of genius, but simultaneously severed her chances of ascension. The dark mist tone softened. Child, you cannot blame me. I warned you not to forcibly condense the golden core. In 2 more years, the circumstances would be more favorable for you, yet you insisted on challenging Ye Wanwan's record. Is it so easy to break a genius's record? Even your master, Yin Ding, cannot match her talent. Why would you pit yourself against her? There are others who have condensed the golden core at 15. Yi Qian roared, unwilling to hear another commendation of Ye Wanwan. She did not wish to listen any longer. Unbeknownst to her, there existed a term called praise that kills. The dark mist was not offering praise. It was provoking her hatred towards Ye Wanwan. Ah, there are truly other geniuses? The dark mist seemed intrigued. Who? Yi Qian's expression turned cold. My golden core has been excavated, and my cultivation is gradually disintegrating. Within a month, I will regress to the Qi refinement stage. I demand that you devise a solution for me. Otherwise, we shall perish together. Yi Qian reached into the void, grasping the skull, preparing to leave the library. She intended to inform Yin Ding and Cheng, one of the sinister objects hidden within the Supreme Sect. The dark mist sighed. Why are you in such a hurry? I never claimed there was no solution. Speak. From within the mist, a spiritual root materialized, golden, with faint tendrils of black mist coiling around it. Yi Qian frowned. She could sense the immense power it contained, yet an indescribable foreboding loomed over her. Do you know what lies above the heavenly grade spiritual root? What? An immortal spiritual root. Yi Qian paused, taken aback. An immortal spiritual root? Indeed, that voice was laced with laughter, for this was a spiritual root more formidable than that of Ye Wanwan. Should you possess it within mere months, you would not only reclaim the Golden Core realm, but ascend even higher. Yi Qian's heart stirred. Is that truly the case? Of course. Yet this entity bears its own drawbacks. The black mist, like a seductive demon, whispered enticingly. Its power is immense, and your physical form may not endure it. To achieve a flawless fusion, one must seek the innate spiritual bone. What is that? Fate is indeed capricious. It favors a select few, such as the prodigious Ye Wanwan. There exists another category of individuals blessed with exceptional innate gifts. Those who possess the innate spiritual bone. Such children are born with boundless divine power, astonishing in their potential. They require no physical refinement. Their bodies inherently possess strength comparable to top-tier spiritual artifacts. Once the spiritual bone is fully awakened, it can even pave the path to immortality. It is the most capable vessel for bearing celestial spiritual roots. Chapter 76. One must live to obtain. Death is futile. Yi Qian felt a surge of excitement, pondering where such individuals could be found. The dark mist chuckled. That will depend on your efforts. Such individuals are rare, 1 in a million, even more elusive than a heavenly spiritual root. However, if you truly manage to find one, your path to immortality may yet succeed. With determination, Yi Qian grasped the golden spiritual root and declared, I will find it. The spiritual bone must be retrieved while still alive, otherwise it would serve no purpose. The dark mist laughed softly, uttering its final words before vanishing into the ground, leaving Yi Qian alone to merge with the spiritual root. Ambition and initiative were present. Though her talent was somewhat lacking, it was still usable. The dark mist murmured softly, its voice enticing. In a fleeting moment, a finger emerged from the mist, lightly tapping, causing an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy to flood into the forehead of the skull, revealing a face on the verge of formation, though it dissipated in an instant. Still, not enough. Far from sufficient. The more geniuses, the better. Zhanyi Sect. Suddenly, Ye Wanwan's heart raced uncontrollably. She pressed her hand against her chest, yet the sensation did not abate. The expressions of the others turned grave as they noticed her complexion paling. Junior's sister, Shenanzhou, furrowed his brow. Gazing at the top of her head, he extended his hand, grasping at the void, surprising the others with his action. Unfazed, Shenanzhou waved away the ominous energy. The three onlookers exchanged glances, questioning its efficacy. Yet upon witnessing Ye Wanwan's complexion returning to normal, they hurriedly surrounded her, vigorously waving their hands above her head while chanting, Go away, misfortune! Come forth, fortune! Ye Wanwan remained silent. Shenanzhou, however, chuckled quietly, toying with a strand of black silk, his eyes deep with contemplation. Curses, he mused, are truly despicable, relying solely on ignoble means. As he rubbed his fingers together, the curse shattered instantaneously. With a calm demeanor, he raised his head to meet Ye Wanwan's gaze, smiling. What is it, senior sister? It's junior sister. Very well. What command does the senior sister have? Shenanzhou replied with a smile. Ye Wanwan focused on his hands, and Shenanzhou extended his palm, teasingly asking, Are you here to read my fortune? Do tell. Will I die young? Ye Wanwan scrutinized his palm earnestly, then looked into his eyes and reassured, Not at all, for I shall lead the way. Shenanzhou's smile faded, his palm tightening. Be quiet. Yet before he could finish, Fang Hian interjected, Shaw, we shall all live long lives. Ye Wanwan responded with a smile. Indeed. Both I and Brother Wu shall live long. Shenanzhou added, Yes, all of you will. Fang Hian detected a discrepancy in his words, questioning, What do you mean, you all? Including you, it is we. Shenanzhou chuckled. Yes, we shall all have long lives, leaving calamities for 1,000 years. Li Wanji joined in the laughter. Then I shall certainly become the wealthiest person in this realm of cultivation. Wishing you success. A few individuals shared laughter, momentarily distracting themselves. Upon noticing that Yi Wanjiao was no longer in distress, Fang Hian, accompanied by Li Wanji and by Jian, took their leave. Little junior sister, take good care of yourself. We shall visit you again in a couple of days. All right, fourth senior brother, remember what I mentioned. Li Wanji reassured her, rest assured, it is in my hands. It's merely a matter of acquiring a few spirit market jade tokens. What do you call this, junior sister? Oh, right, a minor issue. Li Wanji patted his chest in guarantee. After their departure, Ye Wanjiao found herself alone. Although her discomfort had lessened, she remained troubled by the peculiar sensation she had just experienced. It felt less like discomfort and more as if something was ensnaring her, a curse. The spirit pearl within the Ziyun ring rolled out, and the voice of the dream elder, who had been concealed within the pearl, resonated. Someone has cast a curse upon you using their vital essence. It is not of high rank, and that young man has assisted in its resolution. Ye Wanjiao, perplexed, questioned, a curse? For such a thing, one requires not only your birth date, but also a personal item of yours. Typically, this would not affect cultivators. But given your current weakened state, it has indeed impacted you. Ye Wanjiao pondered, not particularly harmful, yet highly insulting? Precisely, the dream elder affirmed. It is indeed the sort of thing Yi Qian would do. Ye Wanjiao succinctly deemed it tedious. However, since she had been subjected to such actions, she felt compelled to return the favor. Ye Wanjiao retrieved talisman paper, utilizing water as ink, and swiftly crafted 3 talismans. The spiritual symbols materialized in midair as she hastily executed a series of hand gestures, summoning forth the fire attribute golden core. The talisman paper ensnared the golden core, absorbing its essence and gradually locking onto it. The dream elder observed in fascination. What are you doing? Have you ever heard of chi locking? Ye Wanjiao replied. The dream elder, clearly aware, retorted, do you take me for a novice? Even newly initiated disciples know that. Ye Wanjiao chuckled softly, lifting her finger to lightly touch the golden core, which bore the patterns of her circulating spiritual energy, her own. I influence the operation of the chi with these spiritual symbols. What do you suppose will become of Yi Qian in the Supreme Sect? The dream elder suddenly jolted by the heavens. This was far more advanced and insidious than a mere curse. Ye Wanjiao replied coolly, she won't perish, but as long as she continues to cultivate, her efforts will yield little reward, and she shall face obstacles in all her endeavors. Although it won't last long, it will sufficiently vex her for a month or 2. This is my return gift. Reciprocity is paramount. If she wishes to engage in such games, she must not be surprised when I play even more cunningly. The dream elder, along with Xing Zhe and Meng Ling, concealed themselves behind a pillar, observing Ye Wanjiao from a distance. This girl, Meng Ling murmured from now on. Let no one provoke her. Xing Zhe chimed in with a childlike voice. I must certainly follow her. After a moment's contemplation, Xing Zhe looked at the 2 spirits and questioned, wait, why am I hiding here with you? I have a master now. With that, it proudly transformed into a stone and rolled towards Ye Wanjiao. Master Dream Spirit, Illusory Elder, Dog-Leg Spirit. Ye Wanwan did not restrict their freedom, yet Dream Spirit's liberty was confined within a diminutive 5 elements cage, while the Illusory Elder resided within the Spirit Pearl. Only Xing Zhe had the ability to inhabit a small stone, allowing him to roam freely within the cave abode, simultaneously overseeing these 2, one a companion spirit, the other a remnant of a soul's memory. After instructing Xing Zhe not to venture outside the cave, Ye Wanwan began to cultivate and assess her condition. Ultimately, she reached the conclusion it was somewhat dire, yet not entirely catastrophic. This time, she had forcefully withstood the impact of Wu Zhen's palm. All 5 golden pills sustained damage, but thankfully, they remained intact. With some repairs, they could still be utilized, far better than she had anticipated, as she initially believed they would be beyond salvage. However, to mend them, she required Gu Yuan Dan. Previously, Ji Chonghuai had gifted her 1 out of guilt, which could be of use, though it was insufficient. Ideally, she needed at least 5 Gu Yuan Dan. The efficacy of Gu Yuan Dan was still too limited. It would be prudent to consider alternatives. While Ye Wanwan pondered over the required medicinal herbs, her gaze fell upon the Illusory Elder, and she was immediately reminded of that segment of memory inheritance. She swiftly immersed herself in thought, searching for methods to repair the golden pills. Indeed, she discovered 2 methods, Raindew Nourishing Pill and Xianjing Gu Yuan Powder. Yet, both of these elixirs required two types of level 4 spiritual herbs as their primary ingredients. This time, she had managed to acquire some level 3 herbs within the illusory realm, but none of level 4. The illusory elder sighed, lamenting that in the past, there had been abundant resources, not only level 4, but even level 5, 6, and 7 herbs within the realm, yet alas, they had long been plundered. Ye Wanwan contemplated, devising a plan to procure what was needed. This injury required treatment. After all, it concerned 5 golden pills. Suddenly, someone approached. The illusory elder and dream spirit swiftly retreated into the Ziyun ring, while Ye Wanwan summoned Xing Zhe closer. Upon raising her gaze, she found Pei Xian standing at the entrance. Chapter 77. Wanwan's visit to the master. Pei Xian lingered alone in the courtyard, where the scenery shifted with the seasons. Now blanketed in winter snow, the swirling snowflakes seemed to meld with him, cold and devoid of emotion. A shard of ice, or perhaps a snowflake without a resting place. They appeared close yet impossibly distant. In this moment, Ye Wanwan perceived a hint of contemplation and a rare trace of worry on Pei Xian's face, a most intriguing sight. She rose and slowly approached him. Master. Upon hearing her voice, Pei Xian turned, nodded, and inquired, "Are you feeling better?" "Much better," Ye Wanwan replied, standing across the threshold. She felt an oddity in their distance. "Aren't you coming in, master?" Pei Xian remained outside and instructed, "Extend your hand." With a hint of confusion, Ye Wanwan complied. A chincoin bag and 2 brocade boxes landed heavily in her palm, as if embodying the weight of his instructions. "This contains 4th grade rain dew and 4th grade fire Xian crystal. I anticipated you would seek to restore your golden elixir upon awakening. These 2 herbs will assist you in mending your water and fire golden elixirs. The remaining 3 are not urgent. 5th senior brother is on his way back and will bring you 3 additional 4th grade herbs, all of which will suffice." Ye Wanwan tightened her grip. "Master." Pei Xian spoke softly. "As for the rest, keep them for your use. Should you find yourself in need, simply tell me." "Master." Pei Xian paused, perhaps sensing the girl's fervent emotions, and elaborated, "I am not accustomed to socializing. Among our brotherhood of 8, we usually mind our own affairs. Suddenly taking a young girl as my disciple, I possess little experience. However, I assure you, my disciple is not one who can be easily bullied. As you venture forth, feel free to forge your own path. I shall bear the burdens of any troubles that arise. Pursue your desires without concern for implicating our sect. We are capable of shouldering it." Ye Wanwan's eyes brimmed with tears. She could sense the aura of Pei Xian, freshly returned from the outside world, and these herbs, along with the intricate design of the brocade box. This was an item from the Supreme Sect. He had indeed ventured out. To merely say thank you felt insufficient. Discarding the lingering tears, Ye Wanwan retrieved another brocade box from her purple cloud ring and respectfully presented it to Pei Xian, solemnly stating, "Master, this is for you." Pei Xian was momentarily taken aback. "For me?" "Yes, a 5th grade wood fire spirit," she affirmed. Pei Xian's fingers curled slightly. Ye Wanwan explained in a soft voice, "I once overheard the sect master mention that you possess dual affinities for ice and fire, yet you have remained in the snowy mountains. If my guess is correct, your fire affinity must be exceedingly potent, requiring the power of ice and snow to temper it. This wood fire spirit is gentle and can help neutralize your fire toxicity." She lifted her head, her smile radiant. "I believe it should be beneficial." Pei Xian gazed at the brocade box in her palm for a long while before accepting it. "Indeed, it is useful." Ye Wanwan added, "This is merely a 5th grade spirit. If I encounter any higher grade ones in the future, I will seek them out for you." Pei Xian replied, "Do your best. There is no need to overexert yourself." Ye Wanwan assured, "I will not overexert." The 2 individuals shared a silence. Yet Ye Wanwan had already learned to initiate conversation on her own. "I have received the items gifted by my master. I may use them freely, correct?" Pei Xian replied softly, "What is given to you is yours. Even if you choose to toss it aside, that is your prerogative, and I shall not interfere. I will not cast it aside. I shall put it to good use." In that moment, the young girl seemed to recall something. She took 2 steps back, knelt upon the ground, her hands clasped together resting against her forehead as she performed a deep bow. "Wanwan, I pay my respects to my master. Pei Xian remained silent for a long while, and Ye Wanwan did not rise. Through the swirling snow of the courtyard, the girl knelt upright, yet with great reverence. Beyond the threshold, Pei Xian remained motionless, taking this bow from Ye Wanwan with utmost seriousness. They both understood that this bow held profound significance. It was a heartfelt acknowledgement from Ye Wanwan. After a considerable time, Pei Xian gently spoke, "Rise." Ye Wanwan stood, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. "Master." Pei Xian responded affirmatively and departed with his belongings. Ye Wanwan respectfully watched until his figure faded from view. Only then did her gaze fall upon the brocade box, her hand gently caressing the intricate patterns of the Supreme Sect. "It is all in the past," she murmured softly, as if speaking to herself. Just as the markings she had erased from the box, everything has indeed passed. Having left the Xylan cave, Pei Xian sat on a stone platform, observing the wooden fire spirit for a long time. After much contemplation, he took the brocade box to the main peak to seek out Li Mingde, who was engrossed in creating new dishes. "Senior brother, I have something to show you." Li Mingde, taken aback, inquired what could possibly warrant such a journey. Pei Xian solemnly pushed the brocade box forward. "Take a look." Li Mingde opened it, his eyes widening in astonishment at the warm wooden fire spirit. A 5th-grade wooden fire spirit, quite commendable. Though it pales in comparison to your 7th-grade one, it is nonetheless a treasure of decent quality. "Are you intending to?" "It was a gift from my disciple." Li Mingde stared at Pei Xian, bewildered. "Is it from Lil Wanwan?" "Not for her." Pei Xian nodded, reiterating, "Is from her." Li Mingde sighed. What a good disciple. Satisfied with the outcome, Pei Xian left with the brocade box and made his way to Qing Tsong Mountain to find Sun Yin, who learned everything. After traversing Qing Tsong Mountain, he visited Jian Peak to seek out Yanju. Yanju, gritting his teeth, exclaimed, "Are you looking for a fight with me?" He was well aware he had taken on a troublesome disciple. Pei Xian pondered, "If you wish for my guidance, you may come." Yanju's eyes lit up. Really? It had been many years since Pei Xian had engaged in combat. Indeed, Pei Xian opened the void battlefield, inviting Yanju in. Without hesitation, Yanju followed. 2 hours later, Yanju lay on the ground, battered yet exhilarated, his eyes sparkling. That was invigorating. "I shall return for more." Yanju had a premonition that if he fought with Pei Xian a couple more times, he would break through the bottleneck of the Yuan Ing stage and ascend to the Huashan stage. "Hey, let us have another match next month." Pei Xian disregarded Yanju's plea, idly toying with the spirit stone, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, Yanju felt his spiritual interface abruptly pop open. A purple communication. An urgent message, just a step below the red alert. "Yan Yu." Everyone in the Tianyi sect was taken aback. The leader, Gu Kanglin, inquired gravely, "What is happening? Has something occurred within the sect?" The second-in-command, Luo Qingfeng, anxiously asked, "Have we been bullied?" "Wait for me. I will finish this secret realm and return at once." The 6th brother, Lu Menglan, wore a perplexed expression. Was that from the 7th junior? Has the snow mountain collapsed? Or has the 7th junior obliterated a rival sect? Are they formidable? Did they eliminate all witnesses? Is there a loose end I need to address? The leader and second-in-command responded with silence. 6th brother? Lu Menglan quickly adopted a serious demeanor. "I was merely jesting." It was the 5th brother, Lu Qingxian, who struck at the crux of the matter. A few days ago, the 7th junior wrote to me, stating that Xiao Lu was injured. This sudden message, could it be that Xiao Lu is in peril? The 4 elder brothers hastily inquired, eager for an answer, while only Yanju and Sun Yin covered their faces in despair. Alas! Chapter 78. Are we certain about the upgrade? Li Mingde spoke up within the formation, urging everyone to remain calm, assuring them that there was no significant issue within the sect and that Xiao Lu was perfectly fine. However, Lu Menglan, the 6th brother, was unconvinced. If everything was fine, why would they be playing with a purple spiritual formation? Pei Xian replied in a calm tone, stating that there was indeed no major crisis, but he wished to show everyone something. At that moment, a brocade box appeared on the screen. Lu Menglan immediately recognized it, a 5th-grade wood fire spirit. Lu Qingxian expressed his curiosity, remarking that the item was impressive. yet questioned why it warranted the use of a purple signal command. Pei Xian simply stated, "It was a gift for my disciple." The crowd fell silent for a moment, the entire spiritual formation erupting in commotion. They were tempted to voice their frustrations, yet reconsidered. After all, this was the seventh junior brother, and they could not afford to offend him. However, they were undeniably irked. Before the eldest and second brothers could respond, the fifth brother had already exploded with indignation. "What do you mean? Your disciple gifted you such a precious treasure. On what grounds?" Lu Qingxian bellowed. "Seventh brother, let me have your disciple." The crowd collectively sighed. Pei Xian replied, "Fifth brother, you already have one." "Oh, I suppose that is true, though I haven't brought it along in quite some time." Sun Yin gritted his teeth. "When will you return to me?" "Within half a month." "Hurry up." A group of people began to chatter aimlessly, yet amidst their words, they could not suppress their frustration and jealousy. Yin Zhu scoffed. "Xiao Lu was originally the one I had my eye on." Pei Xian retorted, "You cannot teach him." Yin Zhu fell silent. The others covered their faces, exhaling sighs. What a good child. It's his first venture into the secret realm, and he remembers to bring a gift for his master. Lu Menglan remarked, sniffling softly, "He truly is a good child." Gu Kanglin quietly added, "This child possesses a good character." Luo Qingfeng interjected, "What good does mere praise do?" That little rascal returned from his outing severely injured. "Shouldn't we, as his uncles, express our concern? Are we battling the Supreme Sect?" Lu Menglan offered, "I can do it." No one paid attention to the battle maniac, Lu Menglan. Gu Kanglin continued, "Recently, I happened upon a 7th grade spirit herb. When will you be free, junior brother? Let us visit the spirit market. I shall exchange it for you as a greeting gift for Xiao Lu." Others chimed in, agreeing that some form of greeting gift was indeed in order. At once, everyone began to recall what treasures they could offer to Ye Wanwan. Pei Xian did not refuse. "Well, since the spiritual formation is already activated, it is only fitting that we provide some benefits for my disciple." Suddenly, Luo Qingfeng remembered his own disciple and inquired, "Where is Xiao Wu?" He should have joined his senior brothers and sisters by now. This time, they had ventured into the secret realm together. The young lad had performed decently and had even managed to protect his family from harm. Sun Yin commented approvingly, expressing his satisfaction. Luo Qingfeng responded, "That is reassuring. I knew this lad had good character. His bone structure alone suggests he is destined to be a disciple of our Tianyi sect. However, I must trouble my junior brothers to keep an eye on him. This boy is rebellious and always seeks to run away. I have pursued him for 5 years, and he has evaded me for 5 years." Luo Qingfeng lamented, "If it weren't for the eldest brother keeping an eye on him, I would have nearly lost track of him." Yin Zhu spoke calmly, "Rest assured, elder brother, once he has entered our Tianyi sect, there is no way he can leave. Alive, he is a child of Tianyi sect. Dead, he remains a ghost of Tianyi sect. Now that he has arrived, he will certainly stay. In the pursuit of hidden pleasures, I observe that these children possess commendable character. This batch of seedlings is indeed promising." Indeed, the gathered individuals express their sentiments. The Tianyi sect finally has successors, honoring our ancestors. Lu Qingxian remarks, "7 junior brother, I have located the 3 varieties of 4th level herbs you requested. I shall send them to you via the spirit market to spare you a wait of another half-month." Pei Xian responds affirmatively. Li Mingda laments, "You fellows, having just attained wealth, are already squandering it. The spirit market demands transaction fees." Lu Qingxian counters, "Senior brother, who among us lacks spirit stones?" 7th junior brother certainly does not. Why are you concerned? Pei Xian calmly agrees, "Indeed, the entire sect owes me a debt." The crowd collectively sighs, enter seclusion, refrain from conversation. Meanwhile, Ye Wanwan remains unaware of the numerous gifts she has unexpectedly received. She is presently counting her spoils, having previously displayed only a portion of her findings, prompting Fang Hian to request her to retrieve more. Thus, Ye Wanwan has not had the opportunity to fully organize her acquisitions from the secret realm. She categorizes all the spiritual herbs from the valley, discovering ordinary herbs numbering in the tens of thousands. First-level herbs and medicines total over 19,000, while second-level varieties amount to 3 to 4,000. The third-level herbs are scarce, numbering only 3 to 400, with some not yet matured, capable of further cultivation in the spirit lake until they reach the 4th level. Ye Wanwan meticulously selects and divides all the herbs below the 2nd level into 3 parts, retaining 3/10 for herself and placing the remaining 7/10 into her storage ring, intending to submit them to her sect. From the already matured 3rd level herbs, she carefully chooses 8 based on their attributes: 1 for senior sister Bai, nourishing the body; 1 for senior brother Fong, nurturing the spirit; 1 for Li Wanji, healing injuries; and 2 for Shen Nanzhou, restoring eyesight. Uncertain of Shen Nanzhou's needs, she selects 2 of the most visually appealing herbs that can replenish spiritual energy. There are also offerings for the eldest senior brother, whom she has yet to meet. After organizing the gifts for her senior brothers and sisters, Ye Wanwan begins preparing for Li Mingda and Yinju, as well as Sunin. The Dream Elder and Dream Spirit observe her actions, pondering, is this the same little demoness who harbors a vendetta? This is exceedingly generous. Having spent 3 hours arranging these items, the sky has grown dark, yet the young lady remains spirited. She proceeds to sell the remaining ordinary spiritual herbs at the spirit market. In addition to vendor transactions, there are specialized trading houses that purchase these herbs, albeit at slightly lower prices than those in the valley, though they offer convenience and anonymity. Given this substantial quantity, Ye Wanwan does not intend to sell them at the base of the mountain. Ye Wanwan prepares to sell all of her 3/10 of ordinary spiritual herbs, leaving only a minimal portion. However, the Dream Elder intervenes, advising her that as an inheritor of my alchemical mastery, she will require a significant amount of ordinary herbs for her future concoctions. Selling them now would necessitate repurchasing later. Why bother? Ye Wanwan replies softly, I understand. Yeah, I have considered this. The herbs I am selling are foundational. Acquiring them again will not pose a challenge. However, at this moment, I am in greater need of spirit stones. The old man of dreams was taken aback. What do you intend to do? Ye Wanwan replied, it is of importance. She sold all her foundational spirit herbs, acquiring a sum of 120,000 spirit stones. Additionally, she organized other items for sale, ultimately amassing 260,000. Subsequently, the young girl retrieved the spirit crystals given to her by Pei Xian, 12 in total. Each spirit crystal was valued at 1 million spirit stones, amounting to an impressive total of 12 million. Ye Wanwan's gaze lowered slightly. She had previously hesitated to use them, fearing that after 3 years she would be unable to repay this kindness. However, now, she could make use of them. After investing all the spirit crystals into the spirit market, Ye Wanwan returned to her bamboo cottage, where the interface for upgrading her dwelling appeared before her. She selected her 3rd residence, a modest cave dwelling priced at 14 million. Esteemed friend, do you confirm the use of 14 million spirit stones to upgrade the cave dwelling? Ye Wanwan affirmed, I confirm. Chapter 79. The Independent World in this realm. The cost of a humble thatched cottage is 10,000 spirit stones, while an elegant bamboo house ranges from 30,000 to 1 million. The price of a luxurious estate spans from 3 million to 5 million. A small cave dwelling is priced between 14 million and 30 million, a medium cave dwelling between 50 million and 100 million, and a high-grade cave dwelling reaches a staggering 1 billion. The composite small cave dwelling exceeds 1 billion. However, this particular section remains shrouded in gray, indicating it is not accessible. Ye Wanwan opted for the lowest price within the small cave dwelling range, 14 million spirit stones. Although the prices of dwellings within the same category vary, the flow of time remains consistent. The differences lie solely in spatial dimensions and opulence. Ye Wanwan does not require spacious extravagance. Her sole desire is for an accelerated flow of time. The time flow within a small cave dwelling is 5 times that of the outside world. She has speculated that the highest grade composite cave dwelling could achieve a time flow rate of 8 or even 10 times, yet the final page remains closed to her, leaving her uncertain, presumably due to a lack of authorization. Nevertheless, the current 5-fold flow is sufficient for her needs. However, as one progresses, the costs escalate dramatically. The initial thatched cottages serve as a deceptive lure for novice players, priced attractively low, only to skyrocket once the benefits are realized soaring into the millions. Yet for Ye Wanwan, it is worth the investment. Within 5 days inside, 1 day passes in the outside world, allowing a month to equate to 5 months of use. Moreover, the anti-addiction mode has adjusted from several days to 1 month in the outside world. By dedicating a month, she can cultivate for 5 months within. It is a bargain. Without hesitation, Ye Wanwan confirmed her choice. Before her, the bamboo house transformed into a modest small courtyard cave dwelling. Yet, she found satisfaction in its generosity. It included 2 quiet meditation rooms in the east and west wings, a crafting room for weaponry, a potion-making room, and a small courtyard at its center, adorned with a subtle protective array of flowing light. Of course, tools and equipment were not provided. It merely offered space. The rules were clear. To acquire what one desires, one must spend spirit stones. Here, as long as one spends an ample amount of spirit stones, their wishes can be fulfilled. Yet, for this dwelling, Ye Wanwan felt immense contentment. She welcomed Xingzi, Mingling, and the Elder of Illusions into the space. Upon entering, the Elder of Illusions appeared astounded, even shocked. Is this a spatial realm? How can such a space exist, with rules differing from the outside world, defined by others? Whose is this? He queried in rapid succession. Ye Wanwan replied, I do not know. The Elder's astonishment deepened, even as a mere memory entity. The inherited memories offered no clarity on the matter. He sensed that this spirit market concealed a grand, mysterious scheme, for it was an entirely independent void realm. A sanctuary that could completely evade the scrutiny of celestial beings, an independent world. The Elder of Illusions yearned to venture out and observe the world, yet soon realized that exploring this spirit market was beyond its reach. Whenever it attempted to glimpse into this realm, a terrifying pressure enveloped it, as if a foreboding warning loomed, or perhaps an unseen force sought to eradicate its existence. The Elder felt an overwhelming dread, an anxiety of death and utter obliteration. It was not until Ye Wanwan spoke that this oppressive aura dissipated. Do not waste your efforts. The spirit market currently only permits access to the home and trading systems, nothing more. Beyond the cave lies a boundless desert, an expanse so vast that no end can be seen, devoid of any neighboring presence. In this realm, the only inhabitant is oneself. Furthermore, the entrance is tethered to a token, bound by the essence of one's soul. Regardless of the token employed, once the soul is verified, Ye Wanwan can enter. However, utilizing a disciple's token can make one particularly susceptible to being tracked due to the Tianyi sect's unique spiritual and positioning arrays, thus revealing one's identity. This is why Ye Wanwan requested Li Wanji to create several alternate identities. Regardless of the token used, upon entering the home, it remains Ye Wanwan's domain. Otherwise, switching to another account would necessitate an upgrade, and Ye Wanwan was reluctant to expend so many spirit stones. The Elder of Illusions sat upon the stone steps of the courtyard, seemingly contemplating existence, while the little stone, Xingzi, rolled about. It then extended its hands and feet before Ye Wanwan, placing its hands on its hips, and declared, Master, although the flow of time here is favorable. The spiritual energy pales in comparison to that of Xingzi Lake. Indeed, Ye Wanwan replied succinctly, which is why I require the assistance of Xingzi Lake to restore my golden core. How so? Xingzi inquired. Simply open the Ziyun ring for me, and I will benefit from a 5-fold acceleration, will I not? Xingzi, Dream Spirit, and the Elder of Illusions all replied, How astute! I now understand why your ascension was unsuccessful, Ye Wanwan remarked. There is no need to be so direct, the Elder responded solemnly, for that is not I. I am but a remnant soul carrying memories. Do you think I believe you? Ye Wanwan retorted. Xingzi opened the entrance to the Ziyun ring, ensuring that Ye Wanwan could appreciate the beauty of this new abode while also guaranteeing the time flow would be effective. It opened half of the ring, connecting one side to the courtyard and the other to the Ziyun ring, revealing fruit-bearing trees flourishing within the courtyard. Their branches swayed gracefully, suffused with rich spiritual energy, invigorating the entire courtyard. Ye Wanwan had not anticipated this transformation. With pride, Xingzi proclaimed, Master, this ring is of high caliber and is itself an illusionary artifact. perfectly merging with me, allowing for endless transformations. This ring serves as a bespoke vessel for me. Any accompanying spirit would delight in this ring. Xingze thought to itself. Fortunate to have recognized its value early on. Ye Wanwan, too, felt satisfied and rewarded it with a Xianling pill, saying, "This is for you." Xingze deftly caught the Xianling pill in his small hands, absorbing the ethereal resonance within, his eyes sparkling with delight. He scampered over, exclaiming, "Master, where did you acquire this pill? Its spiritual essence and vitality are extraordinary. Is there more?" Ye Wanwan had already settled beneath the fruit-bearing tree, responding, "I cultivated the Xianling grass myself and crafted it. Spiritual essence? And vitality?" Mengling exclaimed, swiftly flying to Xingze's side. "Allow me a taste." "Not a chance." Fearing that Mengling might snatch it away, Xingze promptly stuffed the pill into his own mouth, covering it with his hand before swallowing it down. Mengling was infuriated. "You wretched stone, can you even digest the remnants? Will you even be able to excrete anything?" "I certainly can." With that, he squatted down, and with a resounding sound, he expelled a tiny bit of medicinal residue, glancing at Mengling with a triumphant air, as if to boast, "Did you see that? Mengling, Ye Wanwan, you too, go away and leave me be." Chapter 80. A sense of exhaustion after a brief moment, Xingze and Mengling, two spirits, crouched on the stone steps, looking utterly aggrieved. In stark contrast to Xingze's dark stone form, Mengling was ensnared in red runes, resembling a tightly bound rice ball, desperately attempting to extricate its limbs from the confines of the threads, glaring at Xingze with clenched teeth. Xingze hung his head low, turning away in silent disregard. The Elder of Illusions continued to ponder the essence of spirits. Ye Wanwan glanced over the three spirits and let out a long sigh, realizing she had inadvertently taken on three troublesome companions. The young girl composed herself, dismissing external distractions, and cast 5 runes to establish a protective formation. She then began to cultivate her divine technique beneath the tree. As she channeled her energy, 10 golden elixirs emerged from her body, traversing along the meridian pathways she had delineated around her. Observing this spectacle, both the Elder of Illusions and Mengling turned their attention towards her. The external manifestation of the golden elixirs, though not a novel sight for them, never ceased to astonish them with the girl's extraordinary talent. A cultivator typically possesses a single golden elixir, which transforms and evolves through various stages, from golden elixir to nascent soul, advancing step by step towards divine transformation, void refinement, integration, tribulation, and ultimately ascendance. Only upon transcending this final stage does one truly become an immortal. However, the path of this girl diverged from theirs. She possessed 10 elixirs, with the potential for even more. At this moment, the 10 golden elixirs moved along the route she had meticulously planned. The Elder of Illusions, well versed in such matters, recognized that Ye Wanwan's pathway extended from her internal meridians, resembling a detailed map of her energy channels. It was as though a vast network of meridians existed outside her body, and she, with these golden elixirs, sought to conquer and harness them for her own use. This was precisely why Mengling was dominated the moment it approached Ye Wanwan's space. Within this domain, she was the sole architect of the rules. A more fitting term to describe it might be realm, a power that a golden elixir stage cultivator awakens only upon reaching the divine transformation stage. And she wielded it with remarkable proficiency. How could this not be considered genius? Mengling mumbled to itself. Yet this time, it was thoroughly convinced, for its dream realm had been obliterated by Shenanzhou, leaving it with nowhere to retreat. At least by following Ye Wanwan, there was a chance for survival. Trailing Shenanzhou, however, would only lead to certain doom, for that boy was even more formidable. The Elder of Illusions murmured, "Give her time to grow. I cannot even fathom how far she might go." Even the Elder was uncertain of Ye Wanwan's next steps, yet felt certain that this young girl would bring immense surprises, or perhaps shocks, to the realm of cultivation. Among the 10 golden elixirs, 5 bore cracks. Ye Wanwan gathered them before her, focusing first on the fire elixir. She retrieved a 4th-grade fire mystic crystal, which floated gracefully in midair. Channeling the energy of her 9 golden elixirs, she gradually extracted the spiritual energy from the fire mystic crystal, intertwining it with the fire elixir. Under the influence of this spiritual energy, she meticulously repaired the golden elixir with pure fire energy. This process was monotonous and tedious. It took Ye Wanwan a month and a half to succeed, but having gained her first experience, her second water-type golden elixir was completed much more swiftly, requiring only 20 days. Upon the completion of 2 golden elixirs, Ye Wanwan experienced a notable breakthrough within the 5 orbs of energy residing in her body. The water and fire spiritual roots advanced to the 13th layer of qi refining, while the wood spiritual root reached the 6th layer, and the metal and earth roots achieved the 5th layer. Ye Wanwan clenched her fist, reflecting on the remarkable potency of the 4th level spiritual herb. Not only did it restore the 2 golden elixirs, but it also facilitated a breakthrough into the 3rd stage of qi refining, leaving her just 1 step away from foundation establishment. However, upon observing the remaining 3 orbs of energy, Ye Wanwan refrained from hastily pursuing another breakthrough. To maintain the equilibrium of the 5 elements, it would be most advantageous to ascend together. Thus, she chose to bide her time. Calculating the passage of time, she noted that 65 days had elapsed in her cave abode, while outside, 13 days had passed, nearly half a month. It was time for her to venture out. Ye Wanwan withdrew all the golden elixirs back in her body and, upon rising, observed Dream Spirit and Xing Zhe, each occupying a side of the stone steps, as if claiming their respective territories. The Elder of Dream had already succumbed to slumber within the spiritual pearl. Ye Wanwan collected them and gazed at the dim, lingering soul within the spiritual pearl, murmuring softly, "You cannot endure much longer, can you? Your urgency in seeking a successor stems from your own impatience. With the collapse of the secret realm, your journey too approaches its end." Gently stroking the spiritual pearl, she pondered the possibility of acquiring some soul-nurturing spiritual herbs. The Wu Swan fruit could serve this purpose, yet the elder could not consume it directly. Merely absorbing the fruit's spiritual resonance would yield minimal results. A soul-nurturing elixir would be more effective. After contemplating for a moment, she resolved to incorporate alchemical practices into her daily regimen, dedicating an hour each day, sufficient, and if necessary, she could always allocate more time. Upon exiting the spiritual market, she perused the stalls and noted that the Xianling herb remained unsold. Unfazed, she placed her latest 2 talismans on display. No sooner had she done so than they were promptly purchased. Ding ding ding. Congratulations, stall owner. The buyer, not short of money, has acquired your fire control talismans for a total of 14,000 pieces of spirit stone. Ye Wanwan. Is it him again? Before she could voice her thoughts, the flamboyant young master interrupted, questioning, "What's the matter, little stall owner? It's been ages since you've had new stock. Have you ceased your business? Are you no longer in need of spirit stones? Do you not wish to earn money?" Regaining her composure, Ye Wanwan replied, "I've been away on business." The young master clicked his tongue, lamenting, "You cultivators are always so troublesome. Now, tell me, what is the purpose of this latest talisman? Fire control talisman for attack." She responded, "Not short of money. It seems rather useless. Such ordinary attack talismans abound in the spiritual market, and your prices are exorbitant. Are you trying to fleece me?" Ye Wanwan countered, "You should purchase the other one as well." Ding ding ding. Congratulations, stall owner. The buyer, not short of money, has purchased your water control talisman for another 14,000 pieces of spirit stone. Ye Wanwan. Truly not short of money. How can you buy both the fire control and water control talismans? She inquired. Have you ever played with the interplay of water and fire? Not short of money. Are you suggesting using them simultaneously? Precisely. Together, they yield results greater than the sum of their parts. This attack talisman can deliver a single strike to a nascent soul cultivator, but it is limited to that one blow. After discarding the talisman, the mist produced can aid in your escape, lasting for 20 breaths. The wealthy individual remained silent for an extended period before finally speaking, his tone slightly strained. Can this mist obstruct the soul searching of a nascent soul? Upon hearing this, Ye Wanwan immediately recognized the other's astuteness grasping the crux of the matter. With a slight smile, she replied, "Indeed, thus this talisman is sold as a set. It offers not only offensive capabilities, but also a means of salvation." The wealthy individual, his voice laden with gravity, inquired, "Is there more?" "I require 10 sets." Ye Wanwan responded, "Regrettably, there are none available. If you wish to procure them, a reservation is necessary." Ding ding ding. Congratulations to the stall owner. The customer has reserved 10 sets of your fire control and water transport talismans, successfully credited with 280,000. Ye Wanwan, the wealthy individual. As the wealthy individual turned, he noticed a figure beside him and called out loudly, "Hey, brother, how many times has it been for you?" Each time he visited, this brother persistently made purchases, and each time he appeared to relish the experience. "I'm merely observing," the other replied softly. This was the first time Ye Wanwan had heard the voice of this customer. Compared to the vivacity of a wealthy scion, this voice bore the weight of an elderly man nearing the twilight of life. Despite being undeniably youthful, it seemed as though it was nearing its last flicker. Chapter 81. I am Fong Hien. Ye Wanwan felt a tightness in her heart. She had heard such a voice before. It was the same feeble tone her father had exhibited before his demise. Despite his valiant efforts, the young Ye Wanwan could still discern that his vitality had been depleted. In his final moments, he earnestly advised her to heed her mentors and remain at the Wushang sect. Regrettably, she had failed to do so. The voice before her now seemed slightly younger, perhaps belonging to someone around the age of 23 or 24. Yet, it bore the weight of prolonged illness. The numerous talismans he had purchased indicated he was a cultivator, unlikely to be so frail. How could someone with ample resources appear so weak? "I merely stayed up late to cultivate," he murmured softly. "Youngster, take care of your health. Excessive indulgence can be detrimental." All right. If you wish to buy, then purchase. The stall owner is here and cannot escape." "Stall owner, I shall order 10 sets, and I also require 10-piece talismans." Ye Wanwan interjected, "1-piece talisman is sufficient." "Nonsense, I consume them quickly." With a grand gesture, he transferred 600,000 into Ye Wanwan's hands. After deducting the commission, she received 420,000. "Each piece talisman costs 10,000, she reminded him. He had spent 600,000 on 30 talismans, making them 20,000 each. "Here, a little extra for you. Ensure prompt delivery." Ye Wanwan contemplated briefly. 3 days hence, I have matters to attend to. Do not isolate yourself daily. Do you see that brother over there? Prolonged cultivation can lead to a misstep in practice, as he has experienced. Ye Wanwan ignored him and turned her attention to another customer, confirming the delivery in 3 days. Having accepted the spirit stones, Ye Wanwan glanced at the empty stall. Perhaps she could also procure some elixirs for sale. The young woman departed the spirit market and returned to the Xylem cave. At a glance, she spotted 3 individuals squatting at the entrance. Bai Jian was gazing longingly at the fruits in the courtyard, seemingly awaiting their ripening. Fong Hien had his arm draped over Li Wanji's shoulder, discussing, "I believe we can intensify our studies." Li Benzi, Rapia. "Senior brother, you are the one who strikes. I am the one who endures the blows. If the workload increases, I shall also bear the brunt." Fong Hien countered, "Even my little master, uncle, your master, has stated that while cultivating techniques is essential, one must not neglect physical training. He specifically instructed me to ensure you remain diligent. You left me bedridden for 2 days last time. I was not that harsh, was I? Otherwise, perhaps you should spar with the senior sister next time." Li Wanji exclaimed, "If you wish for my demise, just say so. It is settled then. With my master back, there are plenty of remedies available for you," Fong Hien declared. As Ye Wanwan listened to their everyday banter, she emerged from the cave, addressing her second sister, third brother, and fourth brother. The 3 turned in unison, exclaiming, "Little junior sister." Bai Jian rushed to Ye Wanwan, and upon seeing her untroubled expression, smiled broadly, offering her a bright red apple. "Here." Ye Wanwan took the item. Noticing that it still bore her warmth, she pondered how long it had been cradled in her hands. Her heart softened as she called out, "Senior sister." Bai Jian replied, "It's sweet. Ye danyan affirmit, She took a bite and smiled, repeating, "It's sweet." Fong Hien joyfully remarked, It appears that junior sister has made some recovery over the past half-month. Her breath has stabilized considerably. Ye Wanwan nodded. A few days ago, Master provided me with 2 fourth-grade spirit herbs, and now I have restored 2 golden pills. Fong Hian chuckled mysteriously. Congratulations. You'll be able to restore the remaining 3 golden pills as well. Ye Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. Fong Hian laughed heartily. My master has returned. The only alchemist of the Tianyi sect has come back. Qing Song Mountain. Observing the chaos around him, Lu Qingxian clutched his chest in despair. Third senior brother, I understand you wish to cultivate spirit food on a piece of land. I have no objections, but must you destroy my spirit herbs? Sun Yin, unperturbed, rolled up his trousers and donned a straw hat, retorting, I don't need your spirit field. How else can I grow spirit food? Lu Qingxian lamented. With such a vast spirit field, if you plant one patch and it dies, is there none that thrives? He knelt on the ground, weeping over the desolate expanse of withered grass. Sun Yin was at a loss. How was I to know? I followed the methods of the Divine Farmer's Classic. Yet each attempt has met with failure. Lu Qingxian gazed at what was once a lush Qing Song Mountain, now reduced to a barren wasteland. He lay prostrate on the ground, unable to recover for a long while. My field, it's all withered. Woo-woo. Master. 4 figures approached on swords, 2 men and 2 women, all standing tall. Lu Qingxian executed a perfect 90-degree jump, brushing off the dry grass from his body, presenting himself with the poise of a hermit. He nodded at Li Wanji, who had stumbled forward due to instability on her sword. Ah, it's you, Shaoliner. You've grown quite a bit. Li Wanji stammered. Huh? Fong Hian interjected, blocking Li Wanji, and with a stoic expression directed at Lu Qingxian, said, Master, I am Fong Hian. Li Wanji, maintaining her composure, respectfully bowed. Uncle Master, I am Li Wanji, the 4th disciple of the 101st generation. Ye Wanwan followed suit. Xiao Lu, Ye Wanwan. Bai Jian, noticing the others bowing, joined in. Xiao Air by Jian. Sun Yin, shaking his straw hat, encouraged, come. All of you should recognize your Uncle Master. Otherwise, if you venture out someday, you won't know what he looks like. Lu Qingxian whispered. Please refrain from mocking me. Sun Yin had already activated the spirit communication array, and Old Five had mistaken his own disciple. Everyone remarked, it's something he would do. Clearing his throat, Lu Qingxian looked at Fong Hian, who was on the verge of tears, and awkwardly said, Well, when I left, you were still quite young. Fong Hian pretended to wipe away tears. Indeed, Master has been gone for 15 years. What began as a feigned lament soon turned into genuine feelings of grievance. You abandoned me and left behind a multitude of books. If it weren't for my master's guidance, I would be utterly lost, uncertain of where to go or what to do. Lu Qingxian felt a tinge of guilt. His master would stay for a while this time. For how long? Perhaps he would not leave for a decade. At the very least, the Qing Song Mountain needed saving. Fong Hian curled his lip, deeming Lu Qingxuan's credibility as non-existent. However, he was indifferent to this at the moment. He urged Lu Qingxian, Master, you should first check on junior sister. She shattered her golden core while protecting us. Lu Qingxian hurriedly replied, I know. As he spoke, he openly observed Ye Wanwan, growing fonder with each glance. He cheerfully asked, Little Six, do you wish to change your master? Ye Wanwan was taken aback. A chill wind swept through the Qing Song Mountain. Snowflakes descending upon the newly sprouted spiritual herbs, the sound echoing softly in the air. It seemed that the senior brother was contemplating a change of allegiance. Chapter 82. Warmth. The temperature on Qing Song Mountain plummeted. My seedlings. Sun Yin rushed into the fields, urgently trying to salvage them. Lao Qi, put away your ice and snow. These delicate seedlings cannot withstand the frost, or they will perish. Pei Xian remarked calmly. Third senior brother, even without frost, your seedlings are doomed. Sun Yin retorted. Can you not say something more positive? Ye Wanyao glanced at the 2 elders, Lu Qingxian and Pei Xian, who were at odds, and after some contemplation, she chose to approach the more prudent and safe Sun Yin. Uncle Master, perhaps I could take a look? Sun Yin beamed as the young girl approached. You know how to cultivate too? Come, observe. These are the precious seedlings I have nurtured for a year. Upon inspecting the roots, Ye Wanwan quickly deduced the issue: lack of water. In fact, the entire Qingsong mountain was bereft of moisture. The air contained almost no water elements, making survival a rarity. With a graceful gesture, Ye Wanwan invoked the rain summoning technique, followed by the pest control technique. After a brief period, the seedlings in the spiritual field appeared revitalized. Sun Yin was taken aback. How is it that her efforts in mere moments surpass my entire year's work? Is this true talent? He scrutinized Ye Wanwan, whispering, "Do you still wish to take me as your master?" Pei Xian interjected. Ye Wanwan stepped back slightly and respectfully bowed. "Uncle Master, this is not a significant issue. It is likely your aura is too potent, disrupting the water elements of this mountain and spiritual field. If you merely conceal your aura, all will be well." Sun Yin pondered, "But I conceal it quite well. No one can discern my realm, at least when I descend the mountain. Others perceive me as a humble farmer." Ye Wanwan pointed to an object at his waist. "You may conceal your aura effectively, yet your magical artifact is not well hidden." Sun Yin drew out the fan from his waist. He waved it, and flames surged from his side, sweeping towards half the mountain. Fortunately, Lu Qingxian acted swiftly, creating a barrier with a flick of his hand. Otherwise, half the mountain would have been ablaze. In despair, he exclaimed, "My brother, why do you carry this around?" Sun Yin mumbled, "Isn't this a trophy from the Qian demon lord that was acquired centuries ago? I found it visually appealing and kept it on me." "Who told you Qingsong Mountain to be so hot? I thought I could create some cool air with it." Sun Yin glared and promptly shifted the blame. Lu Qingxian questioned, "Are you certain this can cool anything?" Sun Yin tossed the fan to Ye Wanwan, who instinctively caught it. "Well, it seems I hadn't noticed. Who could have guessed the culprit was this?" "Uncle Master, this." Ye Wanwan respectfully offered it back. Sun Yin waved his hand dismissively. "It's yours now." Ye Wanwan's grip tightened. This was indeed a high-grade magical artifact. Sun Yin added, "If you find it lacking, we can visit my cave abode another day, and I shall select something better for you. I have acquired quite a few treasures." Ye Wanwan glanced at Pei Xian, who replied, "Since your senior brother has gifted it to you, you should accept it." Ye Wanwan bowed. "Thank you, Uncle Master." Sun Yin smiled contentedly. Ye Wanwan pondered that perhaps she could make a copy of the spirit plant technique bestowed upon her by Elder Yu Chun and present it to her master uncle. Although it was not an advanced skill, it should prove useful. Fang Hian and Bai Jian both felt joy for Ye Wanwan. Li Wanji inquired, "Can it be sold?" Ye Wanwan smiled, "Of course, I can even bundle you in the sale." Li Wanji responded, "Junior sister has turned mischievous." At that moment, Pei Xian was conversing with Lu Qingxian. Their exchange was simple yet direct. "Shall we proceed?" Lu Qingxian asked. "Yes," Pei Xian affirmed. In the midst of their conversation, Pei Xian produced 3 types of spiritual herbs. Lu Qingxian nodded and remarked, "As I said, placed in the clear spring pool, they bloom faster." It was a blue lotus, along with the fiery essence that only grows deep within volcanoes, and the core essence that emerges only from deep within the earth. With the wood, metal, and earth elements all gathered, Lu Qingxian called out to Ye Wanwan, "Child, come here." Encouraged by Pei Xian, Ye Wanwan approached Lu Qingxian. She sensed his spiritual essence sweeping over her, but did not feel intrusive. Rather, it was akin to a warm spring breeze, reminiscent of a relative's tender care. Lu Qingxian expressed surprise. "My dear child, you have managed to absorb the fire-profound crystal and the dew in just half a month, and quite pure as well. You must have put in considerable effort." Ye Wanwan replied truthfully, "I utilized the time flow of the spirit market, taking over 2 months to complete, not merely half a month." Upon hearing that Ye Wanwan had leveraged the time flow of the spirit market, Pei Xian, Sun Yin, and Lu Qingxian paused slightly, though they did not display much astonishment. Lu Qingxian chuckled. "Indeed, that is an excellent strategy." He then prepared to assist her with treatment, advising, "There may be a bit of discomfort, so bear with it." Ye Wanwan nodded, "All right." Observing this, Sun Yin waved his hand, conjuring a gentle breeze that transported Bai Jian, Fang Hian, and Li Wanji to a distant hilltop to play for a while. He then set up a barrier, establishing his presence, while Pei Xian stood guard on another side. Lu Qingxian sat facing Ye Wanwan, with 2 formidable experts forming a protective array and a skilled alchemist ready to treat her. Ye Wanwan felt a sense of unworthiness wash over her. Lu Qingxian spoke softly. Your master has mentioned your stubborn nature. You undoubtedly took these items to secretly mend your golden pills. But child, with adults present, you need not be so headstrong. Our purpose is to shield you from the storms of life. A vast surge of what element spiritual energy enveloped her like a warm beam of light. And Ye Wanwan felt her body gradually relax under this force. Yet, the multiple brushes with peril had conditioned her to remain tense, wary of fully letting go. Relax, Lu Qingxian urged. Ye Wanwan endeavored to remind herself to loosen up, to let go. Gradually, she released her mental grip. Golden pill, emerge! Ye Wanwan formed seals with her fingers, and 5 golden pills floated forth from her body. Lu Qingxian raised his hand and gently nudged them, watching as 3 cracked golden pills settled before him. He then lifted his palm, and the 3 herbs ascended, landing before Ye Wanwan's golden pills. Under the powerful cultivation of Lu Qingxian in the transformation stage, the medicinal properties within the 3 flavor medicine treasure were compelled to emerge, flowing along the golden core at a pace that far surpassed that of Ye Wanwan. It diligently repaired and nourished her golden core and meridians. Ye Wanwan sensed a presence stirring within her dantian. The agonizing wounds and pain that had accompanied the extraction of her golden core were now gradually healing. She immediately realized that while the restoration of her golden core was important, the primary purpose was to heal her internal injuries, the lingering aftereffects left in the wake of her golden core's removal and the residual cold poison that had settled within her meridians during her forced kneeling at the Xuanbing Cliff. At this moment, the pain and chill were being slowly extracted, replaced entirely by warmth. With her eyes slightly reddened, Ye Wanwan felt the nurturing essence of Lu Qingxian's spiritual power, embracing the elder's kindness as her spirit relaxed completely. Yet, a fleeting image flickered before her eyes. The youthful elder standing amidst a volcano, his spiritual energy gradually dissipating under the searing flames. Yet he continued to support a once conscious young man, transferring his life force to him bit by bit.